One rainy afternoon, the army of the Murim alliance came out to fight against the demon. The men were at the ready. Some of the troops had to buy time for the second squad to ambush the demon face to face. But the creature easily dispatches the squad and knocks the weapon out of the commander's hand. With a wave of his hand, a shockwave swept across the field, tossing Tang Yusong into the air and blowing away everything in its path. In flight, the commander realizes the direness of the situation and recalls the dialogue with the heads of the alliance. Some time ago, Tang Yusong was in contact with important alliance officials. He alerted them to the enemy's advance and asked if there was a plan to repel the attack. One of the leaders indifferently asked if the commander himself should oversee the preparations for battle. Despite Tang Yusong's objection, the chapters recalled the Murim Alliance's strategy of having the commander lead the army himself. Tang Yusong did as he was told. He sent a part of the squad to distract the enemy to gather all the forces and stand shoulder to shoulder with his soldiers, but it was all for nothing. The demon had dispersed all the soldiers in an instant, and Tang Yusong was left alone on the battlefield. Realizing the loss of his comrades, the commander didn't notice the demon attack approaching. He was illuminated by a bright flash of light that was a release of unknown magic. It blasted through the neighborhood in a sound wave, blowing everything in its path and taking the remaining survivors to their death. The commander realized himself lying flat on the ground. He began to feel angry at his unjust fate, remembered the haste in which the heads of the Murim alliance fled after sending the commander into his last battle. Tang Yusong scolded the important people for only being able to talk. Meanwhile, the demon was closing in on the commander to destroy him, and the man knew it. Before the demon took him to the next world, Tang Yusong remembered how the demon had suddenly appeared and how it had disturbed all of Murim. Even the best fighters had fled. The man's mind flashed back to his father's admonition that a boy had to work hard to succeed. Tang Yusong really tried hard, but in front of the real threat he became a scapegoat. Father was wrong. The commander screamed into the sky, thinking that this moment of his life would be his last torture. That's how it turned out. Tang Yusong went to the other side. His naked body was weightless in an unknown space. Time reversed, and there was a reconstruction of reality around Tang Yusong based on his memories. Suddenly, the former army commander woke up in his bed far back in his childhood. His father tried to wake him up. Father scolded Tang Yusong for not getting out of bed even though it was morning, for which the young man received a fatherly smack on the head. At this moment, Tang Yusong slowly began to come to his senses and realize what was happening. He finally recognized his father from his stubborn face. Tang Yusong wondered why his father was here. When he saw that he was in his room, the young man noticed a hallucination above him that said that the settings had been completed. Unable to find an answer as to why he was where he was, Tang Yusong decided that he was in the other world and his father should take him there. The young man decided that his conclusion was true and came to the wrong conclusion that he could afford to rest a little longer. The father quickly noticed this and returned to the room with a broom to teach his son a lesson. He hit Tang Yusong with a broom, throwing him off the bed. The father reminded his son that he had to hurry to the registration fee in Cheongbong. At first, Tang Yusong didn't realize what was said. He laughed at the fact that even in the other world he could not relax, but after the young man realized the delirium of the whole situation. He needs to go to the same Cheongbong he's been studying at a long time ago. But the registration money was still on the table. At this point, the loading window proclaimed the completion of the reconstruction and the start of the game. The familiar name of the Cheonbong Martial Arts School, created by Cheon Dae-gun, a student of the Hwasun School, surfaced in Tang Yusong's memories. He was the best in the pavilion. For this reason, he was entrusted to teach only the officially registered students of the school. Tang Yusong recalls that the martial arts pavilion joined the Murim Alliance also because of Cheon Dae-gun's talent. Murima has been at peace for hundreds of years thanks to the alliance, and it was impossible to succeed without joining it. In Tang Yusong's childhood, all the kids wanted to be like the Murim Alliance masters, so they were famous. But craftsmen were also divided into estates. Those who came from noble families from the upper strata of society without much talent and money, and those who had no talent or money. Tang Yusong was one of the latter. Tang Yusong still has a chance to change his status by enrolling in one of the best martial arts schools. Tang Yusong watched his father work gruelingly all his life to give his son the opportunity to study at Cheonbong. All of this was happening for him 30 years ago. Tang Yusong thought again about the reality of what was happening. Reflecting on the fact that only recently a demon had sent him to the other world, the young man walked outside where his father was sweeping the street. His father reminded Tang Yusong that he should try to become a great master to avoid following in his parents' footsteps. Suddenly, Tang Yusong realized that what was happening was not so different from his past, and that he had most likely turned back time. His thoughts were interrupted by his father throwing his son a cold potato for breakfast. Returning to my thoughts on the theory of going back in time, a window appeared in front of my eyes with the description of the mission about entering Cheonbong. Tang Yusong notices the writing hanging in the air and asks his father about it, but he doesn't understand what he's talking about. He brushes off his son's ramblings and tells him to hurry up for the Cheonbong exam. Upon arriving at Tang Yu-sung's school, he remembers how he had already taken the entrance exam in the past. Before testing, teens chose whether they would walk up to the black flag to try to become official students or become novices right away. Tang Yu-sung recalls that the official disciples are taught by Cheon-dae-gun himself, while the novices hardly ever practice on the training field. He once failed the exam himself and became a novice. His destiny was to become a guard, but this time he needs to become an official apprentice. The queue was discussing the upcoming exam as it would be this year. Tang Yu-sung realized that many of the people present would not pass the test. The young man was determined to pass the exam. He had already tried to pass it 30 years ago. The jury called Tang Yu-sung forward. He stopped when he noticed the incomprehensible numbers hanging in the air. The number used to be higher. The young man guessed it was a timer, but he was called out by Cheon-dae-gun himself. Tang Yu-sung recognized Masters Yumho and Ma-pun-tu standing to the side of the pavilion head. Cheon-dae-gun asked the young man what he thought the exam would be. The answer surprised him. The assumption was correct, and the teacher asked why Tang Yu-sung thought the exam would be on acupuncture and acupressure. The young man replied that he had come to this conclusion because of the cloth-covered figures in front of him. Cheon-dae-gun was impressed. Tang Yu-sung also noticed the difference in the size of the figures. The teacher asked what the significance of this was. The young man's conclusion was that in battle it is important to be able to quickly and accurately determine the position of acupuncture points, and it depends on the size of the person. After confirming the truth of these words, Cheon-dae-gun ordered the exam to begin, and the puppets under the cloth came to life. The cloth was removed from the wooden figures and they immediately started attacking Tang Yu-sung. Tang Yu-sung was uncomfortable in the little boy's body, but he quickly started to get used to it. He rushed into battle to defeat the puppets and pass the exam. Even before the arrival of Tang Yu-sung, the teacher was satisfied with the effectiveness of the expensive dolls from Mount Jongnan with the spiritual power invested in them, but also frustrated by the lack of candidates who could handle the task. No one would pass the exam this year. Cheon-tae-gyun was already convinced of it. But that statement didn't scare the jury since they already had Cheon-seo-seo as a student. After checking the list of participants, the next one was Tang Yu-sung from Xi'an. Cheon-dae-gun immediately gave up on the young man but gave him a chance to take the exam. Tang Yu-sung seemed like a low-class squishy person to the teacher and called him over to take the exam. After only 5 minutes of fighting with the dolls, 2 had already been defeated, and the largest one was left. Tang Yu-sung tried to press the acupuncture point of the largest doll, but it didn't work as well as with the past 2. Suddenly, the young man was struck by a memory from a past life where he lost a fight because he attacked a big guy. Tang Yu-sung had the epiphany to use the 8 methods of bone fixation against the doll. After using several methods and wrapping his entire body around the doll, Tang Yu-sung was almost thrown backwards. Meanwhile, the jury was evaluating the boy's abilities, and Cheon-dae-gun couldn't help but notice the use of a specific technique. He waited for the fight to end. Tang Yu-sung made another lunge with the spine-pressing method. He hit the doll one last time and it fell down. Yumho noticed that Tang Yu-sung didn't use his fist, but only one clenched finger, like a massage. Cheon-dae-gun called the boy a genius, and the jury was impressed with his use of massage techniques in battle. The future student Cheonbong was led to the waiting room for those who had taken the exam. He rejoiced in his victory, which was achieved by a book that would not appear for 20 years. A window with a reward for successful completion of the mission appeared in front of him. His physical strength increased by 1. He also had the opportunity to choose one of the third eye's items or abilities. The subjects were familiar to him, but he was distracted by Jang Gi-ho, another young man who had also passed the exam. Tang Yu-sung was shocked by Chang Gi-ho's appearance. Chang Gi-ho himself was surprised by the young man's reaction. As Tang Yu-sung continued his acquaintance, he noticed some figures above his companion's head. It was his new third eye ability. The young man mentally assumed that this was the level of spiritual energy and that Chang Gi-ho had 9. To confirm his theory, he looked out the window and saw the guard was level 9 and the novice was level 3. Jang Gi-ho assumed that it was just the 2 of them who passed the exam, but that wasn't the case, and Cheon-seo-seo walked into the room. She immediately announced to everyone in the room that she was going to be the best student because she was Cheon-dae-gun's daughter. Chang Gi-ho asked if this connection was the reason for her success in passing the exam. Ignoring him, Cheon-seo-seo noticed Tang Yu-seong's gaze on herself and became indignant. The young man replied, embarrassed, that he was just surprised to see a relative of the head of the pavilion. In fact, he remembered her as the cruelest woman in the world. Cheon-seo-seo finally turned to Jang Gi-ho to tell him that she had passed the exam all by herself and not to underestimate her. Offended by a remark about his hair, Jang Gi-ho got into an argument with the teacher's daughter. Tang Yu-sung was left to observe the verbal altercation of his fellow students. The argument was interrupted by Yum-ho, who brought 2 more students who had passed the exam. He said that there would only be 5 students this year. All students were given their black school uniforms to change into. Before Yum-ho leaves, they ask about who scored the most points and what places they ranked. He answered without hesitation that the first place winner was Tang Yu Seong, the second was Zhang Ki-ho, and the third was Cheon Seo Seo. Cheon Seo Seo and Zhang Ki-ho stared at the young man in shock. The latter even wanted to fight him. Afterwards, all students were called to an initiation ceremony where they met their mentors and learned the rules of the school. And before going to rest, there was another fight between Cheon Seo Seo and Zhang Ki-ho. The next day, Tang Yu Seong is late for school because he overslept. Right in front of his nose, the doors to Cheonbong slammed shut. Tang Yu Seong stayed at the entrance, staring at the closed door in panic. At that moment, Zhang Ki-ho, who had also overslept, came up behind him. He wasn't upset about it, which surprised Tang Yu Seong. Suddenly, Zhang Ki-ho asked Tang Yu Seong to fight him for fun. A new window appeared with a mission to defeat Zhang Ki-ho. Remembering his past life, Tang Yu Seong's 3 rules of sword art came to his mind. Yin together with Yang are in harmony just like heaven, earth, and man. This harmony is what these rules teach. Zhang Ki-ho's training also came to mind. He fought with the other pavilion disciples every day, for which he was called Demon. He passed the Dragon and Phoenix trial flawlessly, and later became the head of the Great Murim Academy. Zhang Ki-ho was a true genius in combat, and was an insurmountable opponent for Tang Yu Seong. The failure of the mission was also a foreshadowing of the incomprehensible punishment. Having analyzed his capabilities, the young man came to the conclusion that he most likely has the 2nd level, and therefore has little chance of winning. Despite all of this, Tang Yu Seong agreed to fight, and the young men got into a fighting stance. Only after gathering his thoughts did Tang Yu Seong miss his opponent's first strike. He tried to parry it by pressing one of the acupuncture points to weaken Zhang Ki-ho's arm, which created a window for Tang Yu Seong to retaliate. But Zhang Ki-ho easily dodged his opponent's lunge of surprise. He hit Tang Yu Seong back, but not hard enough because of the past impact on the Pishu point. Before he knew it, Zhang Ki-ho was under another attack from Tang Yu Seong, but he grabbed the latter by the pecs with one hand and threw him over himself, and knocked his opponent to the ground. Tang Yu Seong wasn't going to give up, and hit Zhang Ki-ho on the jaw with his knee. He jumped away from him. Tang Yu Seong realized that even with his 30 years of experience, he was losing in strength to his opponent. In turn, Zhang Ki-ho, thinking to end the fight as soon as possible, recalled the 3 rules of sword art and prepared to attack again. Looking at his opponent's stance, Tang Yu Seong suddenly remembered the vertical cut of the Great Mountain. This was exactly the technique that Zhang Ki-ho had used. Zhang Ki-ho jumped high into the air to strike, but Tang Yu Seong tried to parry the blow with a horizontal slash, sweeping the army away. Tang Yu Seong only lost sight of his opponent for a moment, but was left open for another attack by Zhang Ki-ho. This blow marked the end of the battle. Suddenly, Tang Yu Seong began to faint, and he realized that this was his punishment for failing the mission. Tang Yu Seong woke up after a while on the training field where he was brought by Coach Ma. He saw Zhang Ki-ho on the field carrying out his punishment for being late. Also, Tang Yu Seong himself was sentenced to the same punishment of 100 laps in a duck step. The boys raced, but Tang Yu Seong's legs began to tire quickly. At some point, his strength increased, and as a bonus, some of his strength was restored. He was able to overtake Zhang Ki-ho in their race while the mentor watched from the sideline. After the punishment, Tang Yu Seong lay on the ground tired, and Cheon Seo Seo came up to him. She asked if he was grounded, and if he was staring at her pretty face. Tang Yu Seong brushed off all of Tang Yu Seong's questions by answering in the negative. He stood up and shook himself off. Cheon Seo Seo mocked the young man and asked if he was in love with her. She already had a fiancé by then. Tang Yu Seong asked if he happened to be from the Tang clan in Sichuan. Cheon Seo Seo was surprised at how quickly rumors spread. The young man gave in to his memories. The famous Sichuan clan would be swept away by an unknown group in the future. The girl was upset. She didn't like the idea of a marriage of convenience. Meanwhile, Tang Yu Seong was mentally wondering if this event would ruin the girl's life. However, he needed to think about his own life now. Suddenly he noticed that his third eye skill had improved, and now he could see the age of the people around him too. Tang Yu Seong thought about the fact that even without mission rewards, he could improve his skills with hard work. Before leaving, Cheon Seo Seo turned to the young man and said that he and Zhang Ki-ho should come to see Master Ma after the punishment. Tang Yu Seong lost sight of his fellow student and looked around in confusion. Cheon Seo Seo pointed out that Zhang Ki-ho was already sleeping in the tree. Upon entering the room, Tang Yu Seong tried to use his third eye on the mentors but couldn't see anything but names. Cheon Dae-gun started reprimanding the young men for being late and beating themselves up. He gave them the additional punishment of walking 500 laps in duck step after class. More young men didn't want to be late. Tang Yu Seong was also personally told to stop by the next morning. After that, Tang Yu Seong returned to the training field to practice with the wooden sword exercise. He was determined to keep improving himself to prevent his end at the hands of the demon. He practiced all night until Gong Jin-do interrupted him. Immediately, Tang Yu Seong's mind recalled the humiliation he had experienced from Gong Jin-do in his past life. The latter constantly abused the young man both verbally and bodily. He said a simpleton like Tang Yu Seong can't call him big brother. At this moment, it appeared that Tang Yu Seong had taken the wooden sword belonging to Gong Jin-do. He gripped the hilt of the sword with anger. Gong Jin-do questioned the other gang members about the young man's background, but he finds out that Tang Yu-seong is a simpleton from Xi'an. The gang was about to attack the young man, but Gong Jin-do stopped them, as he noticed Cheon Dae-gun watching them from the tower. He realized that his group didn't want any trouble. Gong Jin-do is angry at the situation but orders everyone to leave so he can be alone with Tang Yu-seong. He approached the youngster again, questioning the origin of the student passing the exam, the best this year, however. Tang Yu-seong silently gave him his sword. The young man says that ancestry is not important, to which Gong Jin-do irritably replies that his interlocutor is a simpleton and a redneck with no family or school. And that's why he didn't say hello when an older student introduced himself. He tried to rudely put Tang Yu-seong in his place. However, Tang Yu-seong responded by saying that he would challenge his interlocutor to a fight someday and that it was time for him to go to bed now. Gong Jin-do was left standing in the middle of the training field in bewilderment. By then, Cheon Dae-gun had already left and wasn't watching the young men. Watching Tang Yu-seong leave, Gong Jin-do examined his wooden sword and noticed a scratch on it. That night, Tang Yu-seong couldn't sleep. He began to ponder over the students of the 9 faction schools. Many of them renounced their family's help and enrollment to achieve everything on their own. But there were many who got into Cheongbong early and through connections. The strongest disciple of the martial arts pavilion, Gong Jin-do, was one of the latter. After Gong Jin-do was rude to Tang Yu-seong, the latter couldn't sleep. He assumed that he wouldn't be able to socialize with the guys anymore. He left to train in the forest, wondering how in his previous life Jang Gi-ho could handle Gong Jin-do. When he returned to Cheonbong the next morning, he found Jang Gi-ho doing another punishment. His level was already 10. To even out the power differential between himself and Jang Gi-hong, Tang Yu-seong went to his mentor, Ma Pun-tho, for advice. The mentor said that it was possible to do so by pumping up one's own strength or by using the opponent's martial arts destruction techniques. The teacher was impressed by his student's battle with Jang Gi-hong yesterday, so he volunteered to help him improve his martial arts skills. He made Tang Yu-seong stand with a wooden basin on his head in an awkward pose to increase his spiritual power. Tang Yu-seong quickly felt the change in his body and was able to hold the uncomfortable pose long enough until his mentor called him to follow him. Master Ma showed how powerful the technique could become if you concentrated your spiritual power on the strike. He called Cheon Seo to give him an example of what would happen if he concentrated his spiritual power in one point of his body. Cheon Seo, as the heiress of Cheonbong, knew Cheonbong martial art techniques and showed a special foot strike by smashing a large boulder with a single blow. The teacher praised the girl for her strength, to which she replied that with her abilities she could easily pass the Dragon and Phoenix exams. After thinking about his prospects, Tang Yu-seong came to the conclusion that he would like to learn all of Cheonbong's martial arts techniques. Tang Yu-seong continued his training in controlling spiritual power, but he was not very good at it. Teacher Ma insisted that Tang Yu-seong should take his time to learn the art of the sword first. After handing Tang Yu-seong the wooden sword, Cheon Seo called out to go to the next class. On the way, Cheon Seo was talking about the 5 basic strikes in Cheonbong martial arts techniques, but they were interrupted by Gong Jin-do. Gong Jin-do greeted the guy who had gotten first place in the exam in an ironic manner. Chung So-seo asked what Big Brother was doing in the bamboo grove with such a crowd. He rudely told So-so to go where she was going since he would like to talk to Tang Yu-seong alone. Tang Yu-seong reasoned that they were stopped at the bamboo grove because there was no one else here but them. He and Cheon Seo were surrounded by members of Gong Jin-do's group. Suddenly, Gong Jin-do tried to use Cheonbong's palm destructive strike technique but was stopped by Cheon Seo. After realizing that he was aiming at the Ju-wei point near Tang Yu-seong's solar plexus, he became angry. Just now, he could have been killed by this strike. Cheon Seo also realized this, and so she reacted quickly. She angrily charged Gong Jin-do for it. The latter, in turn, quipped that the best student would be able to dodge that blow. Tang Yu-seong wanted to teach Gong Jin-do a lesson. He decided to give him a fight. Gong Jin-do was surprised by the young man's confidence. A window appeared with a mission to knock down Gong Jin-do. Tang Yu-seong asked if his opponent would fight with a wooden sword. Otherwise, Tang Yu-seong suggested that Gong Jin-do start the battle first. With a gesture, Gong Jin-do asked the people present for his wooden sword. He didn't understand why Tang Yu-seong was so cocky, and he really wanted to teach the young man a lesson. Gong Jin-do took his sword in his hand and agreed to fight, saying that he wanted to test the skills of the best rookie. As Tang Yu-seong prepared for battle, he began to mentally speculate about his opponent's tactics. It was similar to Jang Gi-ho's tactics, and the young man needs to dodge the first attack. Gong Jin-do concentrated his spiritual power into the sword using Cheonbong's martial arts technique. A chain of heaven and earth sword technique strikes fell on Tang Yu-seong afterward. However, the young man was able to dodge everything to the surprise of his opponent. Tang Yu-seong attacked Gong Jin-do with a vertical slash of the Great Mountain, and the latter barely dodged it. There was a hole left on the ground from the heavy impact. The young man didn't have the spiritual strength to defeat Zhang Giho, but now he was able to make Gong Jindu dumbfounded. With a smile, Tang Yusong looked into his opponent's eyes and asked if he was surprised that all of his attacks were dodged. This made Gong Jindu very angry, and he emotionally rushed towards Tang Yusong to strike. That's what the latter was counting on. The young man realized that people only learned the martial arts of their clan and easily lose their temper with their habits. They have just a few template strategies that once worked against a stronger opponent and will only use them to win. None of the sword strikes hit Tang Yuxiang. He had seen Gong Jindo fight many times in his past life, and he knew that when Gong Jindo gets emotional, his fighting habits and pattern strategies come out. That's why he's so much weaker than Zhang Giho. Noticing that Tang Yusung was smiling, Gong Jindo paused for a moment to gather spiritual power in his fist. Tang Yusung realized how his opponent was going to attack and quickly jumped back. Gong Jindo realized that somehow the young man knew how he was going to attack. The crowd around them watched the battle. Cheon Seo Seo Tang Yuseong seemed slow, but he was able to predict every attack of his enemy. Behind Cheon Seo Seo was a young man who was already thinking of a dirty move of hitting the girl's back. Meanwhile, Gong Jindo remembered what he had been told about the fight between Zhang Giho and Tang Yuseong. The latter was able to defeat the latter using the vertical cut of the Great Mountain and wind technique. However, the wind technique was too difficult for Gong Jindu. He decided to use the vertical cut of the Great Mountain. Although knowing his opponent's habits helped Tang Yusung to block his blows, he realized that in order to win, he needed to put his spiritual power into his attack. Gong Jindo lunged forward and crossed his sword with his opponent, pressing down on Tang Yuexiang with all his strength, and then suddenly swung his sword, throwing his enemy backwards. Tang Yusung managed to stay on his feet. Intercepting the sword with both hands, Gong Jindo swung it over the enemy, about to make a vertical slash of the Great Mountain. Tang Yusung responded to the blow with a horizontal slash and swung his opponent's sword with such force that the wooden hilt could not withstand it, and the sword in Gong Jindo's hands broke. The wooden blade began to fall. In anger, Gong Jindo accused Tang Yuseong of breaking his sword on the training field yesterday while he was practicing. The crowd watched in shock. In flight, Gong Jindo prepared to attack Tang Yuseong with a devastating palm strike while Tang Yuseong swung his sword, putting spiritual power into it. Gong Jindo only had time to lightly touch his opponent. Tang Yusung struck him in the side with his sword, throwing his opponent backwards. The mission was complete. The young man fell to the ground without any strength. Cheon Seo Seo couldn't believe that Tang Yuseong had won. Suddenly, the young man who had been standing behind Cheon Seo Seo all this time tried to sneak attack her to knock her out. But he was stopped by Zhang Giho, who appeared in the bamboo forest. All of Gong Jindo's group scattered. Cheon Seo Seo asked him if he was lost. When he replied that he wasn't lost at all, he noticed that Tang Yusung had become stronger in just a day. Tang Yusung stood still thinking about where Gong Jindo was aiming his last attack, but came to the conclusion that it didn't matter. He had won the fight. A few months have passed since then. A novice named Youngwee was sitting in the library reading books. He couldn't master any of the techniques he was learning, which caused him to be mocked by many. But the young man continued to love martial arts. The novice had always dreamed of going to Cheonbong and was happy to find his first friend there. The first time he met Tang Yusun, Youngwee tried to sneak out of the library, but he was the first to notice the novice sneaking around. Youngwee Tang Yusung was surprisingly understanding and friendly. He introduced himself and extended his hand to shake the novice's hand. After Youngwee offered his help in finding the book Tang Yusheng needed. Between classes, Tang Yusung told many interesting things to his new friend. Cheongbong's martial arts secrets gave various tips and techniques by example. During one of these breaks, Tang Yusung told Youngwee that he himself could become equal in strength to Cheonbong's official disciple. The latter didn't believe it. After the break, Yumho told the students that almost all Hwasun techniques have floral names, and some techniques have the same names because the art of the plum blossom sword has become a staple for Cheonbong techniques. Tang Yusung voiced part of the last statement and interrupted the teacher himself. Jang Ki-ho joked about Tang Yusung becoming too much like Cheon Seo Seo. This led to another verbal altercation between Cheon Seo Seo and Jang Gi-ho, which caused the teacher to kick them out to stand under the door with their hands up. Youngwee was standing outside watching the lesson the whole time. Gong Jindo walked past him. He thought that his life after meeting Tang Yuseong changed a lot. No one older than him was bullying him anymore. Gong Jindu just walked by with only a silent and menacing glance at the young man. After Gong Jindo lost to Tang Yuseong, the former pretended it didn't happen. At that moment, Tang Yuseong, Jang Gi-ho, and Cheon Seo Seo came out of the room and stood up with their hands raised as their teacher had instructed them. Tang Yuseong, just like Gong Jindo, pretended that nothing happened. He asked Youngwee to wait until after class so they could spend time together. While Tang Yuseong continued practicing, Youngwee told him about his meeting with Gong Jindo. Tang Yuseong warned him that Gong Jindo could start bullying again at any moment. In response, Young Wee said that he envied Tang Yuseong's bravery and strength. After stopping the exercise, Tang Yusung stood up and shook himself off. He was touched by Young Wee's words. He told his friend that he's really no better than Young Wee himself. Tang Yuseong has no ability or talent, but the only way to get stronger is to try harder than the others, even through blood and sweat. Young Wee stood there in shock as he saw Tang Yuseong leaving for home. His words made the novice think that he too had a chance to become stronger. Looking at Tang Yusung's efforts, Young Wee felt the urge to try and train as well. He no longer wanted to just read books in the library. Suddenly, Young Wee bumped his head into someone. He didn't recognize those people. They were wearing Hwasun school clothes. The young man with long hair looked threatening. Suddenly, the long-haired young man began to pull out a real sword from its sheath, saying that Young Wee was wearing the Cheonbong uniform, but it was too late to say hello. At this time, rumors of the Dragon and Phoenix trio spread around the pavilion. This was the name of the trio of students who were chosen to take the Dragon Phoenix exam. In Tang Yuseong's previous life, they were Jang Gi-ho Gongjin-do and Cheon Seo-seo, but after defeating Gongjin-do, Tang Yuseong himself took his place. And the incentive to keep working was the constant level up, the effect of which is obvious. Before going to the class, Tang Yusung wanted to see Young Wee, but he hadn't been seen for a couple of days. On that day, Cheon Dae-gun called Tang Yuseong to him. He asked if the young man understood that everyone has high hopes for him. Tang Yusung told his mentor that he understood that very well. His mentor told him that Tang Yusung would soon be practicing as a security guard. It was necessary to participate in the Dragon and Phoenix exam. Cheon Dae-gun noticed Tang Yuseong's confusion and asked him about it. The apprentice apologized to his mentor and admitted that he was just nervous. What he was really thinking was that his third eye ability was still. When he heard the student's answer, Cheon Dae-gun rightly said that he was nervous. There's something to talk about. Tang Yusung's success in practicing guarding will determine whether or not Tang Yusung will take the Dragon and Phoenix exam this year. It's necessary to bring the cargo to the place, making decisions on the fly about the weather, the road, and the bandits. Usually 3 bureaus are chosen for practice, but this year, 2 of them refused. All students will be interned at the Mupun office. Tang Yusung was startled and shocked by this news. In his past life, everyone who practiced at the Mupun Bureau had gone to the other world. Uncertainly, Tang Yusung asked Cheon Dae-gun why the other shops refused to take on apprentices this year. The mentor confessed that the day before, all the goods contracts and expense books had been stolen from Cheongbong. Since the contracts for practicing at the bureau disappeared while Mupin's head of the bureau was under contract. Walking out of the room, Tang Yusung was still placing who needed to steal the securities and goods and what the motive was. In his past life, the tragedy with the Mupun Bureau trainees was the most serious incident in Xi'an. This attack wasn't by bandits. It was a surprise attack by the Dragon and Tiger Village. Most surprisingly, no one knew what goods were being transported or why the village was interested in them. Only the Hwasun school that was to receive the shipment knew what was there. The incident itself was resolved after some time. This time, all the Cheonbong students will be interning at the Mupun Bureau, and Tang Yuseong was thinking of how to prevent that. Apparently, if Tang Yuseong asked for the event to be cancelled, Cheon Dae-gun would only laugh at the student. A mission window appeared to complete a security mission from Mupun Bureau. Tang Yusung sighed as he realized that it would be a very difficult mission. After thinking for a while, Tang Yusung came up with a plan to accomplish the mission while avoiding the dangerous place where all the disciples could be sent to the afterlife. When he arrived at the bureau, Tang Yusung met with Hwang Jong-gi. He placed a handful of coins on the table in front of Mupun, the head of the bureau. Hwang Jong-gi asked if Tang Yusung had come to ask about transportation. The young man replied that he would like to order the goods to an inn in Hanzhong on the first day of the next month. Hanzhong is located in the other direction from Hwasun School. After hearing Tang Yusung's order, Hwang Jong-gi said to bring his personal items to the bureau the next day. But the head of the bureau stopped Tang Yusung before he left. He asked if the young man was an official disciple of Cheonbong. The bureau chief knows that the first day of the next month is the day the students come to practice. He won't ask Tang Yusung about it, but the head will make sure that the young man can't cheat. The young man replied that it wasn't for points. The young man walked away thinking about the solution to the special mission issue, and Hwang Jong-gi wondered what kind of intrigue Tang Yusung was plotting. However, he was determined to observe Tang Yusung and his actions. Meanwhile, Tang Yusung was lamenting the fact that he had borrowed a lot of money for this venture. Walking out of Tang Yusung's bureau, he ran into 2 young men in Hwasun school uniforms. The young men asked Tang Yusung to get out of their way. However, he remembered one of the couple. His name was Young Cho Ran. In his previous life, Young Cho Ran fought with Tang Yuseong. Now Tang Yuseong was asked if he was studying in Cheonbong. In response, Young Cho Ran said that he had already seen many of Cheonbong's disciples, and they were all in different forms. He said this with disbelief. Tang Yusung looked at Young Cho Ran suspiciously and asked if he had run into someone from Cheonbong. In response, Young Cho Ran threw a cryptic phrase about the Cheonbong disciples' uniforms always being on them. He also said he doubted that a certain man was a man from Murim. Tang Yusung had no idea what Young Cho-ran's phrases meant, and he ended his speech by saying that things could have turned out differently if it was Tang Yu-seong in his place. Tang Yu-sung didn't understand anything, and his interlocutor began to walk away with his fellow student. The young man couldn't see Young Cho-ran's level in age, but he guessed that he must be 15 years old now. Tang Yu-sung walked quickly to Young Wee's house to visit his friend. He assumed that Young Wee had met Young Cho-ran at some point, and the first one didn't show up at the pavilion. Meanwhile, the students of Hwasun School were debating whether Young Wee was okay or not, but Young Cho-ran was not. Said it was none of their business anymore. Outside the walls of Xi'an, Tang Yu-sung was approaching Young Cho-ran's house. In his previous life, Tang Yu-sung used to visit Young Wee and knew where he lived. He knocked on the door. Tang Yu-sung heard some sounds coming from the forest and noticed a board nailed on the door to the house. After guessing that it was to lock someone inside, he hears Young Wee's call. The Cheonbong novice was tied up inside his house and lying in the middle of the floor in complete disarray and next to stolen goods and leaves. Tang Yu-sung, who was standing outside, heard his cries and immediately started trying to tear out the board nailed to the door. Suddenly, behind Tang Yu-sung's back, someone fired a crossbow at him, slightly grazing the young man's cheek. It was Gong Jin-do's friends. They said they were detaining Tang Yu-seong at the crime scene. They declared Tang Yu-seong and his friend Young Wee traitors. Tang Yu-seong rushed forward at the crossbowman, but the other two guys grabbed Tang Yu-sung's hands and stopped him. The crossbowman asked if the young man thought that by defeating Gong Jin-do, he won't be remembered. Tang Yu-sung was pointed at a crossbow and told not to move or he would be shot. At the same time at Cheonbong Pavilion, Gong Jin-do came to Cheon-dae-gun to tell him that he had found thieves of securities and goods. Cheon-dae-gun asked if the information was true. Gong Jin-do swore that he personally saw Young Wee steal valuables from Cheonbong. In response, the mentor said that it was not an easy task for one novice, to which Gong Jin-do began to claim that Tang Yu-sung himself had helped him. They are friends and spent a lot of time together, and according to Gong Jin-do, this is proof of their criminal connection. And the motive, according to Gong Jin-do, was the poverty of both boys. Young Cho-ran suddenly intervened in the conversation. He said that the young men couldn't get into Cheonbong if they didn't have money. Mr. Young Cho-ran was recognized by Cheon-dae-gun and was happy to see him. In the meantime, Yeon Wee's fellow student Young Cho-ran showed up at Yeon Wee's house. He easily lifted the crossbowman off the ground. He threateningly said that the Cheonbong student had a gun and got into a fight with Gong Ji-do's friends. Last night when Young Wee ran into Hwasun's students, Young Cho-ran wanted to draw his sword, but the novice stopped him and said he wouldn't fight. Young Cheon-ran disappointedly said that it's boring since Cheonbong students don't salute with their swords. It was already night outside, and Young Wee offered to let them stay with him for the night. They thanked him for his kindness and accepted his offer. Young Wee's house was not far from the city, and even though it was dilapidated, the guests decided to stay there anyway. In the morning, the guests thanked their host for his kindness and went to town on their own business. The house was cramped, but the young men were satisfied with their last night. Suddenly walking through the forest, Young Cho-ran noticed something strange. A group of young men in black uniforms with bags and books were walking towards Young Wee's house. Young Cho-ran also noticed that one of the young men had a crossbow. The young master remembered the incident but decided to move on to the city. Currently, Cheon-dae-gun warmly welcomed the young Mr. Young Cho-ran who had grown up. The mentor introduced Gong Jin-do and the master of the Plum Blossom sword art to each other. Young Cho-ran objected that it was too loud a title for him. Laughing, Cheon-dae-gun told the young master not to be modest. For his part, Young Cho-ran said he wanted to have a continuous fight at the Cheonbong Pavilion. He reminded Cheon-dae-gun that he had been promised to give Young Cho-ran a chance to fight with one of Cheonbong's students. This kind of statement really embarrassed Gong Jin-do. After strictly answering that Cheon-dae-gun was currently solving the problems of the pavilion, Young Cho-ran thought about what he had seen the days before. After putting the puzzle together, he told Cheon-dae-gun not to go anywhere, because young master's fellow student, Myung-jin, should be bringing Young Wee to school. In one deft move, Myung-jin launched one of the accomplices at the other two. He asked Tang Yu-seong if he wanted to save Young Wee. Tang Yu-seong replied in the affirmative, but continued to be unaware of what was going on around him. Myung-jin exhaled, glad to hear that not all of Cheonbong's students were mean people. He went to the door and ripped out the board that had been boarded up. The young men untied Young Wee, and he thanked Tang Yu-sung for saving him. In turn, Tang Yu-sung himself rightly pointed out that Myung-jin had saved them, and the boys would have been in big trouble if it hadn't been for Hwasun's apprentice. Young Wee asked Myung-jin how he could thank the young man, but he dismissed it by saying that he had repaid his debt for helping the novice with his lodging. Watching Gong Jin-do's accomplices rise from the ground, Tang Yu-sung said that now they needed to find out what the gang was up to. The answer was known to Young Wee. He said that Gong Jin-do and his friends had stolen things from the pavilion and wanted to slander the novice. Young Cho-ran reported that he saw Gong Jin-do and his fellow students early in the morning with bags of money and various papers. They were walking towards Young Wee's house. At the end, Young Cho-ran apologized for interfering in the conversation. Cheon-dae-gun sighed heavily and threatened Gong Jin-do with serious punishment if he lied. After an unsuccessful attempt to convince his mentor that young Cho-ran was wrong, Cheon-dae-gun suggested that the dispute be settled by a battle between the boys. The young master agreed. Holding a real sword, Gong Jin-do didn't feel very confident, but he got into a fighting stance. He had no intention of giving up. Cheon-dae-gong ordered the battle to begin by waving his hand between the young men. In the blink of an eye, young Cho-ran was above Gong Jin-do's head, and without any time to dodge, his sword fell and severed the young man's arm. The fight was over. After returning to the Tang Pavilion, Yu Seong and Young Wee returned the bag with the stolen items to the teachers, who examined it. The boys were fine. Young Wee took teacher Yum Ho away for questioning, and teacher Ma informed Tang Yu Seong that the pavilion was in chaos. There is a continuous duel between the master of the Plum Blossom sword art and Tang Yu Seong on the training field. Ma's mentor told Tang Yu Seong that the Hwasun school has a tradition of choosing a master swordsman by means of continuous combat. This is a battle in which the 4 best students must go through a dozen battles in order for one best of the best to remain at the end. Normally, a continuous duel is no different from a normal one-on-one fight. However, now the young master provoked Cheonbong to respond by separating the student's arm. At this time, Cheon Seo was defending her school's honor in a fight with young Cho-ran. When asked by Tang Yu Seong about this incident, Ma's mentor said that Gong Jin-do made Cheon-dae-gun angry and ordered him to fight with a real sword. Why this happened and what was really going on, the teacher didn't know. The most important thing now was to gather all of Cheonbong's students. Thinking about everything that was going on, Tang Yu Seong noticed the special mission window about defeating young Cho-ran. He was startled. His consternation was noticed by his mentor. He asked if Tang Yu Seong was afraid of the Plum Blossom Swordmaster. The disciple answered in the affirmative. Immediately, teacher Ma began to cheer up his student, saying that young Cho-ran's beautiful high titles might be a made-up rumor. And Tang Yu Seong shouldn't give up. He should fight young Cho-ran and prove that all those titles are lies. The student thought about the fact that everyone really has high expectations and hopes for him. It gave him a sense of responsibility. But before leaving for the practice field, the teacher stopped Tang Yu Seong and asked him to find Jang Gi-ho. The fight between Cheon Seo and Yeon Cho-ran continued. She could only defend herself from her opponent's constant attacks. She still didn't have enough time to retaliate. And even if he was able to respond, young Cho-ran dodged smartly. He even had time to appreciate the ingenious technique of using his sword and palm at the same time. Suddenly, young Cho-ran pulled out a second sword from behind his back and continued fighting with 2 wooden swords already. He used the Plum Blossom Sword Art 5 Plum Blossom Sword Step, slightly injuring Cheon Seo, who managed to put up a sword block. All the disciples and novices of Cheonbong Pavilion were watching carefully. They marveled at the girl's endurance. After failing to find Chang Gi-ho, Tang Yu Seong came to the training field and found the fight in full swing. He began to follow young Cho-ran's movements, analyzing his steps. Meanwhile, Jang Gi-ho woke up lying on the gate leading towards the training field. Myung-jin found him and asked for directions to the Cheonbong training field, since he didn't know the way and there was no one else to ask. Tang Yu Seong noticed that young Cho-ran is not fighting at full strength. He was bullying Cheon Seo and playing with her. The rest of the people present felt it too. Suddenly, the level of the third eye increased, and now he could see the strength of the people around him. Cheon Seo's level was 72. Cheon Seo herself also felt that she was being looked down upon. She used the Cheonbong martial art of foot strike to break the opponent's sword. When they used Tang Yu Seong's technique, she noticed that her strength index had increased to 87. When young Cho-ran saw the wooden sword shatter into pieces, he thought that he was glad he had a second sword, or he would have been disarmed. After the first punch from Cheon Seo, another chain of punches followed, and finally the young master opened up for a punch. She used a phoenix foot strike. Her strength index became 99, and she landed on the ground, leaving cracks on the floor. Young Cho-ran managed to dodge by jumping into the air. The girl stopped in confusion for a moment. After noticing the increase in Cheon Seo's strength, Tang Yu Seong made the logical conclusion that by applying skills and advanced techniques, the strength index was changing. After stopping the fight for a moment, young Cho-ran said that their school does not use kicks, and he had not seen such techniques for a long time. After saying that only hands can be used in Hwasun school, young Cho-ran came to the conclusion that he had forgotten many of the techniques of the Plum Blossom art of Cheonbong by learning to kick. With a swing of his sword, the young lord proclaimed that he would show the full power of sword technique without the trick of kicking. There was a sudden smell of plum blossom all over the training field. This was the main feature of the Plum Blossom sword art. When young Cho-ran used the 14 hands Plum Blossom technique, Tang Yu Seong noticed that the lord's strength had entered the first stage of awakening. The impact was so strong that the sound wave from it threw Cheon Seo backwards and she fell down. Young Cho-ran calmly landed on his feet and was about to leave the field for a breather. Cheonbong's disciples who were watching the battle were awed by the talent of the master and all turned to look at Tang Yuxiang in anticipation of his battle with young Cho Ran. Cheon Seo suddenly started to get up from the floor, rushing back into the fight. Even young master was surprised by her zeal, even though he thought she didn't have the strength to even stand. Cheon Seo accused the gentleman of staring at her the whole time he was fighting and purposely tearing the girl's clothes with his attacks for fun. She exclaimed that although Cheonbong was younger than the Hwasan school, the pavilion's techniques were also related to the plum blossom sword technique. She continued her speech by saying that plum blossoms can bloom not only in spring, but also like a flower blooming in harsh conditions. Was Cheonbong, a plum blossoming in the snow? The girl was determined even though she wasn't sure she could repeat the special trick. Cheon Seo's power had entered the first stage of awakening. Her sword swings were cold and she went straight for young Cho Ran. The girl's opponent reasoned that this technique was similar to the 14-hand plum technique but was not very accurate. He was right in front of the girl, bringing and stabbed her directly into one of her acupuncture points. Cheon Seo's consciousness swam, and she began to lose control of her body. When she started to fall, Tang Yuxiang picked her up and praised her for her efforts. He praised her special technique and her flawless performance. All the spectators started shouting words of encouragement to Cheon Seo. The fighting spirit of all Cheonbong students rose thanks to the girl's determination. While Tang Yuxiang was standing in the arena in front of young Cho Ran, the latter addressed him personally and called him Cheonbong Dragon, calling Tang Yuxiang a simpleton. He was disappointed that no one in Cheonbong had met his expectations yet, but he was sure that the young man was different from the other students. Tang Yuxiang asked how young Cho Ran knew his name, and the young master said that he heard it from the head of the Mupin Bureau. Because of Tang Yuxiang's request, young Cho Ran There were some problems. It was a coincidence that the dragon of Cheonbong had given the young master an assignment for the same day. Eventually, for Tang Yuxiang's sake, young Cho Ran arrived at Cheonbong High School. Suddenly, Jang Gi-ho appeared in the middle of the dialogue and said he would be happy to join the fight. He brought along Myung-jin, who had gotten lost. The young master went to rest before the next battle, but called out Jang Gi-ho. The young man wanted a glorious battle, and Myung-jin volunteered to give Jang Gi-ho a fight instead of young Cho Ran. Tang Yusong saw that the opponents were roughly equal in strength, and both had a fine physique, so it was impossible to predict whose victory would be. Jang Gi-ho, for his part, was determined to win and have fun. After tying his belt, he was ready to fight. Tang Yusung called out to his friend and threw his wooden sword to him. After thanking the young man, Jang Gi-ho caught the sword and turned his attention to his opponent. He asked about Myung-jin's lack of a sword, and the young man said he could win a fight without a sword. Standing in confusion, Tang Yusung wondered aloud about this fact. He was answered by young Cho Ran sitting next to him. Claiming that with Myung-jin's return, young Wee Yun Choi Ran was saved. Cho Ran said that it means that Tang Yusung had already seen Myung-jin fighting. The young man uses the open palm plum blossom palm technique that can still be learned in Hwasan. When he saw the palm attack, Jang Gi-ho was confused for a moment, but he was able to block the sword strike with his hand. Jang Gi-ho even felt the bones in his body cracking from the strong blow. The first blow was followed by the next. At this moment, Chang Gui-ho decided to throw away his sword as it was useless against a strike of such strength. Unarmed, Chang Ji-ho easily repelled Myung-jin's arm with his hands and grabbed his opponent's limb and elbowed him in the collarbone area. Watching the fight, Tang Yu-sung concluded that Jang Gi-ho would most likely defeat Myung-jin by sheer force alone. However, young Cho Ran's face shone with indifference even though his fellow student was losing the fight. As the fight progressed, Myung-jin caught Chang Gi-ho's hand and punched him with his palm right in the stomach. A wave of pain rushed through the young man's insides and Tang Yu-sung noticed his strength index starting to drop by the minute. When young Cho Ran couldn't get his hand out of young Cho Ran's grip, he kicked his opponent with his foot, hitting him in the chin. Myung-jin had to move a couple steps away from his opponent. Outraged at the ignorance of those around him, young Cho Ran rudely said the obviousness of the effect of using the plum blossom palm technique. He explained that such blows send a shockwave throughout the body and even inside. The young master admitted that Myung-jin was the best at this technique, but his effects could be quite dangerous and destructive. Hearing this, Tang Yu-sung quickly came to the conclusion that this was the reason why Chang Gi-ho's strength index would continuously drop. Chang Gi-ho himself, who had also heard young Cho Ran's explanation about the technique and its destructive power, suddenly approached. He mentioned his endless desire to fight one-on-one with the young master himself. The latter didn't mind Chang Gi-ho's brazen statement. Both Tang Yu-seong and Jang Gi-ho realized that the latter had little time due to injuries. Myung-jin was already confident of his victory and directly stated so. But Chang Gi-ho didn't agree with him. He swiftly threw himself at the enemy, exposing his fist for a vertical slash of the great mountain. The young man's hand suddenly met with something hard, and it was a club that Myung-jin had managed to get a hold of and blocked the blow with it. It turned out to be a battle pole. Chang Gi-ho personally did not know this weapon and directly asked if Myung-jin had taken a sword because of the presence of this baton. Tang Yu-sung meanwhile asked young Cho-ran if the Hwasun school used a battle pole. The young master replied that in most cases, students use a sword, but Myung-jin was a special case. Young Cho-ran remembered how the brothers had scolded Myung-jin for not knowing how to wield a sword, and young Cho-ran helped him by finding a special book somewhere in the warehouse on the art of pole wielding. He handed the young man a book and advised him to read it because it would help him cover Myung-jin's weaknesses and would be a great addition to his skills. And if Myung-jin wants to get stronger, he just needs to get stronger. After exclaiming that Myung-jin had become slower with the pole, Jang Gi-ho resolutely attacked, but Myung-jin combined both pole technique and palm strikes. Jang Gi-ho had to stop to block this blow. Cheon-dae-gun and Bureau Chief Mupon were watching the battle. The latter said that Cheon Seo-seo would be fine after resting. Saying that he thought the idea of fighting the master of the Plum Blossom sword art was not such a good idea, Hwang Jong-gi admitted that probably Gong Jin-do was too ambitious. Cheon-dae-gun, on the other hand, disagreed and said that this was a great opportunity for a test. The mentor was sure it was necessary to broaden the students' horizons. Meanwhile, Jang Gi-ho fought in sweat, recognizing the strength of his opponent. Myung-jin attacked Jang Gi-ho's legs, but the latter dodged and kicked his opponent with his hands on the ground. Myung-jin blocked the attack with his pole, and Jang Gi-ho was forced to move away from his opponent again. Because of the fighting pole, there was a constant distance between the young men, and Jang Gi-ho understood that. Myung-jin's palm technique, on the other hand, didn't give his opponent time to attack after getting close, but Jang Gi-ho had already thought of a solution. After Myung-jin's next attack, his pole was grabbed and thus stopped. The young man attempted to use his palm technique, and Jang Gi-ho prepared to put his plan into action. He caught Myung-jin's hand and suddenly hit his head on Myung-jin's head, but it didn't have the desired result because Jang Gi-ho was too weak during the battle. When Myung-jin released the pole from Jang Gi-ho's hand, he tried to hit his opponent with his weapon. Jang Gi-ho had to bend backwards to avoid the blow. Myung-jin took advantage of this and struck his opponent from above with the pole, trying to crush Jang Gi-ho so that the latter would fall down, but the young man kept his footing. Realizing that the situation was getting more dangerous, Jang Gi-ho decided to use his secret technique that he wanted to use in his fight with young Cho-ran. Rising to a stance to Myung-jin's surprise, Jang Gi-ho prepared for a strong attack. His strength index began to rise rapidly. Holding with one hand the pole that Jang Gi-ho was pressing against him, he swung his arm and, with incredible force, he punched his opponent in the stomach with the fist of a crouching tiger. Myung-jin fell to his knees and dropped his pole. The fight ended with Jang Gi-ho winning. The audience was confused. Many people didn't understand what kind of technique Jang Gi-ho used, and the guys were surprised to see such a quick finale. The young master in turn called this battle a great show and said that Jang Gi-ho would not be able to fight him now. He also added that here he had seen various techniques he had forgotten, and despite all of this, it was inconsiderate to use the crouching tiger fist after bruising his internal organs. Celebrating his victory, Jang Gi-ho announced his next fight with young Cho-ran, but Tang Yu-sung reminded him of his injuries. The mentor and bureau chief were impressed with Jang Gi-ho's fight and strength. However, Cheon-dae-gun said he was looking forward to seeing Tang Yu-sung's performance. Meanwhile, Tang Yu-sung came out and said that Jang Gi-ho should retreat and not fight young Cho-ran because Jang Gi-ho was tired and injured. Suddenly, Tang Yu-sung hit a certain point on Jang Gi-ho, and the latter fell down without feeling his body. Tang Yu-seong volunteered to fight young Cho-ran instead of Jang Gi-ho so that the latter could rest. After Tang Yu-seong defeated Gong Jin-do, he was the first to learn how to find out his level. The status window became available to him. Then his level was 4. It was a great result for a novice, but not for an official disciple. So for several months in a row, Tang Yu-seong has been practicing to improve his performance. Goose stepping improved his physical fitness, and breathing exercises improved his agility, and after the second level of Tang Yu-sung's weapon skills, was getting extra points. Tang Yu-sung had now reached level 15. Hwang Jong-gi asked if the rookie with the highest exam score would fight now, and asked what Cheon-dae-gun had taught him. He answered honestly that he had taught him nothing but the basics. Because of Cheon-dae-gun's answer to the Mupon bureau chief, it wasn't clear why the mentor was waiting for the next fight, since Tang Yu-seong didn't look like someone particularly strong. Cheon-dae-gun responded by saying that the young man had the best fitness score, and this was the best way to test his skills. Standing in front of each other, young Cho-ran told Tang Yu-seong that when he was ready, they could start. However, Tang Yu-seong interrupted him and suddenly approached the young lord, swinging his sword and saying that they could start fighting now. Rapidly, the youths began to move around the arena, and Tang Yu-sung did not stop attacking young Cho-ran. The young master himself was surprised at Tang Yu-seong's speed. Still, young Cho-ran had used the 5 steps of the plum blossom tree. The young man was about to use the 14 arms of the plum blossom tree, but Tang Yu-sung interrupted him in the middle of the action. Crossing his sword with Tang Yu-sung, young Cho-ran thrust his sword with his hand to press down on Tang Yu-sung's wooden weapon and knock it out of his hands. The young man had to throw the sword away, but he caught it by the blade with his other hand. Even holding the sword by the blade, Tang Yusong crossed it with young Cho Ran's sword and began to press forward. The head of the bureau said it was like a wushu technique. He said out loud that this fight was more like a wrestling match, and it was strange that Tang Yusong grabbed the blade of the sword, even though it was wooden. Cheon-dae-gun explained that from the first time he looked at Tang Yusong, he felt something. He noticed that while all of his fellow students were memorizing spectacular techniques, Tang Yusong was always interested in defeating the enemy in any way he could. His mentor even compared him to a soldier fighting for his life on the battlefield. Cheon-dae-gun was sure that even if he had to fight for his life, the blade of a real sword, Tang Yuseong would have done it. In response, Hwang Jong-gi added that soldiers don't learn enough techniques to be able to defeat young Cho Ran, and it's unlikely that such a fighting style will work against the young master. Meanwhile, young Cho Ran noticed that a simpleton with no lineage and no school in the person of Tang Yuexiong was able to use the Sochong sword art. That was very strange. Thinking that it was just a coincidence, young Cho Ran intercepted his sword to counterattack. He went behind Tang Yuseong's back to strike. Tang Yusung was able to see that the danger was behind him and realized that he couldn't just dodge it like that. And so he used a special ability that allowed him to instantly move away from young Cho Ran. Even Cheon-dae-gun and Hwang Jong-gi didn't expect this from Tang Yuseong. He moved so quickly that from the outside it looked like the young man had left in the former location of his doppelganger. The mentor was again surprised by the skills of the unassuming young man. This skill was obtained by Tang Yusung through trickery. When the opponent intends to fight his stats that the young man sees turn red. When Jang Gi-ho was about to fight young Cho Ran, he was determined to fight, and when Tang Yusung neutralized him with a blow to his collarbone. The special mission to defeat Jang Gi-ho was counted as successfully completed, and Tang Yusung received the walking technique as a reward. With a smile, Tang Yusung mentally apologized to Jang Gi-ho for this trickery. At that moment, young Cho Ran approached Tang Yuseong. However, he only managed to shred the image left behind by Tang Yusong's swift movement. The young man appeared above his opponent's head to attack him. Young Cho Ran dodged it by jumping back. While the young master was still in the air, Tang Yusong swung for a horizontal cut, but young Cho Ran was able to dodge it as well. Tang Yuseong tried to attack first all the time to give his opponent no time to attack. However, Tang Yuseong realized that he and young Cho Ran still had a big difference in strength. Young Cho Ran, on the other hand, noticed that the young man had no strength. Acupuncture points. With a single blow, part of Tang Yusong's clothes were torn. I remembered how a few years after Cheonbong graduated from the Devil Cult Academy, a disciple appeared at the academy and sent him to the other side of the world, of all Hwasun masters, and then wrote a book about it. In response, Mr. Young Cho Ran developed counterattack techniques against the techniques in this book. All the techniques of the Hwasun School's Book of Destruction became useless, and the book could be read in the public domain, and Tang Yusung didn't miss this opportunity. Mara was the one who wrote the book and sent Tang Yuseong to the grave. Now, Tang Yuseong wanted to use the techniques from Mara's book, which he had still didn't even write it down. The main fact that destroys the Hwasun technique is the Shanggong technique system. It explains the appearance of the plum blossom fragrance. It's because of the movement of spiritual energy. The Sochon sword art is very similar to the plum blossom technique, and Tang Yusonu is necessary. Attack first to be one step closer to young Cho Ran. However, even when attacking first, Tang Yuseong is still weaker than young Cho Ran. He won't be able to fight young master as an equal. Because of the Shanggong system and the smell of plum, it was possible to know in advance what techniques would be used and why. And that, along with his walking skill, is what saves Tang Yuseong. At this moment, he only has one attempt to win. He rushed forward, provoking young Cho Ran by shouting that he was going to attack the young master. Young Cho Ran's last strike was aimed at a vital acupuncture point. He was surprised at the young man's agility. There was a distance of 5 steps between the two boys. Tang Yuseong realized that the more techniques he showed now, the better young Cho Ran understood, and dodges his attacks better. The young man was rushing forward in the battle to keep up with Cheon Seo and Jang Gi-ho. He looked up to them. With each step, the distance became shorter and shorter, and even as Tang Yusong approached, he threw his sword by the blade. Swinging the wooden sword like an axe, he got as close to young Cho Ran as possible, and at that moment, the young master used the 5 plum speed competition technique. The battlefield was filled with whirlwinds that were created by young Cho Ran himself. He was trying to hit Tang Yuseong. However, he walked right into the center of the vortexes and suddenly disappeared. He used the walking skill for the last time. Young Cho Ran lost sight of Tang Yusung, and at that moment the young man appeared right in front of the young master and swung his sword with all his might, hitting the hilt between young Cho Ran's legs. All the viewers froze in shock, and only Jang Gi-ho was thrilled with what he saw. Young Cho Ran turned pale from the pain, but overpowering himself, he hit Tang Yuseong hard in the head. The young man fell to the ground proud of what he had done. To his surprise, Tang Yu-sung noticed that the mission to defeat young Cho-ran had been successfully accomplished, even though he had assumed otherwise. He saw young Cho-ran sitting on the ground not far from him with his head bowed. Young Cho-ran suddenly stood up and glared angrily at Tang Yu-sung. He drew his real sword and rushed towards the young man lying on the ground. But before he could attack Tang Yu-seong, he was stopped by Cheon Dae-gun and Hwang Jong-gi. Tang Yu-seong once had a soulmate in his past life. One day, people led by young Cho-ran came to the town. She told Tang Yu-seong that she's leaving him, and if he really loves her, he should let her go. To stop his lover, Tang Yu-seong said he would soon become a warrior of the Murim Alliance. He fought young Cho-ran, but lost to him. She only told Tang Yu-seong that she loved young Cho-ran. Tang Yu-seong started shouting that young Cho-ran is just a coward who is running away from the demon lord. Heavenly King Mara. Sir didn't understand which demon he was talking about. Tang Yu-seong threatened that he was talking about the demon who would definitely defeat young Cho-ran. Tang Yu-sung suddenly woke up in the ward where the doctors were treating him. He dreamed of his beloved leaving him in his past life. Cheon Seo-seo was in the room and she saw Tang Yu-seong waking up. She laughed and Tang Yu-seong asked if she had come to see him. Cheon Seo-seo replied that she and Tang Yu-seong were the only ones sent for treatment and that's why she's here. Suddenly, Tang Yu-seong got up from the bunk, and to Cheon Seo-seo's surprise, the young man was completely naked. She just threw the uniform at the young man and asked him to hurry up and get dressed, because they had to hurry. A puzzled Tang Yu-seong asked where they should hurry to, and Cheon Seo-seo replied that he should go answer for his recent transgression. Feigning incomprehension, Tang Yu-seong asked what he had done. Without further explanation, Cheon Seo-seo said he did something cool. Cheon Dae-gun called Tang Yu-seong to talk to him. He said that young Cho-ran was injured in the last battle. Cheon Seo-seo could barely contain her laughter as she thought back to the battle. Young Cho-ran's honor suffered even though he came to the pavilion to save Yeon-wee and Tang Yu-sung. The disciple said that Myung-jin had helped them, and young Cho-ran had only come to fight him, and that young master could have been hurt in a real battle. It made Cheon Dae-gun angry, and he hinted that it was a serious situation. Tang Yu-seong needs to apologize to young Cho-ran for what happened. Tang Yu-sung asked if the reason for this seriousness was the fact that young Ju-ran was from Hwasun High. His hunch was confirmed. Thinking about the statuses of Tang Yu-seong, he came to the conclusion that if Cheon Seo-seo was born with a golden spoon in her mouth, then young Cho-ran was born with a spoon made of cold iron. The young man asked his mentor what he should do, to which Cheon Dae-gun replied that Tang Yu-seong should go with young Cho-ran as a guard. He remembered that Tang Yu-sung had to apologize many times in his previous life. Even in this new life, he would have to kneel again. The mentor reminded Tang Yu-sung that it was just an accident, and that the right thing to do would be to just apologize. The disciple agreed to that. Chung Seo-seo said that this time Cheon Dae-gun was angry even though he usually praises Tang Yu-seong a lot. Tang Yu-seong suddenly realized that the recruitment of students to practice as guards would be different now. Cheon Seo-seo didn't understand what the young man meant. He thought the future had changed because he changed his destination to Hanzhong. Suddenly, Tang Yu-sung saw that all of Cheon Bong's disciples were waiting for him to appear in the courtyard. They were happy to see the winner of the duel. Jang Gi-ho approached the young man and said that this time they were all going to Mupun Bureau to practice and deliver the cargo to Hwasun School. That was bad news. At the Mupun Bureau, Hwang Jong-gi told Tang Yu-seong that he couldn't fulfill his assignment. It was immediately clear that it was to avoid losing money from young Cho-ran. However, for breach of contract, he gave Tang Yu-sung his deposit of 3 times the amount. In his head, the young man reasoned that he would need new skills for completing missions to repel the attack of the dragon and tiger village. He asked for a new assignment. The head of the bureau refused at first, but Tang Yu-sung insisted that the assignment was not difficult. For 1 nan, he asked me to give him the sack as the recipient of the packet. Hwang Jong-gi thought it was very suspicious but decided to fulfill the assignment. Having completed the mission to deliver the cargo, the mission was counted as successfully completed and Tang Yu-seong received the inventory. The head of the Mupun Bureau had nothing to do but stare at the strange young man walking away. After leaving the bureau building, the young man immediately started to check the reward for the mission. It was a spirit animal that was waiting for him in his inventory. Gong Jin-do was watching him the whole time. He blamed Tang Yu-seong for the absence of his hand, and even though he could get his hand back for money, he wanted to ruin the young man's life. However, Tang Yu-sung noticed him before Gong Jin-do could do anything. Tang Yu-seong said that if Gong Jin-do had something to say, he should say it now and to his face. Gong Jin-do immediately noticed that Tang Yu-sung's strength had increased. After letting the young man go, Tang Yu-sung went about his business. Nervously and surreptitiously, Gong Jin-do asked how the young man was able to become strong so quickly. Tang Yu-sung stopped and said that he didn't know how he did it, and suggested that it was probably just luck. But he also works hard every chance he gets. Bearing his sword, Gong Jin-do proclaimed that he might as well be lucky now. And so did Tang Yu-seong. The sword was stopped, and Tang Yu-sung twisted Gong Jin-do's arm to drop the weapon. The young man swung his fist, saying that with one more statement, Gong Jin-do's excuses would no longer be heard. He punched the young man in the face, and Gong Jin-do fell to the ground without feeling. The passers-by were very frightened and ran away. After finishing with Gong Jin-do, Tang Yu-sung returned to the inventory and wondered if this was something real. He assumed it was another status window and spoke aloud the command to open the inventory. Immediately, everything glowed, and the surrounding space turned completely white, and Tang Yu-sung realized that he was in the inventory. In front of him was a spirit animal pearl that had to be broken to get a pet. A white kitten with green paws, tail, and ears emerged from the pearl. Tang Yu-sung was slightly disappointed by what he saw. However, he was suddenly yanked back to reality by the official monitoring the offenses. The auditor questioned Tang Yu-sung about what had happened in the alley, and the young man showed his Cheonbong student ID card and said that Gong Jin-do had tortured the kitten in the alley and also threatened Tang Yu-sung himself. After apologizing for the disturbance, the auditor took the young man into custody and promised to conduct a thorough interrogation. At this time, Inspector Song Sang-gae was passing down the street. Tang Yu-sung knew him as a famous drunkard from Xi'an. He assumed this man would show up in the second security mission. Tang Yu-sung approached the inspector to talk, and after a cheerful feast, Song Sang-gae promised to fulfill the young man's request. The request was to check the path to Huangsan for brigands from the Dragon and Tiger village. After giving Tang Yu-sung a bottle of alcohol, Song Sang-gae told him not to give it to the kitten because it was very expensive and left. Mentally rejoicing that in his past life, Tang Yu-sung had a good stomach for alcohol, he thanked the kitten for helping him to win the amount of hard liquor he drank. Together with the spirit animal, Tang Yu-sung went home. At home, the father asked the young man about the kitten. Tang Yu-sung answered honestly that it was a spirit animal. Father jokingly replied that Tang Yu-sung was holding a spiritual object at the moment. At the table, his father praised Tang Yu-sung for his diligent training and asked about the purpose of his son's constant labors. The young man replied that he was doing his best for no reason. The father replied that the boy's efforts would not go to waste. In fact, in his previous life, Tang Yu-sung had heard it often and it annoyed him, but now he was happy to hear it again. The young man had a request for his father. He knows that he often goes to Ucheon and asked his father not to go there anymore. Dad said he'd think about it. When I tried to pour alcohol into the cups, it turned out that they had run out. It turned out that while no one was looking, the spirit animal had sipped the rest of the strong drink. The father asked what Tang Yu-sung had named the kitten. The young man was confused and said he hadn't thought of a name yet. The man suggested naming the spirit animal Juju. Tang Yu-sung happily agreed. Encouraged by his success, he decided that every guard who goes to Hwasun must survive, and he will be able to do so. 10 days later, the day of guard practice began. Juju had already grown up, but Tang Yu-sung was still going to leave him at home for the kitten's safety. To the young man's surprise, Juju doesn't eat anything but alcohol, but he feels fine. He poured some hot liquor into the bowl for the kitten and turned around to his father and asked him to take care of the pet. His father asked why he had to do that when Tang Yu-sung takes Juju every day when he goes to Cheonbong. Tang Yu-sung replied that his practice as a security guard starts from this day. His father remarked that Tang Yu-sung looked dressed up, but the young man replied that he was only dressed up because the weather was getting worse. It was already autumn. Resolutely, he headed to the pavilion, where the official disciples of the wagon and the heads of the 3 bureaus were already gathered. Every year in Cheongbong, a guard practices to test the readiness for the Dragon and Phoenix exam. It's a pavilion tradition. Yumho's mentor announced that delivering the shipment and returning was the students' task for the time being, and that the bureau would give them a score on which a decision would be made as to whether or not they would be allowed to take the exam. All the students were divided into 3 groups, the largest of which was the group in Mupin Bureau. The teacher announced the beginning of practice. The valuable cargo began to be brought into the wagons. Hwang Jong-gi watched all the students closely, standing beside them, with Cheon Dae-gun. The latter didn't know that the bureau chief was going with the students. He said it was for the sake of looking after Cheon Seo-seo. The girl's father laughed and said there was no need, though he would appreciate it. But Hwang Jong-gi realized that there were some pitfalls. Cheon Dae-gun confirmed that it's true. He would like to match Cheon Seo-seo with Yeon Cho-ran. While saying that Mr. Yeon is attractive and determined, Hwang Jong-gi also added that he's not sure if Cheon Seo-seo will like him. Cheon Dae-gun replied in surprise that as a woman, she should follow the orders of the family. Hwang Jong-gin asked what would happen if the girl went against her family and if young Cho-ran really needed the head of the pavilion. Cheon Dae-gun laughed at this and replied that this statement was extremely short-sighted. Cheon Dae-gun asked to bring Cheon Seo-seo safely to Hwasun and also keep an eye on Tang Yu-seong. The bureau chief himself was thinking that he felt sorry for Cheon Seo-seo because without a marriage of convenience, she could have been a great warrior. One of the senior guards ordered the students to put their equipment in order and prepare their swords, since they wouldn't be able to do it afterward. Seeing that Tang Yu-sung was already resting, the man wanted to reprimand the youngster, but suddenly noticed that he had gathered everything he needed, and at the first time. The entire outfit was assembled without any clues, and perfectly. However, the man asked how Tang Yu-sung knew about the bowler. But the young man replied that he just wanted to go to practice. The man wondered if Tang Yu-sung was a repeat student, but he said, "I wasn't sure about it." Suddenly, with a clatter, Hwang Jung-gi lowered the plum blossom banner. He proclaimed that his bureau would carry the cargo under the Hwasun school banner, and whoever volunteers to carry it will get an extra 10 points. One of the students volunteered to carry it since he carried the bureau banner last year. The head of the bureau gave the banner to the pupil, saying that it was not too late to refuse because the young man would have to hold it in his hands all day long. The banner proved to be very heavy, and the student immediately gave up the task. Tang Yu-sung, meanwhile, stood there bored. He knew that the banner weighed about 76 kilograms, so it would be hard to carry. Noticing Tang Yu-sung's boredom, the bureau chief walked over to his disciple and directly asked how the young man knew how to prepare the equipment and how heavy the banner was. Before Hwang Jung-gi could answer, he said that in addition to this knowledge, the guard should also realize that he should always be on guard. As punishment for Tang Yu-sung's drowsiness, the head of the bureau took away 10 points from him and assigned him to carry the banner of Hwasun school as punishment. Without getting extra points, Tang Yu-sung was shocked, but he didn't object. Tang Yu-sung raised the banner effortlessly. Hwang Jung-gi watched from the side. In turn, Tang Yu-sung threw the banner without difficulty on his shoulder and started to step aside. When Hwang Jung-gi noticed what was happening, he took out a parchment and a brush to take out Tang Yu-sung's points for arrogance. Throughout the first few days of the journey, Tang Yu-sung almost never let go of the banner. Hwang Jung-gi, who was observing the students, wrote down their every mistake and deducted points for the slightest error. Annoyed by the man's behavior, Tang Yu-sung decided to pull himself together and think about a more important topic. The sudden attack of the dragon and tiger village is due to take place in the Lishan area, and it's still 8 days away. On the third day of the trip, Hwang Jung-gi wondered if he was picking on Tang Yu-sung too much, even though the young man was more persistent than the bureau chief had anticipated. He was still carrying the banner of the plum blossom, though the regular guards rotate in and out of the business and douse themselves in sweat. The head of the bureau made a note to himself that the apprentice was persevering with the task, but then crossed out the note thinking that it was not yet the time to judge. About it, not much time passed. On the evening of the 9th day, the group camped as usual. In addition to the burden of responsibility for the flag, Hwang Jung-gi realized that Tang Yu-sung had a need to take care of himself. The young man needs to eat and sleep. There are 3 most important skills for a guard. They are haircutting, shoe repairing, and campfire cooking. And to Hwang Jung-gi's surprise, Tang Yu-sung had all those skills. The people in the camp were pleased with Tang Yu-sung's skills. Chang Gi-ho vowed to catch a rabbit next time if the young man shared his soup with him. Suddenly, Tang Yu-sung noticed that Chang Gi-ho was barefoot. The young man explained that he had torn his shoes during the hike and had thrown them away when he couldn't repair them. The head of the bureau heard this and deducted points for Chang Gi-ho's inability to cook and fix shoes. The young man asked to keep the score for the second one because it's comfortable to walk barefoot. Turning to look at Tang Yu-sung, Hwang Jung-gi asked the young man to step aside for a one-on-one conversation. He offered the young man a drink and told him that their journey would soon be over. Tang Yu-sung refused to drink alcohol since he would need to go on night watch soon. Hwang Jung-gi shrugged his shoulders and said he wouldn't persuade the young man if he didn't want to. With a smile, Tang Yu-sung remarked that he didn't think the man would mock him. Hwang Jung-gi sipped some of his drink and asked why the student would assume that if there was no law against laughing at him. Tang Yu-sung calmly replied that he didn't know what was going on in the bureau chief's head since he had just been silently writing and evaluating all the disciples the entire time. Hwang Jung-gi paused for a moment and admitted that he had made Tang Yu-sung suffer for nothing because he didn't know him well. The head of the bureau apologized to the young man. Tang Yu-sung just nodded and said that there was no tragedy in it. Wearing a banner is not difficult, but it is expensive. And also do haircuts and cooking at the same time. Hwang Jung-gi turned away and asked if Tang Yu-sung was worried about the practice points. The man said that he had the highest score of any student right now, and Tang Yu-sung was happy to hear that. Suddenly, Hwang Jung-gi was curious about how Tang Yu-sung was able to do every errand perfect. Tang Yu-sung thought for a moment. In his past life, he had been doing the same thing he was doing now in practice for 30 years. It was his duties, and he was used to cook shearers, mend shoes, and escort goods and nobles with his troop. He was part of an auxiliary unit of the Murim Alliance, which is why his wife left him for someone else. He smiled slyly, realizing he couldn't talk about his past life, but asked for some Western Phoenix wine in exchange for information. Hwang Jung-gi was surprised and asked how the young man knew he was drinking the Western Phoenix wine. The young man admitted that the wine gave off his flavor. He gave the saucer to Tang Yu-sung and the young man sipped a little. Praising the young man's knowledge of alcohol, the bureau chief finally asked Tang Yu-sung to reveal his secret. With a grin, Tang Yu-sung said that he had read the guard manual written by Hong Sung-tae. Surprised by the student's answer, the man praised the young man and said that he himself always recommended to read it before practicing the guard. Suddenly, the bureau chief leaned over and asked if Tang Yu-sung would like to work for him at the Mupin Bureau, because with a young man's intelligence and skills, honor and wealth would follow. Thinking about the prospect of working in the country's top bureau, Tang Yu-seong said to remove the word bureau from the man's phrase and add the best in the world, thus saying that Tang Yu-sung is just striving to become the best in the world. Hwang Jong-gi realized that his offer had been refused, and Tang Yu-sung suggested that they go back to the camp since it was time to go on guard duty. Hwang Jong-gi sighed as he looked at the young man. Back at the camp, Tang Yu-sung pondered what a stupid thing he had accidentally said, but he did not regret it at all. Suddenly, a voice sounded in the young man's head. It was a technique of transmitting a voice at a distance. He wondered aloud if the message was from the inspector by any chance. The voice in his head responded positively. Suddenly, a mission window appeared saying that Tang Yu-sung needed to use the voice transmission technique. In the window, this skill was named Whispering Technique, and Tang Yu-sung finally thought about how strange names the mission window used. The voice in his head, meanwhile, continued. It told Tang Yu-sung to listen carefully. The information told by the young inspector was correct. The young man was told to pretend to be unaware of future events so that the enemy would not know that his attack would not be unexpected. Tang Yu-sung was annoyed by the news that he would just have to wait for action from the Dragon and Tiger village. After thinking that everyone would be rewarded for capturing one of the villages in the Green Forest, he realized that this would be Sung Sang-ge's second mission. Out loud, Tang Yu-sung asked the voice what he needed to do while he kept thinking of how to use the whispers in response. The voice replied that it was necessary to use a signal fire in an emergency, and from somewhere in the bushes the object was thrown towards the young man. It was explained to Tang Yu-sung that the wick must be lit, and thus the young man would signal the inspector's troops. By afternoon, the party was able to reach Lishan. It was overcast. Chang Gi-ho had heard a legend about a local mountain with a large gorge. According to legend, in ancient times, people found the tomb of Emperor Qin Shi Huangdi in the mountain, and all the troops of Mirum began to fight to divide the treasure. Endless battles were stopped by the god of war splitting the mountain in two. The young man only grinned, asking how a man could split a mountain in half. The storyteller snorted that it was only a legend, joking that Tang Yu-sung's special rabbit soup is a real miracle that really happened once in the past. The narrator laughed and agreed with that conclusion. He remarked that the food Tang Yu-sung cooked gave him strength. Knowing that food really improves people's performance, Tang Yu-sung volunteered to cook something on this day so that everyone would have strength before the battle. After hearing the legend of the god of war, Tang Yu-sung wondered if 30 years later, a similar creature would appear that would be called demon. In the former warlord's memories, the demon wielded the flying technique of the demonic Sky King and the destructive palm of the Asura and swords of that he could control made the seashore split. It was because of its incredible power that the creature had no name, only the terrifying nickname Demonic Sky King. Breaking camp near Lanash, Chang Gi-ho suggested to Tang Yu-sung that he make rabbit soup as at the last campout. The young man agreed to condition his friend to catch a rabbit to make soup. Hwang Jong-gi overheard the conversation and ordered him to catch 3 rabbits so that there would be more soup for everyone. As a reward, the bureau chief will give the young man an extra 5 points. At this time, Tang Yu-sung, along with Cheon Seo-seo, went to the forest to get the rest of the ingredients for the soup. Tang Yu-seong found mushrooms and started picking them. Suddenly he was approached by Cheon Seo-seo as a master. This confused the young man, and he asked why the girl had chosen to address him that way. She asked what the young man should be called then, and he said it was better just to be called by his first name. Cheon Seo-seo asked resentfully if he didn't like the nickname Master. Tang Yu-seong smirked and asked if the girl liked him, and said to call him Master. He is then Appa, which is a reference to both brother and lover. With a smile, Cheon Seo-seo asked if Tang Yu-seong should be hit for such insolence. It suddenly started to rain. The couple hid under a tree, and Tang Yu-seong asked Cheon Seo-seo if it was true that she didn't want to go to Hwasan. The girl was surprised by Tang Yu-seong's insight. He explained that after adding her to the group of guards, the head of the bureau had also joined them. There must be a good reason for that, and from Cheon Dae-gun's whispering with Hwang Jong-gi, it was easy to realize that Cheon Seo-seo wanted to get married with the young man's experience. Cheon Seo-seo was surprised that Tang Yu-seong was talking like a 40-year-old. Tang Yu-sung in turn told Cheon Seo-seo not to be silent and to say what she didn't like. He added that after getting to know the girl better, he came to the conclusion that it would be very difficult for her to get along with the hard-headed young Cho-ran, and that she has the right to do whatever she wants. The girl smiled at him and thanked him for his kind words, clapping the young man on the shoulder. In return, Tang Yu-sung asked to call him brother in gratitude. The girl grinned and threatened to slap the young man's face. However, at that moment, Tang Yu-sung heard rustling from the bushes. He used his third eye skill to see the number of opponents by the number of level icons, and the young man was horrified to find that he had counted more than 50 people. He grabbed the girl's hand and started running fast. He thought about the fact that, because he had gotten into the internship, He had changed the present in such a way that now the Dragon and Tiger village was attacking the squad during the day. He blamed himself for everything and wished he could take responsibility for it. Still not realizing what was going on, Cheon Seo turned back around and saw the huge armed crowd of robbers. Even before the couple reached the camp, they started shouting for an attack, but because of the rain, they were only heard when they arrived at the camp. Upon seeing the crowd of bandits, the head of the bureau ordered to blow the bugle to gather all the students and warn them of the danger. Wrapping the flag on a pole, the head of the bureau proclaimed that he would protect the banner and ordered the guards to protect the cargo. The disciples drew their swords and looked around, realizing that the bandits had surrounded them. Meanwhile, Tang Yu-sung was frantically searching under his cloak for a flare. When he found it, he realized that the young man could not call for help because there was no fire anywhere to light the wick. Some of the guards began to offer money in exchange for their lives, but for some reason the bandits were not interested in gold. In an instant, the troop was surrounded, just because they were marching under the banner of the Plum Blossom. Those who panicked and got lost were sent to the afterlife very quickly, and only the fastest survived. Panicking, some students tried to run away from the battlefield but were brought to their senses by a senior guard. Without a shadow of doubt on his face, Tang Yu-sung entered the battle with the brigands. He shouted to the disciples that the level of the brigands was below the level of the disciples and was only 5. Tang Yu-sung, a fellow student, asked the meaning of those words, and a little confused, Tang Yu-sung replied that it meant that Cheonbong's disciples were stronger than some bandits. Tang Yu-sung's axe gave him a strength bonus, and he began to think about tactics, as there were more enemies than squad members. Mupin's bureau was focused on defense. However, against a large number of opponents, the disciples could not stand, and the head of the bureau, meanwhile, was also busy fighting. The man could barely cope with the onslaught and could not give orders to change position. Raising his sword, Tang Yu-sung led the attack against the bandits, shouting for everyone to obey his orders. Suddenly, all the disciples with Tang Yu-sung's team gathered together, making attacks at his command. With each blow, the number of opponents decreased. At this moment, while Chang Gi-ho was busy working, an enemy approached him from the side. Tang Yu-sung noticed and saved his friend from the bandit's sword. Using the shadow of the swift sword, the brigands on the field were almost gone. Cheon Seo, Chang Gi-ho, and Tang Yu-sung came together as a team, while continuing to lead the rest of the students. The Dragon and Tiger Village's ringleader, shouting insults towards the Cheonbong disciples, suddenly heard a voice in his head. A voice asked the ringleader if he was the instigator of the offensive. He shouted for the speaker to come out, but suddenly the man burst into flames. Someone had sent the ringleader to the other side without even entering the battlefield. At the same moment, the flames continued to glide through the air towards Tang Yu-sung. Someone set fire to Tang Yu-sung's signal fire, and the signal for the inspector's army was sent into the sky. A clap sounded, and one small explosion of fireworks appeared in the sky, signaling the troops to attack the Mupin Bureau detachment. Both the brigands and the experienced guards of the Bureau were surprised by the coordinated work of the young students who had no experience of fighting on the battlefield. Tang Yu-sung realized that they only needed to hold out for an hour before the inspector's troops arrived, at which point the ringleader's successor entered the field to end this battle. All the disciples stopped for a moment, and Tang Yu-sung was right in front of the dangerous opponent. The bully asked if it was Tang Yu-sung's fault that their plan was discovered by the military, and the leader went to the afterlife. Without answering anything, Tang Yu-sung turned around and began to retreat to his comrades. He realized that if the successor leader was dealt with, the village of Dragon and Tiger would be completely defeated. The young man expected his enemy to be slower, but the amassed man threatened to strike Tang Yu-sung directly with his stick. But he managed to dodge using a forced walking technique. He was right over his successor's head, swinging his axe. The axe was successfully beaten back with the stick, causing Tang Yu-sung to be thrown aside. After landing on his feet, Tang Yu-sung reasoned that Kwang Hyul-gun's successor was an experienced fighter. In addition, he was surrounded by strong opponents. Realizing that he couldn't handle everyone alone, Tang Yu-sung ordered the students to split into two for a horseshoe formation. After splitting up as ordered by Tang Yu-sung, the bandits were surrounded by the disciples. Ordering everyone to get into a fighting stance, Liu He with his sword and attack with an 8th strike, the brigands were caught in a sword whirlwind that sent the all but the successor. Tang Yu-sung used a still unknown martial arts technique that would be used by the devil cult warriors. With a sharp swing of his stick, Kwang Hyul-gong scattered the students in different directions, interrupting their battle formation. Realizing that his weapon was too weak to fend off the blows of Tang Yu-sung's stick, Tang Yu-sung tried to implement one idea. Before Kwang Hyul-gong's strike, he threw away the sword that gave him a speed bonus, and so the successor missed the disciple. In the same instant, Tang Yu-sung separated the successor's head and landed on his feet. Satisfied with his victory, he proclaimed that he had sent the successor of the ringleader to the grave, and the village of Dragon and Tiger was over. The remaining bandits fled. At that time, someone who was watching the fight opened a bottle of hard liquor. Hwasun's schoolmaster, Jin Hong, sipped some alcohol. He was the one who helped Tang Yu-sung to light the signal fire, but the battle was over before the inspector's troops arrived. Realizing that he would still meet Cheonbong's students, Jin Hong disappeared into the flames and moved to Hwasan High School. For defeating the brigands, Tang Yusung was rewarded with the ability to understand all speech and writing. At this time, the remaining people of Dragon and Tiger Village were either arrested or sent to the other world. The pavilion disciples were all fine, but several of the Mupin Bureau guards have gone to the afterlife, and there are only 7 of them left. The Inspector General thanked Tang Yusung for his vigilance and repelling the attack and said that he had been sent straight to Lishan from the capital. In his thoughts, Tang Yusung wished he had told the inspector to capture the brigands before the squad arrived to avoid casualties. Standing in the middle of the field, Huang Zhongyi turned to the young man and asked why he hadn't told the bureau chief about the possible attack. But before he could answer, Huang Zhongyi replied that he understood the young man's choice, because he really wouldn't have believed Tang Yusung. He admitted that he was wrong from the beginning, and he should have started believing in Tang Yusung earlier. Huang Zhongyi bowed his head to the young man, asking for forgiveness and thanking him for saving him. Suddenly, all the guards who were standing behind Huang Zhongyi bowed their heads and thanked the young man for saving them. Embarrassed, Tang Yusung started to say that the victory was not his merit. All the students also thanked Tang Yusung because they had not remembered the battle tactics. Cheon Seoseo asked how Tang Yuseong was able to keep his cool. Tang Yuseong was embarrassed because he wasn't used to seeing an innocent girl, instead of the cunning and bloodthirsty madwoman he saw in a previous life. After exhaling, Tang Yusong finally replied that in order to keep calm, one only needed to go to the other world once. At which point the girl angrily ran after the young man with evil intentions of picking a fight. Eventually, Huang Zhongyi announced that there was still more than halfway left, and the cliffs with precipices were beginning. Also, due to a serious accident, those who wish can go back to Xi'an with the inspector's troops, and those who choose to stay will receive the highest grade and the opportunity to take the dragon examination. And Phoenix. Many students wanted to return to the city, but they were motivated to continue, and it was hard to just give up. In Tang Yuseong's life, there were few good leaders like Huang Zhongyi. In a previous life, all the leaders of the Murim alliance fled when the demon appeared on the horizon. The young warriors led by Tang Yusong became a shield so that they could cowardly escape. But there was one leader whom Tang Yusung warmly remembered as the best in his past life. He was a heavy drinker and very straightforward and rude, but he was also fair and honest. The day Tang Yusung first met Jin Hong, he told the young man that the era they were living in was unfair and that they needed to learn to adapt. He suddenly turned to Tang Yusung, asking if he was the newly minted commander. After answering in the affirmative, he approached Tang Yusung with a proposal to become friends since Jin Hong was also new to this. From that day forward, Jin Hong proclaimed him and Tang Yusung to be friends on the grounds of common difficulties. During the battle with Jin Hong at the head out of 16 battles, there was only one defeat. Even before he went to the grave, he cheered up Tang Yusung, who saw his friend's defeat. At this moment, Tang Yusung excitedly spoke about his spiritual master as they walked to Mount Hwasan. Cheon Seoseo was surprised that everything Tang Yuseong knows wasn't taught by his spiritual master and asked where he was. Tang Yusung replied that they were just going up to him, calling him a drunken master who lives on top of the mountain. The girl thought it was just another joke, but it wasn't, and Tang Yusung honestly admitted it. Because the road was narrow and steep, the students had to carry heavy boxes of goods on their back. Finally reaching the edge of a staircase that seemed endless, the girl was glad and was about to step further up. Tang Yusung grabbed her arm to keep her from falling off the cliff. The way onward consisted of lone logs stuck into the cliff with a gap, about 1 meter. At that moment, Huang Zhongyi, who was standing behind the procession, decided that he should step forward because they would soon be there. Cheon Seoseo, frightened by what she saw, immediately began to doubt the possibility of traveling the path with heavy goods on her shoulders. Tang Yusung recalled that Hwasan was called the highest and most dangerous mountain in Zhongyun, but this road only makes things worse. Suddenly, with unprecedented agility, Huang Zhongyi, with the plum blossom banner in front of him, landed on one of the logs and said that the territory was beginning of Hwasan High School. At that moment, Tang Yusung noticed that there was something written on the mountain. The head of the bureau explained that it was a stone of regret, and the inscriptions were simply to scare the guests. Cheon Seoseo exclaimed loudly that she was more frightened by the road itself than by any text. But at that moment, Tang Yusung took another box of cargo from one of the guards and ran forward along the logs without a shadow of fear. He explained that if Hwasan students walked here every day, he could easily pass through. Inspired by his friend's courage, Zhang Giho took the 2 boxes from his fellow students and ran after Tang Yusung. Cheon Seoseo followed them. The other members of the squad were a little afraid to go any further, but followed the students and the head of the bureau. Atop Hwasan was the seat of one of the 9 factions in Zhongyuan and the 5 sword schools, and as the latter fact was the most important, there was the Taoist sword gate, also called the Gate of 5 Virtues among the 5 peaks. After reaching the Lotus Peak, the group stood before the gate on which were engraved the words kindness, righteousness, politeness, wisdom, and honesty. It's a reminder that Hwasun teaches not only martial arts but also moral standards, but that doesn't stop Hwasun natives to become arrogant. Suddenly, the procession of goods was stopped by 3 Hwasun school officials. Hwang Jonggi greeted Master Myung So-ra, and the latter asked permission to call Mr. Hwang uncle. At that moment, Tang Yusung realized that Myung Seo-ra was probably Myung Jin's brother. He mentally resented why some student was being contemptuous, called the head of the bureau uncle. However, Hwang Jonggi didn't mind this impolite liberty of his customer. The disciples laid out the goods in front of Myung So-ra. At this moment, the rest of the Mupun Bureau guards finally reached the school. The head of the bureau announced that Hwasun's school should pay him 300 nyang for the delivery. Myung So-ra, surprised at the big price, patted Hwang Jonggi on the shoulder and impolitely said he would prepare the money and come back. The head guard was indignant, but Hwang Jonggi waved his hand to stop being indignant. At that moment, Myung So-ra asked if it was still possible to move the cargo to another location. Looking behind Myung So-ra's back, Hwang Jonggi asked if he needed to carry the load to the school grounds. The answer was no. Instead, the guards moved the load to the cliff and left it there without realizing what was happening. At that moment, Myung So-ra kicked the crates of goods and they all flew down smashing. In shock, the guards watched in silence as the cargo fell off the cliff. Everyone at Hwasun High heard the noise caused by the crates. The noise especially caught Jin Hun's attention. Looking down at the procession of students who were carrying the load upstairs, they saw that they had been carrying stones to Hwasun's school all along. Tang Yusong immediately realized that this was a tactical move to divert the brigands' attention to them, while the real goods were not being delivered under a banner of plum blossoms. It was a good tactical decision, but several guards had to go to the grave to deliver it. The guard shouted that this was too arrogant and unacceptable behavior on Myung So-ra's part. Ignoring this phrase, the man turned to Uncle and asked if there was a disciple who had defeated Master Young Cho-ran among his group. After realizing that the reason why Myung So-ra devalued the squad's work by throwing away the goods was Tang Yu-seong, the young man began to walk towards Myung So-ra. But at that moment, Hwang Jonggi stopped Tang Yusong with his hand covering his phrase that he didn't know what he was talking about. Hwang Jonggi also added that it was time for them to go and he could get paid later. Tang Yusong was shocked by the bureau chief's behavior. Though their acquaintance was terrible, the bureau chief Mupun turned out to be a very good leader ready to cover for his subordinate. But Tang Yusong still wanted to take responsibility for his actions. He still had to fulfill the mission of apologizing to Young Cho-ran. With a predatory smile that Tang Yu-seong was the one Myung So-ra was looking for. The man frowned at the young man's rudeness. Though he hadn't expected to see a junior apprentice in front of him, he had expected the victorious sword master of the blooming sword. Plums will be older than Tang Yu-sung. After hearing a question about his age, Tang Yu-sung replied that he probably defeated Young Cho-ran because he is young himself, a disciple. Myung Jin's older brother shouted that Tang Yu-sung had no right to say such a thing because his victory was unfair. The young man frowned and asked if using other people's abilities and techniques that were not in the teachings of the Hwasun school was already considered unfair. Myung So-ra grabbed his sword and exclaimed that if Tang Yu-seong was confident in his abilities, he should use it to fight with a real sword. The head of the bureau was worried and wanted to talk the young man out of his foolish act. However, Tang Yu-sung asked him to trust him because it was really fair that Myung Seo-ra ignored the labor of delivering the shipment. The young man said that it was because Hwang Jonggi had Tang Yu-seong on his team, so he wanted to redeem himself. Myung So-ra summoned Myung Jin and ordered him to use his sword to correct his blunder in Xi'an when he fought with a fighting pole. Exhaling and pulling his sword out of its sheath, Myung Jin said that Tang Yu-sung could have kept silent and then would have left Lotus Peak on his own feet. Tang Yu-song grudgingly fiddled with why he needed to fight the best Hwasun master right after arriving at the school. Myung So-ra grinned and said that Myung Jin was the weakest of the masters. Tang Yu-seong replied that he had no doubts about his insight. Suddenly, Tang Yu-sung reached under his cloak and the Myung brothers froze in anticipation of a specific secret technique. However, to everyone's surprise, Tang Yu-song took out a pheasant leg and a ball of rice, quickly stuffing the food into his mouth to increase his performance. Both the Myung brothers and the bureau guards stood in silence, unaware of what was going on. Chewing on the rice and meat, Tang Yu-song apologized for having to eat right before the battle, claiming that he just couldn't handle his hunger. The bureau representatives now doubted whether Tang Yu-sung could be trusted, while his friends wondered how often they could understand their buddy's actions. After stretching his fingers, Tang Yu-seong was ready to fight. Myung Jin asked his opponent to draw his sword, but the young man refused to do so, and asked his opponent to fight the way he knows best. Hwasun's disciple refused, for he was obliged to fight with the sword. Myung Jin's older brother waved his hand at his brother, telling him not to push Tang Yu-seong because he could pull out his sword at any point in the fight, but right now, he had the right. Leave his sword in its sheath. Myung-ho himself stepped forward instead of Myung Jin and stood in a fighting stance. Wondering why Myung-ho had done such a noble thing, he waved his hand at their family, who would soon be taken to the grave by the demon. The man rushed forward to attack with the sword art of the plum blossom sword. but he was stopped by the 8 bone fixation methods Tang Yuseong used against him. Shouting words of thanks for respecting Tang Yuseong's choice to fight without a sword, Tang Yuseong thrust his fist forward and slammed it into Myung-ho's chest. The opponent fell to the ground, and putting his foot on Myung-ho's chest, Tang Yuseong asked why his older brother didn't show the same respect for Myung-jin's choice as he did for Tang Yuseong. The young man also charged at the elder Myung to respect the cue in battle next time. Out loud, Tang Yuseong reasoned that if all fights were to end as easily and quickly, the young man wouldn't be able to raise his fitness to 99. At that time, Myung-sora accused Tang Yuseong of stealing the plum blossom technique that the man thought he had used during the battle. Master summoned all of Hwasun's students to send Tang Yuseong to the next world because he had insulted their school. A special mission window appeared. At this moment, Jin Hong came to visit the elder to inform him of the arrival of the guests. After realizing why there was so much noise downstairs, Jin Gong came to the logical conclusion that it was Cheonbong's disciple. Using metaphors of water and wood, Jin Gang said that the battle in Cheonbong had clearly benefited Young Cho-ran's skills. Joking about the principle of before training the body, clear the mind, he hinted to Jin Gong that he might have to resign as an elder. But Jin Gong wasn't going to step down yet. Suddenly their conversation was interrupted by Young Cho-ran, who walked between the adults. He was determined to go down first since the adults were not yet finished with their conversation. The adults concluded that young Cho-ran was still very angry and resentful after losing and couldn't finish the meditation so quickly. Even though the young man grows stronger every day, he can't control his emotions as perfectly as he controls his body. Jin Hun concluded that young Cho-ran would only calm down after the fight. After teasing Master Jin Gun, he asked if he had accidentally helped Tang Yuseong with the fire. After justifying his action by saying it was a drinking buddy's request, Jin Gun asked Jin Hong to come down because Tang Yuseong must survive, so that young Cho-ran would learn a valuable lesson. In the meantime, Tang Yuseong defeated one Hwasun student after another, and soon the young man had dealt with all of them, except for Myung-jin. Tang Yuseong asked the young man why he didn't attack him like the other student. He replied that he could not go against morals and fight with a sword with someone who had not yet bared his sword. Myung-sora started yelling that Myung-jin had already done nothing then at the pavilion, and now he was being forced to correct that oversight. But before the man could finish, Jang Gi-ho rudely shuts his mouth, recognizing that Myung-sora's younger brother would be the most well-mannered of them all. Realizing that this was a provocation from the Hwasun school, Tang Yuseong firmly refused to pull out his sword. At this moment, Myung-jin also dropped his sword and stood in a fighting stance. He frowned and said that he too would only use his hands if his opponent didn't want to pull the blade out of its sheath. Noticing that the posture was different from the one in the fight with Jang Gi-ho, Tang Yuseong said that it was better to do without the sword in this battle. In response, Myung-jin admitted that he had never had a choice in his life because he was born into the Myung family, whose members were trained in the arts of sword-wielding. However, after his own decision to save Young-wi, he became more confident, and Tang Yuseong also said that Myung-jin's choice should be respected. He confessed that he has to choose his hands now because of the plum blossom palm technique as well, was one of his choices. Suddenly, Tang Yuseong realized that Myung-jin was only 15 years old, despite his impressive physique. After the young man's monologue, Tang Yuseong said it was time to fight, even though Myung-jin used a different technique from the last time he fought. Tang Yuseong reasoned that these moves were also from the Shanggong system and easily dodged, swung his hand to hit his chin, but Myung-jin dodged it. Pointing his hand towards Tang Yuseong, he passed his palm through the young man's cloak, and the Cheonbong disciple hung in the air on Myung-jin's hand for a moment. Thinking about the students at his school, Jin Hong remembered Myung-jin, who is greatly underestimated because of his lack of sword skills. In just a month, this young man learned how to handle a pole, and after traveling with young Cho-ran, he learned a new open palm technique. Thanks to his persistence, the old Hwasun techniques are still being used, which Jin Hun is happy about. With the help of the key technique, Jin Hun decided to see what was happening on the battlefield before he reached the bottom. He immediately realized that Myung-jin's opponent is the same Cheonbong disciple who defeated young Cho-ran last time and recently defeated the dragon in Tiger Village. After hearing young Ju-ran's question, Jin Hun replied that he did see the situation downstairs and said that Myung-jin was currently involved in a fight. The young man asked his master who the opponent was to confirm his own guess that it was Tang Yuseong. The master pretended not to know the opponent's name and said it was probably some ordinary boy. At the same moment, young Cho-ran headed downstairs and replied that it was Tang Yuseong. He had no doubt about it. The master couldn't believe that his disciple had guessed the identity of the young man so immediately, but he decided that it seemed that young Cho-ran was calm. The fight continued, and Tang Yuseong dodged Myung-jin's newfound technique and swung his fist for another strike. He tried to hit the young man's head, but he pulled Tang Yuseong's arm away from him and deflected to the side, while Tang Yuseong himself spun around to attack with his foot. It was another miss, and Myung-jin prepared to attack again without giving him a chance to. to take a break. Myungjin realized that Tang Yusong's movements were based on the Plum Blossom sword art, and his opponent knew every single thing about it. But if this continues, Tang Yusong will eventually run out of energy and collapse. Blow after blow, step by step, the young men try to hit each other, and with each passing minute, Tang Yusong is getting more and more tired. The spectators watching the fight also realized that, with each move, the chance that Tang Yusong would lose due to fatigue increased many times over. But Jang Gi-ho kept a positive attitude and believed in his buddy's abilities. He knew that Tang Yu-seong would be able to surprise them once again. Grabbing onto Myungjin, Tang Yu-sung set himself up for a punch. His opponent grabbed the young man's arms and threw him over his shoulder, straight into the nearby wall with such force that the Five Virtues gate shook slightly. Myung-so-ra suddenly broke out of Jang Gi-ho's grip and shouted words of approval towards Myungjin's action. At this moment, Tang Yu-song went into a state of exceeding the physical limits of his body. He stood up tired from the fight and saw another open palm strike. He rose up, jumping out behind Myungjin's back, and finally the young man's physical strength level increased to 99. His physical strength has moved into the first stage of body perfection. His body has slightly changed its structure and appearance, and the tissue on his head has burst, with her hair loose. When Jin Hong saw this, he was shocked because he saw the fluctuations in Tang Yu-sung's energy. Tang Yu-sung's body now seemed larger to him on an energy level than before, and it became more concentrated and dense. From the outside, it seemed as if Tang Yu-sung's muscles had become stiffer. Jin Hong wondered if this child could have used a bone transformation. Myungjin was confused because he thought the fight was already over. Meanwhile, Tang Yu-sung quickly read the effect of the improvement in his performance that had occurred, and he no longer had any restrictions on walking. It was clear to everyone present that something had changed in Tang Yue-xiong, but no one understood what it was. Myungjin first suggested that Tang Yu-sung might have used a crouching tiger fist, following in the footsteps of his friend Jang Gi-ho, but the young man, he quickly realized that this transformation felt different. With a smile, Tang Yu-sung began to move at an incredible speed and disappeared from sight. The young man was right behind his opponent's back, and Myungjin-ho tried to hit the Cheonbong disciple. However, he used the shift technique again and disappeared at Myungjin's side. Now Tang Yu-sung no longer seemed as tired as before. Before Myungjin could swing, he was hit by Tang Yu-seong from behind his back. All the spectators were confused by what was happening. It seemed as if Tang Yu-sung had changed in an instant and became very awake. Tang Yu-sung started circling around Myungjin, and the latter could only try to unsuccessfully swing away from his opponent. At this moment, Myung-so-ra was wondering with horror how a side branch like Cheonbong was able to train such a strong disciple. Suddenly, Tang Yu-sung felt that he couldn't use the walking skill anymore, and he stopped right in front of Myungjin. Looking up, he realized that all this time above his head was a streak of spiritual energy that was spent with each use of the skill. This lane was empty. Myungjin was already sitting on his knee tiredly by this point. Young Cho-ran appeared in the gate. He frowned when he saw Tang Yu-seong. It was clear that young Cho-ran was not happy to see the young man. At this moment, Tang Yu-song was really starting to get nervous since he had used up all his strength and would not be able to use walking anymore. At that moment, young Cho-ran remembered that in Cheongbong, where no one understood even the basics, there was no one who could match young master's speed, until Tang Yu-seong, who was definitely weaker than Mr. Yang, appeared in young Cho-ran's path. However, despite this, he defeated the young nobleman entering the whirlwind technique competition in the speed of 5 plums with a smug smile. To this day, young Cho-ran can't forget the last blow he received from Tang Yu-seong, and can't accept the loss. He was completely sure that Tang Yu-seong had come to remind young Cho-ran of his injury. After coming downstairs with these thoughts, young Cho-ran saw his worst enemy in front of him. At this moment, Jin Gang was musing about young Cho-ran in Cheongbong getting hurt in a fight for the first time. He hoped that Tang Yu-seong would teach young master. Then he went to his chambers to rest, pondering his purpose and the meaning of life. There was complete silence at the gate to Hwasun High School. Young Cho-ran was the first to speak, and he noticed that Tang Yu-seong had changed a bit. Morally, Tang Yu-sung was preparing for another battle today and was berating himself for using all of his walking charm. From atop the gate, Tang Yu-sung noticed Reverend Jing Hong and was surprised by his sudden appearance. In his memories from his past life, Jin Hun was much older than he is now. Jang Gi-ho suddenly entered the conversation with young Cho-ran. He reminded the young master that he had promised to fight him last time. He stepped forward in front of Tang Yu-seong, letting go of Myung-so-ra, who was being held by Jang Gi-ho, and then went straight towards young Cho-ran. Jang Gi-ho was sure that young Cho-ran himself wanted to fight him, but that was not the case. The young master rudely said that Jang Gi-ho needs to learn to read between the lines, and if he was smarter, he would have realized what young Cho-ran is now. Is not in the mood to fight anyone but Tang Yu-seong. Ignoring young Cho-ran's remark, Jang Gi-ho attacked the young master by grabbing his arm. In turn, young Cho-ran was able to twist to redirect the inertia of his body into a leg that was heading for Jang Gi-ho's face. The latter managed to put up a block with his hands, and young Cho Ran jumped backwards away from Chang Gi-ho. Tang Yu-sung was shocked when he saw what had happened, because he remembered young Cho Ran's phrase that Cheonbong had lost some of Hwasun's techniques just because of his kicking. Excited that young Cho Ran was still able to free himself from Jang Gi-ho's grip, the latter prepared to use the fist of the crouching tiger. At that moment, young Cho Ran pulled his sword out of its sheath with the intention of really hurting Chang Gi-ho. The young man managed to block with his hands, but young Cho Ran's punch was so strong that it penetrated through the young man with a shockwave. At the same instant, young Cho Ran turned around to rush towards Tang Yu-seong. As Tang Yu-seong watched, he realized that even with his fist, the crouching tiger that Jang Gi-ho used did not harm the young master, as he was very fast and agile from birth. At the same time, Tang Yu-sung finally noticed that young Cho Ran didn't want to fall behind Cheonbong's student and was flying at full speed towards the young man. Suddenly, behind young Cho Ran's back was Jang Gi-ho, who grabbed the young master and said that the fight with him was not over yet. Jang Gi-ho threw young Cho Ran by his clothes right into the ground, telling him not to turn his back on him. Pushing off from the ground, young Cho Ran kicked his foot straight into Chang Gi-ho's chin. Grabbing his sword again, he swung it again, injuring Chang Gi-ho, and finished the move with a kick to the stomach. The next moment, Chang Gi-ho was once again abandoned by his adversary, because young Cho Ran was interested in fighting with Tang Yu-seong. Using his most powerful move and missing the young man, the young lord split in half the stone that was behind the action. And in that instant, young Cho Ran's hand was grabbed by Reverend Jin Hong. He asked young Mr. Yong to stop this mayhem and come to his senses from fighting, while the dumbfounded onlookers, who were almost hit by the stone-cutting blow, surveyed the destruction caused by young Cho Ran. Jin Hong asked Tang Yu-sung to leave Tang Yu-sung alone. There had been enough fights on the grounds of Hwasun High School for today. An indignant young Cho Ran started to claim that he had already defeated Jang Gi-ho because the difference in strength was obvious. Tang Yu-sung asked if this difference didn't exist because young Cho Ran had learned footwork techniques that were foreign to him and despised by him. In response, Jin Hong began his explanation by saying that the young master needed to let go of his anger and resentment. Secondly, Jin Hun didn't want lifeless bodies on Lotus Peak. As young Cho Ran continued to resist, he tried to touch Tang Yu-sung with his blade, but Jin Hong continued to hold him, explaining that a real sword is a great responsibility, not a toy. The young master must be discreet and not cross the line to avoid tarnishing the honor of the school. Young Cho Ran shouted that he was not tarnishing the honor of the school and was acting according to the rules. He had only drawn his sword in the process. The mentor objected that these men had not come for his revenge, much less for a fight. The entire time the guests were in Hwasun's compound, Jin Hun watched what was going on. There were no guards anywhere, but after all that had happened, none of the squad had drawn their swords, unlike the apprentices. Hwasun, who lost the fight to Cheonbong's student. The mentor explained that he stopped young Cho Ran before he could finally escalate the situation and finally embarrass Hwasun High School. Young Cho Ran began to ask loudly why Jin Hong had sided with the guests. In response, Jin Hong threatened that young Cho Ran's actions would not make anyone feel better, and that the young man had almost lost the opportunity to be a part of his life because of his arrogance, to have children. The mentor calmly explained that resentment towards one person makes young Cho Ran do all sorts of stupid things. Without holding back her emotions, Cheon Seo began to chuckle quietly at Jin Hong's phrase. And forgetting the 5 virtues, the young man lost the use of the sword to negative emotions. With indignation, young Cho Ran shouted why it was he who had lost the ability to use the sword. Jin Hong couldn't stand the youngster's insolence and used fire to snatch the sword from young Cho Ran's hands, shouting that he didn't intend to tolerate such a thing. He continued to reprimand young master by saying that young Cho Ran should have a limit to his stupidity and anger. Young Cho Ran, who was confident in his talent, eventually became arrogant, and Jin Hong couldn't help but notice. The mentor pointed at Myungjin, saying that this student was worthy of all praise for his moral principles, which he did not betray. At this moment, Jin Hong was using the Fire Cloud sword technique, which was very difficult to learn due to the high risk of getting burned. Until Jin Jung came to Hwasun High and had it in his possession. Jin Hong grabbed young Cho Ran's sword and proclaimed that until he learned to behave properly, he would not be given back his sword. At this moment, the mission to defeat Tang Yu-sung's Hwasun disciples had been accomplished. As their gazes met, Jin Hong noticed how unperturbed Tang Yu-sung had been all this time. Jin Hun bowed his head to Hwang Jong-gi and greeted everyone present. He confessed that young Cho Ran didn't learn the moral lesson well, and it's the fault of the teacher who taught him. Jin Hun turned to Myung-so-ra and asked if he had paid the bureau chief. At that moment, Myung-so-ra pulled out some bills from under his clothes and held them out to Hwang Jong-gi. Tang Yu-sung approached Jin Hong and addressed him by name. He was very happy to see his spiritual master from his past life. Surprised that the young man knew his name, the man turned his attention to Tang Yu-sung himself and turned to him. Tang Yu-sung bowed his head before him, asking by chance if Jin Hong had set the signal fire back then in Lishan. He also said that he had heard from the inspector that there was a drunkard living in Hwasun. The head of the bureau and the head guard were shocked by the statement. Myung-so-ra shouted at Tang Yu-seong, saying that the young man had no right to be so rude to Reverend Jin Hong. However, Jin Hong himself only laughed loudly, confirming that the inspector had told Tang Yu-sung the truth. Smiling happily, Tang Yu-song thought that this rolling laughter reminded him of good moments from his past life, and he was happy to hear it again. Putting his hand on the young man's shoulder, Jin Hong asked what his name was. Tang Yu-sung said his name proudly. Jin Hong said that it's a beautiful name, and in response, Tang Yu-sung said that he often hears something like that. With a chuckle, Jin Hong called Tang Yue-seong a shameless man and said that it was probably because of his character that the inspector liked him. Suddenly, Tang Yu-sung asked what Jin Hong meant when he talked about some of Young Cho-ran's actions. Jin Hong pointed to Myung-seo-ran and said that although he didn't know what Tang Yu-seong wanted to know, the Myung family and their students had deliberately provoked him. Jin Hong was sure of this because of his strong sense of loyalty to Young Cho-ran. The young master himself had no idea that Jin Hun was referring to. Even though the conflict had resolved itself, Tang Yu-seong remembered that he still needed to apologize to Young Cho-ran in order to fulfill his mission. He approached the young master and falsely apologized for what happened at the Cheongbong training field. The mission was completed. Suddenly, Young Cho-ran's mind was filled with the mocking voice of Tang Yu-seong, who asked if the young man had hoped to. Mr. Tang Yu-sung would really apologize to him sincerely. The surprised and frightened young Cho-ran turned around to look at his mentor. At the same moment, Tang Yu-song completed the task of using the whispering skill. As it turned out, to use it, you had to want to convey thoughts to his interlocutor. Jin Hong stood between the two boys and said that this time Young Cho-ran was the responsibility of the school and that the conflict should be resolved. Tang Yu-sung will be able to next time after Tang Yu-song rises to the young master's level. At that moment, Tang Yu-sung gave Young Cho-ran a message where he promised to meet him at the Great Murim Academy. Looking at Young Cho-ran as he left, he noticed how the young master tensed up in surprise at hearing Tang Yu-seong's voice in his head. Young Cho-ran clenched his fist and mentally promised to take revenge on Tang Yu-seong for all the pain and shame he had suffered recently. For Hwasun School, the appearance of Mupuna's guard seemed like a real storm, contrary to the calmer translation of the bureau's name. The disciples calmly walked back to the wagons, rejoicing in the lightness due to the lack of crates of goods over their shoulders. At this time, Jin Hong was watching by the procession. He opened his bottle of strong drink, but at that moment he remembered his decision to stop drinking. When he was talking to Tang Yu-sung, Jin Hong suggested that the young man have a drink together someday. But in addition to the refusal from Cheongbong's student, Jin Hong heard a recommendation to give up alcohol. Tang Yu-sung said that Jin Hun should definitely become an elder, but before that he should definitely get rid of his bad habit. With a sly look at the reverend, the young man grinned, saying that Jin Hong should also do it for the sake of Tang Yu-song, who would not let go of him so easily. Grinning at the memory of the recent dialogue, Jin Hong was still looking at the bottle, thinking that he really should follow through on this. The council. He threw the bottle full of liquid off the cliff, determined to kick the habit. The bottle shattered on the rocks, and at this moment, Elder Jing Gang appeared behind Jin Hong's back. He said he likes Tang Yu-seong because he was able to not only influence young Cho-ran, but also a drunk like Jin Hun. Joking that Jin Hong had promised to quit drinking, or else his nickname would be in the Fields, he heard the elder's words of relief about his right decision to change. Looking into the distance, Jin Hong mentally thanked Tang Yu-sung for his advice. Walking down, Tang Yu-sung was thinking about his spiritual master from his past life. Jin Hong was unable to become an elder last time because of his habit. At the same moment, the senior guard ordered the disciples to check their luggage before heading back towards Xi'an. In his thoughts, Tang Yu-sung was still thinking about how he was able to change the future. In the next few years, Elder Jin Gang would have to go to the other side. And after that, there will be strife within Hwasun High. Jin Hong, disillusioned with his school, succumbs to weakness and is expelled if he doesn't quit drinking. Because of his exile, Jin Hong joined the Murim Alliance Auxiliary where he met Tang Yu-sung. But now Tang Yu-sung is about to enter the Great Murim Academy, and he would like to go side by side with Jin Hong in this life. Suggesting that the Reverend's rude language might raise the 9th faction against Jin Hong, the young man hoped that it wouldn't happen. At that moment, he was pulled out of his thoughts by Chang Gi-ho, who reminded Tang Yu-sung of his promise to fight him. After saying that a promise is a promise, Tang Yu-sung asked if Chang Gi-ho wanted to fight now and got a slap on the thigh. This confused and frightened the young man, but his interlocutor instantly changed the subject. Praising Tang Yu-sung, Chang Gi-ho said that he was pleased to watch the continuous fight in Hwasun, where the students of the school lost. All the guards also. They exclaimed that they were happy to see Hwasun's disciples put in their place. One of the pavilion disciples confessed that he even regretted that Tang Yu had done it this time. Sleep couldn't get between his legs. The head guard asked to be lenient because in the future, these same students would have to leave descendants, the entire squad. Laughing loudly at these jokes, watching what was happening. Tang Yu-sung was happy to see the squad in high spirits after what had happened. Several of their friends went to the afterlife, and instead of valuable goods, they were guarding rocks. But now all the members of the convoy looked happy and relaxed. Cheon Seo suddenly turned to Tang Yu-seong with laughter. Because of the commotion at Lotus Peak, everyone forgot that she was on her way to marry young Cho-ran. The students laughed while the head of the bureau himself was terrified. At that moment, Cheon Seo asked if Tang Yu-seong was okay. She concluded that after what happened, Tang Yu-seong might have been hunted down by the Hwasun school. Straightening up, Tang Yu-song replied that there was no point in worrying about it for nothing, and also added that he wasn't afraid if someone decided to give him a fight. He suddenly turned to Cheon Seo saying that he had no idea that the girl was worried about it. The girl in turn immediately began to deny it by moving away from the young man. Cheon Seo offered to cut Tang Yu-seong's hair. The young man was not happy about this and started to refuse. But Cheon Seo offered to do a 2-block haircut like Jang Gi-ho's, and the latter willingly agreed to help with it. They grabbed the young man and dragged him away for a haircut. Meanwhile, the head of the bureau, preoccupied with his own thoughts. He went to the head guard and asked him to report to Cheon Dae-gun that it was not possible to marry Cheon Seo instead of Hwang Jong-gi. He was refused. After a month from the day of departure, the procession finally returned back to Xi'an City. No problems along the way due to their lack of any cargo, and during the journey Tang Yu-sung managed to complete all the missions and get all the rewards. He was able to use for the first time the main card he received for defeating the brigand. The map looked like an image woven with white light. Tang Yu-sung had never seen anything like this before. Also, thanks to his new translation skill, he was able to understand some of the words that were written in his status window. Also, as it turned out, food gives special effects that Tang Yu-sung read in the cooking skill window. After saying goodbye to the representatives of the Mupin Bureau, the students went to the pavilion. Tang Yu-sung planned to continue his training right now. He was curious about the effect of the redirecting Kui skill. The young man realized that he was faced with the task of overcoming the innate limits of his body, and a new skill could help with that. Sitting down on the ground, Tang Yu-sung made Gen-chi flow through the 8 miraculous meridians, redistributing it throughout his body. Noticing that the increase of spiritual energy during this meditation was slow, he reassured himself with the thought that after the improvement of this skill would make the process go faster. The young man dreamed of finally improving his walking so that this skill would use less energy for Tang Yu-sung. At that moment, his meditation was interrupted by Cheon Seo asking if the young man would train immediately after arriving at the pavilion. The young man replied positively, adding that the reason for this was his lack of any talent. Cheon Seo was surprised and exclaimed that Tang Yu-seong had talent because he was able to defeat young Cho-ran. After he defeated, imagining how strong Jang Gi-ho, Yun Cho-ran, and Cheon Seo could be with his knowledge, Tang Yu-seong was alarmed. He stood up and told Cheon Seo that he wasn't talented at all. She asked about the secret of his ability. Without hesitation, Tang Yu-sung replied that it was all about effort. He was asked why he was trying so hard. When Tang Yu-seong noticed the girl's grin, he said that his phrase was not a joke, to which Cheon Seo replied that she was just smiling, not laughing. The girl told the boy that no matter what he looks like, she likes the boy's new haircut. But now they both needed to take a bath after the long drive, and Cheon Seo volunteered to go first before Tang Yu-seong. He didn't mind. The young man sat up until night meditating and redistributing chi. Cheon Seo noticed this and sadly said to herself that it was late and the young man was still not went home. She smiled and said that she had only laughed at him because she was sure he could be the best in the world. That same night, the third son of the head of the first evil union, Puni Kyung-hong, arrived in Xi'an. He asked if people had heard the local news that had spread throughout Xi'an. He was told, and the master swordsman of the Plum Blossom Sword disappeared. For some reason, the young man was interested in this information. Due to the sudden attack of the Dragon and Tiger Village in Lishan and the fight at Hwasun School, the end of the guard's practice has been delayed. However, Hwang Jong-gi managed to gently explain everything to Cheon Dae-gung, and the mentor accepted his friend's version of his daughter's failed matchmaking with young Cho. Ranam. After a short time, all of Cheonbong's students returned to their everyday life. However, there was something new. Tang Yu-sung noticed that the students who were with him as guards were following him. It's a little annoying, but it doesn't bother him much. Several more months have passed since the practicum. During this time, the students took a few more preliminary tests before the main examination, at the end of which a poster was put up with the ranking of all the students. The first was Tang Yu-seong Jang Gi-ho, and the second was Cheon Seo. After seeing the results, Jang Gi-ho summarized that it looked like Tang Yu-seong was training every day for these results, and it was true. Sleeping at least 6 hours a day. This was a bit annoying to Cheon Seo, who saw Jang Gi-ho only sleep forever and still managed to beat her in points. At the same time, Zhang Yi-ho was about to go to sleep. Gong Jin-do approached the girl and asked her to leave for a face-to-face conversation. The girl, outside of school, Gong Jin-do confessed that he used to enjoy spending time with Cheon Seo-seo, but recently, he has become very disillusioned with life. He announced that he wanted to leave the pavilion today to return to his hometown to deal with his prosthetic arm. The girl asked him why he was telling her all this. The young man replied that he wanted Cheon Seo-seo to go away with him. She naively asked why he was doing it, and he replied, slightly irritated, that he was offering her to be his partner. Tong Yu, him. She accused Gong Jin-do of wanting to run away, while Cheon Seo-seo wants to go to the Great Murim Academy. Gong Jin-do clarified that he was also going to the academy, and the girl could enroll with him while dating him. But Cheon Seo-seo still refused. The young man shouted angrily at the girl's back, asking if Tang Yu-seong was the reason for her refusal. When Tang after this and promised that the next time they met, Gong Jin-do would take revenge on Tang Yu-seong. After another, when he returned home, he was greeted by an older Juju cat. Tang Yu-sung thought about the passing of time, as the kitten had already grown up. After picking up the cat, the father met the boy. He said he had seen the boy's report card and praised him for his good work. Grinning and opening a bottle of alcohol for Juju, Tang Yu-sung said that his achievements right now were small and nothing to brag about. The father praised his son for his modesty and pointed out that it really wasn't a good idea to flaunt your accomplishments. Suddenly, the young man again insisted to his father not to go to the sweat and mud village of Uchon. The father asked why he shouldn't go there. And the young Tang, the angry at the same, just like its name, the village was very dirty. Tang Yu-sung and his father went there at night to one of the ramshackle houses. The father said that he had a friend who had gone to the other world, and the man promised to help his friend's family. And now every time he went to Uchon, he went to this family's house to help with the chores. The young man had no idea that his father could do such a thing. He knew Ucheon as the place where his father went to the after. Tang Yu, the father, there was the band. He attacked, but his father's time. Nervously, the man asked who the young man was and where he had learned martial arts. He irritably continued that he was just doing his job and trying to pay back the money the family had borrowed from him. Suddenly, he quickly realized that the family owed him 1,000 nannies. Tang Yu-sung realized that this amount was too much for one family to pay. Enough money to feed all the Oconee families for several years. Taking a stick and raising it, the bandit said that their leader divides all people into 4 castes. The upper class has so much money that they don't think about their spending or losing gold. The other has enough money to have a good time every now and then. The third caste has enough income to pay back the debts they incurred. And a fourth has no money to pay off her own debts. Pointing his stick at the young man, he asked to what caste the brave young man from the city could belong. The bandit himself assumed it was the third. Tang Yu-sung at this moment noticed from the fluidity of his movements that his opponent knew how to handle with a gun and dressed like a gang member. He had a tattoo of a black snake on his shoulder, which only confirmed that this man was a gangster. Tang Yu-sung asked why he should take the family's children away from them if they couldn't pay him back. The bandit smiled and replied that people like that, levels like this family, can either return the money or sell something, and since they have nothing, they can only sell the children or themselves. The bandit added that good money can be given not only for an adult but also for children. He added that even though the young man knows a few fighting techniques, he is surrounded by gang members, and it is better for him not to draw his sword from its sheath, otherwise his father might get hurt. At that time, the man said that the young man should take the children and run away. But at that moment, a third gang member enters the room who has now sent the children's mother to the grave. The man said that the young man could not leave this house without consequences even if he left his father to his fate. The children meanwhile ran to his mother's bedroom to her lifeless body. Tang Yu-sung was seething with anger and injustice. He asked why the bandit killed the woman since he had no reason to send her to the grave. The man grinned back and said that she had resisted giving him the children, and so he had hit her once. He just didn't expect the woman to be so weak that it won't be able to withstand this blow. At that moment, one of the bandits remembered that there was a cat on Tang Yu-sung's shoulder, and the animal had gone somewhere. Disappeared. He looked up and saw Juju under the ceiling, glaring menacingly at him. Above the cat formed the figure of a formidable white and green tiger, which frightened the robber very much. Juju jumped on the face of one of the men, and at the same time, Tang Yu-sung pulled out an axe from behind his back while continuing to listen to the mocking speeches of the men. Tang Yu-sung sent 2 of the 3 bandits to the grave in 2 blows, saying that he didn't expect the men to fall because of 1 blow. At that moment, a new mission window appeared saying to send all the members of the Black Snake Gang who were in the present to the next world, in Ucheon. Leaving 1 man alive, Tang Yu-sung began to interrogate him about his gang and the whereabouts of other members of the group. The man said that they charge market vendors for security and lend the money to poor families to take their children away. The man asked if 20 gang members had come to the village. Then there were more debtors in Uchon. The man wondered how the young man knew the number of the bandits. At that time, the bandits were taking the other children from the village. One boy was crying bitterly, and one of the bandits ordered the bandit who was carrying the child to to tie his mouth shut. The bandit obeyed his older brother and blindfolded the boy. They've already taken out almost all the children, tying them up but being careful not to leave bruises and scratches as they are valuable commodities. Gang leaders Sung Ga and Na Bang Dong reasoned that it was a good thing that the gang had chosen human trafficking because it was profitable. Wondering how they hadn't thought of stealing the children from Uchon before, the commanders joked among themselves as they rejoiced at their enrichment. Sung Ga pointed at Puni Kyung Hun and said it was his idea. He told the gang that the bigger the city, the more blind the people are to their surroundings. Commander Na Bang Dong, however, asked who this stranger was, to which Sun Ga replied that he did not know, and their commander bowed very deeply to him. Quickly changing the subject, the commanders began to discuss their past, how they had to live in the mountains where they had been chased out by the neighboring villagers. Now to get rich, you have to lend a couple of nannies, and that's it. Discussing how each of them would spend the money they earned, Na Bang Dong opted to buy a set of children like the ones they were stealing now. Puni Kyung Hun stood silently smoking his pipe. Still continuing the discussion about buying children, the commanders came to the conclusion that if they earn good money, they can replace children as they grow up. Suddenly the horse reared up, scared of something. The commanders shouted to the bandits to shut the children up so they wouldn't frighten the horses, but the children had all this time were silent. At this moment, Tang Yu Song appeared from the darkness, sending one of the bandits to the other side. He asked if all the bandits had gathered in this place. Not expecting an attack, the bandits began to draw their blades, asking who the young man was. The young man replied non-committally that he was on a special mission to take down the gang and he would forgive them for the favor. He asked if Tang Yu Sung would send them to the other side when the men ran away or attacked him. The commanders ordered the gang to attack Tang Yu Sung, and the men surrounded the young man and ran towards him. With a swing of his axe, Tang Yu Sung killed one man. After another man came up, the young man sent him to the other side with his sword. Very quickly, Tang Yu Song sent bandit after bandit to the other side until Tang Yu Song jumped high. Bandon ordered his men to ruin the young man before he could land. However, the moment Tang Yu Sung was about to land a multitude of blades, he disappeared. He continued to fight until only the commanders Na Bang Dong and Sung Ga were left. The latter fell to his knees and begged for mercy. The man said he had a family and a beloved son and daughter. However, Tang Yu Sung did not feel sorry for the bandit and separated his head with an axe. The young man snorted, adding that the bandits had no family and all the man's words were in fact lies. Startled by what had happened, Na Bang Dong threw out his blades and headed towards Mr. Puni. He asked for help to kill Tang Yu Seong. However, Puni Kyung Hun asked why he should help Na Bang Dong. The gentleman told the bandit that he should be punished for what he had done. Trying to object, Mr. Puni asked if the man thought it was unfair and breathed out smoke in the man's face. Then with a single movement of the tobacco pipe, Puni Kyung Hun ruined the man. Turning to Tang Yu Song, the gentleman asked him not to thank him for what he had done and said that he had no connection with the Black Snake Gang. The mission counted as successfully completed, while Puni Kyung Hun threw his pipe on the ground. Looking at the man, Tang Yu Song couldn't remember who this gentleman was, but his level and performance were very high. During his travels, Tang Yu Sung had rarely seen strength or agility scores above 100, but Mr. Puni's were all above 100. At the same time, after overcoming the strength index of 99, Tang Yu Sung's physical strength moved to the stage of body perfection. And it was hard to tell a score above 100 or body perfection was a higher measure of strength. In any case, Tang Yu Sung realized that he couldn't defeat Puni Kyung Hong now, no matter who he was. Seeing the young man's attitude and the axe in his hands, the Lord raised his hands in the air to show that he was unarmed and did not want to fight. The young man saw that the name above the man was green, which meant that he really wasn't hostile, though that could change at any moment. Suddenly the stranger smiled and asked if his interlocutor was young Cho Ran. The young man was surprised that he was confused with the master of the Plum Blossom sword art, and before he could say anything, the stranger continued speaking. Mr. Puni in turn began to explain that he understood it was because the students of the honor faction are not good with an axe, and Tang Yusung in turn very skillfully sent everyone he met to the grave using both sword and axe equally well, and also added that he had good informants who told him the secret that young Cho Ran was in Xi'an. The young man realized that he had been mistaken for young Cho Ran because the Hwasun school was a school where you could learn the cloud axe technique and there were no other schools that taught it. The stranger also added that none of Hwasun's students other than young Cho Ran himself could have aroused such curiosity in him. Instantly moving closer to Tang Yu Song, he asked the young man who he thought his interlocutor was. The frightened young man turned around and swung his sword, trying to hit the stranger, but he vanished in a cloud of smoke and moved to the roof of the building nearest them. He said cryptically that it was not necessary for gentlemen like them to associate with each other in such a dirty place, and that they would get to know each other slowly, and also promised to give the young man a gift as a token of their first meeting, ruining the rest of the gang. At this moment, the young man was startled by the man's speed, because of which Tang Yusung's eyes did not have time to catch when Puni Kyung Hong approached him. The man went on to say that in return, Tang Yusung would somehow send Puni Kyung Hun for his help, with interest of course, After that, the man disappeared. Tang Yusong was glad that he had not started fighting with this unknown gentleman, but was still struggling to remember who he was. Suddenly, he remembered how the stranger had introduced himself to him, and remembered the Puni family. He knew this family as the one that created the traveling technology that allows you to disappear and appear out of nowhere. Long ago, this family was part of the Honor faction, but they betrayed it and joined the First Evil Alliance. He didn't immediately recognize Poon Kyung-hoon because no one in his memory had ever called him by his first name. Is a very cruel and cunning man who was Hanum's first master. He is so strong that he alone can stand up to all the strongest members of the Honor faction. Because of this, in Tang Yusung's past life, he was honored as the head of the First Evil Alliance despite not being the only one. An heir, Tang Yuseong thought about how he was definitely not meeting Cheon Seoseo's future husband right now. Suddenly, the young man's hand was taken by one of the children who was able to approach him. All the while, the roped-up children watched in shock without attempting to untie themselves. After untying all the children, he brought them to their father. The young man thought that most likely in his past life, his father had gone to Ushan at night and traveled to that light at the hands of bandits trying to protect his children. Inwardly, he deeply hoped his father would be okay until the young man reached the heights. The man suddenly walked over to his son and gave him a big hug, saying he was proud of him. Tears came to the young man's eyes at being cherished and proud of him. He hugged his father tightly in return. He said that it was not a difficult battle and promised that the remaining gang members would be found by Pavilion's men. At this moment, Tang Yusung noticed the window of a special mission to send the rest of the gang to the other world, but the number of people killed was increasing by itself. Soon the mission completed itself and Tang Yusung was rewarded. The young man already knew what to do with the rescued children. He planned to tell Cheonbong's mentors what had happened so that they could help him search for them, the remaining gang members if there are any. However, the moment he thought about it, Puni Kyung-hoon dealt with the entire Black Snake. Fearful of Mr. Puni's strength, the young man resolutely clenched his fists, deciding that he would definitely overtake him in strength as well. He realized that perfecting the body was what allowed him to go beyond the innate limits of strength and agility, and he was determined to keep working. At this time, a little girl came up to Tang Yusun and asked if they would take her mother with them to the city, to which the young man replied in the negative. The law forbade bringing people with leprosy into the city. However, he was sure that all those who had been killed by the bandits would go to heaven. A little boy asked Tang Yusung what the other world looks like when people go there. Tang Yusung smiled and replied that it is like a new life that starts again from birth and childhood, and so if you try hard in this life, in the next one, people can be whatever they want to be. The child was very surprised by this answer. The young man went on to say that in the next life, people are bound to meet their parents again. The boy asked Tang Yusung where they were going now, and thinking about it, he wanted to take the children to the inspector but changed his mind. He took the children to Mupan Bureau where construction of new houses and buildings was going on intensively. Huang Zhongyi happily accepted the children, and Tang Yusung asked if it would be a problem for the bureau chief, promising to help him with money. However, the head of the bureau admitted that opening his clan and having so many disciples in the form of the children Tang Yusung had brought would be a great start. But Huang Zhongyi made it a condition that Tang Yusung must visit the children to be their mentor and teacher. Remembering that in his previous life, the Mupan Bureau had just gone bankrupt after the incident at Lishan's, Tang Yusong was glad that things were working out this way. He felt very happy for agreeing to such a difficult condition, and was even surprised at his joy. There's no applause now like when he defeated Yeon Cho-ran, but now he's shaking with emotion. After joking that Tang Yusong must make the special rabbit soup again, they said goodbye. Before Tang Yusong could leave, one of the children called out to him and asked if he could become like the young man. With a smile, Tang Yusong said that he could, and the boy would definitely need to join the Honor faction. He also mentioned that he himself was going to attend the Great Muram Academy there, and the boy promised that he would go there too. Tang Yusung added that to get there, you have to train hard and work hard. Remembering how he was neglected in his past life because he was in Tang Yusong's auxiliary unit, looked back at his new life. Then he was a novice who had no right to say anything unnecessary and who had to apologize for everything and couldn't even practice on the pavilion's practice field. Now he has many friends recognizing his father, and many, if not all, of Xi'an believes in him. He promised himself that he would always improve. A couple of days later, winter came and it was getting colder outside. For a long time, Tang Yusong had been practicing to raise his strength value above 99, however. It didn't happen. He lay on the ground in the pavilion and looked up at the sky until Cheon Seoseo distracted him. The young man was surprised that Cheon Seoseo still came to the pavilion to see him. The young man was surprised that Cheon Seoseo was still coming to the pavilion to see him. Rising up on his hands, Tang Yusung asked to tell what Cheon Seoseo needed since she had come to him. She said she sees Tang Yuseong lie down on the ground in Cheonbong and look up at the sky every day. When asked why he was doing it, Tang Yusung asked if he needed a reason to just watch the sky. Smirking, the girl asked he had no reason to just look at the sky, just like there was no reason to become the best in the world. Tang Yu-sung replied that there were reasons for the latter, and it was heart palpitations and adrenaline. A surprised Cheon Seo asked if this reason was too childish for him. Tang Yu-seong replied with a raised eyebrow that she had just insulted and humiliated a lot of men. He then asked why Cheon Seo was practicing so hard. With a sad sigh, she said that if she became a true master, she wouldn't be forced into marriage. Tang Yu-song got to his feet and poked Cheon Seo on the shoulder and said that if she wanted to become a real master or the best in the world. The girl was surprised, and Tang Yu-sung offered her a taste of the best in the world, just like Tang Yu-sung himself. Embarrassed and smiling, the girl replied that she would be the best among the girls. Then she waved it off and said she was going to be the best in the world. Tang Yu-sung grinned and asked if the girl really wanted to try and what will happen if she fails. However, Cheon Seo went ahead and ignored the questions. To Tang Yu-seong's outrage, Cheon Seo replied that leaves to pack for the road. At this time, Chang Gi-ho felt very uncomfortable from the cold. However, Jang Gi-ho did not want to change his usual uniform to a warmer one, saying that he was comfortable in a sleeveless jacket all last year. Turning his attention to Tang Yu-sung's belt, he asked if the young man was going to Jongnan with only these belt bags. Tang Yu-sung received this bag as a reward for killing the Black Snake Gang. He said that this bag even has a magnet instead of a button. Surprised by the bag with the magnet, Jang Gi-ho said that he didn't want to pack his luggage due to laziness, and so he will go without it. Looking around at the novices, he was surprised at the amount of luggage the other students had. It was unclear to him why so many things had to be taken, especially the novices who go just to watch the exam. Tang Yu-sung explained that the novices also take the exam in writing. Asking about the difference between these exams, Chang Gi-ho plunged Tang Yu-sung into another memory. He knew the difference well. The written test was extremely difficult to pass, and those novices who succeeded were destined to become faceless warriors who will be running minor errands for the Alliance as a junior of a squad leader. In such conditions, it was possible to become famous among the masters, but the chance of this was extremely small. Having concluded that it was none of their business, Chang Gi-ho quickly quieted his curiosity. Cheon Seo approached the boys and asked about their luggage. In turn, Jang Gi-ho pointed out that they had 5 more days before the exam to get to the neighboring town, and there was no need to rush. The girl, in turn, pointed out that most of the students had already set off to the exam city. Jang Gi-ho replied that it was because those students were going in a group and would therefore go slower. The young man himself is going alone. Turning to Tang Yu-seong, Cheon Seo asked if the young man would be going with a group or alone. With a smile, Tang Yu-sung replied that he would also go to Jongnan alone. Cheon Seo asked him to go to the city with her, but he refused. The young man was going to train all the way and assumed that Cheon Seo wouldn't want to train with him. Before leaving, Cheon Seo commented that it's good for students to leave early, because that way there's a chance that Cheonbong won't be allowed to take the exam. Seeing Cheon Seo off with a glance, he met his eyes with his mentors. He quickly headed away from the Cheonbong grounds to avoid listening to another speech about how he was the only hope for the school. Jang Gi-ho asked about it when he saw Tang Yu-seong silently walking away. Tang Yu-seong explained that he didn't want to listen to the teacher's last hope speeches. It was already afternoon and the young man was walking towards the south gate from Xi'an. There were many people here. Digging into his belt pouch, Tang Yu-song rejoiced at the convenience of his newfound item, as it was more convenient than the inventory. It held a limited number of objects, but it did not matter what size and in what quantity, and to pull out or put the desired object, you could just stick your hand in the bag, unlike the inventory, which you have to open with a voice command and enter it as if it were a room. The young man learned this morning that a spirit animal can be placed not only in his belt pouch, but also in his inventory when the appropriate one appeared above Juju, the inscription. However, it was almost noticed by his father, and Tang Yu-sung had to justify that he would take the cat with him, and because of that, he really had to take the cat with him to take Juju on this adventure. Suddenly, Tang Yu-sung trips over someone and falls face down on the ground. At that time, an old beggar was lying on the ground. To his surprise, Tang Yu-sung noticed that the beggar's name was Kyum Bong Nam and his age was 120 years old. Despite the heavy traffic at the gate, none of the people paid attention to the old man, and the guards were busy inspecting people passing by with goods. Even though Tang Yu-sung was in a hurry, he couldn't afford to leave the old man just lying on the ground. He turned to the elder, saying that he might be trampled by passers-by if he lay in the middle of the road. Grandpa idly asked who the young man was. Tang Yu-sung replied that he was just on his way to an exam. To the old man's reply as to why the young man was pestering him with questions, Tang Yu-sung replied that he was too kind to let the man just lie on the ground. He told the old man that he would like to take him home, to which the old man was surprised but said he needed to Jongnan. Seeing the mission window appear, Tang Yu-sung happily agreed to help the elder get home. On the way, the beggar asked again why Tang Yu-sung had decided to escort him home to Jongnan. Tang Yu-sung grinned and said that he just wanted to see where and how the elder lived, since he looked like a freeloader who lived at other people's expense. The elder calmly replied that he was not just a hobo and a freeloader, but a hippie. Not knowing the meaning of the word, the young man asked if it was a new word for beggars, to which the old man gave Tang Yu-sung a slap on the back. Kyum Bong-nam grinned and said to ignore his words. He was sure that the hippie fashion would soon reach Zhongyuan. Surprised by the strong backhand, Tang Yu-sung loudly asked why the old man had such a heavy hand at such an age. The old man was surprised when he asked how Tang Yu-sung knew his age, since everyone gave him 58 years of age at most. But the young man ignored the question and just smiled. He didn't believe that Tang Yu-sung could realize that he was the master who washed his hands in the golden bowl. In any case, the old man was determined to teach the young man a lesson for laughing at him. Suddenly, Tang Yu-sung turned to the elder asking where exactly they needed to go on Mount Zhongnan. The elder replied that he needed to go to the Heavenly Lake. Using the main map, Tang Yu-sung built the shortest route to the lake and ran along the given path, at which point the old man decided to play a joke on the young man who carried him on his back. In fact, the old man was a strong master and decided to play a joke on one of Muram's warriors, but none of them paid any attention to the old man lying down. Until Tang Yu-sung approached him. He already thought that Muram's future was doomed. The old man asked where Tang Yu-sung's luggage was. The old man asked him where Tang Yu-sung's luggage was, and he was told that Tang Yu-sung's luggage was behind his back. For being rude, Kyum Bong-nam decided to test the young man's spiritual strength and was greatly surprised. The old man had been a teacher to many children, but he had never seen such a body. Tang Yu-sung was the most untalented child in his memory. In a moment of reflection, the old man leaned back and Tang Yu-sung made a remark to the elder about it. However, the old man couldn't help but notice Tang Yu-sung's strength of speed and stamina as he ran. He realized that the young man had been training every day to achieve this. However, he still wanted to test the young man's ability. Kyum Bong-nam used the burden of the hammer by concentrating his chi in his legs, which increased his weight by 6 kilograms. But the additional 6 kilograms of weight had no effect on the young man. The old man increased the weight by another 24 kilograms, but nothing changed. Without feeling Tang Yu-sung's weight, he continued running at the same speed as before. The old man still continued to increase his weight, and Tang Yu-sung still continued to run. After 4 hours, the old man increased his weight to 540 kilograms, and up to this point, Tang Yu-sung continued to hold on stubbornly, but suddenly stopped. The old man exhaled that he had finally gained the upper hand. However, Tang Yu-sung thanked the old man and asked him to add another 60 kilograms of weight. The old man accepted this challenge and decided to keep pressing Tang Yu-sung until he finally gave up. By sunset, Tang Yu-sung had reached a strength value of 100 thanks to the training the old man had given him. At that moment, the young man stopped before reaching the Heavenly Lake and fell face down into the ground, exhausted after the arduous journey. The old man carried the young man to a cliff where the Heavenly Lake was clearly visible. He made a fire and covered the boy with his cloak, putting it under his head, half a log. He marveled at the persistence of the young man, whose body was that of the most untalented child the old man had ever seen. Suddenly, Tang Yu-sung started talking in his sleep and said his name. When he heard him, Kyum Bong-nam decided to become his mentor. When Tang Yu-sung woke up in the deep night, he saw that he was in front of a campfire under a makeshift tent. Turning to the young man, the old man said that he stayed on the cliff because of Tang Yu-sung even though his home was not far away. At this moment, Tang Yu-sung's body made itself felt. After a hard workout, all of his muscles were sore and the young man cried out in pain. In turn, the old man smirked and asked Tang Yu-sung not to pretend to be in pain, to which the young man replied that he was not pretending. Seeing what the problem was, Kyum Bong-nam struck towards Tang Yu-sung's acupuncture points so hard that he hit them with a movement of air. When the young man felt better, Tang Yu-sung realized that his interlocutor was a master. The old man told the young man that just like Tang Yu-sung, he was surprised that his companion wasn't as simple as he first thought. Tang Yu-sung said that he was just a victim of Kyum Bong-nam's prank. In response, the old man asked why the young man was playing a prank on him if all the knew to call Tang Yu-sung stupid and stubborn. Tang Yu-sung replied that he played along because he was stupid and stubborn and just wanted to test his strength. The old man was surprised and asked about Tang Yu-sung's training method, to which the young man replied that in order to become stronger, one must try harder. Accepting this answer, the old man asked when the young man realized that he was not just a beggar. He replied that the moment he poured his Gen Qi into the old man through the Tianju point above his withers, the old man was surprised. But meanwhile, Tang Yu-sung was mentally reasoning that Kyum Bong-nam probably had some kind of disguise to hide him. Real values for dexterity and everything else. Only the name and age were most likely real, and most likely reached that level of skill. When the physique becomes unsightly. At the same time, Kyum Bong-nam said he felt something similar. He asked if the young man was hungry because he had slept for 2.5 days. At this moment, Tang Yusong remembered the special mission and was scared because the time for the mission would soon run out. With only an hour left, Tang Yusong started. He tried to persuade Kyum Bong Nam to go to the city as soon as possible. The old man, surprised at the rush, assured the young man that he would make it in time for the exam. But the young man argued that it was still necessary to leave now. However, in an attempt to persuade Kyum Bong Nam to leave already, the old man was distracted by something and turned around, already completely ignoring the young man's requests. He noticed someone behind him, and Tang Yusong tried to dismiss it by saying that it didn't matter who they saw behind them now. But Kyum Bong Nam only wished him luck and pushed off the ground with great speed in an attempt to catch up with someone. Tang Yusong was terrified at the prospect of failing the mission and ran after Kyum Bong Nam. After losing sight of the old man, Tang Yusong realized that he couldn't catch up with him, and there were 10 minutes left before the mission failed. Reading the terms of the mission, Tang Yusong tried to find a loophole to accomplish it without the old man's involvement, but he couldn't come up with one. A way to cheat the system. The abnormal condition he is given for failing the mission will plague him for the duration of the exam. At that moment, the young man realized that he was very hungry, and Juju, who appeared in front of him, shouted unhappily because he too had not eaten anything for 2 days in a row. The young man was distracted by the food and opened the inventory where he had gathered everything he needed for the hike. Holding the basket of food, he noticed that there was a fog lingering in the woods, which was highlighted by the characteristics. So there was someone in the fog. Puni Kyung-hong suddenly appeared out of the smoke and said that there were indeed many concealment masters hiding in the fog. But the young man was able to figure them out with ease. Tang Yusong asked him what Mr. Puni was doing here. He calmly replied that he was following an old man in black robes. As Tang Yusong stood there confused, he remembered that it seemed to be the same old man. He saw a man in black clothes with Kyum Bong Nam. Immediately realizing that Tang Yusong had seen the man, Mr. Poon asked where he was going. Tang Yusong silently looked in the direction that the unknown man and Kyum Bong Nam had gone. Mr. Poon immediately realized where he was looking, Tang Yusong, and asked if that was where the man had gone. The young man confirmed the man's guess. In turn, Tang Yusong asked if Puni Kyung-hun had come in to collect his debt for helping to exterminate the Black Snake Gang. In response, Mr. Puni assured him that he could not harm Tang Yusong in any way because of evil. Can only work in the morning, but it's dawn now. At this moment, Puni Kyung-hong transmitted some kind of message to the stealth masters, and all the fog around him started to disappear. After Puni, Kyung-hoon told the young man that he was hungry, and he was holding a bag of rice. He took one ball and asked Tang Yusong for permission. The young man didn't mind sharing his food, unlike Juju, who started hissing at Mr. Poon. He bent down to reprimand the cat for his behavior, but at that moment the man's left sleeve lit up with blue flames. The young man started to claim that the cat didn't like the smoking pipe, but at that moment, the flames continued to spread through Puni Kyung-hoon's body. Tang Yusun instantly took Juju in his arms and shouted that it was a dangerous gesture on Mr. Puni's part. However, he said that it was not something he wanted to do. The man himself. Nervously, Tang Yusung replied that if there were no more questions for him, then we could say goodbye and go about our business. At this moment, Tang Yusong ran in an attempt to do something, however there were only seconds left before the mission failed. After a while, Tang Yuseong's entire body was struck by a charge of electricity, which Puni Kyung-hun also noticed. As he fell to the ground, the young man groaned in pain, clutching his torso with his hand. Tang Yuseong was suddenly approached by Puni Kyung-hun with a question about this peculiarity. He asked if Tang Yuseong had the same curse as him. He was surprised at the young man's patience and asked how he coped with the pain, for his case was worse than Mr. Puna's. The man handed his smoking pipe to Tang Yusung, saying that he couldn't help but thank him for the food. Tang Yusung was glad to finally be alone. He clutched the smoking pipe in his hands and screamed at the electric shock. Juju suddenly started licking the young man's hand, and the young man felt better. This electricity was an abnormal condition for mission failure, and wasn't to pass until 3 days later. He thanked Juju for his help by stroking his head. Looking at the tube that Puni Kyung-hong had left for him again, he wondered if the man might have a similar anomaly as he did now. When he noticed the pipe Puni Kyung-hoon had left for the young man on the ground, he remembered what he had said about the man's peculiarity. He decided to try smoking a pipe and coughed, but the pain subsided a little. The registration for the exam was due this morning, and Tang Yusung hurried to Jongnan to make sure he wasn't late, or he'd be taking the exam next year. In his mind, he blamed Kim Bon-nam for what had happened, and ran to the city for the Dragon and Phoenix exam. Even though the old man helped him increase his strength, it's almost not worth the penalty for failing the mission and meeting Puni Kyung-hoon. Tang Yusun still had occasional bouts of pain, but Juju helped his master to cope with it as best he could. Along the way, the liquid in the smoking pipe ran out, and it was now useless to Tang Yusung. He threw it away. In a new attack of pain, he shouted that the next time he met Kyum Bong-nam, the young man would avenge his pain. At this time, the old man stood on a boulder and wondered who could have scolded his incredible son of heaven. He pondered the shadowless man he'd seen today and missed. Wondering why the great thief had returned to the country again, the old man found no answer. At that moment, he felt a note in his sleeve, on which was written a request for Kyum Bong-nam to return back to the Zhongyuan. After reading the note, the old man straightened up while listening to the sensations. He felt a cold wind blowing from Zhongnan's side and assumed it was because of the exam. He grinned and decided it didn't matter to him what was going on in Zhongyuan right now, but the Dragon and Phoenix exam he was going to take. I'd be curious to see especially the performance of the most untalented child, Tang Yu-sung. On one of the mountain peaks of the Qinling Range is located Zhongnan School, which throughout its existence adhered to conservative method of training his disciples. Tang Yu-song appeared before the last gate of the supreme deity of the Chinese pantheon of Taiyi. Zhang Yi-ho and Cheon Seoseo were waiting for him at the gate. Tang Yu-seong stopped in front of his friends and said that he was glad he had avoided being late. Seeing the condition of their friend, the friends asked how the young man felt, for he was pale and wet with sweat. In response, the young man brushed off his friends, saying he was pale because he was running too fast, but Cheon Seoseo suggested he visit anyway. The local healer, the young man refused the offer, saying that he was fine. At that moment, one of the exam organizers approached him and said that Tang Yu-sung had to apply for the exam first. When the man approached the reception desk, he asked his name and origin, but when he heard the answer, he was surprised. He called Tang Yu-sung the shaking dragon of Xi'an, and the young man had no idea what the man was talking about. The man's exclamation was heard by Zhongnan School's top student, Jung Dae-gi. A disciple asked his comrades who this dragon of Xi'an was. One of Hwasan's great disciples said that a couple months ago, Tang Yu-sung had defeated about 5 of Hwasan's senior students and also defeated young Cho-ran himself. That got Jung Dae-gi interested. He remembered how the year before last, the mentor had reprimanded all of his students because young Cho-ran was a promising master in his opinion that no one from the Zhongnan school could match. Jung Dae-gi remembered his mentor's speech well, and was very jealous of young Cho-ran even though the young man didn't even know him. He had once dreamed of meeting the master of the Plum Blossom sword art to defeat him, but he was beaten by Tang Yu-sung. Asking about the Dragon School of Xi'an, he learned that Tang Yu-sung came from Cheonbong, which had once split from Hwasan to become an independent clan. It seemed impossible for a Cheongbong native to defeat Hwasan's best student. Jung Dae-gi continued the dialogue and asked if Tang Yu-sung would participate in the Dragon and Phoenix exam, which was confirmed since the young man was unable to. Tang Yu-sung didn't have that right, unlike Jung Dae-gi. Right in the middle of the conversation, Jung Dae-gi turned around, leaving somewhere in the direction of asking Dragon Xian's name. After recognizing the student's name, Jung Dae-gi went to check all of the admission points for the exam. Upon hearing his name, Tang Yu-sung himself approached the elder to ask why the young man was looking for him. In front of him, Jung Dae-gi asked the receptionist to accept him for the Dragon and Phoenix exam. At that moment, Tang Yu-sung had a special mission to defeat Jung Dae-gi. At that moment, Tang Yu-sung plunged into his own memories of a past life where Jung Dae-gi met a novice at the entrance of the school asking why he came here. He began to mock the young man because he was an ordinary novice and not a student of the great Murim Academy. Jung Dae-gi repeatedly told Tang Yu-seong to go back to his village because there was nothing for him to do here. Jung Dae-gi's friends mocked Tang Yu-seong for his ignorant lineage and the inconspicuous school he came from. He couldn't contradict Zhongnan's best disciple and silently listened to everything that Jung Dae-gi's fellow disciples said to him. Then he came to the school for a tour as the best student among the novices, and here he is again in front of Jung Dae-gi. The receptionist asked Jung Dae-gi why he wanted to go to the exam if he already had a diploma, and he said he wanted to fight someone. The man nodded and said he would put the student on the list, but he would have to discuss it with the elder. When Tang Yu-seong came back to Jung Dae-gi, he said he couldn't accept the existence of Cheonbong's disciple, and then loudly proclaimed that the title of Shaking Dragon of Xi'an was undeserved. At this moment, all the disciples present from the 9 factions and 5 clans began to discuss Tang Yu-sung and his background. At this moment, Tang Yu-sung himself grinned and said that he thought it was funny. Jung Dae-gi was a little surprised at the young man's reaction. In turn, Tang Yu-seong said that this whole situation is funny because Jung Dae-gi made up a silly nickname for a young man just for the fun of it, although Tang Yu-sung himself is not interested in such an insignificant title. As a student at the High Palace, Jung Dae-gi had no reason to cling to such a title, a simpleton like Tang Yu-sung, and he also doesn't need the undeserved nickname of the Dragon of Xi'an. In response, Jung Dae-gi tried to provoke and hurt more, but the young man only sighed deeply in response, wondering why he was angry with the young man at all. Turning to his friends, the young man told Zhang Yi-ho and Cheon Seoseo to go look around the perimeter of the school. As Tang Yu-sung walked away looking at Jung Dae-gi, he reflected on his sudden anger at the young man and the promise from his past life. He realized that he didn't need to pay attention to Jung Dae-gi. because the young man was weaker in stats than even Gong Jin-do when he was kicked out of Cheonbong. Watching the young men leave, the young man's heart was filled with anger, and he continued to shout at Tang Yu-song in an attempt to hurt him. The ignoring made Jung Dae-gi angry, and he shouted that he was from Zhongnan High School, which was very prestigious. He shouted that his name is the name of the person who will defeat Tang Yu-sung in the Dragon and Phoenix exam. Jang Gi-ho said that he was annoyed by the young man, to which Tang Yu-sung replied that they would have no trouble defeating him. The friends laughed. After Jang Gi-ho said that he also wants to beat Tang Yu-seong, by the way, Cheon Seo-seo added that she was going to be the best at the exam. In high spirits, the guys were slyly glancing around, claiming that one of them was bound to get the best scores. After the girl said that Cheon Seo-seo would be the best of the bunch, the arguments died down. However, at that moment, Tang Yu-seong was once again pierced by pain due to the electric shocks. Cheon Seo-seo excitedly asked how Tang Yu-seong was practicing. Tang Yu-seong smiled and said that the last training session was extremely helpful and that surely the symptoms would pass before the exam. The young man was sure that as long as the three of them were together, everything would be fine. At this time, Jung Dae-gi kept shouting that the group of young men were just cowards and that he would reveal the truth about Tang Yu-seong to everyone. At which point a man struck a gong announcing the start of the exam to all present. Behind the main martial arts pavilion was the venue for the first stage of the Dragon and Phoenix exam, where everyone had gathered. The examiner slowly made his way to the stairs of the building to stand taller, while all the examiners watched nervously. The halting examiner of the Murim Alliance announced the first Zhenquan Basic Knowledge exam. Administrators removed the red cloth from the stones, and 4 huge blocks of granite were shown in front of the students. The examiner explained that Zhenquan is the basic attack of all martial arts and only the technique differs from school to school. The man announced that traditionally the first students to be tested would be from the host school Zhongnan. At that moment, one of the examiners approached the examiner and told the man that Jung Dae-gi might be participating in the exam. With the same message, another administrator came to the elder, who asked what could have already happened if the exam had just now begun. The man asked the elder if Jung Dae-gi should be allowed to take the exam, and the elder said that there was nothing wrong with it and let the young man take part. One of the examiners turned to the elder and congratulated him in advance on his first place, since there were very few students from Hwasun School, which means Zhongnan students are the favorites this year, especially after the school's top student decided to take the exam. In response, the elder noted that the outcome of the exam could be highly unpredictable and it was not worth drawing conclusions in advance. At that moment, the great mentor, Quan Jo-yang, and the 8th Grand Chief of the Murima Alliance intervened in the conversation, saying that if you look closely, it's possible to find the truth. At this time, the examining official present in the room was very frightened by the appearance of the elder of the Murim Union. The elder also bowed to the incredible Son of Heaven who was also present in this room. The old man dismissed the conventions of etiquette by saying that he was not an immortal master to bow before him like that. Nervously, the elder asked the noble elders about the purpose of their arrival in Zhongnan. In response, Quan Jo-yang said that Kumbong Nam is sure that this year's exam will be very interesting. The elder replied that he had met a very interesting child on the way, and he would like to see his performance at the exam. At this moment, the mentor tensed up because before this moment, the great Son of Heaven had disappeared from Zhongyan and was now showing interest in one of the children. At that moment, the examiner called the first 4 men to the granite blocks to begin the examination. The instructor said that the elders had come directly and will be able to see the results of the exam for themselves. The grand head of the alliance moved closer, interested in the abilities of the Jung Dae-gi, who has now entered the field. His classmates were excited to see him at the exam, even though they didn't understand why he was there. Xiangbong students resented the change in the order of the students in the exam, but did not object, and Zhongnan students prepared themselves before striking. With his hand behind his back, Jung Dae-gi stood in a specific pose to perform his school's technique. Kumbong Nam realized that the young man was planning to use the heavenly firmament of the thundercloud's hands to damage the stone with just his fingertips. The elder at this point boasted that the young man was his best student and he was expecting his high grades. Jung Dae-gi concentrated and channeled the spiritual energy into his palm with a wave of his hand, and making a hole about 12 centimeters deep in the stone. This was quite an impressive result. At the same moment, Jang Gi-ho was unimpressed with his opponent's results, thinking that he could have punched the rock deeper. Cheon Seo-seo argued that Jang Gi-ho shouldn't be angry about Jung Dae-gi's punch because it wasn't forbidden to do it with her fingers. The restriction was that the examiner checked the depth with a ruler and announced the result. The mentors were quite pleased with this result, and the grand head of the Murima Alliance expressed a desire to meet the young man. Kumbong Nam also praised the young man's result because granite is a hard material. The old man said that Zhongnan did show impressive results, however there is still someone to watch. The exam went on like this and no one could make a hole deeper than what Jung Dae-gi was able to make. Zhongnan students were already celebrating their victory because they had the highest scores until the examiner called out Cheongbong's students. At that moment, Jung Daigi turned his attention to Cheonbong's students, thinking that they couldn't outdo him either because they were so humorless and pathetic. However, after looking at Cheon Seo, he recognized that she looked like a real warrior, unlike the boys, and was very attractive. After hearing the examiner's words, Cheon Seo walked towards the same rock that Jung Daigi was hitting. When Jung Daigi looked at the other boys, he noticed that the others were also looking at Cheon Seo with the same admiration as him, and he decided to flirt with her because she's so good for him. Standing in front of the stone, Cheon Seo exhaled, reassuring herself that she had to do everything the same way she had been training in Cheonbong. Jung Daegi noticed that the girl was standing in front of his stone and grinned to himself. The stone didn't get any softer after he hit it. At that moment, Cheon Seo swung her fist and hit the rock with incredible force, which caused a crack to appear on the rock, and the girl went completely into the rock with her fist. Jung Daegi, who was watching her, was shocked by the strength of the student from Cheonbong. Jung Daegi even shuddered at what he saw, since he didn't resent such a show of strength from a girl. There was complete silence, which was interrupted by an examiner with a ruler. He had come to measure the depth of the crack left by Cheon Seo. It turned out that the depth was about a little less than 23 centimeters, because of which the audience finally fell silent in mute shock. Many students ran to the granite block to see the dent from Cheon Seo's blow. All the students realized that the blow was so powerful that it was no longer possible to use this stone to test the student's ability. From shock, Jung Daegi fell to the ground in front of Chung Gi-ho, who was preparing for his power test. He rudely asked Jung Daegi who he thought was the loser now. The mentors were also shocked by what they saw. Incredible Son of Heaven asked if Cheon Seo was the only daughter of Cheon Dae-gun. The elder in turn asked if the girl was the child who had managed to arouse Kyumbong-nam's interest. But the old man replied that Cheon Seo is not that child, and pointed out that all the students at Cheonbong Pavilion have the same clothes and are very similar. Because of this, the 8th grade alliance head asked if the child the elder was interested in was more amazing than this girl, to which Kyumbong-nam replied that the child he saw was not special or gifted. Cheonbong's students who came to support the exam takers cheered at Cheon Seo's small victory. The examiner tried to calm down the students to get them to leave the exam field because there were still students who had not passed the first stage. After wishing each other good luck, Tang Yuseong and Jang Gi-ho went back to their respective stones. Each of them was watched closely by the audience, waiting for the same outstanding results as Cheon Seo. Jung Daegi, who envied the strength and glory of the seemingly talentless and untalented disciples, was watching especially closely. Taking a good swing, Chung Gi-ho, with a predatory smile, struck his fist at the block of stone with the intention of shattering it. The blow was so strong that my arm went elbow deep into the rock, and the boulder itself jumped on the spot. The block rumbled into place, but contrary to Chung Gi-ho's expectations, it did not split apart. After this hit, the viewers besides Cheon Seo and Tang Yu-sung were even more shocked and in disbelief at what had happened. Tang Yu-seong, on the other hand, noticed that Jang Gi-ho used the crouching tiger fist technique. After Chung Gi-ho pulled his fist out of the stone, the examiner measured the depth of the crack and announced that the depth was 54 centimeters. The spectators fell into even greater disbelief, especially Zhongnan's disciples, who considered their victory an undeniable fact. But 54 centimeters was unbelievably big. Numerically, the elder assumed that Kyumbong-nam was the one who was interested in him, and it was not surprising since the young man had an excellent first stage result. The head of the alliance recognized that few who serve Murim can match Chung Gi-ho's strength, but Kyumbong-nam replied that this young man wasn't the child he was interested in either. After thinking about it, the elder came to the conclusion that this child was Tang Yu-song, who was the last participant of the first stage. Chung Gi-ho walked over to Jung Daegi and patted him on the shoulder to cheer him up, making fun of Junan's disciple once again. The reason why Jung Daegi decided to participate in the exam was Tang Yu-seong, and if the latter performs better than him, it will be a failure. The grand head of the alliance accused Kyumbong-nam of being a moron because Tang Yu-sung doesn't look very special compared to the previous members. In response, the great Son of Heaven noted that he was saying that the young man would not look special, but rather looked like a mediocrity. The old man continued to speak, and noted that he would not have traveled such a long way for a gifted child with a great physique, for he had already seen many such children. He was interested in young Tang Yu-sung because he has energy flowing in the opposite direction of Qi, and his blood vessels are bad. Quan Ju-yang's mentor called Kyumbong-nam senile, because why would you choose a mediocre young man who can barely manage a small number as a student? Spiritual energy. At the same moment, Tang Yu-song, engulfed in electricity, was gathering his strength to make his strike. The head of the alliance summarized that the young man would not be able to practice martial arts and might become insane, while Tang Yu-sung, gritting his teeth, he made his strike using the mountain-turning power technique. At that moment, Kyumbong-nam replied that he was interested in the young man because he had become really strong with that kind of data. The old man looked at the Cheonbong disciple with confidence, knowing that he had not made a mistake in choosing a disciple. The stone that Tang Yusong hit split into pieces and crumbled into a pile of stones, thus earning him the first place for the first round of the exam. The mentor room fell into silence, which was interrupted by the great Son of Heaven saying that not everything was so obvious among martial artists. Tang Yusung smirked at Yung Daigi, knowing that he had surpassed the young man from Zhongnan by an order of magnitude. The young man began to stretch every word of his question with pleasure. He grinned and asked the agitated Yung Daigi if he was a... Now he thinks Cheongbong's students are the best among the students of all the schools. Elder's positive attitude disappeared as now his school would not even be able to enter the top 3 places in the exam. The Grand Preceptor asked if the elder understood this, and if his school would be able to raise its head in front of the remaining 9 factions and 5 clans. The elder honestly replied that he did not know that. Kyumbong Nam tried to calm the situation by asking the Grand Head to stop to reprimand the elder of Zhongnan's mentor. He added that not everything was so clear-cut, and things could still change. For his part, the elder remarked that he had gotten his words back to him, about the fickleness of life. He asked the incredible Son of Heaven how he had found Tang Yusung, and the old man honestly said, this young man was the first and only one to fall for Kyumbong Nam's prank, which the elder had no idea about. Looking at the young man, Kyumbong Nam couldn't think of anyone else but Tang Yusun, who had surprised the old man with his body and abilities. Remembering Tang Yusung's words about overcoming himself in training, Kyumbong Nam concluded that his prank had most likely helped the young man become so strong. Standing in front of the broken stone, Tang Yusung exhaled, happy that he was able to use his new skill, a skill he gained when he increased his strength to 100. He smirked and mentally thanked his grandfather for the prank, but he realized that at the same time, Kyumbong Nam was the reason for the prank. Tang Yusung's constant pain due to the electric shocks that are now exhausting the young man. Every step he takes causes pain throughout his body. At this moment, the examiner announced the early start of the second stage of the exam and began to explain the essence of the task. He explained that the disciples now needed to reach the heavenly lake by noon of the next day at the latest. There will be several flags on the lake with the seal of the head of the Murim Alliance. There won't be enough flags for everyone who turns in, so you should be quicker. Students need to pick up one of the flags and walk back to Zhongnan, and only 7 can do it. It should soon be a foggy and cold night, but the trail will be lit by lanterns. Thinking that it would be a sleepless night, Tang Yusung frowned, unlike his friends who remained optimistic. The examiner announced to the pupils that they could go on their way, and all the pupils ran towards the misty forest while the tutors came out of the study to the balcony. They wanted to wait for the children and see which of them would come first to bring the flag of the Murim Alliance. Kyumbong Nam noticed that the fog was getting thicker and visibility was getting worse. The elder explained that, unlike Hwasun, the Zhongnan peaks, much closer to cloud level and therefore almost constantly in fog, the great Son of Heaven asked if Zhongnan's disciples would have an advantage because of this. However, the Grand Chief of Murim assured that there was no need to worry about it, and the Dragon and Phoenix exam was being held in Zhongnan just because of fog. Although Zhongnan itself is naturally formed so that it is comparable to a fortress, it can be protected even more thanks to the illusory barriers that are created within the fogged area, which is used in the exam to adjust its difficulty. It guaranteed the integrity of the exam as stated by Grandmaster Quan Zhou Yang. However, despite what he said, the elder was sure that Yung Daigi had an advantage because he was the fastest among his disciples. Looking at the departing disciples, the elder used the voice transmission technique, punishing Yung Daigi to make sure to come first in the second stage. After hearing his mentor's message, Yung Daigi was slightly nervous but aimed for the first place. The trio from Zhongbong silently ran down the lighted path together. Zhang Giho suddenly interrupted the silence by saying that as night fell, the way to the lake would be harder to find because the fog would be thicker. Cheon Seoseo objected to this statement that this is the point of the second stage of the exam. She added that while the first stage was designed to weed out the less able students, now the real ability and difference is being assessed in the abilities of the students individually. Because of the difference in their abilities, each student will arrive at the right place at a different time. Summarizing, she concluded that the fog was made part exam and part test to make the task more difficult. Chang Gi-ho grinned and asked what could be dangerous in the normal fog, but Cheon Seoseo advised to stay alert, for there's no telling what might be lurking in this thick night fog. Soon it became dark, and Chang Gi-ho asked his companions whether they should proceed along the lighted road on which they were now traveling. At this time, Tang Yusong was thinking about how to get away from his friends since the trial was supposed to be an individual trial. At this moment, Tang Yusong called out the map of Zhongnan in front of him, ordering it to show the shortest path to the heavenly lake. The young man was at the end of his tether because of the pain, but he kept moving. The map soon showed him the route to the right place. Tang Yusung thought about the juju that Tang Yusung had discreetly taken with him and wondered if he should get the cat out of his bag to help him. The young man frowned and decided not to do it because he wanted to cope with the exam and the abnormal condition on his own. At that moment, Cheon Seo Seo turned to her fellow students and asked them why they were running together when now everyone is on their own, aiming for a fair fight. At that moment, she realized that no one was answering her, and she turned to Jang Gi-ho and Tang Yu-sung, and saw that the young men had already left her and gone their own way, without waiting for the girl's conclusion. Seeing that the route to the heavenly lake had been constructed, Tang Yu-sung looked back and saw that his friends were no longer with him. Surprised, he stopped, not expecting Cheon Seo Seo and Jang Gi-ho to suddenly disappear. When he was alone, Jang Gi-ho called out to his fellow students by name, but no one answered. Suddenly, he saw the wooden puppet he had seen at the Cheonbong entrance exam emerge from the fog. He wasn't sure if he should fight her or if it was part of the exam, but he decided to attack the doll, forgetting about his friends. While looking around, Cheon Seo Seo thought that it was suspiciously quiet. Suddenly, she noticed a tree by the roadside with streetlights and wondered if she had seen this tree before. Thinking that the lanterns might be a trap, she left a mark on the tree that she had been here and ran on. The tree began to release resin from the cut, and after a lap, Cheon Seo Seo returned, wiping the yellowish sap off the bark of the tree with her hand. As the girl supposed, the lanterns were a trap that leads students who run in circles along the road. But if the road with the lanterns was a trap, Cheon Seo Seo didn't know which road to take. At that moment, the girl noticed a path behind a tree going somewhere into the fog. She reasoned that it was definitely necessary to leave the lighted path and intended to take the unlit path. Tang Yu-sung also noticed that the map told him to get off the road, even though the examiner told him to follow the road with the streetlights. But he decided not to argue with the map and moved away from the lanterns, mentally hoping his friends would be okay. Because he, unlike the others, gets clues from his ability to summon the map. At that moment, the young man's body was hit by another electric shock, and he decided that he didn't have much time to worry about his fellow students. Falling to the ground in pain, Tang Yu-sung suddenly noticed something in front of him. It was a wooden puppet that the young man had seen at his first exam in Jeonbong. It was covered in electric shocks and did not move. For a moment, Tang Yu-sung stopped in front of the doll to study it closely. At the same time, the same dolls were being broken by Jang Gi-ho. He thought back to last year when he entered Cheonbong and did the same thing with these dolls, by simply breaking the wooden pieces. Suddenly, another puppet appeared out of the fog, intending to ambush Jang Gi-ho. However, Jang Gi-ho kicked the doll away with his foot, annoyed that his musings on the purpose of these wooden dolls on the exam. He yelled at the doll from not understanding where all these dolls come from. Looking in the direction the doll jumped from, he saw another one and realized they were all coming from the same place. He smiled predatorily, thinking that it would be nice to get back at those dolls, because he had been bored without fights for the last few days. At the same time, Cheon Seo Seo also destroyed these dolls by jumping on one of them from above and breaking its head. After the head was broken, the doll stopped moving and Cheon Seo Seo looked at the other doll, destroying her with one powerful kick to the head. It seemed to her that the flow of these dolls was endless. When she saw more fog dolls running at her, she realized they were a clue because they were coming from the same place, which means that where they're coming from is the destination for Cheon Seo Seo. She reasoned that the examiner hadn't said anything about the dolls, so they should just ignore them and run in their direction, avoiding the wood themselves. Deftly jumping over the dolls that were about to attack her, she disappeared into the fog. At that moment, one of Cheonbong's students, who was also participating in the exam, was fighting off a horde of puppets. At this moment, the doll rammed into the student and he fell backwards, sitting on the ground. He held his hand up and shouted in the direction of the doll that he couldn't go on any longer and gave up. The puppet stopped and two examiners appeared in front of the student who were watching and were obviously disappointed with the student. One of them asked if it was correct to say that Yeo Jin was voluntarily surrendering and therefore dropping out of the exam. Thinking about the fact that there were 3 really capable guys from Cheongbong who would definitely pass the exam, Yeo Jin replied positively. Having written it down on his papyrus, the examiner sighed, for the young man had guessed to get off the lighted path, and so he was already close to victory. He pointed to the second examiner and said he could take Yeo Jin to the dropout tent. At that moment, the examiner heard that another student had given up, so he leaves Yeo Jin with the second person. At that moment, Cheonbong's student asked how it was possible to pass the exam if there were so many dolls. The young man went on to say that dealing with these puppets was very difficult and he wasn't sure if anyone would be able to complete this stage of the exam. Sighing, the examiner said that it had been announced that the purpose of the test was the flag and not the puppets, and therefore they were to be ignored and run. He added that all the way to the Heavenly Lake, the Alliance would test the apprentice's skills. In the beginning, you have to guess that the lanterns are a trap. Then you have to be brave enough to enter the creepy and dark, misty woods. And at the end of the day, the dolls are the embodiment of the difficulties on the road to overcome, proving that under the onslaught of adversity, you can come to the goal. After looking at the situation of the other children, the examiner continued to reason. Some solve the problem with dolls with agility, some break them, breaking their way forward, but there is no turning back, and thanks to with their persistence, they would reach the lake. At this moment, Tang Yusong came out of the forest right in front of the lake and realized that he had become the first in this race. He was glad he had the map to help him, for without it, he would not have made it in such a bad condition. When he came to the water, he found ice, and was glad that he had not. Would have to swim through cold water in winter. However, walking on ice was no easier than swimming on an icy lake. At this moment, Yojin asked the examiner if all the difficulties of the trial would end at the lake, and if the disciples would be able to take the flag safely. Having judged that there was no point in hiding it from the dropout, the examiner told what awaited the examinees at the lake. At this time, Tang Yusong was walking slowly and heavily on the ice, trying not to fall. He was suddenly called out by the shaking dragon Xian's nickname Yung Daigi, who had also managed to reach the lake. He was angry that Tang Yusong had beaten Yung Daixu to the lake. Tang Yusong was surprised that the young man could find the lake without a map, a shortcut to the heavenly lake. Not wanting to give up the first place to his rival, Yung Daigi ducked down, intending to jump onto the ice. Using step 36 of the Big Bear spirits, he found himself on the ice and quickly slid toward the flags with a shadowless step of emptiness. Without difficulty, Yung Daigi overtook Tang Yuexiong and loudly shouted his victory in this competition. Cheon Gun himself suddenly appeared in front of the young man and stopped the young man's fast running. Using his hawk's claws, he laid the young man on the ice, breaking through it. Standing on top of Yung Daigi, Cheon Gun used the 5th Cheonbong technique, trying to blow away the shocked Tang Yuexiong. He was genuinely shocked by his mentor's appearance at the Dragon and Phoenix exam. At this moment, the 8th Grand Chief of the Marima Alliance was explaining the principle of creating wooden puppets for the exam. If you create a human figure with acupuncture holes made of wood and then pour prepared water with spiritual energy into them, a person will be revived for half a day and will act in a fight using the same techniques as the master whose spiritual energy was used. The Grand Preceptor added that once upon a time similar puppets were used by the Devil School in battles, but they were too slow and weak to fight with them against the Alliance, and they were scattered all over the Zhongyuan country. He said that after he was chosen as the next elder, he collected parts of these puppets to study how they worked, and after figuring out how they worked, suggested using them to train Marim's children. After he became the head of the Alliance, he suggested using them for the exam. The great Son of Heaven recognized that these puppets were better than he had envisioned. The elder added to the monologue of the Grand Preceptor that these puppets are excellent for training because they leave no serious injury, and they can stand on par with the wealth of the 9 factions. The elder asked whose spiritual energy was used to create the puppets for the Dragon and Phoenix exam. The elder replied that all but one of them used the energy of Zhongnan's senior disciples. The elder asked about this one special doll. The elder admitted that Cheon Gun had ordered some wooden dolls for himself last year, and as payment for the dolls, he left some of his spiritual energy for the elder, which was used in that particular doll. The elder admitted that he had wanted to use the energy of one of the Hwasan masters before, but they had refused him. Turning away from the great mentors, the elder continued, saying that he was confident that his school would win this trial despite the talent of Cheonbong's students. He confidently said that Yung Daigi would definitely come first with the flag since he was the fastest from Cheonbong school. Meanwhile, Yung Daigi had surfaced from the icy water that Cheon Gun had thrown him into. Noticing that Master Chungbong was distracted by Tang Yusong, he ran after the flag to definitely break away from the upstart from Xi'an. Tang Yusong didn't expect his mentor to participate in the exam. He felt his teacher's technique pushing him back and realized that he had to act. Suddenly, his thoughts were taken up by Cheon Seo, who had opened her heart to him in Cheonbong, saying that she didn't want to enter into a marriage of convenience. He waved those thoughts away, remembering that his opponent now was Cheon Gun himself, and he would have to try very hard to overcome this obstacle. At that moment, he used his walker to appear a few steps away from Cheon Gun. The young man began to ask the teacher loudly if he had told Cheon Seo about his participation in the exam. He swung his arm, but before he could even touch the teacher, he was thrown backwards. The tutor walked toward his apprentice. At this time, Yung Daigi had finally reached the small island with the flags of the Murim Alliance. However, at that moment, he was pushed back by the air currents that Master Cheon Gun was gathering around him, and then was thrown into the sky by a single force of wind, thus preventing the young man from taking the flag. At this moment, Cheon Gun jumped up, intending to strike Tang Yuexiong with his palm. The young man blocked the blow and prepared for the worst, but felt that the master's blow was very weak. At this moment, Tang Yuexiong remembered Cheon Seo's words again, but he was already saying that he had to keep his eyes open in this night fog. Tang Yusong looked closer at the figure of Cheon Gun and realized that it was not the master himself, but a puppet with his energy, and the appearance of the master was an illusion. At this moment, Tang Yusong landed on his feet like a puppet looking at his opponent. At this moment, the frowning young man realized that everything in the fog was an illusion, except for the laws of physics themselves, and that was why Cheon-dae-gun had hit him so weakly. He realized that he should just walk past the doll, but he kept remembering the sad look on Cheon-seo-seo's face without even realizing why, thinking that the girl might get upset at the sight of her father, so he decided to break the doll before taking the flag. He figured he'd have enough distance to get to the doll from behind. Shouting that Tang Yu-seong was avenging the master for Cheon-seo-seo, he ran towards the doll using his walking skill. He continued his speech on arranged marriages and said that although the election of a mentor was not bad, it was worth asking his daughter's opinion. Grabbing the doll's head, he began to transmit to it the charges of electricity that were still hitting Tang Yu-seong. The puppet fell, and the hero smiled, remembering how he found a puppet in the woods that was also electrocuted. Then he realized that wood was weak against electrical charges. As he approached the flags, he thought about the pain he was constantly experiencing, but kept moving. Not noticing that 2 flags were missing even though Young Dae-gi hadn't taken any flags yet, the young man quickly headed away. Puni Kyung-hun has been watching the whole time and is amazed by Tang Yu-seong's cleverness. He decided to call the excellent Hwasun his comrade, wondering how creepy Tang Yu-seong could be since he had successfully used his curse to get what he wanted. Looking at the young man, Puni Kyung-hun summed up his thoughts by saying that he now considered Tang Yu-seong to be like-minded. Having finally reached the shore, Tang Yu-seong concluded that he must now hurry back to Jongnan with the flag. At that moment, he heard footsteps. It was Cheon-seo-seo who had gotten ahead of him and quickly disappeared. But all he saw from behind was Young Dae-gi, who was just able to reach the flags. He grabbed onto one of the flags stuck in the ground and rose to his feet, angrily looking at Tang Yu-seong. He shouted at the young man, but Tang Yu-seong was already getting annoyed with this ambitious young man, wondering mentally where he was coming from all the time. Appears. Meanwhile, Young Dae-gi loudly announced that he will definitely overtake Tang Yu-seong this time. Young Dae-gi was running at Tang Yu-seong while cursing at the young man who was trying to prevent him from getting ahead by blocking his path with his own hands. With the flag, Tang Yu-seong was surprised that his opponent with an agility score lower than his Young Dae-gi was keeping up with him. He was confident that he could easily break away from the young man if every step he took didn't cause Tang Yu-seong pain. Suddenly, a flash of pain enveloped Tang Yu-seong again, and he stumbled back, clenching his teeth in pain. His opponent took advantage of this by using the golden messenger technique to rush forward. Having easily overtaken the abnormal condition of Tang Yu-seong, Young Dae-gi swiftly rushed towards Jongnan, shouting that a person from low-class Chongbong couldn't easily defeat an important student from a noble family. Squirming on the ground in pain, Tang Yu-seong watched as the distance between him and his opponent rapidly increased. He couldn't take the pain anymore. The pain stiffened Tang Yu-seong, and he mentally berated himself for wasting his strength on a copy of Cheon-dae-gun. His consciousness swam, and Tang Yu-seong realized that he was about to fall into unconsciousness. He was already happy that he would be able to win this time, but his jubilation was suddenly interrupted by Cheon-seo-seo's shout, who easily overtook him and disappeared into the fog so quickly that Young Dae-gi couldn't see who had overtaken him. At the same time, leaning on the flag, Tang Yu-seong struggled to stand up, trying not to faint. At this moment, he remembered Jin Hong's words from his past life, saying that one could achieve the impossible with the right amount of effort. Slowly standing up, Tang Yu-seong remembered how he used to think of these words as delusions. Now he realized their true meaning. He remembered that his father had always said the same words to him. Now Tang Yu-seong realized that if his willpower was great, he could endure anything. When he was first struck by the pain of electricity in his mind, he had never hoped that he would be able to do anything when he arrived in Jongnan. During the first stage, Tang Yu-seong was struggling not to howl in pain, and even when the pain was unbearable in the fight with Cheon-dae-gun's clone, he didn't give up. The young man realized that it was only through sheer willpower that he was able to stay on his feet. He was able to get to his feet, and step by step he got used to the new pain. Kept walking. The young man frowned and decided to himself that he could endure the ordeal. At that moment, the young man received a message that he was able to improve his willpower and therefore received a passive skill, who was able to reduce the pain a little bit, so Tang Yu-seong was able to walk more confidently and then started running, thinking that he would definitely become the best in the world. At this time, Young Dae-gi was angry at the stranger who was able to overtake him, and after realizing that he couldn't take the first place, he quit. The flag at his feet, getting very angry. He shouted loudly, unable to cope with his emotions. At that moment, he noticed that Tang Yu-seong had caught up with him and glanced at the young man and hissed at him that he couldn't just lose to Tang Yu-seong. The young man argued that in that case, Young Dae-gi should hurry up to overtake him. In response, the young man shouted that he would not let Tang Yu-seong go any further. Surprised, Tang Yu-seong asked if his opponent would just stand to stop Tang Yu-seong from taking the exam. When asked if Young Dae-gu was refusing to participate from the exam, the young man only grinned. He said that he would get his father's merit certificate anyway, but if he didn't let Tang Yusung pass now, he wouldn't be able to pass. Tang Yusung got angry and said that he would have had to fight in the third stage anyway, but he didn't mind having a fight now. Tang Yusung asked Yung Daigi, after sticking the flag into the ground, what the young man had done so badly to Junan's disciple that he decided to mess with him. With an evil smirk, Yung Daigi replied that Tang Yuxiang had done nothing to him, and he was just annoyed by people who looked like Zhongbong's disciple. The answer surprised Tang Yusung, and he replied that Zhongnan's disciple's answer sounded like nonsense and a blatant lie, but added that he would pretend that such a reply, it would suit him. At this moment, someone's hand appeared from the fog and grabbed the back of Yung Daigi's head. It was Puni Kyung-hoon who snuck up on Yung Daigi and hit him on his knee, knocking him out. After letting go of the young man and exhaling smoke, he turned his attention to Tang Yusong and said hello to him. Tang Yusong, who was not expecting to see the son of the First Evil Alliance's leader, looked at the lying Yung Daigi in confusion. With a wink at the young man, Mr. Puni asked if foggy weather was the best time for him to show up. At this time, the elder and the great mentors were still standing on the balcony waiting for the disciples while the examiners were removing the granite blocks. They watched as the sky gradually turned pink. It was beginning to lighten. Kyum Bongnam smiled and noticed that no one had shown up even though the rabbit hour that was between 5 and 7 in the morning had already passed. The great mentor asked his colleague if he thought that this time too his amazing child would get the highest score. The great son of heaven shrugged his shoulders and said he didn't know the answer to this question. In turn, the elder claimed that the result of the stage would definitely be different this time. The 8th grade head agreed with the elder's opinion, although Kim Bon-nam still thought about who could take the first place. At that time, Tang Yuseong snorted and said that Mr. Puni Kyung-hun likes to appear unexpectedly all the time. Mr. Puni replied that he thought he'd be happy with the young man's appearance. Seeing Tang Yuseong's serious look, the man promised that he had not killed anyone this time, and he could not be thanked for it. Looking up at Puni Kyung-hun, Tang Yuseong asked him why he was following him. With a thumbs up, Mr. Puni objected, saying that he was just waiting for one person in an ambush at the Heavenly Lake and happened to see the young man. Showing 2 fingers to Puni Kyung-hoon remarked that he was bored just sitting in the ambush, so he was happy to see at least some familiar face. With a squeamish glance at the lying Yung Daigi, the young man asked why Mr. Puni had knocked out Junan's disciple. With a chuckle, he only replied that he had acted as karma to punish Yung Daigi for his bad manners, and he didn't see anything wrong with his action. Smoking Puni Kyung-hoon said that although he is evil, he doesn't like to do evil things himself. However, to lighten the mood, he said that Tang Yusung might consider it as a favor to a comrade in distress, that is out of solidarity. Exhaling smoke, Puni Kyung-hong, that this is the first time he sees someone other than himself who possesses the body of 5 demon. Tang Yusong slightly tensed up and asked what kind of 5-demon body was this. In response, Puni Kyung-hong condescendingly asked the young man if he had encountered the term for the first time just like him. Tang Yusong was surprised and remembered that people with this body accumulated spiritual energy faster and were gifted with the energy of the 5 elements from birth. Examining himself, Tang Yusong wondered why he had weak spiritual energy if he had such a strong body. Puni Kyung-hun exhaled sadly, saying that he didn't want this damned body that was causing him so much pain. Raising his left hand up, he explained that it was home to a black fire dragon that he had raised himself. Recalling the recent incident, Tang Yusong came to the conclusion that the burning key on his left arm was because of this fire dragon. After thinking about it for a while, he came to the conclusion that by that logic, Tang Yusong had a thunder dragon. Grinning and pointing at Tang Yusong, he said that he was fighting this curse while Tang Yusong was using it to his advantage. Noting that the exam was now underway, Tang Yusong threw a pheasant jerky into Mr. Puni's hands, offering an exchange for a smoking pipe. After eating the pheasant meat, Puni Kyung-hoon agreed to the deal, so that Tang Yuseong could have a chance to reduce his pain a little. He handed the pipe to the young man, and he drew in the medicinal smoke, seeing how long this abnormal state would last. After embracing the young man and touching his forehead to Tang Yusong's forehead, the man wished him good luck in the exam, and then disappeared into the fog. At that moment, Tang Yusung saw Chang Gi-ho approaching him, carrying a flag in his hands. He was surprised to see Tang Yusung smoking and said resentfully that Tang Yusung was able to overtake him this time too. Tang Yusung grinned and said that if things went on like this, Chang Gi-ho would be in 3rd place, which was not bad either. At which point, Chang Gi-ho said in surprise that he was 4th in this race, not 3rd. A surprised Tang Yusung asked about it, and Chang Gi-ho said that by the time he reached the lake, there were 4 flags left. Realizing that Tang Yusung would probably come in 2nd in this case since Yung Daigi couldn't make it to the finish line, he pulled out the flag that had been stuck in the ground. Nervously, he asked Yung Daigi's resentful Chang Gi-ho how much time was left until the end of the exam. At this moment, the great mentors together with the elder greeted the dawn, but none of the disciples had yet appeared. At this moment, no longer hoping to see anyone, Quanzhou Yang grinned, noting that the elder was right in his words about the change of leaders. At this moment, the elder began to peer intently into the fog to see who the grand head of the alliance saw. He was confident that Jung Daigi would be able to restore his school's honor because he had been practicing the fastest techniques since childhood. But at that moment, Cheon Seo Seo appeared in the goal, contrary to the expectation of Junan High School's mentor. She slowly walked through the gate, calmly heading forward towards the mentors. All the examiners were shocked because it was the first time they had seen a girl take the first place in one of the Dragon and Phoenix exam stages. At that moment, all the eliminated contestants gathered to watch Cheon Seo Seo's victory, discussing it amongst themselves. Looking around, Cheon Seo Seo happily realized that she had come first and had performed better than her fellow students this time. In a rage, the elder shouted that this was nonsense and a mistake and could not have happened. Hearing the exclamation, the Grand Preceptor asked why the man felt that way. The elder began to argue that a girl without cheating could not have been the best in the exam. Shouting furiously, Quanzhou Yang said that the girl's gender and her ability were not related, and the elder could not claim that after his 2 losses, students from other schools just cheat. It's undignified behavior that was never taught to him. As an argument, the grand head of the alliance cited the Golden Saint Nun and the world's strongest woman, the Holy Swordswoman of Wesmore, who despite the gender were able to become the greatest martial artists. Nervously, the elder agreed with these conclusions and apologized as he turned around to the gate. Expecting to see Jung Daigi next, Kyumbongnam said with a grin that Tang Yusung must have slept for a while since he could only come in. Now, at this moment, Tang Yusung quickly jumped out of the fog, flying through the last gate of Taiyi Gate. And Zheng Giho came running after him, thus guaranteeing his high score on the exam. Cheon Seo Seo grinned at this moment as she looked at the boys and said that she had already waited for them for a long time and her fellow students were too slow. Leaning tiredly on the flag, Tang Yuseong asked how Cheon Seo Seo was able to accomplish this if he was the first to arrive at the Heavenly Lake. With a grin and a shrug, the girl replied that she had been able to stealthily take the flag while Tang Yusung was fighting with Cheon Daigung, and so she was easily able to overtake Jung Daigi. Nervously, Tang Yusung asked if she had heard all of the young man's speech that he was saying to the doll. With a grin, the girl asked what Tang Yusung was saying and if he had discussed her with Cheon Daegun's copy. Tang Yuseong turned pale with shock and froze in mute embarrassment. Cheon Seo Seo waved her hand and said that she hadn't heard anything and was just joking. But Tang Yuseong didn't answer anymore. The girl was a little frightened by the young man's behavior. At that moment he fainted, which frightened his fellow students even more. At which point one of the examiners came to the Grand Preceptors and Elder to deliver some unpleasant news. He reported that the activity of the evil faction masters had been noticed, and that several examiners were found lying on the floor. After a severe bout of embarrassment, Tang Yusong woke up already on a bunk in the Zhongnan School's pharmacy. His fellow students were there waiting for Tang Yuseong to wake up. It was they who took the young man to the local healer, but they were happy to know that he was healthy. Chang Giho added that the Zhongnan Pavilion had become chaotic due to the appearance of the masters of the First Evil Alliance. With a nod, Cheon Seo Seo informed Tang Yu Seong that they were now combing the entire area around the school to find the uninvited guests at the hands of which several people were injured. At the same moment, Jung Daigi was shouting at the nurse who was helping, saying that he was fine. Turning away nervously, Tang Yusung wondered if Puni Kyung Hong had caused all this chaos just to say hello to the young man. After thinking about it, the young man came to the conclusion that maybe it wasn't so bad since only a few people were hurt and no one went to the other side of the world. And also said to himself that if the man had been the Puni Kyung Hong that Tang Yusung knew from a previous life, everyone would have gone, including Tang Yu Seong himself. Zhang Giho and Cheon Seo Seo left, saying they would wait for him outside. At that moment, the Great One entered the room. Son of Heaven. He smirked and asked how the awakening had gone for Tang Yusung, who was shocked by Kim Bongnam's appearance. He asked the elder why he was here in the first place and stated that he had gotten Tang Yusung into some trouble because of him. The young man also stated loudly that he thought that outsiders were not allowed into Zhongnan's territory. The elder frowned and asked why he was not allowed to walk here if he lived near the school. Tang Yusung looked closely and said that the elder had changed a lot since last time, although the disciple believed his words that the elder was only 58 years old. No matter how hard he tried to think of him, Tang Yusung couldn't remember anything about a man with that name. The electricity interrupted his thoughts. During his rest, the young man had forgotten about the pain and got used to it, although it would still torment him for more than half a day. At that moment, the old man gave the young man a hard slap, and the young man cried out in incomprehension, asking why the old man had hit him. The old man grinned and said that he had injected some Gen Qi into the young man to make the pain go away, and added that Tang Yusong should stop faking. A surprised Tang Yusong looked around and realized that he was no longer electric. Quietly asking how the old man had done it, Kumbong-nam said that he had noticed Tang Yusong's blood stasis and had simply broken the stasis, adding that for sure. It caused great pain. He advised the young man to take care of his unusual body in a bad way. Tang Yusong asked the elder if the fact that he had the body of the 5 demons was the reason for his bodies. The surprised old man asked what the young man meant, and the young man honestly replied that he was visited by the evil faction master who called him a comrade in distress. But the old man only laughed loudly in response, and after laughing replied that he had never thought to hear such a term from anyone. Kumbong-nam asked the young man about the evil faction member, and he said he was looking for a black-clothed man to follow. That time on the cliff the old man chased. The elder nodded, taking the young man's answer into consideration. Then he added that the young man didn't have to worry about anything else. Tang Yusong tensed up and asked what Kumbong-nam's verdict on the young man's curse was, and if he could answer what the cause of the ailment was. And finally, whether Tang Yuseong was born with the body of the 5 demons. The old man smirked and was silent for a moment. Tang Yuseong was serious, but the old man was ready to mock the young man. In turn, the elder admitted that he had seen Tang Yusung's performance in the first round of the exam and how the young man had gotten the best score, as well as how the young man came second in the second stage of the exam. The young man managed to create a new technique to withstand the old man's joke and successfully pass all the previous stages. And if you look from the side of the result, the fact that Tang Yusung has the body of 5 demons might be true. However, compared to the bodies of other warriors and apprentices, they are much closer in physical parameters to the possessors of the cursed body than the young man. So the young man shouldn't worry about it because according to Kumbong-nam, Tang Yuseong doesn't have the body of the 5 demons. Nervously, Tang Yusong replied that in that case, the First Evil Alliance's First Evil Alliance Master was mistaken. Kumbong-nam said that students with the 5 demon bodies are like diamonds and are gifted from birth with a great talent for learning. Martial arts and the quality of a gifted child has Tang Yusong himself, but with such a body, there is only one way to go, and it is either born or are obtained through diabolical techniques that make this body known as the 5 demons. At this time, after recalling the dialogue with Puni Kyung-hun, Tang Yusung realized that it was most likely a man who was talking to him about these techniques. The young man asked if his ailment had anything to do with devilish techniques. Kumbong-nam grinned and replied that Tang Yusung had no such thing, but there was another feature. And because of that, the elder came to Tang Yusung to give him some useful advice. He said that the farther Tang Yusung and his, by training and the stronger he becomes, the more often the ailment will appear, and thus the fate of the young man is a constant overcoming of himself and the limits of his own body. The elder also pointed out that with any wrong move, Tang Yusung could easily fall into insanity, and so it would happen, an incurable and irreversible end. He asked the young man if he wanted to continue like this. The young man replied by asking if his body would continue to evolve. If you do it right. The old man grinned in response and asked in what direction the young man had decided to go. Standing up from the bed, Tang Yusung confidently said that he would strive to become the best in the world. Surprised by this answer, but not the least bit embarrassed, the elder asked what would happen after Tang Yusung became the best in the world. It made the young man stop and think hard about his future. Walking out of the pharmacy, Tang Yusung was greeted by his fellow students, and Yojin greeted Shaking Dragon Xian all right. The young man told Tang Yusung that even though chaos had started, the results of the students' scores and who would fight whom were finally posted now. Walking towards Tang Yusung, Cheon Seoseo suggested to go and check who would fight who in the 3rd stage of the exam. Cheonbong's students walked down to the crowd and the results sign. The crowd of gawkers immediately hurried away from the students who had taken the best seats. After seeing the results, Cheon Seoseo exhaled disappointedly after realizing that she wouldn't be participating in the first qualifying battle. There is a tradition according to which the head of the Great Murim Academy is present at the last stage of the Dragon and Phoenix exams, to watch how the top competitors do in the battles and how this last stage goes. However, the leader's movements are kept top secret, so his movement around the country becomes unpredictable, even to members of the Great Academy of Murima. The students in the stands cheering for the students of their school looked for the head of the Great Academy, but he was not at the usual place. At this moment, the head was sitting at the farthest seat on the podium next to the great Son of Heaven, drinking lunging liquor. The man's former mentor wondered how the head of the Great Academy could accurately predict what kind of alcohol Kumbong-nam would like. With a chuckle, the great Son of Heaven added that without his customary hat, the man looked kind of wrong. Wiping his forehead with his hand, the man admitted that with the hat he is recognized by a lot of people, and it creates some inconvenience, though the mentor's remark seemed curious to the man. Kumbong-nam was surprised that his student was recognized not by his fan but by his hat. Kyum Bong Nam told him that he had news even though he had been invited by the head of the department. The old man said he heard a man with no shadow. The head of the alliance, Chong Juga, asked if it was the same person the man already knew. Confirming the man's guess, Kyum Bong Nam suggested that his appearance was most likely related to the appearance of the evil faction members in Zhongnan's territory as well. Scratching his chin, Kwanzhou Yang asked if it could be that the person without a shadow had already stolen something. Although this man was Zhong Yuan's best thief, rumors exaggerate the man's strength, but Kyum Bong Nam admitted that he represents a great challenge too. Evil faction danger. The turmoil in the First Evil Alliance also means an emergency situation for the Murim Alliance. Optimistically, the man said that it could only happen, but the Great Son of Heaven corrected him and said that the trouble has already come and the emergency has come. Thinking about it, the man asked if what the man without a shadow had stolen could have something to do with the body of the 5 demons. Kyum Bong Nam asked what his former student had written in a note to the Grand Head of the Alliance, to which the man replied that he had alerted the old man to the appearance of the body of the 5 demons, and remarked that the old man and the one without a shadow are similar in that disappeared from sight at the same time. In response, the elder confirmed that their thoughts were in agreement. Suddenly, he said that a man should be wise enough to take action. After all, what's going on is really connected with the body of the 5 demons. As he held out the saucer to the head of the academy, Kyum Bong Nam asked him to elaborate on the appearance of the body of the 5 demons. At this time, Chang Gi-ho was fighting Hwasan's disciple and easily won the fight. Disappointedly, the Cheonbong disciple told his fallen opponent that he thought Hwasan's disciples were more fun and stronger opponents. The examiner declared victory for Chang Gi-ho and crossed out the name of the Hwasan disciple from the battle cue. With a grin, Cheon Seo told the yawning Chang Gi-ho that she was right, that her fellow student would indeed win. Chang Gi-ho asked his friends to wake him up in time to fight again. Tang Yu-sung grudgingly asked if Chang Gi-ho thought the next fight would be long enough for the young man to sleep. Chang Ji-ho grinned and replied that it was just his way, and he hadn't slept all last night because of the second stage of the exam. With her arms folded across her chest, Cheon Seo promised herself that she would definitely defeat a lazy guy like Chang Gi-ho. After looking over the students, the examiner announced the next fight between Tang Yu-sung and Jung Dae-gi. After hearing Cheon Seo's words of encouragement, Tang Yu-seong walked forward to the training field where Jung Dae-gi was already standing. The examiner asked the competitors to greet each other as is customary before a fight, while Jung Dae-gi angrily said that this time around, "We'll show Tang Yu-seong what the young man is capable of." The irritated Tang Yu-seong thought he would have beaten up Jung Dae-gi if it wasn't for Puni Kyung-hoon. The examiner raised his hand up and swept it down to announce the start of the fight. It was necessary to defeat the opponent 3 times to pass on. Tang Yu-sung was immediately in front of Jung Dae-gi, raising his fist to punch him in the face. The young man was able to deflect to the side, and his fist went tangentially, only slightly grazed the cheek of Zhongnan's disciple. When he looked back, he saw that Tang Yu-sung had regrouped and was attacking him again. He was surprised at how strong Tang Yu-seong had become. Jung Dae-gi thought that the young man was slower in the second stage of the exam. Before he could block the punch, Jung Dae-gi received another punch from Tang Yu-seong, but it was stronger than the previous one. In anger, the young man shouted that Tang Yu-song would not be able to defeat the Zhongnan disciple so easily, and quickly moved behind the young man's back. He used the heavenly firmament of thunderclouds, pointing his right hand towards Tang Yu-song, who easily dodged the blow and said he could easily handle the young man even without any techniques learned on missions or of memories from his past life. Rapidly, he punched Jung Dae-gi several times in the ribs, causing his opponent to stop for a moment. Standing in front of Tang Yu-sung and rubbing his bruised side, Jung Dae-gi tried to catch his breath. He turned back to his mentor, who was disappointed that his disciple had yet to land a single successful strike on Tang Yu-sung. Tang Yu-sung realized that every time Jung Dae-gi fails, he turns to the elder to see his reaction. The young man thought that this might be the reason why Jung Dae-gi doesn't use simple and basic techniques. He just wants to impress his mentor. Tang Yu-sung asked if his opponent was ready to continue, to which Jung Dae-gi shouted that he was ready to fight on. Decisively, Jung Dae-gi used the golden messenger technique and rushed towards Tang Yu-sung. However, Tang Yu-sung put his hand forward and stopped Jung Dae-gi's movement by grabbing his head. Looking at his rival, Tang Yu-sung suggested that Jung Dae-gi go back to the basics, leaving his complex and spectacular techniques behind because it would help the young man to become stronger. In response, Jung Dae-gi yelled at the young man because Tang Yu-seong, who has no lineage or status, can't tell him what to do. After punching Jung Dae-gi in the torso, Tang Yu-song only said that he didn't expect Junan's disciple to listen to him. Kneeling down, Jung Dae-gi could no longer participate in the battle. The special mission was successfully completed with Tang Yu-seong's victory. Raising the flag, the examiner loudly declared Tang Yu-song's victory in this battle. At the same time, the elder, who was disappointed with the loss, stood up. from his chair where he was watching the fight and left. At that moment, the head of the Marima Alliance recognized that Kyumbong Nam was right about Tang Yuseong is an unusual child. Looking at the former disciple, the great son of heaven asked why the man had come besides talking about the body of the 5 demons. With a slightly nervous expression, Alliance leader Chong Jugi admitted that he had come to see Murim's future warriors perform. The old man remarked that the man was probably looking for a demon body possessor, but among the many talented people in Shanxi, it would be difficult to recognize him. The head agreed with this statement, but said that there are only 2 strong enough people in Shanxi. Kyumbong Nam immediately said that one of those great talents is young Cho Ran. At the same time, Cheon Seo came to the awning where Zhang Giho was sitting to wake him up. The man told Kyumbong Nam that the second gifted child is Zhang Giho. Zhang Giho was sleeping sweetly the whole last fight, and it took a while for Cheon Seo to get through to him. He grinned at Cheon Seo's haste and stood up and shook himself off, saying that he only had to go through the girl and Tang Yuseong to become the best. On the exam, the examiner waved the flag again, calling the next students to battle. Cheon Seo and Zhang Giho came out and stood opposite each other, and after greetings, the examiner announced the start of the fight. Kyumbong Nam recognized that although Zhang Giho was a genius in combat, he was too lazy to become a truly great warrior. Pouring liquor for the mentor, the man agreed that Zhang Giho does sleep a lot. With a puzzled frown, Kyumbong Nam asked the man why he didn't take into account other Cheonbong disciples like Cheon Seo or Tang Yuseong. In response, Chongjuk admitted that he did not reject the talents of the other participants in the exam, but he only wanted to take this young man as his student. The incredible son of heaven was surprised to see that the man had quickly solved the dilemma of which child he would take under his wing. The man said that he understood the burden of responsibility and would make a judgment after the qualification exam directly at the Great Murim Academy. He remarked that he was currently observing the candidates for the Alliance Head's only apprentice, and the battle for 3rd place was just about to take place. Cheon Seo noticed in her mind that they had been studying together for so long that she already knew all of the young man's weaknesses. In turn, she asked if she and Zhang Giho had ever fought outside of class. Knowing that the young man wasn't too quick, she easily dodged Zhang Giho's fist, tried to hit him under the ribs with the fingers of a plum blossom. Zhang Giho parried the blow with his left hand against his body. Without giving the young man time to pause, the girl continued to attack him with blow after blow. Cheon Seo grinned and said that the young man should not have shortened the distance between them because her blows were comparable to the open palm of a plum blossom. Zhang Giho grinned and recognized that Cheon Seo was indeed faster than him. Tang Yuseong watched the battle closely with his 3rd eye. He saw the girl's stats increase when she used the beauty heart technique to attack the young man. But Zhang Giho easily blocked that punch by grabbing the girl's arm as well, and put the other one on his head, facing his bent knee. Cheon Seo was expecting a painful blow to her knee, but Zhang Giho stopped right before the collision without hurting the girl. He let Cheon Seo go after announcing his first win over her and asked if she wanted to continue the fight. Straightening up, the girl admitted that right now she didn't understand why she was inferior in strength to Zhang Giho as much as she was in the Cheonbong entrance exam. Picking up the wooden training sword, she reasoned aloud that losing a diligent student to a lazy one who was always late and sleeping sounded like It's incredibly ridiculous. She announced that she couldn't afford to lose to a lazy man like Zhang Giho. Cheon Seo could have put up with losing to Tang Yuseong, but not with this. Smiling, Zhang Giho suggested that Cheon Seo hit first since she hadn't given up. Having accumulated enough inner and spiritual strength, Cheon Seo snapped out of it with Cheonbong's first attack with a plum blossom in the snow. Taking a fighting stance, Zhang Giho swung his fist towards Cheon Seo, breaking her sword with a single blow. Surprised, she looked at Zhang Giho, who had broken off the tip of the wooden sword. The young man began his speech by saying that he really likes to fight and take a good nap. Happily shouting, Zhang Giho confessed that he likes the latter more since he can fight in his sleep without any restrictions. All this time, Cheon Seo didn't realize that Zhang Giho had fought with her many times in her dream, and that's why he now has an unassailable advantage over the girl who's trying to attack him right now. Kyumbong Nam was shocked to hear this statement, unlike the serious-minded head of the alliance. Zhang Giho punched the girl in the stomach at the same moment, picking her up so she wouldn't fall. Tang Yu-sung, who was watching the fight, was surprised that Zhang Giho had broken Cheonbong's serious sword technique with his bare hands. This event seems unbelievable because the difference in levels between the 2 students is only one in Zhang Giho's favor. Thinking back to his fight with Gongjin Do, Tang Yuseong admitted to himself that the fight was similar in that it was as if Zhang Giho knew all of Cheon Seo's attacks ahead of time. And it's good that Zhang Giho didn't fight at full strength and took care of the girl's physical condition. At this moment, Tang Yusong mentally recognized Zhang Giho as a very strong young man. Chung Seo was unconscious in Zhang Giho's arms, which surprised the young man himself. At the same time, the examiner raised the flag announcing the winner of the fight. Shocked at such a quick end to the fight, Kumbong Nam speculated about how there was such a difference in strength if Cheonbong's disciples were on the same level. After the fight, Jang Gi-ho carried Cheon Seo to the fence of the training field and carefully sat her down behind a wooden fence. The man also commented that it was very strange how the more prepared side lost to the second side, who only reacted. He confessed that he hired a secret agent who found out that since he was 7 years old, Jang Gi-ho has been mastering the sleep technique. After recalling the young man's words about battles and dreams, Kumbong Nam finally realized the true meaning of those words and looked at the head of the academy in surprise. He stated that spiritual power is much more powerful in sleep and with a good knowledge of his opponent. Jang Gi-ho is able to put up a fight while he sleeps, and that is. The main advantages of Jang Gi-ho, apart from greater spiritual power, are that there are no time constraints and no time limits. Physical strength. The incredible Son of Heaven admitted that he had thought Jang Gi-ho was naturally strong, but this information changes everything. Putting Cheon Seo on the ground, Jang Gi-ho turned to Tang Yu-seong, reminding him that the next fight would be between the two of them. Kumbong Nam stood up from his seat and said that if their findings are correct, it means that the fight between Tang Yu-seong and Jang Gi-ho promises to be very interesting, because Jang Gi-ho was a genius at fighting and Tang Yu-seong was his opposite and a simple laborer. The elder said that Jang Gi-ho was practicing while resting and Tang Yu-seong was working out without a break. Agreeing with the teacher's conclusion, the man called it a match between a hard worker and a genius, and Kumbong Nam agreed. Meanwhile, the examiner announced that the student who won the next fight would receive the title of Master of Shangxi Martial Art. The musicians beat the drums announcing the imminent completion of the exam. The Grand Chief of the Alliance sent a message to the incredible Son of Heaven that he was glad it would be over soon, and that there were too many spectators to see Zhongnan fail this time. With a grin, Kumbong Nam relayed the message to the Grand Preceptor, praising Zhongnan for her worthy performance in the exam. In response, the Grand Preceptor relayed that the Cheonbong youths in this test had performed unexpectedly well this year. Standing opposite each other, the young men were glad that they could finally compete with each other, and then the examiner announced the beginning of the battle. The boys grabbed each other's hands and started to fight, and Tang Yu-seong asked when the boys had last fought. In response, Jang Gi-ho smilingly replied that the last time they had a fight was before the guards practiced. He admitted that he stopped bothering Tang Yu-seong with fights because the young man was too weak at the time, and Jang Gi-ho was just bored. However, the rest of Cheonbong's disciples couldn't quench Jang Gi-ho's thirst for battles, and that hope that now Tang Yu-seong had finally become stronger. Pushing even harder against his fellow student, Tang Yu-seong recognized that they were probably equal in strength right now. Jang Gi-ho responded by proclaiming that he had never lost to anyone, not even once. At that moment, Jang Gi-ho tried to hit Tang Yu-seong with his knee, but he did a backflip to dodge the blow. Jang Gi-ho quickly moved forward to try and catch Tang Yu-seong while he was in the air. But the young man put his foot out to inertia to hit Jang Gi-ho, who put up a block to avoid the blow. He got under Tang Yu-seong's leg and hit the young man who had put up a block to soften the blow. Regrouping, Tang Yu-seong managed to land on his feet, and then the young man exclaimed that Jang Gi-ho was hitting very hard, and now Tang Yu-seong's arms sore. Pushing off from the ground, Jang Gi-ho swiftly headed towards Tang Yu-seong. The young man decided to respond to the attack, and Jang Gi-ho had to bend his back sharply, and in this position he still passed a few meters away, tiptoeing around. The excited young man exclaimed that now Tang Yu-seong was of the right level, and now battles with him were not boring. A surprised Tang Yu-seong asked if Jang Gi-ho was taking this fight as something serious, if he was having so much fun. With burning eyes, Jang Gi-ho replied that he was having a lot of fun and would like to continue the battle. But before continuing, Jang Gi-ho told Tang Yu-seong that the time young Cho Ran came to Cheonbong Pavilion, he told everyone that he had arrived to Xi'an to relieve boredom, and Jang Gi-ho really wanted to fight with a student from Hwasan High. But the next time they met young Mr. Yang, he was so angry with Tang Yu-seong that he didn't pay any attention to Jang Gi-ho. He admitted that when young Cho Ran dismissively brushed him aside several times, he lost to both him and Tang Yu-seong himself. Tang Yu-seong wondered if Jang Gi-ho wanted to take revenge on him now, and he heard that he should listen to the rest of the story. Even though Jang Gi-ho had personally seen Tang Yu-seong's growth, he couldn't believe that he would be stronger than Jang Gi-ho in the first stage of the exam. Even with the dream technique, Jang Gi-ho couldn't imagine such an outcome happening in reality when Tang Yu-seong smashed the block of granite. With a grin, Jang Gi-ho said that Tang Yu-seong had always been unpredictable, which both pleased and annoyed the young man at the same time. And now Jang Gi-ho is determined to win, to which Tang Yu-seong smiled and said he is also determined to win. A special mission window about defeating Jang Gi-ho appeared and both Cheonbong disciples snapped out of their seats. At the same time, they slapped each other across the face a little backward. Clenching his fist harder, Jang Gi-ho used the technique of a crouching tiger fist that Tang Yu-seong could not dodge in any other way. except without using the shift technique. Instantly moving behind Chang Giho's back, he swung to attack stealthily. However, Chang Giho was able to notice this, hitting the ground so hard that even Tang Yu-sung, standing behind him, jumped on the spot. The young man exclaimed that Tang Yu-sung's movement skills wouldn't work in a fight with Chang Giho. Hitting Tang Yu-sung while the young man was in flight, Chang Giho was left to watch his opponent fly even further away from him. At this moment, Chang Giho jumped up to hit Tang Yu-sung once more, giving him no time to maneuver or even land. Declaring that this was the end for Tang Yu-sung, Chang Giho punched the fist of the sneaking tiger in the stomach. An hour earlier, when Tang Yu-sung was at the Zhongnan pharmacy talking to Kyumbong-nam, the great son of heaven asked what Tang Yu-sung's purpose was. Because being the best in the world is a means to an end, not an end in itself. Tang Yu-sung was silent as he thought about Kyumbong-nam's words. The Grand Master said that since the young man was already a strong enough master, he already needs to think about his future and his goals in life. After repeating his question, the great son of heaven wanted to hear what Tang Yu-sung planned to do as a master. Mentally, he admitted to himself that he had never once thought about it during this year of his new life, and that if he became a master, then his life will be many times better than the last one, and he'll be free to do whatever he wants, which means he doesn't have to become the best in the world. He remembered the demon's face before he went to the other world. The man with scarlet eyes had called Tang Yu-sung the last one before his attack. Nervously, Tang Yu-sung asked what Kyumbong-nam would do if he found out that Zhong Yuan was about to fall. With an interested raised eyebrow, the great son of heaven replied that he would have tried to prevent it somehow. Frowning and lowering his gaze, Tang Yu-sung asked, what if preventing annihilation was almost impossible? With a chuckle, the old man replied that difficult doesn't necessarily mean impossible, and that one should still try. The young man continued to hesitate and asked, what if the country couldn't be saved anyway? The elder calmly replied that in such a case only oblivion remains, because it is the only way out for a man who is not courageous. The surprised young man was amazed by the elder's conclusions that when the world collapses, only friends and family will remain the most important things. At this point, the old man continued and said that even though he is retired, if the country calls on him, Kyumbong-nam will stand up for it, because he still has strength. He advised the young man to think about the responsibility he would have when Tang Yu-sung became the best in the world. At this moment, the mission window to defeat the demonic Sky King opened, failure for which threatened to destroy Zhong Yuan. At this moment, Tang Yu-sung stopped the fist of the sneaking tiger before receiving a punch to the stomach, which surprised Chang Giho. At that moment, he grasped Chang Giho's hand and, shouting that he must stand it, rose above the young man, putting his leg out to make a vertical movement, the cut of the great mountain. He shouted that he was sure to become the best in the world, and with an irresistible thrust, stamped Chang Giho into the ground to the surprise of all the spectators, especially the head of the alliance. But when he came downstairs, he saw that Chang Giho was still on his feet, even though he was at his limit. Seriously looking into the dust veil between them, Tang Yu-sung did not think of giving up. Tang Yu-sung automatically and almost without looking picked up the wooden training sword with a strong desire to win. He also picked up a broken training sword, Cheon Seo-seo's sword. With a loud shout, he asked Chang Giho if he could still continue the fight. Grabbing a suspiciously long wooden sword with both hands, Chang Giho rushed towards Tang Yu-sung, shouting that the young man was very funny. Suddenly, Chang Giho attacked Tang Yu-sung with the words that they could already continue. In his mind, Tang Yu-sung called Chang Giho crazy because his opponent didn't seem to be tired in the slightest and fought with the same vigor. Wondering where Chang Gui-ho had gotten the weapon heavier than a wooden sword from, he noticed that Chang Gui-ho had just snapped off one of the guandao, taking only the blade itself. The young man reasoned that this makeshift blade probably contained all of Yang Gi-ho's strength. Chang Ji-ho continued to shout, saying that they had roughly equal strength, even as they both picked up their weapons. Grinning, he suggested that Tang Yu-sung try to defeat himself with a vertical cut of the great mountain since he was pretty good at this technique. It turns out, Zhang Gi-ho reminded the young man of the day they were late for their first class at Cheonbong. He offered Tang Yu-seong to fight him now, just like when Tang Yu-seong lost to Zhang Gi-ho. With a chuckle, Tang Yu-sung noticed that Zhang Gi-ho was not much better off than Tang Yu-sung himself. With a smile, Tang Yu-sung asked if Chang Gi-ho would be able to withstand the blow, since he would be much stronger this time. Waving it off, Chang Gi-ho replied that until they tried it, they wouldn't know who could take a punch and who couldn't. At this moment, Kyumbong-nam and the head of the Marima Alliance were looking at the young men as opposites, and now finally one of them would answer the question, whether the genius of a hard worker is stronger, and vice versa. At the same time, the young men made a vertical cut of the great mountain, and it was immediately clear that Chang Gi-ho's strike, stronger. Realizing this, Tang Yu-sung moved behind Chang Gi-ho's back and swung his sword. Reminding his opponent that movement techniques are useless against Chang Gi-ho, the young man immediately turned around to repel Tang Yu-sung's strike. But that's what the latter wanted. He used his mountain-turning power and broke Chang Yi-ho's blade. Pieces of wood scattered across the training field while Tang Yu-song himself inertially passed by Chang Yi-ho behind his back. Surprised that he couldn't resist Tang Yu-seong, he thought he understood why Cheon Seo was angry with the young man. At that moment, Zhang Yi-ho fell to the ground exhausted. Meanwhile, the mission window said that the mission had been successfully completed. The stands erupted with screams from the audience as the examiner announced the best participant of the Dragon and Phoenix exam. Once in a past life before going up against a demon, Tang Yu-song sat looking sullenly into the distance. He was approached by Ho Sun-se, who had been in the auxiliary unit the longest. He asked if the squad would get a vacation after this assignment. His best friend Wolbo-nai snatched the knife from him, saying that it was better after that they be retired and not just on some vacation. An old man, Seo-ha, who was always dressed in mourning clothes, came up to them. He told everyone not to have false hopes until the deed was done. Gong Ji-on intervened and said that the best reward for him would be the miracle medicine of the noble men of the Murim Alliance, laughing about how Ok Seon-hwa actually needs this potion more than he does. The woman grinned and said she was still beautiful and popular with men. Walking over to Tang Yu-sung, she put her hand on his shoulder, saying that the man was still her only favorite. She asked if she and Tang Yu-seong would get married after this assignment. Standing up from the rock where the man Tang Yu-song was sitting on, Tang Yu-song honestly replied that it was better to think about it if they were to survive this fight. With a smirk, he ordered everyone to be ready as their 7th Veteran Auxiliary Unit would be the front line today. Standing on the balcony while celebrating his success in the Dragon and Phoenix exam, Tang Yu-song thought back to his home auxiliary squad. He missed his comrades from his past life, even though his life was better now. At that moment, Cheon Dae-gun came up behind him. He asked what his best student was doing here. Tang Yu-sung replied that he was just thinking about his own thoughts and thanked his teacher for coming from far away to the Jongnan. The teacher said that all of Tang Yu-sung's fellow students rushed to the celebration when they heard about the young man's victory. Raising the saucer of alcohol, the teacher congratulated Tang Yu-sung on his first place in the exam. Tang Yu-seong lowered his head and objected because in the second stage of the exam, Cheon Seo was the best and Jung Gi-ho was the second place overall. Cheon Dae-gun grinned and said that all of Cheonbong's students had arrived precisely because Tang Yu-seong was the best on the exam, and therefore the best, as Cheon Dae-gun's disciple. At this moment, Tang Yu-sung thought about how deserved this title was and who he really thought was the best disciple. Cheonbong. Lowering his gaze, he asked if Cheon Dae-gun thought his daughter was more worthy of the title. With a wave of his hand, Cheon Dae-gun said that she just has to get married well and she can't be the best. Mentally comparing Cheon Dae-gun to Junan's stale and wooden doll, Tang Yu-sung frowned. He asked if he could say something to his mentor as his best student. Cheon Dae-gun agreed to listen to Tang Yu-seong. He said that what Cheon Dae-gun is doing now is like selling his daughter, and even though it's not Tang Yu-seong's business, he asked if he could. To ask your own daughter's opinion on whether a bad father can be a good teacher. After bowing, Tang Yu-song expressed his hope that his words would be heeded. Cheon Dae-gun frowned and asked Tang Yu-song if he remembered being asked to apologize to young Cho-ran. Tang Yu-song exhaled and said that it doesn't matter. In turn, Cheon Dae-gun said that as a mentor and father, he tries to do his best. Depends on his best student and his daughter to succeed, and it will be easier if everyone forgets. Recalling the words of the heads of the Murima Alliance from his past life, Tang Yu-song couldn't let go of this situation so easily and accept these words. Young Dae-gun noticed that Tang Yu-seong had insulted Mr. Young. In response, Tang Yu-sung asked if it was about a young man named Young Dae-gi. But at that moment, Young Dae-gun corrected Tang Yu-seong to call the young man Young Master instead of just by his first name, and added that he knew already. Tang Yu-sung hadn't gotten along with him since the beginning of his stay in Zhongnan. The frowning mentor said that the worse his memory was, the better, would be for Tang Yu-seong himself. Turning his head to the teacher, Tang Yu-sung said that he would accept the lesson, but that he would forget his words tomorrow. Because Tang Yu-sung was advised to have a short memory throughout his life. Thinking about what he had just said, Tang Yu-sung came to the conclusion that he would not have been able to say a word against the teacher before, but now he could not. There's no point in holding on to those words because she and Young Dae-gun will never meet again. Suddenly, while Tang Yu-seong was walking away from his mentor, Cheon Seo grabbed him by his clothes and dragged him to the corner of the house he was passing by. She started yelling at him for saying something stupid to her father. In turn, Jang Gi-ho, who also heard the conversation, commended the bravery. Tang Yu-seong. Cheon Seo reprimands the young man, to which Tang Yu-seong replies that he doesn't want to serve anyone. Smiling, he said that indeed, Headshi is the best Cheonbong student, and despite who her father is, the girl will always be for Tang Yu-sung, a close friend. He mentally put aside the memories of the crazy Cheon Seo from his past life, and told the girl that if her father asked her to marry him again, she could ask the young man for help. The girl slapped Tang Yusun again for saying that. At that moment, both of them were hugged by Chang Giho, who grinned and said that if his fellow students had any problems, they should tell him. Chang Jiho grinned and suggested that Tang Yusung fight after the party, to which the young man agreed. At this moment, Tang Yusung wondered what was wrong with his auxiliary squad guys and hoped that they were all right. Suddenly, there were some rumblings and shouts outside. A puzzled Tang Yusung, who was interrupted from thinking about the Heavenly King, asked what was going on outside. Cheon Seo asked Jang Gi-ho in surprise if they had been able to arrive so quickly. A surprised Tang Yu-seong asked who Cheon Seo was talking about. Who and what was the purpose of coming to Zhongnan? Chang Ji-ho grinned and asked if it wasn't Tang Yu-sung who passed the Dragon and Phoenix exam with the best score. The young man agreed with this statement with a frown. In response, Chang Gui-ho enigmatically asked whether the people of Xi'an could sit still after learning that coming out of their town had taken first place. In the end, Cheon Seo said that no one was indifferent to the news, and the whole city came to Junan to see Tang Yu-seong. A surprised Tang Yu-song looked at the procession of people who had come from afar to congratulate him. He recognized a few people in the crowd, but most of them were unfamiliar to him. The sight impressed him greatly. With a grin, Cheon Seo said that Tang Yu-seong is now the star of Xi'an. When the crowd saw their heroes, they loudly chanted the names of Tang Yu-seong, Cheon Seo, and Jang Gi-ho, rejoicing at their small town's victory. Taking the guy's hands, he raised them up, saying that the only thing the crowd wanted was to feel united with their hero. The crowd shrieked louder with happiness to see the heroes of their city, giving them their impromptu welcoming gesture in return. At this moment, Tang Yu-song's father was standing in the crowd. He smiled with an exhale, then turned around and started to leave. This was noticed by Tang Yu-song, who immediately jumped over the fence and ran toward his father. He followed his father down the stairs and into the cheering crowd because he was the one Tang Yu-song wanted to see the most. With a loud shout to his father, Tang Yu-song jumped on top of him, hugging him with his legs and arms. He was very grateful to him for everything he had done for his son. The holiday continued while the first snow of this winter began to fall outside. Standing on the balcony again and looking out into the distance, Tang Yu-sung recalled Kim Bon-nam's words about doing the best thing in the world when Zhongyuan would be on the verge of collapse. Obvious. With a sad chuckle, Tang Yu-song thought that he would like to live the next 30 years without injury and without the chance to die at any moment. But the Dragon and Flame exam is behind us, and now all the memories from his past life are coming out. After hundreds of years of silence, the Devil School would return to the country and declare a great battle against all of Zhongyuan and the Marima Alliance. Its leader and its legend, the Devil School, nicknamed the Heavenly Demon King. However, no one from Zhongyuan had heard the name until now. Therefore, the Marima Alliance ignored this threat and focused on Puni Kyung-hoon and his wife Cheon Seo, who posed a great threat to the south. Because of this mistake, the Devil School easily infiltrated the country and began to take over city after city. All the country's armies united against a common enemy, but they failed, and the year of Bingshen was decisive for the future of Zhongyuan. Many cities were simply surrendering without a fight in front of such a strong enemy, and when the Devil School army would break into the heart of Zhongyuan was only a matter of time. At the main meeting, the head of the Demon Fighter Squad, Kim Nam-gung, put forward a proposal for them to surrender like those traitor cities. However, in a heated debate, Gum Nam-gung's surrender proposal was rejected. But despite this, the 5 men who decided to surrender on their own crossed the front lines with their units to the Devil's School. And among them was the world's best Kim Nam-gung. Everyone was angry about this decision and seemed especially disappointed with Jin Hong, who shouted out, "After the men that if they leave, there won't be nearly enough masters left in the country." In that year of Bingshen, with the departure of the 5 strongest masters, 5 devil thieves appeared, and the end of Zhongyuan came. And now, standing and looking at the first snow, Tang Yu-sung remembered that something important and almost decisive for Zhongyuan was about to happen this year. In the future, and now, Tang Yue-song needs to leave to prevent the best archer from obtaining high-quality jade at all costs. Tang Yu-song was pulled out of his thoughts by Cheon Seo, who came over to look at the first snow. Still looking forward, Tang Yu-song told the girl that this was not just an ordinary weather phenomenon. Cheon Seo asked in surprise what the young man meant by it looking like ordinary snow. With a chuckle, Tang Yu-song asked if something that could collapse mountains could be called ordinary snow. With a slight squint, Cheon Seo looked at the young man and asked him what it meant. Cheon Seo asked how the young man knew this, and immediately said to herself under her breath that the young man wouldn't answer her, and she was right. Tang Yu-song only smiled at. Answer. Suddenly Juju appeared under the guy's feet and rubbed against Cheon Seo's leg. Having sat down in front of the cat and started scratching him, the girl asked if Juju was engaged as usual in drinking a lot of alcohol on this holiday. Tang Yu-sung grinned and stroked the cat too, saying that pets are always like their owners. Cheon Seo, on the other hand, said that a young man shouldn't slip into alcoholism. While they were stroking Juju together, Cheon Seo accidentally touched Tang Yu-sung's hand and was very embarrassed by it. She suddenly jumped up, moving away from the young man, wondering why she was so hot in such a cold winter. At that moment, Tang Yu-seong addressed her as a younger sister. Cheon Seo turned to him. Tang Yu-seong straightened up and asked Cheon Seo to keep an eye on Juja. The girl asked where the young man was going to go. But all the young man said in reply was that the snow had started to fall and he should get going too. Watching Tang Yu-sung jumping over the fence, the girl was perplexed and asked what the young man meant. The girl shouted after the young man that if he was going back to Xi'an, they could leave together at dawn. With a smile, Tang Yu-sung answered Cheon Seo's question about his purpose of traveling, that he was going to rescue a girl. The young man was sure that he had not lied to the girl, because with Zhong Yuan's rescue, all of his friends would be saved as well. When Cheon Seo Tang Yu-seong cried out, shouted that he was going to become the best in the world. Surprised, the girl asked if Tang Yu-sung was going to train. Smiling, the young man nodded and replied that he would indeed be busy with something similar to training. Sadly, Cheon Seo asked if she could go on a trip with him. But the young man refused and said that Cheon Seo shouldn't go with him because it could be dangerous for her. She asked where Tang Yu-sung was going to go again, already nervous and worried. But the young man replied with the same phrase as before, that he was going to rescue the girl. After a short silence, he added that he was going to Hainan. The girl asked about the place where the young man was going to go and also asked if Tang Yu-sung was planning to enter the Great Academy then. Murima. The young man replied that the snowfall would be over by then, and so, as long as the snow was still falling, Tang Yu-sun would be on the right path prepared. His destiny. Taking off his sleeping dragon token from his belt, Tang Yu-song also reminded him that he could come to any branch of the academy in any city with it. Cheon Seo frowned, thinking that the young man was really pissing her off a bit, but asked when Tang Yu-seong planned to return. Cheonbong's top student said he planned to return in the spring and said thoughtfully that he would probably be old enough by then. Strong. After saying goodbye to Cheon Seo, he said that they would see each other at the Great Academy. Juju followed his master. At that moment on the stairs, Tang Yu-sung met his father, who was carrying warm clothes to Tang Yu-sung. Patting the young man on the shoulder, the father handed his son some clothes and instructed him to dress warmly. After bowing to Tang Yu-sung, he thanked his father for his concern and set out on the road. While his father stood by, watching his son walk off into the distance. While walking down a street in the country, Tang Yu-sung in his past life, together with Jin Hong, found a book by the 5 lords of Binshen about this year's news. It said that the 5 units that renounced the Murim alliance had become the 5 heavenly demon units of the Devil's School. Jin Hong grudgingly replied that these traitors could easily leave everyone to their fate. Tang Yu-seong, on the other hand, remarked that they would surely took their families with them. Unhappily, Jin Hong asked, what about those with whom they had served and befriended? And what about the families of these people whom they had abandoned? A surprised Tang Yu-song asked if the mentor himself had said that it was impossible to save everyone. Opening another bottle of alcohol, Jin Hong said that they could at least try their best, but none of the 5 of them tried their best. They just keep their heads down to survive. After taking a small drink, Jin Hong growled loudly that in this battle, even the weakest ones were working hard. The man threw the 5 lords' book over his shoulder into Tang Yu-song's hands and told him to read about these people. These books were authored by Kyum Nam-gung and 4 of his subordinates. The book itself was not bad, but it was all empty talk and bragging. While people were discussing the same book, in exchange for surrendering to the Devil's School, the villagers are rewarded with a bounty of elixirs. Jin Hong confessed that their village headman had surrendered to the Devil's School like many others. The man went on and on about how the country was weakened because the 5 strongest betrayed everyone and went to the enemy, and because of a weak leader of the Murima alliance. In the end, Jin Hong announced that their auxiliary squad would be going to the front lines the next day. The next day in the battle against the Heavenly King, everyone except Tang Yu-sung went to the next world. While mourning on Jin Hong's grave, Tang Yu-sung spilled the cheap baijiu his mentor liked to drink. And at that moment, still standing in front of the tomb, the man began to tear up the 5 lords' Bingshen book to eat it all in pieces. While looking at the first snow, Tang Yu-sung recalled that the writing of this book was predestined because the strongest masters of the time had become into his worst enemies when the first snow fell in the year of Bingshen. Tang Yu-sung promised himself that he would definitely change his fate. He intended to hunt down every would-be thief of the Devil's School that was responsible for the destruction of an entire country. In nearby towns, Tang Yu-song approached merchants to ask them to take the young man to the port of Leizhou in Guangdong province. But no one would agree to go this far and in this snow. They drove the young man away, asking him to destroy himself alone. Even a farmer with a cart pulled by a cow refused, because Guangdong is so far away that a cow can only get there in summer. Tang Yu-sung didn't like it because he thought he wouldn't be able to enter the Great Murim Academy in time. He frankly told the farmer that it would be faster to get to the port in a duck's pace than on that cow. Suddenly, a special mission window popped up in front of the young man, telling him to perform 1,000,000 duck steps to reach Guangdong. A month after the first snowfall, the whole country turned into a snowy country. Time flew fast during the snowfall, so this month flew by unnoticed. Not far from the capital of Henan Province, Zhengzhou, namely in 30 li to the north, there was a fortress, the entrance to which was carried out only because it was a fortress of the Murim Alliance, and in the heart of the fortress was the largest building, which was the hall of the great hero, or Buddha Hall. At this moment, Chongjuge was sitting on the roof of this building behind a beautiful snowfall, feeling sorry for those children who were once again will have to shovel the snow. Suddenly, Kyum Bong Nam climbed up on the roof and told his student, "Why sit on the roof when you can see the view through the window?" But the old man also pointed out that nothing had changed in the fortress since he had left his post. The head replied that this place had always been. However, if Kyum Bong Nam finds something that could be redone, the head will always be happy to listen to new suggestions. The great son of heaven sat down next to his apprentice and noted that he remembered the man as a young boy, but now they were both honorable elders. Time had proven to be very fleeting. Although Kumbong Nam, no one would have thought that Zhongjuge would be able to become the current head and master of Buddha Hall. The man admitted that for him, the old man would always be remembered as a mentor and head of the alliance, to which the old man only grinned that he had long ago is already retired. Suddenly, Chongjuge asked why his mentor had stepped down. The elder grinned, noting that regardless of his status, it was infuriating that Kumbong Nam couldn't be found in his place. Now he's been promoted to grand head of the alliance, and his disciple suggests that Kimbong Nam work hard again as head. Chongjuge apologized, but waving his hand, the elder admitted that the older he got, the more he thought about his future. The elder would like to return to Zhongyuan one more time to do something meaningful and significant for the future of Murim before going to the other world. He grinned and said that Shanxi was having fun this time. Smiling kindly, Chongjuge agreed with his mentor, saying that this was the funniest Dragon and Phoenix exam in his memory. When he thought of Tang Yusung, Kyumbong Nam asked if he had left Xi'an. Laughing at his teacher's omniscience, the alliance leader confirmed that the young man had left Xi'an, went south. In response, the old man said that the young man had told him about Zhongyuan's downfall and had now just left. The great son of heaven remarked that no matter what Tang Yusong knew or said, he could now only try his best in sweat to become the best in the world. Starting from Shanxi, passing by Hubei and reaching Hunan, and living another month to Guangdong, Tang Yusong finally walked 1,000,000 duck steps to of his desired destination. Happy, he finally pulled up right in front of the Leju port, while the mission window was giving him the reward for the journey. Was the second title. For winning the exam, Tang Yusung also received the special characteristic of title, which gives bonuses to the characteristics of under special conditions. Surprised at his persistence, he was glad that he had finally reached the southernmost part of the continent. However, this is not the end, because the young man needs to get to Hainan Island by boat or ship. Going below, Tang Yusong couldn't find anyone he could call a sailor or a boatmaster. He suggested that maybe people aren't in port because it's snowing, even though there's no storm. Suddenly, the young man saw a man with ropes walking along the harbor. He turned to him loudly and asked if anyone was going to Hainan now. A little surprised, the man went on saying that no one would go to the island in this weather. Suddenly jumping from the platform where Tang Yusung was standing directly toward the men, he shouted to them that he would pay the fare generously. Surprised by the appearance of the Murim warrior, the men still insisted that the strong winds would cause the ship to capsize before reaching the island. The young man was very unhappy at the prospect of remaining in the harbor after he had walked so many lees in duck steps. Suddenly the men began to joke that cold water was good for health, and if the young man was in such a hurry, he could try to swim without a boat. Surprised, Tang Yusong thanked the men for their advice and threw his hat to them as a reward. The men tried to stop him immediately, but he only shouted that swimming would help him strengthen his torso. With these words, Tang Yusung jumped into the water. The men watched with curiosity and fear as circles spread across the water after Tang Yusong's dive. After waiting for a while, the men began to argue over which of them was responsible for Tang Yusung going to the afterlife. At this moment, Tang Yusong was breaking through the water column, scaring the local sea creatures. He thought it was very convenient that he had jumped into the water without thinking, and yet he had activated his swimming skill on his own, and quite quickly. Skill increases its level. At this moment, Tang Yusong surfaced from the water, greedily gulping air with his mouth. He was glad that from his occupation, the island seemed to be getting closer. However, he was still not far from the harbor, where men were shouting to him, asking about his condition. At the same time, sitting on the roof of the building, Kyum Bong Nam laughed that Tang Yusung had once again taken the hardest path by going the other way on his own. The edge of the country in bad weather. Gongjuga smirked and said that it was too much to walk at a duck's pace. The great son of heaven had already called him the best among the untalented, for who but he would have agreed to walk halfway across the country in a shuffle. With a grin, the elder said that he was sure that if Tang Yusong needed to cross the sea, he would be able to do so by swimming. At this time, the young man was happy that in the water his skills were developing, and he could now swim much faster without the cape pulling him back. At the same time, Chongjuge praised his mentor's jokes with a hearty laugh. After this hilarious conversation, the men moved on to discuss the entrance exam. The people of Haiwan were not happy about the first snow. Many of them who have lived in Haiwan for decades are even seeing it for the first time. The elders complained about the cold and reasoned that it was even warmer outside than in the house. So many of them went outside. Suddenly, the dialogue was interrupted because one of them saw something in the sea. He thought there was a man swimming toward them. His interlocutor thought it was a delusion. However, when he turned around, he also found that there was someone floating in the sea towards the island. When he reached the houses above the water, Tang Yu-sung caught his hand on one of the scaffolding and fell out onto the paving stones, tired from his long swim. Looking at the sea, he realized with horror that he had done a foolish thing that had been successful, but because of which he had almost gone to the end of the world several times. The water was constantly hitting his nose, and the waves were crashing hard in an attempt to ruin the young man. Looking at his performance, the young man was pleased with the work he had done, however. At this moment, Tang Yu-song was soaking wet from the salty seawater and realized that he urgently needed to go into his inventory to get dry clothes. He quickly changed his clothes, hiding behind one of the houses, and then came out looking around with interest. He had never been to Hainan before. Suddenly, he saw a small crowd of locals who had seen the young man swimming towards them. They were discussing whether the young man was a ghost. Waving them off, the young man replied that he was just a crazy hustler who shouldn't be paid attention to. But as he passed by, one of the elders shouted to him, asking if he had swum from the mainland in the snowfall. The young man honestly answered in the affirmative. The elders summarized among themselves that the young man was indeed crazy and agreed that only a madman could have made it on his own and swam in the storm. However, the elders smiled kindly and invited Tang Yu-sung to rest with them and warm himself by the fire. With a chuckle, Tang Yu-sung asked, "What if he really was a ghost?" The old man asked surprised, "Didn't ghosts have the right to rest even if Tang Yu-sung was going to the other world?" Apologizing for his lack of manners, the young man agreed to the elders' generous offer. They asked him if this was the first time Tang Yu-sung had come to Hainan or if he had been to the island before. The young man replied that he was here for the first time, and when asked about the purpose of his stay, he said he was going to Yushan. At first, the locals did not understand the place in question, but one of the elders remembered that it was the mountains from Wuzhishan to Limushan Peak and the people from the mainland. They call this place Yushan. With a shrewd glance at Mount Tang, Yu-song knew that the tops of these mountains would soon collapse due to the accumulated snow. The locals began to discourage the young man from climbing the mountain because it was now forbidden to climb it. This mountain is more dangerous than the 5 great mountains of Zhongyuan, and it's easy to fall off in such a snowfall. With a chuckle, the young man said that the more dangerous the mountain, the higher the quality of the jade in it. The elders grumbled at the young man's disobedience, but Tang Yu-song replied that he would not have gone so far in his madness if he had been afraid. Watching Tang Yu-song leave, the elders wished him to find the best and craziest jade on Yushan Mountain. After bowing, Tang Yu-song thanked the elders for the warm words. He decided for himself to really call the jade he was looking for crazy. In the Hainan Sword School, there was a man named Dae Pyung-wee who became one of the 5 devil thieves in the future. He was the best archer, and as he wrote, "In the Book of the 5 Lords, I accidentally found a crazy jade that I used to make a crazy sword bow. This weapon was considered one of the weapons of the celestial cavalry, so strong and incredibly rare, or rather the only one of its kind. It was only because of Dae Pyung-wee that the Haiwan Sword School was given a place alongside the 9 factions." The young man intended to find the crazy jade before the future thief of the Devil School did. Stopping halfway down the path, the young man turned around asking the locals where the Murim Alliance branch was on the island. At the same time, Chongjun told his mentor that since the Great Murim Academy is the cradle of the Honor faction in Zhongyuan, where the Sleeping Dragon Pavilion raises future warriors who will be responsible for the Honor faction, you had to come up with something, like a face-to-face meeting to prevent the evil faction from infiltrating the Honor faction's last stronghold. The man confessed that the former headmaster of the Great Academy had appreciated his idea and helped greatly with its realization, and now every branch has. There is a senior examiner who is in charge of these meetings with future students. Kyumbong-nam smiled and asked, "If the great families and the 9 factions are doing the same thing, they are also conducting interviews." The head replied that families are not very eager to cooperate with the academy and pay a lot of attention to the student's background. At that moment, one of the servants came to deliver the last report from the examiners to the head of Marima Academy. With a wave of his hand, the parchment flew into Zhongjun's hands and he easily caught the scroll with the notes. With a smile, he said that he was glad to finally see a report on Shanxi's top disciple who was now in the south. With a chuckle, Kyumbong-nam suggested not to put it off and look at the report. Some time ago in Hainan, Tang Yu-sung came to a branch of the Murim Alliance, usually outsiders who have been criminals sent to the Hainan Sword School. However, Tang Yu-sung presented his badge, causing chaos at the branch. After a while, he was received by a high-ranking examiner, Do-ran Non, who evaluated Tang Yu-seong's spiritual strength and physical performance. Having written everything down on the sheet, she apologized for the indelicacy and introduced herself, and then began to question the young man. The first question was why Tang Yu-sung wanted to apply for the Great Murim Academy. After thinking for a while, Tang Yu-sung bluntly replied that he had applied in hopes of studying martial arts and various sciences, as well as becoming stronger for the sake of the justice. Tang Yu-sung expected this answer to please the examiner, but she called it boring and insincere. He grinned nervously as he hoped that his answer would be accepted. However, Do-ran Non replied that the military and the various sciences and justice are notions, inextricably linked. Rising from her seat, she continued the survey by asking what the honor faction should do in a situation of when the evil faction fights against the devil's school. Should we attack, stay out of it, or try on two sides? At that moment, Tang Yu-sung thought about how he was working so hard that he forgot to think about justice and honor. He decided that despite everything, his main enemies right now were the 5 heavenly demon thieves and their leader. At that moment, the building shook. Tang Yu-sung paid attention to it because it could only mean that he had to leave now, because the Yushan Mountains were beginning to collapse. The examiner had little interest in this. She waited patiently for Tang Yu-sung's answer. She said it was probably an avalanche because there had been a recent snowfall, which meant there was snow accumulation on the mountains. But as soon as Do-ran Non turned her attention to the young man, he was gone. After apologizing to Tang Yu-sung at the exit, he said that he had to go and they could talk next time. The woman said that there was no point in the young man running away if he didn't know matters of honor and probably had no urgent business to attend to. But Tang Yu-seong didn't listen to her and tried to leave, after which Do-ran Non said that even though the young man has a badge, if he doesn't pass this interview, he would have to take the entrance exam again. But even with that threat, Tang Yu-seong decided that he had better hurry up or Dae-pyung would have to take the entrance exam again. V will find the crazy jade before he does. At that moment, the examiner blocked the young man's path, saying that she could teach the young man martial arts. If that's what he wants, Tang Yu-seong has a special mission to defeat Do-ran Non. Noticing Tang Yu-seong's surprise, the examiner said that even though she didn't have a very high position, she wouldn't allow herself to be ignored. She announced that for winning she would let the young man go wherever he went, but for losing she would take away his sleeping dragon token. Both competitors agreed that they would honor the terms of the fight, and Tang Yu-sung suddenly asked if it was a fight. The examiner confirmed that instead of a meeting, she's going to have a duel. It was an important condition to activate the effects of the title for Tang Yu-sung. He activated the title of the best in Shanxi and agreed to start the duel. Then he activated the mountain-turning power, which increases his strength. While Do-ran Non was still confused, the young man quickly took out 3 kinds of dried meat and ate them to further increase his characteristic. The woman was completely confused by the young man's actions. She had never seen someone eat in the middle of a fight before. In the not-too-distant future, sitting in front of Do-ran Non's report, Chong Juge was at a loss for what he had read. The incredible Son of Heaven asked the man what was so puzzling about the letter. Nervously, Chong Juge replied that the examiner reviewing Tang Yue-song recommended that the young man's admission to the academy be cancelled. Kim Bon-nam asked in surprise what reasons were listed in the papyrus. The man read aloud that Tang Yu-sung was found to have a completely twisted and chaotic character and a failed personality assessment. And the examiner who tested the young man was sent for a 3-month convalescence. The elder asked if the man was joking, and he confidently replied, "Negative." A while ago, Tang Yu-sung was climbing up a snowy mountain, remembering that there was nothing specific about the location of the crazy jade. Was not written in the book. The only thing we know from the records is that Dae-pyung found the stone on top of the mountain. Trusting the map, Tang Yu-sung plotted a route to its peak and headed straight there. At this time, one of the boulders broke off from the mountain and swiftly flew down at Tang Yu-sung. Tang Yu-sung dodged and clutched onto one of the mountain ledges, taking a note to be careful because of the real threat of rocks falling on his head. Turning his attention to the place where the stone had fallen from, he saw that inside this entire cavity was green and composed of jade. He reasoned that he should hurry because if the jade was already visible to the naked eye, then the crazy jade would also surface soon. After reaching the top, Tang Yu-sung wondered what he wanted to make of the crazy jade, but decided that he would think about it when he picked it up. As he climbed farther and farther, he felt the wind getting stronger and stronger, and the mountain itself seemed extremely steep and very dangerous. Suddenly he heard talking and saw 4 people with guns. He assumed it was one of the locals who knew exactly where. Is crazy jade. They were discussing whether the northern path was under the landslide and how the jade had already started to show from the rock. In a hurry, Tang Yu-sung hid behind the snow and continued to eavesdrop on the conversations of the people below. He thought that if he was caught, he might also be to be sent to the afterlife. It seemed that these were members of the Hainan Sword School, and they were intent on collecting all the jade that was in Yuyanan. The young man began to run from place to place to find the crazy jade and hide from danger as quickly as possible. But because of his jogging, Tang Yuxiang caused a landslide that blocked those people's way. Tang Yusung himself remained on the same peak where he had climbed, jumping from rock to rock with difficulty. The mountains kept breaking and collapsing, exposing more and more jade rock. Tang Yusung slips on the snow and falls off the cliff he was on. By successfully jumping onto another steep wall, the young man was able to grab onto the rocks and stop his slide down the hill. The top layer of stone began to fly off the mountains and expose green pillars of jade. Turning around, the young man saw that the rocks of Yuinan inside were completely made of jade, making the Tainan Sword School a part of the 9 factions. Tang Yusong thought that he could have become fabulously rich, but decided to limit himself to the crazy jade. Suddenly in the distance, he saw someone climbing the rock next to him. When he looked closely, he realized that it was Dai Pyong-wei, who was also searching for the crazy jade. Recalling the book on the 5 lords of Bingshen, he remembered that it said that the man had found the mad jade by accident. But the way Dai Pyong-wei is purposefully climbing up, it seems like he actually knows where what he's looking for is. Tang Yusong frowned and rightly reasoned that it meant that the other entries in that book might also be false. He thought that such unscrupulous people often lie to others, but he didn't expect Dai Byung-wei to be a bastard, even before he betrayed his country. However, Tang Yusung had the advantage of time and decided to go to the place where Dai Byung-wei was going to find the jade. At this moment, Tang Yusong began to slide down the mountain, causing him to start making noise. Dai Pyong-wei heard the noise and abruptly turned around in the direction of the noise to see who was following him. But when he turned around, there was no one around. Dai Pyong-wei stopped for a moment and kept looking in the direction where the noise had come from. Tang Yuxiang, who was hiding behind the rocks, thought he had been overlooked. He was about to climb to the neighboring peak, but Dai Byung-wei shot at him, the place where Tang Yusung used to be, and only recently moved away from. Looking through the hole left by Dai Pyong-wei's arrow, the young man saw that the man was loading the next arrow with a special tip. With a frown, the man pointed his bow in the direction where he thought Tang Yusung was. There was another shot that broke another part of the rock where Tang Yusung was. The young man had to jump off. Without wasting a moment, the man took out the next arrow and continued to shoot at Tang Yusong, who didn't understand how the man was able to notice him or hear. Grabbing the stone, Tang Yusong threw it away from himself to deceive the enemy. Dai Pyong-wei shot in that direction just as Tang Yuxiang had intended, and there was a brief lull. The young man remained standing where he was, not understanding why it was so quiet. He assumed that the man thought he had killed the boy. But at that moment, the man prepared a special arrow which he launched parabolically upwards. The arrow circled the hill behind Tang Yusong, and the young man noticed the strange projectile, thinking that the archer had missed this time. But the archer fired a torched arrow at the arrow, which turned out to have explosives strapped to it. There was a loud explosion that collapsed the hill that Tang Yusung was hiding behind. The young man was falling, thinking that if he didn't find a way to escape, he would definitely go to the other world. And Dai Pyong-wei continued to watch from the sidelines as the young man fell. And the cliffs were too steep to grab onto, but Tang Yusong still hoped to hide in the dust and noise from the collapse. He looked around quickly and saw a small cave where he planned to hide. Tang Yusung's panic was being watched by Dai Pyong-wei, who intended to send him to the other world with his next arrow. In turn, Tang Yusong used his walking skill and moved to the cave where he wanted to hide from the archer, expecting to see a lifeless body falling down. Dai Pyong-wei found that the young man had simply disappeared. At this moment, Tang Yusong was happy to escape from pursuit. However, he did not know if he would be able to find the crazy jade now. When he thought about it, he decided that he would steal the jade from the man if he found it first. However, the cave that Tang Yusung found himself in was huge. Noticing a cave with a light in the distance, he decided to go explore it. After descending to the bottom of the cave, he finally found it. Tang Yusong found himself right in front of a huge block of mad jade. All this time, Tang Yusong thought that the jade should be at the top because that was what the legend said, but in reality, it was not. Looking at this huge stone, Tang Yusong was perplexed as to how Dai Pyong-wei had single-handedly pulled it out and made himself a sword bow. Suddenly, Juju, who had been in the young man's inventory for the entire journey, was beside Tang Yusong. Wondering why he hadn't noticed his pet in such a case, Tang Yusung realized that the cat was most likely hiding in the wine barrels from the party afterward of the Dragon and Phoenix exam. At that moment, the cat approached the breed and began licking the crazy jade as if to absorb its energy. Soon, to Tang Yusong's great surprise, Juju transformed into a huge white tiger with a green muzzle, back, and paws. In Tang Yusong's mind, he compared it to how Juju licking the young man absorbed shocks of electricity when he received his unusual punishment. At this moment, the young man once again turned his attention to the crazy jade and put it into his inventory. At the same moment, Dae Pyung-wee was also at the entrance of the cave to collect the crazy jade that the young man had already taken. At this very time, Tang Yu-song was in his inventory and was looking at the huge block that was easily placed in the white, empty space. He reflected on the fact that he had done the bulk of the work, and all that was left was to stealthily leave the mountain so as not to be ruined by Dae Pyung-wee. Suddenly, Juju bit his master's hand, trying to pull the young man away from him. He was shocked by the pet's behavior. At the same time, Dae Pyung-wee was drawing the bowstring to shoot another arrow at Tang Yu-seong. At this moment, Tang Yu-song realized that Juju only acted scared when the young man was in danger and was able to dodge the man's attack. The archer didn't have too many arrows left, but he kept trying to hit Tang Yu-song. Hiding temporarily behind one of the walls, Tang Yu-song immediately realized that Dae Pyung-wee knew where the crazy jade was. Running away from danger, he ordered Beetle back to the inventory and began to think about how to defeat the man, abilities that would help him on. The young man had no way to defeat the archer from a distance. Therefore, Tang Yu-song needed to somehow provoke the archer into close combat with him. Mentally, Tang Yu-song was glad that these arrows weren't strong enough to collapse the cave. He hid behind one of the rocks, wondering how many more arrows the archer has. There was silence, and Tang Yu-sung looked out from behind the rock to find that the man had gone somewhere. He realized that Dae Pyung-wee couldn't be far away, but if Tang Yu-sung were to go anywhere now, the archer could be at his back at any moment. At that moment, the man who was watching where the young man went took out the last arrow from his quiver and followed Tang Yu-sung. Tang Yu-sung had already exhausted all of his spiritual power, and because of the darkness, he hoped that he could see Dae Pyung-wee with his third eye. There was nothing left for the young man to do, except to continue walking through the cave in search of the man. As Tang Yu-sung continued to look around, he didn't notice the archer. Crept up from the side and already had the young man in his sights, while Tang Yu-sung planned to wait for Dae Pyung-wee to show himself. The man released an arrow that flew toward the boy. He couldn't dodge because it was too late. But at this moment, Juju, in the guise of a tiger, came to his master's defense, blocking Tang Yu-sung. Under the influence of an unknown magic, the arrow circled the tiger and flew past him and Tang Yu-sung. After that, Juju shrank to the size of a normal cat, and Tang Yu-sung was able to pick him up. He thanked his pet for saving him, because he had miraculously survived thanks to Juju. The cave staggered and began to collapse, causing Tang Yu-seong to flee, and he didn't know if Dae Pyung-wee had any more arrows. Surprised at Juju's new ability to repel attacks, he recalled the properties of the jade weapons. Tang Yu-sung remembered that the mad jade sword bow could distort the trajectories of arrows and his own attacks if he put spiritual energy into them. So the bow was extremely handy because it didn't need aiming and swords were unpredictable in close combat. Tang Yu-sung realized that Juju had distorted the arrow's trajectory without using physical force, and this spirit animal learned to do after absorbing the power of the mad jade. Remembering how stealthy Dae Pyung-wee was, it's scary what kind of monster he would become with the power of the mad jade. Running further and further into the cave, Tang Yu-sung realized that his opponent no longer had any arrows, which meant that it was theoretically possible to engage in hand-to-hand combat. Pulling out his sword from its sheath, Tang Yu-sung headed back towards Dae Pyung-wee to attack him. Grinning madly, Tang Yu-sung asked if the man was willing to have fun in a fight with the young man. But at that moment, one of the jade stalactites broke away from the ceiling and landed right between the men, punching the floor beneath Tang Yu-seong, while Dae Pyung-wee managed to dodge successfully. Tang Yu-song began to fall somewhere down into the darkness. Lying on the cold, hard surface, the young man dreamed of a warm spring. Since it was hard to open his eyes, Tang Yu-song decided to lie like this for a few more minutes to rest. He remembered walking half the country in a duck's step after the Dragon and Phoenix exam, then swam across the sea separating the mainland from Hainan Island, and then defeated the examiner Duran Nan, who held a duel instead of a normal interview. Eventually crossed the precipitous and very steep Yushan, which was threatening to collapse completely every minute. And now he was lying on one of the 5 treasures that had saved Tang Yu-sung's life at the cost of his own integrity. The stone was shattered by Tang Yu-sung's body, and he was glad that now Dae Pyung-wee would definitely never be able to make a crazy sword bow. After opening his eyes, Tang Yu-sung didn't immediately see the exit of the cave with the moon visible in the distance. Rolling from the crazy jade to his feet, Tang Yu-sung mentally scolded Dae Pyung-wee, blaming him for everything. The young man looked up again and promised Dae Pyung-wee to show him more of his skills, then realized that he was suspiciously deep in some unknown darkness, and it was hard to tell how to get out of this place. He realized that the only way out was far away where it was impossible to reach, so Tang Yu-sung decided to dig a passage by himself. In anger, the young man chopped up unyielding rock with sword and axe, thinking that in shonen the protagonists could easily return home after missions. And he literally has to climb out of the trap with his own hands, and with great difficulty every time. He noticed that while he was chopping the rock, his sword and thrusting skills were increasing, which was very helpful. In addition, there were pieces of jade that would enrich Tang Yu-sung if he decided to sell them. A happy Tang Yu-sung made his way further and further excited about his impromptu training and way to earn money. When the head of the alliance, Chung Juge, received the report on Tang Yu-sung, he asked his mentor what he should do with the information. Kumbon Nam raised an eyebrow and asked what his former disciple meant. The man replied that the elder had also seen the report about the best disciple in Shanxi. Strictly Kumbon Nam asked why he was being questioned if he was promised not to be questioned, and he also reminded that Yung Juge is now the head of the, and he should be the one to make the decisions. The head of the alliance smirked and said that it was up to the director of the Great Academy of Murim to decide, and in this matter, he had an opinion. The director will play a decisive role. The elder asked about it, and Chung Juge replied that this important position had been empty for a long time. Asking who the current acting director is now, the man replied with a smile that it was the incredible Son of Heaven. Nervously, Kumbon Nam asked if Chung Juge wanted to put him in the director's seat. Still continuing to smile, the head of the alliance asked who besides the academy director could safely hear something is a secret. The case of the 5 demons' bodies, for example. Kumbon Nam asked rhetorically where the man had picked up so much from, however. Yung Juge continued to insist that Kumbon Nam accept the position. The old man started to refuse again, but the man insisted that Kumbon Nam is the only confidant he's not afraid of getting stabbed in the back. He also added that the Sleeping Dragon Pavilion would soon have children with the bodies of 5 demons, and they would need a worthy mentor. After another month, spring came to Zhongyuan. It became warmer outside, and the first plum blossoms began to bloom. And it marked the beginning of the new school year at the Sleeping Dragon Pavilion. At this time, somewhere in the wilderness of Henan, Tang Yu-sung was walking to the academy. He was tired, his hands were still sore from work, and his clothes were tattered. The snow had already melted, and Tang Yu-sun was glad that it was warm. At that moment, the bandits appeared in front of the young man and threatened Tang Yu-sung with their blades. But the young man waved them away indifferently, saying that he had no concern for them. The bandits were surprised by the young man's answer. He said that he was busy with some business, so the men should just give way to him. Surprised, one of the brigands showed his flanking skills and pointed his blade towards the young man, asking if he still wanted to live. Tang Yu-sung replied that since he was too young, he would not negotiate or spare men. The bandit was surprised and approached Tang Yu-sung, asking if the young man knew what they were. He looked down and hesitated for a second, assuming that the men were perverts. The surprised brigands shouted that they belonged to the Nobles' Alliance and shouldn't be called that. They've even started claiming to do a lot more useful things than the Marima Alliance. At that moment, Tang Yu-sung grabbed one of the men closest to him by the head and slammed him face first into the ground. Then he said that he was not interested in the origin and rank of men and asked where they kept slaves. At this time, the blooming plants heralded a new semester at the Great Murim Academy, where it was now very busy. In the main square, many students had gathered in formation, both the newcomers and those who had been studying at the academy for years. The High Martial Arts Hall, designed for fighting and martial arts training, was used twice a year for the admission ceremony and for the graduation ceremony. Now there was an admission ceremony for the freshmen. The teachers, the instructors of the head of the alliance, and the headmaster of the academy lived in the Sleeping Dragon Pavilion along with the senior students. At this time, the last rows were joined by Jang Gi-ho and Cheon Seo, who had just arrived at the pavilion in their academy student uniforms. An enthusiastic Cheon Seo said that she was overwhelmed with emotion right now, to which Jang Gi-ho only gaped in boredom. The girl pointed out to the young man that many of them were crying because of their emotions, and that he was yawning. In response, Jang Gi-ho called such students with squirmy people. In response, Cheon Seo asked to be more polite because a lot of newcomers are nervous. A lot of people here are 16 or 17 years old, even though they have to be 16 or 17 to get here. It's necessary to train for 20 years in a row. Jang Gi-ho smirked and asked if they then, like all children now, dreamed of marriage and a regular job. Cheon Seo replied and asked why Jang Gi-ho had come here. He replied that he wished for glorious battles and victories over the strongest disciple. Marima Academy. At this moment, Cheon Seo seriously wondered why he was Tang Yu-sung, and basically all young men are obsessed with similar superiority mania. Cheon Seo exhaled and began to remember everything Tang Yu-sung had ever said to her. Surprised and embarrassed, she shouted that she should stop thinking about it all, thus scaring all the students around her. Cheon Seo aggressively asked where Tang Yu-sung was right now. The young man should be at the entrance ceremony, just like them. Jang Gi-ho honestly answered that he hadn't seen him after they passed the Dragon and Phoenix exam. It had really been about 2 or 3 months since then. Cheon Seo thought back to the time when Tang Yu-sung had said he had to go when he was looking at the snow. During the dialogue, the girl didn't understand why the young man was speaking in riddles, and why he keeps talking like he knows everything about the world, including its future. She remembered how Tang Yu-sung's eyes shone when he talked about all this. After she casually touched the young man's hand, her heart raced with incomprehensible feelings and excitement. But he chose to leave her alone with these feelings, confusing her with his cryptic speeches and sweet looks. Cheonseoseo angrily asked where the young man was going without hearing a clear answer. After some time of silence, she decided to ask the first and only thing that occurred to her at the time, namely, whether they could to go together. But the young man refused her and answered all her subsequent questions, and answered all her follow-up questions with good arguments, but never said nothing concrete. In the end, out of the clump of many questions, Cheonseoseo finally decided to pick one by asking when Tang Yuseong was planning to come over. Return! When he answered, his eyes shone with enthusiasm. He was eager to leave, even though the girl did not understand where he was going or why. Cheongseo was pulled out of his thoughts by Jang Gi-ho, who asked if he knew anything about Tang Yuseong. The girl replied that she didn't know anything about Tang Yuseong's fate. The young man asked his friend if Tang Yuseong had promised to return by a specific date. Cheonseoseo sadly replied that the young man had. He promised to return in the spring when he could become stronger than before through training. Jang Gi-ho hummed and summarized that the young man must be to meet with them today. However, Jang Gi-ho said that he felt like Tang Yuseong would be late for the entrance ceremony. Cheonseoseo smirked. She noticed that Jang Gi-ho was usually late for class. Thinking about it, the girl assumed that Tang Yuseong might have gotten into trouble, but Jang Gi-ho only laughed at the suggestion. Turning to the building where the heads and teachers were to appear, the students decided to wait a little longer. His friend. At this moment, Tang Yuseong stood up after stamping one of the bandits face down into the ground, asking the people present where they were holding the kidnapped men. At this moment, the robber nearest to him thought he was a beggar with torn clothes and no clothes, money and weapons. He didn't look like an apprentice, much less a strong martial artist. Tang Yuseong asked where the bandits were keeping the men. The bandits incomprehensibly denied everything until the young man said that they were holding 49 hostages, causing the men to marvel, not understanding how some pauper. The boy learned all their secrets. He didn't bother to explain how he knew the number of slaves and asked them to let the men go. The bandit objected, saying that he would not tell the young man anything. The young man clenched his fist harder and threatened to beat the information out of the men. The men grinned and shouted to Tang Yuseong that he wouldn't be able to defeat them all because there were so many people in the Noble Alliance. Indifferently grabbing one of the men by his battle staff, which was just an ordinary stick, Tang Yuseong said that there were a total of 74 members in their alliance. Kicking one of the brigands in the stomach, Tang Yuseong said that he now only had 72 people from their Noble Alliance left to defeat. Holding the stick in his hands, Tang Yuseong twirled it around a bit while examining it. It was his first time using this weapon, but he found it quite comfortable. Another man ran towards Tang Yuseong with a baton in his hands, but with one strong blow from a stick, he was brought to the ground. The men ran toward the young man to send him to the grave. With another blow, Tang Yuseong eliminated another man who fell to the ground immediately after the blow and stopped attacking. Continuing to swing the stick as if it was not the first time he was using it, Tang Yuseong defeated man after man. Soon the staff skill increased, and now Tang Yuseong had a small chance to make critical attacks that were 2 times stronger. Ordinary. The astonished bandits loudly began to discuss the fact that it was most likely a battle staff master in front of them. Tang Yuseong grinned, only thinking about the fact that he was chaotically swinging the stick without specific techniques, since he hadn't studied martial arts combat techniques, with a staff. At that moment, the man in the observation room sounded the alarm and told all the brigands to go to the road off the mountain where the fight was now. At that moment, the deputy head asked in surprise what was happening on the trail, and one of the men replied that a Murim warrior had attacked their alliance. Noble. Surprised that so much noise was made by one person, the man who was a former member of the Black Snake Gang said, "Let everyone go," to fight this John Doe while he remains guarding the house where the bandits kept all the slaves. Sitting on the porch, the man wondered if it could be someone so strong that 70 grown armed men couldn't handle him. Surrounded by armed bandits, Tang Yuseong used his walking skill to move away from the danger. All the sabers and spears struck each other without hitting the young man who was not where he stood a second ago. Suddenly finding himself behind the man with the spear who shouted that the young man had just disappeared, Tang Yuseong said that he was just very fast, but didn't know how to do it yet. Disappear for real. At that moment, he slammed the man's face into the ground, just as he had done to the first bandit he'd encountered before the fight began. Unwinding his stick, Tang Yuseong threw another man away from him and came face to face with the head of the Noble People's Alliance. The man loudly asked who the young man was and why he had come. Tang Yuseong calmly replied that he had come across the bandits and fought with them. With his training, he had just come from the mountain and happened to meet their alliance. At that moment, many men thought that an evil spirit had appeared in front of them. This explained both his knowledge and his sudden appearance, after which about 50 men lay defeated after severe beatings from Tang Yuseong. And if he was a real person, who was he to handle 50 armed men? That's when the man from the Black Snake Gang saw what his allies couldn't handle. It was the same young man who last time defeated the whole gang in Ucheon. The man was already thinking about karma and fate, because what could have brought Tang Yu-sung here if not fate itself? After stretching slightly, Tang Yu-sung once again asked where the bandits were keeping the people they enslaved. With a grin, the man asked if he was talking about those slaves meant for pleasure. Tang Yu-sung frowned and warned that the man should choose his words more carefully because the young man thought that he shouldn't call ordinary people names like that, citizens. Ignoring the threat from the young man again inaccurately called people slaves, causing Tang Yu-sung to attack the brigand without listening to him. After asking which of the bandits was the head of Tang Yu-sung, hit the man the young man was talking to with a stick. It turned out to be true. The brigands watched in shock as the young man put his foot on the head of the alliance lying on the ground. With a smile, Tang Yu-sung asked who in the noble alliance is the deputy head. All the men immediately turned toward the former Black Snake Gang member, who was timidly watching from the corner of the house. The bandits began to talk among themselves that since their leader had fallen, it was up to his deputy to defend the honor of the alliance. The surprised man started shouting at his subordinates why they had given him away and claiming that he was not here and also that there was nothing suspicious. At that moment, Tang Yu-sung appeared next to the man, which really scared the bandit. Kneeling down and placing his hands on Tang Yu-sung's chest, the man immediately began to beg for mercy, but the young man pulled the man's hands away from him, asking him not to touch himself. Grabbing his head, Tang Yu-sung asked where the bandits were keeping the girls, but interrupting him, the man asked if the young man remembered him. Suddenly remembered that he and the man had met in Ucheon when he was a member of the Black Snake Gang. Punched the man in the chin. The young man said he didn't care that he and the man already knew each other. Turning around to the other bandits, Tang Yu-sung cast an angry glance at the men and asked once again where the captives were. This time, they all pointed to the same building Tang Yu-sung was standing in front of. All the unbeaten brigands began to gather up the wounded from the field and conduct them to the order of. While Tang Yu-sung stood in front of the locked door, he ordered the deputy head to open. Tang Yu-sung opened the door and shouted inside that the girls were saved and could come out. But at that moment, many men ran out of the building. Tang Yu-sung could hardly understand what was happening at that moment because he thought that the slaves were girls for comfort. The mission window did not specify the gender of the prisoners. However, despite the circumstances, Tang Yu-sung decided to follow through. He saw in the mission window that there were still 2 robbers to defeat and 1 hostage to free that was nowhere to be seen. But at that moment, the young man heard some noise from above and realized that those he was looking for were on the 2nd floor. At that moment, 2 robbers were using a whip to abuse one of the prisoners. After hearing an unexplained noise in the house, the men received several blows with a battle staff from Tang Yu-sung, who had entered the 2nd floor by breaking the ceiling above him. After that, Tang Yu-sung threw the men through the wall right into the street. After that, the mission was finally counted as a success. Accomplished. Running outside, the young man grabbed the deputy chief by the pecs, asking why, after the events in Ucheon, the man could not live a decent life and without breaking any laws. The man tried to justify himself by saying that he was just following someone else's orders with no intention of harming anyone but Tang Yu-sung, and announced that the man used to catch children and now he had decided to switch to adults. At this point, the man stood up and shouted, he has no other choice to make a living because he can't go to Murim. Tang Yu-sung angrily broke a nearby step with a single blow of his staff, loudly resenting the man's unwillingness to change and not doing anything about it. This one. He raised his fist at the robber and asked him to live a decent life for at least the next life, but he was stopped by the man who was the hostage, who was beaten up on the 2nd floor by 2 thugs. Surprised by the man's appearance, Tang Yu-sung asked him if he was okay. The man nodded. With a smile, he told the young man that he had become a hostage only this morning, and thanks to Tang Yu-sung, the man had not been harmed. The puzzled young man asked how the man had been captured. With a sad sigh, the man admitted that he had been promised money for his business, but was tricked and captured. The deputy head snarled angrily and asked why the man couldn't just refuse. The man admitted that he was too afraid to go to the other world and was too shy to do so. Grabbing the man's clothes again, Tang Yu-sung asked why the man was kidnapping people this time. The man started to refuse and said that they weren't selling people. Frowning, Tang Yu-sung asked how then. They had money to support 74 robbers. The man asked if he would be spared if he told everything. Tang Yu-sung exhaled, promising not to destroy the man if he told the truth about the activities of the Noble Alliance. The man led Tang Yu-sung to a shed where there were many books with unknown contents. Looking into one of Tang Yu-sung's books, he realized that these books were books of vice where there was material forbidden in Marima. Tearing one of the books, the man awkwardly asked how old Tang Yu-sung was, but he only waved him away. At this moment outside, the head of the alliance was able to rise to his feet, shouting towards Tang Yu-sung that he was a real demon. He accused the young man of robbing the union of its last money after he let the slaves go and fill these books with obscenities. At this moment, Tang Yu-song called out to Juju to make the tiger appear in front of the man so he would stop pestering the young man. At this moment, the former Black Snake bandit stared at the beast in shock, finally seeing proof that Uchong had not imagined it. Juju laid on top of the head and the latter continued to pound the ground, shouting unhappily at the young man that he had ruined everything the Alliance had gained for nothing. Tang Yu-song frowned and listed all the sins the Alliance had done during his stay, from beating and distributing forbidden books. Before the arson, the head clarified that Tang Yu-sung was telling the truth, but the bandits had never set fire to anything. Standing on the sword held by the man, Tang Yu-sung clarified it again, and the head of the Alliance confirmed that his words were true. He grinned and ordered the deputy head to set fire to the shed where all the books with unflattering content were lying. Not realizing what they wanted him to do, the man timidly asked if he had to do it. But Tang Yu-sung sternly told the man to set the fire. The rescued residents and the bound head and his deputy watched as their labors go up in flames. At that moment, the men he had rescued began to thank Tang Yu-sung for saving them. One of the men offered Tang Yu-sung his help, but because the rescued man had misspoken, it frightened the young man, and he hit the man. At that moment, Juju, standing next to the former deputy, turned back into a cat, surprising the man. At this moment, Tang Yu-sung apologized to the man for his overreaction. The men asked that their savior at least introduce himself, and Tang Yu-sung told them his full name. One of the men approached the young man, asking what to do with the bound bandits, because it would be foolish to leave them like this. Tang Yu-sung looked at the Noble Alliance and said that there were too many people here, and it was better to call someone from the magistrate to help arrest them, all the bandits. Afterward, the same man asked where Tang Yu-sung was going next. Smiling, the young man replied that he was on his way to the Great Academy of Murim. The man smiled and said that this town was the location of his gun shop, which he was going to open there. After thinking about it for a bit, Tang Yu-sung dumped the sword axe and the newly acquired bow from the mission onto the ground. He asked if the man could repair his weapons. At that moment, the people around him were wondering where Tang Yu-sung had gotten all these items. After the armorer picked up Tang Yu-sung's sword, the blade immediately scattered. Embarrassed, the man replied that it was easier for him to make new weapons for Tang Yu-sung since these items were no longer usable. But when the man saw the bow, he said it looked fine. In response, Tang Yu-sung lied that he had recently repaired the bow. The young man thought about the fact that he had accidentally taken out this bow that I got as a reward for my last mission. The man picked up the bow while examining it. Tang Yu-sung finished his sentence by saying that he had also not yet used this bow. After testing the bow, the man said the balance was perfect and the bowstring was tight. It's so skillfully crafted, it's like it's a bow from some kind of deities. With a smile, the man suggested Tang Yu-sung to use this bow. Taking the bow in his hands, Tang Yu-sung remembered that he had hardly used this weapon in his previous life, even though it was strategically important in battles. However, in noble families, the bow was often not perceived as a serious weapon and was neglected more often than not. The armorer immediately ran off to find arrows for Tang Yu-sung. As Tang Yu-sung looked after him, he thought that it would be enough for the Murim warrior to simply repel or return arrows. However, as a weapon for stealthy attacks, the bow would work perfectly, as the young man himself recognized. But even though archers are great with their weapons, they still have to rely on their blade skills too. At which point the man returned with the arrows. The former deputy was surprised at the gunsmith's promptness. With difficulty, Tang Yu-sung was able to draw the bowstring, but even with his enhanced stats, he was unable to fully draw the bowstring. She let loose an arrow and flew with a shrill, terrifying howl that caused everyone in the vicinity to cover their ears because of the whistling. And the arrow flew a short distance in a straight line and suddenly hit the ground. All the people who witnessed this shot looked at the young man with incomprehension. At this moment, the frightened Tang Yu-sung thought that this bow could not be a stealthy weapon, but that it did not work well as a long-range weapon since the arrow flew a very short distance away. After taking a closer look at the bow, Tang Yu-sung finally saw the bow's limitation. It could only be used by humans with a level higher than 50. Tang Yu-sung was very disappointed because it was difficult for him to reach level 30, but here he needed a level higher than that. Holding the bow in his hands, Tang Yu-sung raised it above him, shouting that he would reach Marima Academy with a duck's step. After changing his title in the status window to that of a duck step master, he quickly ran, squatting somewhere in the direction of the city. Everyone present was confused except for the armorer, who grabbed all of Tang Yu-sung's weapons and ran after the young man. One of the men grinned and said that it was because the young man ran away so quickly in a squatting position that Tang Yu-sung's legs were strong. After arriving in the city, Tang Yu-sung remembered that he hadn't been to the shopping streets of Zhengzhou for a long time. The city was surprisingly quiet now. The armorer admitted that the city had been very noisy the day before due to the Great Academy freshmen crowding the city streets. Getting up from his squatting position, Tang Yusong assumed that the streets had become quiet just because of the entrance ceremony that was being held at the academy right now. In addition to the political palace in Zhengzhou City, which was located in Henan Province, there was also a palace in charge of administrative affairs, whose staff is responsible for security, in the same city as the commander-in-chief of the provincial forces that are fairly high-ranking officials in the Murim Union. Many things in the city are run by members of the union. The imperial family also entrusts the Murima alliance with matters of economic justice, governance, and more. Because of this, it is easy to say that the entire city is under the careful control of the Union. It's the same reason why any holiday or special day for the Allies, Murim causes Zhengzhou to become the noisiest city or to fall silent for a day. Suddenly, the former deputy interjected and asked why Tang Yusung didn't go to the entrance ceremony since he was a freshman. The young man calmly replied that if he told the pavilion that he had helped to apprehend a band of robbers on the road, his offense would be forgiven. At this moment, Tang Yusong realized that the bandit had been walking with him all this time, even though Tang Yusong hadn't expected it or even noticed it. The man admitted that after the young man had released all the slaves, half of which he had caught himself, he would have been killed, the locals who were caught. At the same time, the man thought that pretending to be kind and innocent while his interlocutors don't let their guard down. Grabbing the man by his clothes, Tang Yusong threatened him that he better not follow the young man. In response, the man said that he could be useful to the young man as an informant. The man said that Tang Yusung could hire him because he was a former bandit, could be of use to Tang Yusung. The young man kicked the man angrily and refused what he thought was a foolish offer. Tang Yusung declared that the bandit couldn't profit from him by accusing the man of lying. Suddenly realizing Tang Yusong threatened the man that he could take him to the intelligence palace, where the man would be arrested and punished as he deserved. At this point, the armorer, thinking of his own, said that he could hire this bandit to help him with small errands around the shop. The man smiled and said that this was a way for the outlaw to redeem himself by working every day for as long as they could give him in prison. The armorer also noted that in addition to the investment, the Noble Alliance had promised him employees, and so the outlaw could at least partially fulfill his promises. Smiling, the bandit began to agree to the proposal, calling it a great idea and promising to work hard at the shop. A surprised Tang Yusung asked what the armorer would do if the man went back to his old ways. At the same time, the bandit was thinking about escaping. To convince the gunsmith that it was a bad idea, Tang Yusung reminded him that the man had been stealing children. The brigand justified that it was only his leader's order, promising that he would not do it again. As he approached the man, Tang Yusung shouted that he couldn't trust the bandit anymore. The man in turn promised to tell about the secret auction house in Henan Province if Tang Yusung promises to release the robber. Surprised, Tang Yusong remembered the pile of jade in his inventory and became interested in the topic. Seeing that the young man was interested in the topic, the bandit smiled, saying that he could still tell the young man about it in exchange for his freedom. He also called it the best-kept secret in the world that a young man should know. After Tang Yusong had calmed down, he agreed to hear the information about the auction house, and the bandit reminded the young man that he had promised to let him go with the armorer in exchange for information. The gunsmith smiled and promised to follow the bandit, assuring him that he would be all right. Releasing the bound man and rising to his feet, Tang Yusung threatened that if he saw the man doing lawlessness again, he would be sent to the other side. Light, jubilant inside, the man was sure he could ruin the armorer and get away with whatever he wanted to do. After getting to his feet, the bandit asked if Tang Yusung knew about the book Thousand Flavors. Thinking about it, Tang Yusung remembered that it was a book that was rated the best, the Kizun, that appears in the markets every year. The man smiled and remarked that the book was extremely popular among men and asked if anyone knew the compiler of this magazine. Without waiting for the young man's reply, the man replied that the magazine was compiled by the best brothel in Zhengzhou, called Thousand Flavors. Tang Yusung was surprised and asked how the bandit knew that there was a place where only Murimians were allowed to go. Secret auction. The man replied that the brothel owner was quite famous in gangster circles. Tang Yusung had heard of such an auction in his past life, but the information was useless to him at that time. Noticing that the young man was correct about the restrictions, the man confessed that since he was not a Murimek, he had not been to a brothel personally, but there was a mediator at that place. Tang Yusung was satisfied with this answer and said that he would leave the brigand in the charge of the armorer. With a smile, the armorer nodded to the young man and wished him good luck in his studies as he bid him farewell. However, Tang Yusung said that Tang Yusung could come to his gun shop at any time and would always be welcome, promising to make a weapon for the young man. Smiling back, Tang Yusung promised to pay the man for his work and quickly headed towards the brothel. At this point, the brigand laughed to himself, thinking that now he could put his escape plan into action and just walk away. Suddenly, the armorer asked if the brigand now wanted to send the one to the other world and just run away. The outlaw recoiled in surprise, to which the armorer replied that he planned to load the man with work so that he would simply not have time to destroy the owner of the gun shop. The man smiled and suggested that the bandit go to the truth room for re-education. The bandit was very frightened. The Thousand Flavors brothel was located on Entertainment Street. Along with all the houses and buildings on the street is the tallest building, which is where Tang Yu-sung went. It was a first-class brothel in Zhengzhou, whose slogan was to sell talent, not girls. It was also considered the best entertainment establishment in Murima, with countless talented maidens receiving endless love from all Murimians and performers at the Thousand Flavors Concert Square. The reason for the popularity was the fact that only members of the Murima Alliance were allowed into the establishment. Sometimes people from influential families had to pretend to be Murim if they wanted to get to this place. In a hurry, Tang Yu-song bought a Hidden Dragon Pavilion disciple's uniform on the way. It was already worn and didn't even button up properly. Tang Yu-sung was glad that he was able to buy some uniforms. He looked up at the sky and saw that the sun had risen long ago, which meant that the ceremony was long over and there was no hurry. Without worrying about being late, Tang Yu-sung headed to the brothel to sell the jade and make some money. In his previous life, the young man had to work part-time for pocket money when he was a student in the unit. A crouching tiger. The bouncer at the entrance politely asked which of the kisangs Tang Yu-sung had chosen. Before the young man answered, the man also told him that dancers from a group recently arrived from the east were to perform this evening. Black and Pink Doubleday and Brave Girls. The young man confidently replied that he would like to meet the first girl home. Tang Yu-sung knew that this kisan's name and portrait were on the first page of the Thousand Flavors book and was also the owner of a brothel. After thinking for a moment, the man examined the young man and replied that he could not take him to the first kisan of the house. Anticipating this, Tang Yu-song opened his cloak so that the bouncer could see his sleeping dragon token to look more convincing and persistent. Recalling the old uniforms, the young man noticed that they used to be different from one unit to another. However, now the head of the union, Chong Juge, had made these uniforms identical. However, representatives of noble families wanted to stand out in the crowd of students in identical uniforms and for this purpose ordered to sew them to their children. Uniforms made of expensive silks or ordered to make on the uniform a tailoring in the form of a dragon that matched the name of the child wearing the uniform. The school used to fight it, but pressure from the great clans and noble families was strong enough for the wardens to loosen up his control over the students. Because of this, the hidden dragon uniforms changed with the fashion trends. This is how the current uniform was created. Despite its shabby appearance, it was still the uniform of an elite unit of the Great Murim Academy. But the young man realized that despite the uniform of a future high official, he still looked like a poor man. Not understanding the gesture that the young man was showing him, the bouncer finally said that he would not be able to meet the first light dancer for nothing, even if the young man was a member of a union or a unit. Taking the guard's hint, Tang Yu-sung thought that maybe he should show him his fortune. He didn't know much about it, since he had never encountered brothels even in his previous life. He mentally thought of that robber, thinking that the man was probably not to be trusted. But the young man pulled a piece of jade from his bag and whispered that he would like to sell it. The bouncer bowed and told the young man that he would now go to the lady to report his arrival to the House of 1,000 Fragrances. The young man remained standing on the steps waiting for news, not realizing whether the first kisan would accept him just because the young man showed some valuable item. 15 minutes later, the bouncer returned, asking Tang Yu-sung to follow him since the young man had agreed to be admitted now. Passing through the dining room, the man said that this part of the brothel was an ordinary inn where concerts and of the dancers' performances. When the man stopped at the balcony, he asked Tang Yu-sung to wait, as the hostess had agreed to meet the young man in person. Going to the balcony, Yunlan asked the young man if he had brought the gem at such an early hour. With a sly smile, the girl admitted that the young man was too young for such a thing. Tang Yu-sung asked if there was an age limit for selling the stone. Restrictions. Continuing to smile, the lady of the house expressed her surprise that a student of the Great Academy would come to her chambers on the day of the opening ceremony. The future student expressed his gratitude for the girl's concern for him and his future. Tang Yu-sung replied to Mistress Tang Yu-sun's silence that the 1,000 Fragrance House would not be responsible for the young man's absence from the ceremony. The girl allowed the young man to enter her chambers, apologizing for the indelicacy, for Tang Yu-sung's arrival with a large piece of jade is a highly unusual event. With a smile, Tang Yu-sung also admitted that he was having his first conversations in a secret auction house. After a bit of silence, the girl calmly replied that she was willing to pay 500 yuan for the stone. Surprised at this price, Tang Yu-sung remembered that he would only be able to save this amount if he spent his entire life working without sleep or spending money for food and clothing. However, he realized that the hostess must have underestimated the price and said that he thought the stone was worth 2,000 nan. At this point, the bouncer exclaimed in surprise that the price was very high, but the hostess raised her hand to make it clear that everything was fine and the auction was going on. The girl calmly replied that the maximum value of this stone is 1,000 nian and not a penny more. While the man was wondering how quickly the girl had calculated the losses and profits, Tang Yusung said that he would agree to sell the stone for 1,500 nyang. Bowing to the lady, the bouncer said that he could get the young man out the door if Yunlan wanted him to. But the girl agreed to this price as this korud is more valuable than gold and stronger than any ancient metals. In his thoughts, Tang Yusung chuckled at Yunlan's last statement, because when digging out of the mountain, the young man had felt the strength of this rock. The lady of the house continued her monologue and said that she would not ask the source of the find, even though this item is extremely rare in Zhongyuan. If the young man brings her a stone of the same size and quality, he will give her 3,000 nyans for both stones at once and without any questions. Saying that it was no problem for the young man to get her more stones, he took another stone out of the bag and threw it under the mistress's feet. The young man announced the end of the deal and said that if Madame needed more korud, she could contact Tang Yusun at any time. Leaving the brothel, Tang Yusung was satisfied with the work he had done because he was able to sell a total of 9,000 nan of jade. This money were incredibly large, and yet he had not sold all the korud and would be able to replenish his cash reserves at any time if necessary. He could not believe that in such a short time he had become so much bolder, and even dared to make a bargain, and contemplated sending a portion of his earnings to his father. He kept dreaming of how much money he could make if he sold all the stones he had mined on the mountain, because 9,000. The Nyans paid him for selling only 6 stones, but there were still hundreds of jade stones lying in his inventory. With emotion, Tang Yusung ran towards the Murim Great Academy to join the Hidden Dragon Division. Continuing to move quickly, the young man decided that he would go above and beyond the elite unit to become the best in the world. Suddenly, he stopped in the middle of the road because he saw a beggar on the road. He generously gave one of the 100 nyan bills to a beggar, telling him to go rest elsewhere, and then ran on. The old man looked at the paper in surprise, not understanding what it was. Tang Yusung shouted that it was money and ran away. To get to the Marima Union and then to the Great Academy, Tang Yusung had to cross the canal. After catching a boatman, the young man followed the canal toward the mountains where the Murim Union buildings were located. The boatman suddenly turned to Tang Yusun, asking if he was a freshman at Marima Academy. The young man smiled and nodded. The old man grinned and said that he was already very late, so this trip would be free of charge. Tang Yusung started to refuse and said that he could pay, but the kind elder waved his hand and said that there was nothing wrong with it. The young man noticed to himself that the elder talks very politely and addresses him as you, in spite of his age, and most likely this is due to the fact that the boatmen most often dealt with Murimians. The boatman looked ahead and noticed that they were approaching the academy, which meant that their voyage was coming to an end. Looking ahead, the young man saw the buildings of the Murim Union, recognizing among them the upper house of the 9 great clans of the 5 noble families and several influential trade circles and families. As a result of some of the meetings of the head of the union in this chamber, the Constitution, or otherwise the Great Code of Union, was written. Murim. This codex states that under the leadership of the alliance, the joining clans, disciples, and warriors form 8 units, aimed at controlling Murim Zhongyuan. In his mind, Tang Yusung calls this decision complete nonsense. According to Tang Yusung, these units were created only to spread the influence of the Konko rogues created under the leadership of the 9 great clans and the 5 noble family. Already from the first pages of the Great Code spoke about the equality of people, but at the same time, this document described many ranks based on many factors, including weapons, age of origin, years of service, and many others. Because of this, many people became obsessed with these conventional ranks. However, the rule of equality and mutual respect was now being felt. Tang Yusun was different when he looked at the Murim alliance now. In his past life, he would have been overwhelmed by the emotion of approaching the Shrine of the Saints, however. Tang Yusung was now thinking about what he should do next. Quietly leaving the money in the boat, Tang Yusung thanked the elder for the work he had done and jumped onto the wharf even though they had not yet reached the dock. The elder was amazed that the young man could jump such a distance in one fell swoop. But then he noticed that the student had left some valuable bills in his boat. At that moment, Tang Yusung received a blessing. He sent a message to the elder by the technique of voice that the young man had paid the fare, but the boatman could hardly accept such a large sum. Heading towards the academy, Tang Yusung grinned at the thought of not being able to control his emotions and actions because of the amount of money he had, that he had just received completely by accident. Tang Yusung smirked to himself and asked himself whether he should buy an alliance or create a new one. However, he came to the conclusion that if it were possible, some rich family would have done it already, but it was pleasant for the young man to dream about it. But the young man concluded that the amount was too much for him alone. At this moment, Tang Yusung thought of his 7th Auxiliary Unit, of veterans. He grinned and walked forward, not believing that the young man wanted to give away all his money to people who didn't even know him in this life. After quickly running up to the top of the Gateless Palace, Tang Yusung remembered that this place was named after a book by an ancient monk named Moon. He-gu, symbolizing the openness of this place to all followers of the path of justice. However, despite this, the gate has a giant iron gate, doors that would rise out of the ground in the event of an attack on the Alliance. The young man himself had not personally seen it on the day the heavenly demon cult attacked the Union. Walking forward with one of the guards, Tang Yu-song saw many pavilions standing in a row in front of him. This row begins with the Demon Destruction Pavilion, which deals with errands coming into the Union. After that is the Watchtower of Heavenly Mountain, responsible for communications. And at the end, in the farthest corner of the valley, is the main Union building. If you turn the corner from this point and then go a little further inland, you will come to a narrow passage between the mountains, to the main righteous gate leading to the Murim Academy. When he arrived at the gate, the guard said that by passing through the gate, the young man would enter the academy. Assuring that Tang Yu-song would be able to go on, one man was surprised as he didn't notice a single bit of excitement on the young man's face. Pointing forward to the gate, he explained how to get to the Crouching Tiger and Hidden Dragon pavilions, explaining that all organizational matters would be taken care of, is already in place. After passing through the gate, the two valleys of the Hidden Dragon, with the oldest buildings of the Alliance, and the Stealing. The tiger at the very back of the Union territory. The last valley was where Tang Yu-song had studied in his past life, so he knew where he needed to go. He noticed that even the familiar valley of the Crouching Tiger felt different to him now, for in his previous life the young man had looked upward, trying to get a glimpse of the Hidden Dragon Valley. The young man decided to hurry up and finish his questions, putting his memories aside for later. Of his admission. At this time, in the Hidden Dragon and Crouching Tiger Pavilion, a heated argument broke out between the deputy director of the academy and his assistant, who was also a local instructor. The man couldn't believe that the academy's budget had been cut again. He scolded the new union head, Chong Ju-gea, who had caused the organization's It was a mess and turmoil. He sighed and asked the instructor's opinion if it was okay to be so careless with the future of Murim's students. As Du Cho-hee approached, the man was stopped by the hand of the girl, who asked Wu Gangdae if he had heard the news that last winter's discovery had been found. A mountain composed of jade located on Hainan Island. The man calmly replied that he had heard about the news, but what does it matter? Now! In response, the girl suggested that including the Hainan Sword School in the vacant space of the Nine-Clan Velicus would solve the current budget problems. Wu Gangdae grinned and replied that it was a great idea, but the girl calmly continued. This surprised and intrigued the man. She revealed that books with unusual content and rumored books are rapidly gaining popularity in the markets of Henan province. Vices overtook even Zheng Zhou's bestseller 1,000 Flavors in popularity. The teacher asked in surprise about which forbidden records, and the girl whispered that they were books about young boys and men of easy virtue. Hearing this, the deputy was furious that unconventional values that do not obey the logic of yin and yang had begun to spread in the market. However, the girl grinned and asked Wu Gangdae not to get so angry. Looking at the girl irritated, the man asked what she meant. Du Cho-hee replied that it was probably just a way to make money from forest robbers who could be caught by sending academy students after them, and then embezzle their earnings by publishing books of vice under their names. Wu Gangdae smiled and said that at this rate, he would be promoted to. Of the head of the academy was not far off. With a sly grin, the girl asked the man if he would promote her too, along with his promotion. The man grinned and said that he would definitely let a talented girl like Du Cho-hee climb up the career ladder. Sadly, the girl said that there were rumors that the new head of the academy had already been chosen, and it would be the elder who was standing next to Chong Ju-gea. The man grinned and replied that although he was also worried about his career, he was confident that if he could supplement the academy's budget, the elders will not refuse Wu Gangdae's help. At that moment, one of the officials asked what to do about freshman Tang Yu-sung, who was late. The man ordered to call the young man to the pavilion. After studying Tang Yu-sung's case, he asked the young man why he was late. Tang Yu-sung answered honestly that he had to travel a long way. The man sternly said that the deputy would deduct 10 points for the young man's absence from the entrance ceremony. Looking at Wu Gangdae with distaste, the young man replied that he had to fight with forest brigands on the way. The man exhaled and asked what kind of brigands he could talk about if it wasn't a long walk from Xi'an City to the academy. At that moment, the young man remembered rumors from his past life that said the man flirted with female students and changed the academy's schedule as he pleased. The young man frowned and replied that he had business in Hainan, but they took away another 5 points for excuses. The deputy also picked on the unbuttoned uniform, but the young man replied that he had bought the uniform in a hurry in Zhengzhou, and it was originally unbuttoned. The man announced that he was taking off another 8 points for improper appearance and excuses. The surprised man finally noticed that the young man was from. The young man asked in surprise if there was a problem with that, but was threatened for insolent behavior. Coming from, with a shoddy education, dares to be so insolent. The man announced that he was deducting another 100 points from the young man's account. At that moment, the instructor, announced that it would be a great idea to take away Tang Yu-sung's sleeping dragon token to scare the new freshman, and for good measure, invalidate the entrance exam results so that the young man cannot enter the Hidden Dragon Valley as a punishment. Looking at Du Cho-hee, the man asked if they wanted to cancel Tang Yu-sung's academy application now. Tang Yu-sung tried to remember this instructor but could not. At that moment, the girl said that these actions would serve as an excuse for the freshman to be more obedient. The man said that it would probably not have the desired effect, and that it was very difficult to get the application cancelled. At that moment, the dream recalled that in his past life, this man was the head of the academy. However, if he is currently still the deputy, then it means Wu Gangdai should theoretically be promoted soon. At that moment, the deputy concluded that because of the fines he received, to be expelled. Tang Yu-sung remembered how this person had sent the graduates of Crouching Tiger Valley, among whom Tang Yu-sung was, to the rabble of those who was not a member of a clan or noble family. With a smirk, the man asked Tang Yu-sung to apologize, and only then would he be released. When Wu Gangdae became an elder of the Murim Union, he developed a number of military strategies involving the use of a variety of low-ranking commanders and warriors as cannon fodder to always have a way to safely escape from an approaching threat. When he saw the young man clenching his fists, he grinned and asked if Tang Yu-sung wanted to challenge the deputy. Tang Yu-sung frowned and said to Wu Gangdae that one should not judge him as a person just because of his lowly and ignorant background. Switching to shouting, the deputy chanted that Tang Yu-sung had not yet fully realized his position, and in that case, the man would have to teach the student a lesson. With a clenched fist, the man summoned the demon subjugation seal to see if after such a thing, Tang Yu-sung would still consider a disdainful attitude unfair to himself. A black and white haze began to envelop Tang Yu-sung's body, wrapping around him and approaching his neck. At that moment, the official shouted to the deputy that the academy rules prohibited the use of force against ordinary students. In response, Wu Gangdai shouted that he was going to teach Tang Yu-sung an important lesson about hierarchy in society. At this moment, Tang Yu-sung felt the deputy technique squeezing his neck so tightly that the young man couldn't breathe. At this point, he was really pissed off at the bastard, since having that kind of power, he was sending ordinary low-ranking warriors into battle as a shield to escape on his own. After opening the door, someone entered the building using the mystical form of heaven. This technique broke the seal. Deputy, Tang Yu-sung could now breathe unobstructed again. The young man bent down coughing while Wu Gangdae saw that the pavilion. Young Yuga himself came in. After hearing Wu Gangdae's startled cry, Tang Yu-sung turned around to see for himself that the leader had entered the building. Alliance. Smiling, Chong Juge noted that Deputy Wu Gangdae's character remained unchanged. The man smiled awkwardly and began to justify that he had planned to teach the tardy student a lesson, but admitted that he might have overdone it with the use of force. Changing his tone to a calmer one, the deputy asked the head what business he had decided to come here for. In response, the head recalled the letter he had sent to Wu Gangdae in the morning, in which he had already written out his order. Recalling Wu Gangdae's letter, he confirmed that he had seen the news about the Union head's desire to cut the Great Academy's budget. However, the man couldn't remember what else Chong Juga had demanded of him, so he used the voice transmission technique to order the official to go and find that letter. The man bowed and started to back away, mentally telling himself that he knew that such an emergency could happen. With a fan closing in, Jong Juge announced that the budget cuts were great news, because this way the Union's budget has been replenished. However, he noticed that just as he had warned in the letter, the head of the alliance had come to take Tang Yu-sung with him. The surprised deputy wanted to object, but then stopped himself and nodded, and allowed the head of the Union to take the student away. At that moment, Du Ju-hee said that the head of the Union cannot just dispose of students and change the order of the institution. The Great Academy is an independent organization within Murim. At that moment, the deputy sent an angry message to the instructor condemning her for intervening in the conversation. Smiling, the head said that he had heard a lot from the deputy about the new instructor, and remarked that since Wu Gangdae had found a talented employee. Expressing his desire to meet the girl again, the head embraced the young man, saying that his still need to be assigned to a dorm, so they should leave now so they don't waste another minute of time. Before leaving the building, he asked the deputy if he and the instructor could turn a blind eye to the student's misbehavior and remove the student's fines. The confused deputy nodded in agreement, not daring to get into an argument with the head of the alliance. After that, the young man and Chung Juge walked out, closing the door behind them, and then the pavilion was completely silent. The head of the Murim Alliance, meanwhile, was bemoaning himself for not coming earlier, but Tang Yu-seong responded by expressing his gratitude to the man. He admitted it was an honor to meet the head of the alliance himself. He himself thought that he knew the man only through rumors from a past life, and the young man never imagined that the head of the alliance could be so young. Smiling, the man replied that the young man should thank the other man, who sent the head of the alliance to rescue Tang Yu-sung from the deputy's oppression, adding that he had heard many stories about the young man and his adventures. Startled, Tang Yusong asked who could vouch for him and who had told the head of the alliance himself about him. But Chong Juga only smiled and replied that he had learned about the young man from a man who had been watching him for a long time. The same person will be a high-ranking member of the academy, and for this reason he could not come himself since he has not yet officially assumed office. However, Tang Yusung said that it was strange that the leader himself had come for him, since Chong Juga could have sent some official or instructor to pick him up. The young man from the pavilion. The head replied that the day of the induction ceremony entailed a lot of different things and paperwork. Therefore, all the staff members of the Great Academy are busier than the head of the union. Tang Yusung still couldn't imagine the person who made the head of the Murim Alliance came to the pavilion to pick up Tang Yusung. Also, Zhong Juga said that the same person was watching the young man and that it was making the student become uncomfortable. To reassure the apprentice, the head remarked that it was his duty to watch out for suspicious activities of the deputy, so by his coming to the pavilion, man killed 2 birds with 1 stone. With a chuckle, the head noticed that the head didn't get along with the deputy. Without waiting for Tang Yusong's reply, he thanked him for helping the person following him to take root in the hidden Dragon Valley. This surprised the already puzzled student. Tang Yusung asked if this information was related to the contents of the letter to the deputy. With a grin, the alliance head praised Tang Yusong's ingenuity and confirmed that the student's guess was correct. Du Cho-hee came down from the balcony and asked if Wu Gangdae had said anything about her to the head of the Murim Union. To the girl's surprise, the man replied that he had never told Chong Juge about her, but that the head of the alliance had somehow learned about her, though. It was almost impossible since everyone in the Hidden Dragon Valley was on his and Du Cho-hee's side. The man reasoned that it was probably a kind of a warning from Jung Yuga. The deputy summarized that he had clearly underestimated the head's abilities and that he was clearly plotting something against him. Wu Gangdae. Frowning slightly, Du Cho-hee suggested that perhaps he wanted to become an enemy of the elders. The disgruntled deputy asked what she was suggesting. To tell the elders if she wants to report suspicious activity by the head of the union. He just took the student with him and implied that he knew about Du Cho-hee. It wasn't something that would be considered important. At this moment, the official finally brought the morning letter from Zhong Juge. Taking the letter in his hands, the deputy summarized that only after a detailed reading of the letter, he and the girl would decide on further actions. When Wu Gangda opened the sheet, he remembered that in addition to the budget instructions, the letter also contained something else, but he couldn't remember what it was. But a glance at the paper revealed it to be blank. The scroll was twisted in his hands, but there was no trace of ink. Du Cho-hee suggested that maybe the head of the alliance had tampered with the scroll on purpose to make Wu Gangdae look like a fool and that it could be reported already to the elders. Upon sniffing, the deputy realized that this letter was written in the vanishing ink used to observe the confidentiality of the information in the letter. The girl was confused and asked what could be in the letter other than the usual budget order. Frowning at the piece of paper, Wu Gangdae quietly said words of incomprehension. He didn't expect Chang Yuga to get rid of evidence in such a tricky way. The girl asked in surprise if Tang Yusung was a descendant of any of the 9 clans or noble families, but Wu Gangdae countered that he would have known about the Tang Yusung was an important person. With a raised eyebrow, he wondered if this young man could be the disciple of the head of the alliance. Meanwhile, Alliance head Murim explained that although he wrote in a letter about budget cuts for the academy, the alliance has no need for money as such. But he doesn't specify why he did it, because he doesn't know why he did. He was given this advice from the outside. The counselor was watching Tang Yusung's journey to the Hainan, and because of that he was able to see Yushan Jade Mountain. Surprised, Tang Yusung assumed that the mysterious observer was the same person that will soon become the head of the academy instead of Wu Gangdae. With a smile, the head of the union confirmed it and said that it was a credit to the young man. To Tang Yusung's shock, the head asked if the young man would like Wu Gangdae to be the leader, and laughing, the young man refused. The head of the union confessed that the more he learns about Tang Yusung, the more he likes the young man, and the more he is convinced that Murim needs the young man. Zhong Jugi said that he was also judging based on the case of the fight with the first-class examiner and the fight that didn't happen with the deputy. After briefly excusing himself, Tang Yusong changed the subject and asked if he could find out who exactly had been watching the young man all this time. The man calmly replied that Tang Yusung would be able to see that person when he took over as the leader, at heart. The young man was troubled. Now much promises to change at Murim Academy because of his interventions in the present. They were now having a profound effect for the future. However, Tang Yusong clearly realized that this change was 1,000 times better than the future with Wu Gangdae as the head of the academy. And all because under him began an epic of irrationality and absurdity with terrible struggles between clans and families. He could control the students and do whatever he saw fit to do with the academy. However, Tang Yusung suggested that it was probably not only Wu Gangdae made a big contribution to Murim's demise, but the situation is already much better with the absence of Wu Gangdae in the leadership role. Chang Ju pointed forward and said that there was a dormitory where Tang Yu-sung could get a room. Looking at the building, the student realized it was the men's dormitory building. Turning around to thank the man for his help, Tang Yu-sung found that the head of the alliance had already disappeared, wishing the young man good luck using the voice transmission technique. The puzzled student even thought that when he disappeared after finishing his work, Chong Ju-ge reminded him of the old man Kum Bong Nam. Tang Yu-sung suddenly realized that perhaps the mysterious observer could be the great son of heaven. With a wave of his hand, he thought it was, and headed towards the dormitory. At that moment, the deputy remembered that the letter said to treat Tang Yu-sung as a disciple of Chung Juga himself for the work he had done to maintain the alliance's budget. The man came to the conclusion that definitely this young man was, or Jung Juja's secret weapon, or his adopted son, and definitely the young man will be used to get the first place at the Great Academy. After realizing this, the man ordered Du Cho-hee to keep a close eye on Tang Yu-seong and also find his true origin. The girl replied that it would probably be difficult to find the information since the young man was clearly under the protection of the head of the alliance. But the man threatened that if Du Cho-hee didn't obey his orders, he wouldn't get the position of senior instructor. The girl bowed and promised to do her best while the man reminded her that he was the one who had promoted her to instructor. Leaving the man alone with his thoughts, the girl went off to dig through the archives, while Jung Juk promised that if the private investigation, he might do something worse than the usual mining of information. He was convinced that at all costs he had to make it so. To have a person who is an ally of Wu Gongdae and the 9 factions take over as the head of the academy after reaching Tang Yuxiang's dormitory, asked for a room. The man asked if the young man had a pet. The young man calmly replied that he had a pet, who Tang Yu-seong thought must have drunk all the alcohol from Jeonju City by now. At that moment, the man clarified if it was an animal, a tiger or a bear. The surprised Tang Yu-sung immediately started to deny that his pet was just an ordinary cat. The official clarified that he asked about this so that there would not be repeated cases like with the young men who actually brought tigers with them. He also added that a large animal requires a permit from the appropriate department and that the semester will begin in 2 of the week, and tomorrow there will be an aptitude assessment, and so the young man needs to choose a class for admission in advance. He told me where and when the food is served, and that you can buy something for yourself in the city. The man then asked if there was anything else that needed to be clarified, but Tang Yu-sung said that there was nothing else. He does not have any. The official was surprised by the young man's lack of excitement, but deciding not to emphasize it too much, the man showed him the dormitory in which, and announced that Tang Yu-sung could do whatever he wanted for the next 15 days after saying goodbye to the young man. Suddenly remembering something, the man said that traditionally there might be a fight for room leader that night and Tang Yu-sung should be to be careful and not to waste energy. Tang Yu-sung recalled that it was a tradition for all the boys in the dormitory to build a hierarchy through fighting. In the confines of his room, the student realized that if he broke into his room right now, he would be forced to take part in this fight. But Tang Yu-sung realized that this fight could show his real abilities in a fight against the most talented students of the Great Academy. After his hard training and dangerous adventures crossing half the country in a squat and the sea between the mainland and Hainan Island, and although Tang Yu-sung hoped to be Chong Gi-ho's roommate, he chuckled at the thought that this young man had probably already taken the leadership position. And in that case, the young man might not have fought for the leadership position simply by putting all the reins of power in his friend's hands. At this moment, Chang Gi-ho was indeed engaged in a fight for the room leader in his room, easily defeating all of his competitors. The last young man who had tried to attack him was calmly knocked down, and from his blow, Chang Gi-ho was able to just pull away. After putting the young man on the ground, Chang Gi-ho grudgingly called the fights with these students boring, saying that this is why he misses Tang Yu-sung, who was an extremely unpredictable and strong opponent. He smirked and said towards the door that if Tang Yu-sung went in. After that, Yang Gi-ho went to bed with peace of mind. At the same time, the women's dormitory was also having a dispute for room leader, but in a different format. The girls were discussing their need to take care of themselves. The girls recalled heroines from history, and all the girls' names were beautiful sounding. After talking about legendary beauties, one of the girls asked how they would determine the head of the room, to which another girl replied that they should definitely choose that girl as the leader. Who would be the prettiest of all? Because of this, the room began to argue for the title of the prettiest. The girls started insulting each other and calling each other names in the most subtle ways, until the door to the room was opened by a woman's hand. Cheon Seo Seo, who had obviously just gotten out of the shower, entered the room. There was silence in the room, and after a brief pause in the dialogue, one of the girls admitted that she was voting for Cheon Seo Seo as the most beautiful. Without realizing it, Cheon Seo Seo became the leader of her room and continued to wipe her wet hair with a towel. At this time, in the sky building of the men's dormitory, all the roommates gathered on the observation deck. They all discussed that the leader of the first room should definitely be Young Cho Ran, saying that if someone doesn't like something, they should do it first. to fight with someone in the room, and then with the master of the plum blossom sword himself. The useless arguments on this topic continued. At this time, Myung-jin stood silently beside his fellow student, listening to the disorderly exclamations of the freshman students. At that moment, young Cho-ran calmly admitted that he didn't really care about what everyone was arguing about and asked if anyone wanted to fight him. None of the young lord's neighbors agreed to duel with him, and he only thought of how weak his neighbors were in body and spirit. At that moment, the young man interrupted his thoughts and told Myung-jin that he was happy to see him as one of his neighbors. With a glance at him, he asked the Plum Blossom Open Palm Master if he wanted to compete with young Cho-ran for the title of room leader. But to the young gentleman's great regret, his fellow student refused to fight, reminding him that they needed to save more energy for the evaluation. He only added that young Cho-ran is suitable for the position of leader, and the young man will recognize him as the leader of the room without a fight. The disappointed young master called his fellow student boring, certain that if it were Tang Yu-sung, he would immediately. Young Master Young rushed into battle with young Cho-ran. Young Master Young mentally wondered where the Cheonbong High School graduate could be right now. At the same time, Tang Yu-song was walking through the corridors, hearing the shouts and sounds of many young men fighting from different rooms. He was surprised that everyone accepted the tradition to appoint room leaders through fights. As they walked towards the stairs, Tang Yu-sung mentally noted that the layout of the dormitory in the Hidden Dragon Valley, similar to the layout of Crouching Tiger Valley. He mentally noted that his room on the 3rd floor was farthest down the hall. When he looked into the room, he interrupted the students who had settled in from their study. The young men glared menacingly at Tang Yu-sung, who stuck his head in the doorway. The young man entered the room, comparing his roommates for the children he had caught doing some forbidden activity. But glancing at the crowd near the far wall, he noticed that the young men were indeed engaged in some sort of molestation. There was a child on the floor being bullied by teenagers. One of them was sitting on the bed, and he asked who Tang Yu-sung was and why he had come. He threateningly said that if Tang Yu-sung was in the wrong room, he should leave and mind his own business. To the young man's surprise, Dae Pyung-wi was sitting on the bed, who almost killed Tang Yu-sung in Hainan. Tang Yu-sung grinned, which angered the young man, and he repeated that it was time for the intruder to leave his room. Tang Yu-sung said he was happy to see the Hainan Sword School bowman again, thinking to himself that the young man had no idea that the opportunity to take revenge to show up so soon. Dae Byung-wi was surprised that the young man in front of him knew him, and Tang Yu-seong smilingly replied that he had been looking forward to meeting him. With the bow of the Hainan Sword School in person, Dae Byung-wi replied indifferently that he had no idea who Tang Yu-seong was at all. This disappointed the young man, because in his opinion, Dae Byung-wi couldn't just forget the events of a month ago. Waving his hand at Dae Byung-wi, Tang Yu-sung glanced at the crowd of teenagers to see why they were clustering over the boy. The boy was a foreigner from the south and was young enough to be a typical student of the Hidden Dragon Valley. Tang Yu-sung was surprised how such a young and weak young man could get into an elite unit of the Murim Academy. In his mind, he compared the young man to himself from his past life, when he too had been bullied because of discrimination. The young man was angry at the people who treated people like him and foreigners with contempt. He believed that beggars and people who were different from the rest were still human beings and did not deserve to be treated like that. One of the youths asked the crowd why they had stopped, and the youths all at once continued to bully Alabo Day. However, at that moment, Tang Yu-song ran towards the crowd to the surprise of the older teenager who was leading the crowd. He watched from the sidelines as Tang Yu-sung flew into the crowd and blocked Alabong Day from asking if the young men had shame and conscience. The Southeast Asian himself was surprised by Tang Yu-sung's act of kindness. Looking around the crowd, Tang Yu-sung shouted for the teenagers to stop this mayhem. At that moment, Dae Pyung-wi grinned and stood up, saying that he remembered who Tang Yu-seong was. He was the same young man who dodged all of Dae Pyung-wi's arrows, and who, according to Hainan's bow, was covered with rocks in that cave on the Yuishan. Taking his bow and pointing it at Tang Yu-song, he said in surprise that the young man had survived and had even entered the Great Academy. Marima. Grinning, the young man congratulated Tang Yu-song on his return and asked if he had brought Changwon's jade from Mount Yushan. Coming to the conclusion that Dae Pyung-wi had known about the Mad Jade all along, Tang Yu-song frowned without answering the archer's question. Dae Pyung-wi frowned and grinned and admitted that he had no idea that anyone else besides him knew about the existence of Jang Won's jade. However, no wonder the young men fought so desperately for the right to own it, for a weapon made of this jade can adjust to the desires of its owner. And so the competition for this breed was insane. Tang Yu-seong was curious as to who was the original source of information for Dae Pyung-wi himself. However, the young man decided that asking the archer personally would not be the best idea. After apologizing, Tang Yu-song said that the Mad Jade was buried under a rubble pile in the collapse of the cave where the stone was found. Surprised, the archer asked the young man why he hadn't bothered with even a piece of the precious material to retrieve it from under the rubble. With a sly grin, Tang Yusong said that he didn't care about the stone, and saving his own life was already difficult enough. A mission. Although it wasn't actually true, however, Tang Yusong was diligently hiding the presence of a piece of mad jade in his possession. The entire crowd fell silent. The silence was broken by Baek Dae-ho from the Baek family of Liaodong City. He asked where such an insolent young man came from to treat Dai Pyong-wi so disrespectfully. The young man in turn recalled that in his past life, Baek Dae-ho had sided with the 9 factions and 5 families and had subsequently hidden in Liaodong to escape the Heavenly Demon King. In response, Tang Yusong introduced himself as a graduate of Cheonbong Military Academy from Xi'an City. Baek Dae-ho grinned as he kneaded his fingers. He asked if Tang Yusong thought that his neighbors should treat him normally just because they share a room. He added that he had thought Tang Yusong was the son of an official or a nobleman up until that point because of how self-assured he was. The young man. Suddenly, Baek Dae-ho stepped around Tang Yusong and kicked Alabongdae's torso, calling the two of them and the foreigner lowlifes. But when Baek Dae-ho tried to hit Alabongdae again, Tang Yusong tripped him, stopping him from hitting him. Tang Yusong reminded him of the Academy's first rule, which stated that all students were equal, regardless of their backgrounds and personalities. Qualities. Smirking, Baek Dae-ho called Tang Yusong crazy since he had learned all the rules of the Great Academy. Swinging at Tang Yusong, he shouted loudly that the rules of equality were just a trivial formality. The young man used his family's punch by clenching his fist harder and heading towards Tang Yusong. Tang Yusong frowned, ironically noting that those who planned to become martial arts masters in the future really didn't need to have dialogue. The young man easily dodged Baek Dae-ho's attack by punching him in the jaw with his fist. Grabbing Baek Dae-ho's shoulder and loudly reciting the rules of the Great Murim Academy, Tang Yusong kicked the young man's torso with his knee, reminding the audience that bullying is not acceptable on the Academy grounds. At the same time, Tang Yusong continued to deliver numerous blows to his torso. Baek Dae-ho. Adding that any fights other than training fights are also forbidden, he punched Baek Dae-ho one last time and then he fell down. Straightening up, Tang Yusong agreed that the same page of the rules said that it was allowed for a student to respond with aggression to aggression if attacked. At this moment, young Cho-ran, who was standing on the top floor of his dormitory, felt a familiar inner energy. Remembering Jin Hong's instructions, young Cho-ran tried to see what was going on in the neighboring dormitory building, for he was sure that this energy was familiar. He closed his eyes and finally felt the chi of everyone in the fight in the last room of the third room, on the floor where Tang Yusong was now. Tang Yusong opened his eyes and watched the scene, seeing the chi of the people present, happy to meet his nemesis, of the enemy. At this time, everyone in the room fell silent as Baek Dae-ho lay on the floor, defeated by a simple beggar youth from the Hwasan side branch. Dai Pyong-wi had no idea that Tang Yusong was so strong. He thought from his experience in Hainan that the young man was a fast but cowardly opponent, however. Now Tang Yuseong refuted Dai Byung-wi's theory. He knew that Baek Dae-ho was the second son of the head of a family that was quite famous for its strength, but Tang Yusong only needed a few punches to put Baek Dae-ho on his back. Even though Tang Yuseong had landed some serious blows, Dai Byung-wi reasoned that the very first one was so strong that it must have been decisive in this case. Tang Yusong defeated Baek Dae-ho with a first punch. Tang Yuseong said with his chin up, he was upset that because of this, he will have to fight for the leadership of the room. Dai Byung-wi, on the other hand, shouted threateningly that Tang Yuseong had no right to say that. He grinned as he felt fear gripping his body. Dai Byung-wi realized that he couldn't lose to this beggar because his clan was now a part of the clan. To the 9 great factions. He shouts to Tang Yuseong that Dai Byung-wi is the leader of the room and won't let Tang Yuseong become the leader. He also reminded that there were 4 other opponents in the room that Tang Yusong hadn't defeated yet. Herr Mu-pyung agreed with Dai Byung-wi's statement, shouting that he wouldn't let Tang Yuseong become the head of Room 9 so easily. Everyone grabbed their weapons, and Dai Byung-wi reasoned that when fighting groups of roughly equal strength, quantity was key. The young man was confident that Tang Yusong would lose since he was now facing 4 youths from noble families, and the young man himself was not part of the 9 great clans or noble families. Looking at the whole situation, Tang Yusong mentally thought that it would be better if the young men were just as eager to unite in the fighting evil. Looking at the situation from the outside, young Cho-ran could feel the pressure of the spiritual forces in the room building up as if it was about to explode. At the same time, Myung-jin was watching the young master who looked extremely puzzled as he stared at the wall of the neighboring building. The young man guessed that his fellow student could read internal energy and was watching someone in a nearby building. Myung-jin was impressed by the level young Cho-ran had reached, for only those who had surpassed the human world could read another's innermost being. Energy. As young Cho-ran continued to watch, he witnessed the youths surrounding Tang Yueshong rushing to attack. At this moment, Dai Pyong-wi actually ordered the teenagers to attack, and they simultaneously rushed towards Tang Yue-seong. The young man easily dodged the attacks of his opponents and jumped up and kicked both opponents closest to him. At this moment, the third boy threw throwing daggers at Tang Yue-seong. Even though they were not sharpened, the student still realized that they were dangerous weapons. So he was determined to eliminate the dagger thrower before he could harm Tang Yu-sun. While the young man was trying to reach out, more knives from under his uniform, Tang Yu-sung twisted in the air, kicking his opponent so hard that his dagger flew out of his hands, bent from the Tang Yu-seong's punch. The third youth fell down, and the fourth tried to hit Tang Yu-sung, who had jumped behind the bed to the corner. At that moment, Tang Yu-sung was cornered. His opponents hurriedly surrounded him. Young Cho-ran, who was watching all this, noticed how the youths clamped Tang Yu-seong to make life easier for themselves, and mentally reasoned that it was definitely a bad and useless idea. At this moment, Tang Yu-song grabbed one of the chairs that was standing in the corner with the intention of defending himself with it. He threw the three teenagers away from him, and inertia hit Dae Pyong-wi, who wanted to attack Tang Yu-seong from the side with a chair. Tang Yu-sung hit Dae Pyong-wi with great force and broke the chair over his head into splinters. Dae Pyong-wi had to cover himself with his arms to avoid getting hurt. Young Cho-ran, who was a spectator, knew that if Tang Yu-sung was trapped, he would find a way to get out of the trap unharmed. Dae Pyong-wi frowned and declared Tang Yu-seong a cheater, to which he loudly asked if it was fair then that they had mobbed Tang Yu-seong. Young Cho-ran frowned and mentally called Tang Yu-seong an ignoramus, who still doesn't follow any style of fighting, using it as an advantage. His unpredictability and the surroundings around him. The young man grabbed his real sword to Myungjin's surprise. He nervously watched as young Cho-ran placed his hand on the hilt of his sword, not understanding what the young lord could see that was so interesting. Meanwhile, due to the chair debris and the force of the impact, everyone was scattered around, and Dae Pyong-wi remained in close proximity to Tang Yu-seong. However, the situation instantly changed when Tang Yu-seong jumped the bed back to his three past opponents. In front of him was a stickmaster, and Tang Yu-song thought that this was a dangerous opponent, and only a dagger thrower could piss off a stickmaster more than a dagger thrower. Grabbing the stick, Tang Yu-sung jumped up, reasoning that it was possible to deal with the young man, but only until he had time to take over. A fighting stance. At the moment when he wanted to attack the young man with the battle staff, a swordsman appeared from the side. Tang Yu-sung put up a block, but because of what happened, the young man's stick broke. The battle staff master yelled at the swordsman, to which the swordsman replied that he was trying to save the young man from Tang Yu-sung's attack. Despite what had happened, Tang Yu-sung was glad that the battle staff master had lost a piece of his weapon, causing the attack distance to decrease. When the young man with the stick tried to attack Tang Yu-sung, he ducked down and did a somersault, instantly rising to his feet. Dae Pyong-wi, who was watching, was surprised that Tang Yu-sung had used a roll to dodge. At the same time, Tang Yu-sung abruptly changed his target to suddenly attack the swordsman. The swordsman fell after a series of attacks from the 8-bone fixing method, and Tang Yu-sung picked up the sword that the young man had dropped. Turning to the young man, Tang Yu-sung promised that he would use his weapon honorably. Since Tang Yu-sung had to use a sword and an axe to escape from the cave in Yushan Mountain, his skill with these weapons is considerable. The sword had become stronger. Therefore, the young man was curious to see how much stronger the effects of his sword had become. At this time, Dae Pyong-wi was shouting that Yu-sung has no pride since he used the donkey roll. At this moment, Tang Yu-sung stopped. Disgruntled cries could be heard from behind him, asking for the sword to be returned to its owner. However, Tang Yu-sung simply brushed off the swordsman by hitting him on the head with his own sword. In Marima, it was considered ridiculous to use the donkey roll because the somersault looks like a lazy donkey rolling on its back on the ground. This rule of etiquette amongst Murim martial artists really pissed off Tang Yu-sung. Turning to Dae Pyong-wi, the young man asked if pride could save anyone in battle. Without letting Dae Pyong-wi answer, Tang Yu-sung grinned, saying that the donkey roll he had made had saved his real pride. Answering affirmatively to Dae Pyong-wi's misunderstanding, Tang Yu-sung replied that true pride does not allow him to lose to some weaklings like him. Roommates. Tang Yu-sung's sneer made Dae Pyong-wi very angry. At this moment, young Cho-ran, who was watching the fight, mentally agreed with Tang Yu-sung's words. He mentally reasoned that while the great clans and noble families demanded manners and etiquette from the masters, they themselves would turn the background and wealth of everyone they meet. He realized that through his actions, Tang Yu-sung was trying to make it clear that the members of the noble houses, it's time to stop being so hypocritical. At this time, Tang Yu-sung only had two opponents left. They were Dae Pyong-wi and the stickmaster. For a while, the young men stood looking at each other. At one moment, all three of them started moving towards each other. Swinging his sword at Dae Pyong-wi, Tang Yu-sung used the stomp technique. This frightened the stickmaster, who stopped in place afraid of getting hit by Tang Yu-sung. Dae Pyong-wi assured that it was okay to continue the attack. mentally reasoning that this strike could not harm any of the attacking group because of the long distance. However, at this moment, Tang Yusong squatted down and applied his title of Duck Step Master, giving him many advantages. Instantly jumping to the Stickmaster, he brought his sword down on his head, and the young man fell into unconsciousness. On the floor beside the young man, Tang Yusong noticed a recently broken battle staff. With his foot back, he took aim at the splintered battle staff and kicked it forcefully towards Dae Pyong-wi. With great speed, a piece of wood flew past Dae Pyong-wi, who had to dodge the projectile launched by Tang Yuseong. Dae Pyong-wi, unable to keep his feet, rolled forward and stopped on all fours. The realization that Dae Pyong-wi had used a technique he despised a few minutes ago made the young man furious. Young Cho-ran, who was watching the whole thing, thought that for Dae Pyong-wi, an opponent like Yu Seong-tan was an insurmountable limit because his family and school forced both Dae Pyong-wi and his sparring opponents to use stances and techniques, while Tang Yuseong himself moves extremely unpredictably, and this is further exacerbated by his shapeless struts. At that moment, Tang Yusong asked Dae Pyong-wi if he had any pride since he used the role. Silently, Dae Pyong-wi got to his feet, glaring at Tang Yuseong. Dae Pyong-wi exhaled and tossed the bow to the side, recognizing that Tang Yuseong was right that to win, one must use all the techniques and methods he could, no matter what they are. Taking his wooden training sword in his hands, Dae Pyong-wi announced that the fight would now follow a different scenario. He will threaten Tang Yusong that the spiritual sword of the Hainan Sword School has now been awakened. With a chuckle, Tang Yusong asked if it was true that Dae Pyong-wi couldn't win a confrontation with just a bow. Tang Yusong only said that he didn't know how to respond to Dae Pyong-wi's cliched phrases about the spiritual sword. Leaning over the second piece of broken battle staff, Tang Yusong said that Dae Pyong-wi's words seemed extremely vile to him. With a grin, Tang Yusong straightened up and asked if Dae Pyong-wi would brew a strong green tea for the young man after this was over. Dae Pyong-wi threatened that Tang Yuseong might be without his long tongue after this fight. The young man used Silverbright's special swift sword technique that imitated a salmon jumping against the current, even though the reverse momentum stance, the scale, and contradicts Zhongyuan's martial arts, but if executed correctly, it can be used to achieve a quick and guaranteed victory. Because every attack and movement in the stance is designed to attack the opponent at an angle. At the right angle, it only takes one strike to finish the fight. Tang Yusong felt excited since Dae Pyong-wi was a more experienced and stronger opponent than the 4 teenagers earlier, and now Tang Yusong was fighting this young man one-on-one. Tang Yusong was excited for the opportunity to take revenge on one of the 5 Bingshen kings. Mentally, he reasoned that this fight would be different from the fight against the 14-towered plum blossom tree's strike, since Tang Yusong knew how to resist Hwasan techniques because of the book written by Mara in the future. This time, however, Tang Yuexiong didn't know any specific tactics against Dae Pyong-wi. With a shout, Dae Pyong-wi rushed towards Tang Yuseong to attack him. The young man had to quickly fight back or dodge. Dae Pyong-wi didn't even let Tang Yuseong get close enough to counterattack. At one point, Tang Yuseong managed to swing his sword, but Dae Pyong-wi jumped up and dodged Tang Yuseong's blow. Pushing away the blade of the wooden sword with one finger, he directed his attack towards Tang Yusong, breaking his sword. The surprised youth looked at his broken wooden sword that couldn't withstand a single pulse of the celestial sword Silverbright. In his thoughts, Tang Yusong called this technique quite strong, and thought that it was probably because of its speed and strength that the punch was called fast. However, Tang Yusong was sure that the speed of his attacks was much faster due to the strong effect giving him a level of sword skill. Dae Pyong-wi shouted and threatened Tang Yuseong that he would not allow the young man to shorten the distance between them. Tang Yusong was hit by a hail of blows that the young man successfully deflected with his broken wooden weapons. Stubbornly, the young man came closer and closer to his opponent, swinging his sword. Dae Pyong-wi crossed his sword with Tang Yusong's sword, then jumped back without receiving any damage from his opponent's strike. The archer realized that he could not use the Silverbright sword technique any better than he could now because he lacked skill. But he's scared by the fact that Tang Yusong's attacks are getting faster and faster. He was surprised at the young man's speed and wondered what kind of training Tang Yusong used to be so strong. But Dae Pyong-wi admitted that he's just as good a performer and needs to keep his distance to win because then Tang Yusong couldn't hurt him, unlike the archer himself. Tang Yusong noticed that the distance between them wasn't shrinking because Dae Pyong-wi either lets the young man approach or steps back. Although the young man could have used many different techniques, he decided not to get fancy with because Tang Yuseong had a theory that Dae Pyong-wi would not be able to defend himself effectively using his special technique. Meanwhile, seeing Tang Yusong attacking again, Dae Pyong-wi shouted, asking if the young man was trying to get close to the swordmaster again. Hainan. Under the hail of blows, Tang Yusong stupidly and stubbornly advanced again. Dae Pyung-wee stopped for a moment to swing and make a strong punch which Tang Yu-sung repelled. The young man jumped up again to use the heavenly wind of the four seas. At this time, Tang Yu-sung was counting his punches. He waited for the right moment, and when the young man counted that he had already done 28 strokes, he smirked. His next strike was critical and was twice as strong as the previous ones, causing him to break Dae Pyung-wee's technique. This surprised the archer as the blow was unexpectedly strong. At this moment, Tang Yu-sung announced that there was no time to hesitate, and lunged towards his opponent with his sword extended forward. The blow almost caught up with Dae Pyung-wee, but he stopped Tang Yu-sung's sword. It didn't help him because Tang Yu-seong also had a piece of battle staff in his hand. Dae Pyung-wee couldn't dodge or block the blow and cried out in pain. It seemed as if Tang Yu-sung had become stronger than before and began to throw many punches at Dae Pyung-wee with great speed. In his mind, Tang Yu-seong reasoned that Dae Pyung-wee's stance is effective in attacking, but in such a case, its big disadvantage is that Dae Pyung-wee's attacker is uncomfortable with the defense, and Tang Yu-seong took advantage of it. And also, Tang Yu-seong is much different from Dae Pyung-wee because he's much tougher than his opponent. Although the amount of spiritual power is important in martial arts, it is also important how long you can last in a fight at the same pace and at the same speed. Tang Yu-sung didn't find it difficult to keep the same speed for a long time, and while his opponent was getting faster and faster, as he continued to slow down, it seemed like Tang Yu-sung continued to accelerate unceasingly. All he had to do was to finish this battle and emerge victorious. Tang Yu-sung grasped the stick and sword tightly and counted out 10 strokes again, after which there should be a critical magnification strike. Then Tang Yu-sung once again swung a piece of broken battle staff and hit Dae Pyung-wee in the face with it. The sword pointed towards his opponent's leg, thereby knocking his opponent to the floor, breaking his weapon. So Tang Yu-sung got the title of room leader and came out of this fight victorious. Looking at the bonus of the title Tang Yu-sung had received, he saw that the effect of the title was that he could now create teams of 3. And the meaning of this sentence the young man had little understanding of. At that moment, Tang Yu-seong heard the message that young Cho-ran had sent him using the voice transmission technique. Not recognizing the voice of the person he was talking to at first, Tang Yu-sung turned his attention to the door leading to the balcony. The young man went out to the balcony and saw that young Cho-ran was standing upstairs waiting for the fight to end. With a grin, Tang Yu-sung used voice transmission and told young Cho-ran that they really hadn't seen him for a long time. He noticed that young Cho-ran himself had finally learned how to use the voice transmission technique. The young master replied that it was the only thing he had learned, and he was waiting for the day when he could meet Tang Yu-sung again to fight. With a chuckle, Tang Yu-sung asked if young Cho-ran had learned his lesson the last time they met at Hwasan Mountain. The young master threatened that there would come a day when someone would send Tang Yu-sung to the other side of the world. With a grin, Tang Yu-sung replied that when that day came, he would take his rival and whatever he had left with him. Proudly raising his head, young Cho-ran angrily said that Tang Yu-seong was constantly humiliating and hurting young master. With a sigh and a lowering of his head, the young man replied that it was time for the young lord to get used to his position. Looking at Tang Yu-seong calmly, young Cho-ran replied that he would never forgive the young man. With a frown, Tang Yu-sung reminded that he had never apologized to young Cho-ran and that he himself would never forgive Mr. Young for humiliating people of Cheonbong High School due to an accident on the practice field. In his thoughts, Tang Yu-sung also added that he would never forget that young Cho-ran had done to him in his past life. With a frown and a sly smile, young Cho-ran said that they should definitely meet in battle, and then they would both, to the fullest. Young Cho-ran ended the dialogue by saying that he would wait for the day of their battle. With a grin, Tang Yu-sung replied that he thought so too, and then simultaneously the youths turned around and started to leave. To Myung-jin's surprise, young Cho-ran began to silently walk away to his room. He wondered if he had just seen what he had just seen. The young master smiled. At this moment, from the direction of the neighboring building, Tang Yu-sung slammed the door, going inside his room. Myung-jin exhaled and mentally decided that maybe he was imagining things and then went back to his room. At this time, Alabang-dai got up from the floor, asking Tang Yu-sung if they were going to leave the defeated youths on the floor. At first, Tang Yu-sung didn't understand the question and then grinned, saying that anyone could slip and fall in an unfamiliar place. Tang Yu-seong slipped and accidentally hit a young man and got hurt. Alabang-dai was also hit accidentally, as Tang Yu-seong claimed. Tang Yu-sung grinned and said that he was just joking. He looked at the boy again, not understanding how he had gotten into the academy at such an age. With a smile, Alabang-dai thanked Tang Yu-sung for saving his favorite. Surprised, Tang Yu-sung realized that most likely as a foreigner, Alabang-dai was bad at Korean. Folding his arms across his chest, Tang Yu-sung said that there was nothing to thank him for since he hadn't originally planned to be friends with those teenagers. Even though Tang Yu-sung didn't want to worry about it, he was still not indifferent to Alabang-dai because of the young man's weak stats. He asked the young man, how he could get into the academy. Still marveling at Alabonde's talk, he asked how the teenager could come to another country and enroll in one of the academies. Of the best academies at such an age and with such a weak body, Alabonde smiled and replied that he was Shintong. What this word meant Tang Yusong had no idea, even though he had the skill to understand all languages. He suggested that it was because Alabonde doesn't speak his native language, so the skill doesn't work correctly. However, to deal with it, Tang Yusong didn't want to. He decided to go to bed early since he realized that he hadn't rested since the Dragon and Phoenix exam. Grinning, Alabonde said in a friendly manner that he was okay with that. Still not understanding where this teenager got so much naivety and positivity from, Tang Yusong walked over to the bed. Tang Yusong realized that he hadn't been in bed for a long time and looked at Alabonde as he made himself comfortable. Surprised, he watched as Alabonde tucked his abusers into their bunks and showed concern for them, despite the fact that these young men were bullying him. Tang Yusong thought to himself that he would never show pity for those who had wronged him. Burying his face into the pillow, he began to think that this was only the beginning of his difficult journey in perfecting his skills. All the way to the academy, he thought about graduating from the best institution in Murim. But before that, the young man should definitely, to make the 5 lords of Bingshen, miss the opportunity to find the items that allowed them to become the strongest. And the first person to get hit by Tang Yusong's hot hand is now lying on the bed all beaten up. And now Tang Yusong needs to meet the second king of Bingsheng at the Million Book Pavilion. In order to face his enemy, Tang Yusong needs to get into the class that Tang Yusong wants. With a grin, Tang Yusong mentally congratulated himself for being able to enter the hidden Dragon Valley. On the roof of the Murima Academy Library, Jung Juge and Gyumbong Nam were discussing the fact that Tang Yu Seong had made it to the dormitory in one piece. The old man suggested that he was probably fooling around with his friends in their room right now. The head of the union summarized that the young man was finally resting after everything, what he had to go through. The elder grinned, noting that the head of the alliance was concentrating too much on one student. With a chuckle, Yongjuk asked if Gyumbong Nam was interested in Tang Yuseong. The old man hummed and reminded that the current head of the alliance couldn't do that anyway. To be interested in only one person. The man grinned and replied that every student was important to him, and that was why he was the current head. Gyumbong Nam grinned and grumbled that his former student was clinging to his words again. In turn, the man remembered that his mentor once said that a head ready to learn should open his mouth to the sky, his eyes to the union, and his ears to the Kanho. After laughing at the banal philosophy of that phrase, Gyumbong Nam asked if he had really said something like that. Jung Juge replied that this phrase has helped him in many ways. Changing the subject, the elder asked how Deputy Wu Gangde was doing. The alliance head replied that the deputy was trying to eliminate Tang Yuseong, and because of Jung Juge's intervention, Wu Gangde must have developed an interest in this student. Gyumbong Nam mentioned that after his appointment as leader would only increase the chaos. The elder was displeased that in his absence the reckless type was far enough away. Has moved up in the ranks. Jung Juge expressed his shock at this situation, but Gyumbong Nam noticed that behind the deputy's back stood the great factions and the noble families who support him. He went on to add that there will be a buzz around him for some time to come, because he will take the place of Wu Gangde as the new leader. Thinking about it, Jung Juge asked if it would be a good idea to speed things up. The process of Gyumbong Nam assuming his position. The elder didn't understand what he was talking about, but Jung Juge continued to talk. The man noticed that the evaluation of the student's abilities would begin the next day, which would cause a fuss. He suggested that in the confusion, everyone would pay little attention to Gyumbong Nam's presence anyway, but that it would give his figure weight and allow him to assume his leadership position. The elder asked if that meant they would miss the inauguration. In response, the man remarked that Gyumbong could come as a special guest, and the elder agreed with a chuckle. The smiling elder asked if this meant that Chong Juge himself would also be present as a special guest. Agreeing, the head noted that he usually received a report on the student's abilities and recommendations. He had never responded to these reports, but on this occasion he had, since he decided to break tradition. Among Zhongyuan's many newcomers, there were a lot of guys that Chunjuge wanted to check out and see in person. For this reason, he is required to be present at the aptitude test. The clock had already rung 6 times, and Tang Yu-sung thought it must be 9 a.m. for that reason. The young man was glad that he woke up before classes started and felt how tired he had gotten over the past months. He thought that since the evaluation would start with the first sky building, it would be a long time before his turn, so he had plenty of time. For the morning routine, it includes redistributing one's chi to increase spiritual energy. Looking at his chi redistribution skill, Tang Yu-song was happy to know that in a few days, this skill would be level 4. Looking at Tang Yu-song's status window, he noticed that his agility level was lower than his strength and stamina, and decided to work on it from this day on. He also decided that he continued to work on his inner energy, which he still has very little of. With an exhale, Tang Yusong decided not to rush himself much since he was already gradually growing and there was no point in rushing this progression. Mentally, the young man reasoned that it was more important to use his internal energy effectively than its quantity, because the lack of awareness and strategy is a bigger problem, as it was in the previous battle with Dae Pyong-wi, who had a higher internal energy level than Tang Yuseong's. When Tang Yusung turned his attention to him, he found that Dae Byung-wi was still asleep after last night as the other victims. Tang Yusun was already surprised, thinking he was the first person in the room to wake up. But at that moment, Alabongdae came to his side, proving that Tang Yuseong was not the first to wake up. Seeing Tang Yusong's swollen face, he asked the boy if he was okay after the beating, and the boy said he felt fine. Tang Yusung believed it with great difficulty since Alabongdae looked really bad even though he was smiling. Looking at the young man, Tang Yusong reasoned that in that case this guy was the type of person who was constantly positive and believed in goodness. The young man could hardly understand such people, but Tang Yusung did not despise his roommate for his optimism. With a smile, Tang Yusung introduced himself and asked what his roommate's name was. Even though he knew Alabongdae's name, he decided to ask him about it in order to, without looking strange. Alabongdae smiled and said his name. Relaxing, Tang Yusong inquired where the foreigner came from. Still smiling radiantly, Alabongdae briefly replied that he had come from the south and only remained silent to Tang Yusung's question. After realizing the situation, Tang Yusung said that everyone can have secrets, and Alabongdae has the right not to answer since it wasn't an interrogation. Getting off the bed, Tang Yusung asked his new acquaintance if he had already eaten breakfast. Alabongdae said something incoherent, and Tang Yusung suggested that they go to breakfast together, since they were already late. The boy agreed with great pleasure. At this moment, Tang Yusung was only thinking that the young man should learn Korean better, because Alabongdae's expression is incomprehensible. On the street, the boy looked around unsure of where they were. He asked Tang Yusung if they were going the right way, and the student calmly replied that it was the right way. The young man asked Tang Yusung how he knew this, and Tang Yusung replied that he had been to the Hidden Dragon Valley before. He thought to himself that it was a good thing. Tang Yusung knows everything here because he has been serving Muram for decades, so he remembers the location of all the buildings and stores. Suddenly, Tang Yusung felt someone's hand on his shoulder. Chang Giho asked if Tang Yusung had really been to the valley before, and asked if he had been here in the winter when he went somewhere else afterward. Dragon and Phoenix exam. With a grin, Tang Yusung asked how his friend was doing. He was happy to see Jang Giho. The evil Jang Giho asked Tang Yuseong could have left them with Cheon Seo for the entire winter, and never visited them once in the process. A surprised Tang Yusung asked who else Chang Giho meant by referring to himself in the plural. Cheon Seo appeared in the distance, explaining that when Jang Gi-ho said them, he meant him and his little sister. Tang Yuseong waved her hand and greeted Cheon Seo. She was happy to see the young man and asked if the student had completed his assignment in Hainan successfully. Tang Yuseong blushed as he thought about how Cheon Seo had gotten very pretty during his absence. Due to the long silence from the young man, the girl asked if Tang Yusong had managed to turn a deaf ear, or if he would still choose to answer her. Before he could say anything, Tang Yusong continued to stand silently as he watched Cheon Seo approach him. The girl looked at the young man and asked why his cheeks were turning crimson. Tang Yusong pointed at the girl and said it was because of her face. Cheon Seo asked what was wrong with her face and remembered that she had forgotten to put on makeup today. Embarrassed, Tang Yusong asked if Cheon Seo had gotten a facial plastic surgery. In response, Cheon Seo threw her fists at Tang Yuseong, asking if the young man should be beaten. The girl was stopped from fighting by Jang Gi-ho, who hugged the violent girl. Cheon Seo. The young man couldn't get used to the fact that he was now in contact with the girl who was the most incredible representative of the world. Evil factions due to her magical beauty. At the same time, Cheon Seo explained her dissatisfaction that after a long time, Tang Yuseong, he only thought to ask her about some plastic surgery when Jang Gi-ho was trying to justify his friend. Looking at his friend, Tang Yuseong caught himself thinking that even though several months had passed, this girl had become very beautiful. Tang Yusung also noticed that all the passers-by were staring at her. When he looked at Alabongdae, he realized that the boy was in a trance too. He hit Alabongdae on the head to make him come to his senses. Realizing that he couldn't just leave the situation like that and let it go, Tang Yusung took off his cape. Then he covered Cheon Seo with it, who didn't expect it, and didn't understand this gesture from Tang Yuseong at all. Standing with a cape over her head, she awkwardly asked what Tang Yusung thought he was doing. The embarrassed young man replied that if Cheon Seo wanted to keep her appearance hidden while they were eating breakfast. Cheon Seo asked what it meant, and Tang Yuseong mocked her and didn't have time to say anything clear, because he thought that Cheon Seo looked extremely cute as she elegantly lifted his cape from her face. He was so embarrassed he couldn't say anything, feeling his heart pounding in his chest. Breathing out heavily, Chang Gi-ho hugged both of them and instructed them to stop their love quarrels. suggesting they all eat first or else Jang Gi-ho promised to go to the grave because of hunger. Embarrassed, Tang Yu-song shouted back that this was in no way a love match. Cheon Seo threatened to beat up Jang Gi-ho because judging by his insolent remarks, the guy hasn't had a serious beating in a long time. So all three of them went to the dining hall and Alabondai followed them, watching the former classmates chatting. The place they went to was called a diner because you can get different foods from different cultures and try them all. When we got there, all the tables were empty and there was no food anywhere to be seen. That's because the guys came in after breakfast. Now, all the employees were cleaning and preparing for dinner. Sadly, Cheon Seo summarized that they were probably doomed to go hungry. Looking around the room, Jang Gi-ho jars filled with vegetables and some obscure, viscous, transparent liquid. Tang Yu-sung asked Jang Gi-ho in surprise, if he was so hungry, why didn't he eat earlier? With a disgruntled frown, Jang Gi-ho blamed Tang Yu-sung for not being able to eat earlier. Tang Yu-sung asked the young man, wondering why it was his fault that Jang Gi-ho was late for breakfast. Cheon Seo explained that the reason was because they wanted to have breakfast with Tang Yu-seong and were late. Tang Yu-sung smiled in surprise and exhaled. He thought to himself that he had set a good example for his friends. A disgruntled Cheon Seo admitted that she also didn't eat anything the day before because of the chaos around after the opening ceremony. Tang Yu-sung grinned and offered to eat what was left at the snack bar, but Jang Gi-ho replied that he would go to the grave just thinking about it, that he would have to eat just vegetables and not even rice. However, looking around again, Jang Gi-ho suddenly noticed something. He saw that several tables were set up and there was all sorts of food and rice on them. Cheon Seo was surprised to see that it was probably made from what was left over from breakfast. Surprised, Tang Yu-sung noticed the 15 portions of well-cooked food that was just left standing on the tables right now. A surprised Jang Gi-ho sat down at the table and said that he had never been so grateful to fate. He suggested that perhaps it was left for latecomers. At this moment, Tang Yu-sung mentally plunged into his memories from his past life because of the déjà vu that was plaguing him now. Digging into his own memories, Tang Yu-sung remembered that similar events had already happened. However, if that time the main character was Tang Yu-sung himself, then now Jang Gi-ho took his place. When Tang Yu-sung was in Crouching Tiger Valley in his past life, he didn't know anyone and didn't know the area. He was late for breakfast because of that, and just like Jang Gi-ho, he now sat at the table in front of the food he assumed was left for latecomers. After thanking the cooks for the food, Tang Yu-sung started eating without realizing that he shouldn't have. He was approached by a group of upperclassmen who asked the young man what he was doing with their food. Tang Yu-sung started to apologize, but one of the third-year students sat down and asked the newcomer if he was a freshman. The young man replied that he was from the Valley of the Crouching Tiger, to which he heard a chuckle. That was the start of Tang Yu-sung's indiscriminate beating while he was still sitting at the table. The guys dragged him out and everyone started making fun of the freshman. Remembering all this, the young man shouted at Jang Gi-ho to leave the food and not to touch it. However, it was too late, and the young man had already filled his mouth with appetizers and turned to look at Tang Yu-sung with a puzzled look. Realizing the inevitability of a future fight, Tang Yu-sung thought only that the usually slow Jang Gi-ho was at this moment very unfortunate to be extremely in eating someone else's portion of food in a hurry. A surprised Cheon Seo asked Tang Yu-seong what the problem was. The confused young man replied that this meal was for upperclassmen, not latecomers. As Tang Yu-sung was explaining this to the girl, a crowd of young men entered the dining hall. They approached Jang Gi-ho, surrounded him, and asked who he was and why he was eating their food. At this moment, Tang Yu-sung had just pointed out to her friend who the food was meant for, noting that it was too late to do anything about it. Tang Yu-sung didn't notice it then, but now he could see from the number of buttons that the 2nd through 4th year students were here. On average, they were level 20. Among them was the best gate master Qingshan Tonghan-san, who would escape in the year of the Red Monkey from the Great Battle. Before, the young man didn't know what he knew now, and memories surfaced in Tang Yu-sung's mind. But if it was Tang Yu-sung who taught high school students about life, now it's Jang Gi-ho. Asking if the young man was a newcomer, Tonghan-san watched as the freshman silently stood up from the table. After confirming that he was the newcomer, Jang Gi-ho towered over Donghan-san. At that moment, Tang Yu-seong tensely noticed something he hadn't noticed before. How tall Jang Gi-ho was compared to the rather large Donghan-sang. Donghan-sang smiled crookedly and said that Jang Gi-ho was not a person to forgive, and called him a black man. In turn, Jang Gi-ho moved away, saying that he had only managed to take one bite and apologized, saying that he was leaving. They started giggling amongst themselves that it would be better to bring Jang Gi-ho to his knees. All the while, Jang Gi-ho stood with his head bowed and apologized. Even Tang Yu-sung was surprised at his friend's behavior since he was calm and acted like a true master even when he was being bullied. With a chuckle, Tonghan-san said that Jang Gi-ho could show them respect, but only by keeping his head on the floor while eating. But Jang Gi-ho had no intention of humiliating himself any further. He had already apologized, and this statement was already too harsh. Swinging, the older student said that he would have to teach Jang Gi-ho a lesson in manners, since the young man wasn't grateful for his older brother's leniency. for his transgression. However, Jang Gi-ho calmly put up a block and Tong Han-san's hand crashed into the young man's forearm. He cried out in pain because Jang Gi-ho's hand was as hard as stone. Calmly, Jang Gi-ho apologized for not understanding the lesson from the elder, asking Tong Han-san to show his technique again. Tang Yu-sung watched nervously, concluding that events were unfolding differently since he was now replaced by Chang Gi-ho, who had originally was a strong and talented student and could stand up for himself. A senior student shouted that Jang Gi-ho couldn't be disrespectful like that. He tried to hit Jang Gi-ho, but the young man dodged and tripped his opponent. The young man fell face down on the floor, and then Jang Gi-ho grabbed his leg and lifted him off the floor. He asked his older brother which of his body parts was really older than Jang Gi-ho. The young man's friends were watching. At this moment, Tong Han-san ordered the crowd to attack Jang Gi-ho, and all the youths rushed towards the troublemaker. Cheon Seo asked if Tang Yu-seong would help her friend since there were more than 20 people in the crowd. At this moment, Tang Yu-sung had already rushed into battle, shouting that he had no choice. He smirked and added that this was the perfect opportunity for them to have some fun. One of the high school students only had time to turn around before being hit on the head by Tang Yu-seong. At that moment, a new window appeared in Tang Yu-seong's mind, the mission of defeating the bullies at breakfast. Turning his attention to the newcomers, Tong Han-san asked who they were. A surprised Tang Yu-sung replied that he was Jang Gi-ho's Hyungnim. Jang Gi-ho laughed and replied that Tang Yu-seong was no match for him as a 6 at most. A surprised Tong Han-sung asked why Tang Yu-sung was so strong since he was only a 6. At that moment, Cheon Seo entered the fight using Cheon Bong's technique. Hitting the phoenix step of Tong Han-san on the head, the girl immediately knocked out the young man. Tang Yu-sung felt uncomfortable because Cheon Seo was hit right on the top of his head. Cheon Seo grinned and said that Tang Yu-sung was not the only one in this room who wanted to have fun. The surprised student shouted out asking who this girl was and why she was so strong. Smiling, Jang Gi-ho replied that it was another of his cool minions asking if she wasn't really beautiful in battle. At this moment, Jang Gi-ho's friends turned around, unhappily asking the young man why he had called them both his minions. Shouting loudly, Jang Gi-ho asked the audience what they thought about a competition where the winner would be the most number of young men defeated. Will be honored with the title of Big Brother. With a frown, Cheon Seo and Tang Yu-seong accepted the challenge. They immediately rushed into the thick of things, joining Jang Gi-ho. Because of their argument, the friends at once began to argue among themselves who thought which young man had been defeated by this or that particular member of their freshman class. At this time, Alabong-dae just stood to the side and watched. At that moment, 3 seniors noticed him and ran to beat him up. But Alabong-dae, unlike the others, could not resist and surrendered and let himself be beaten. On the 14th of this month at the Wugang-dae Pavilion, Do Cho-hee brought a report to the deputy about 4 violators. This was the first time Wugang-dae himself had heard of the 4 infiltrators. Dao Cho-hee clarified that the report about them is also called the case of the 4 Xi'an intruders, the perpetrators. She decided to report the case because it involved Tang Yu-seong. This surprised Wugang-dae, and he asked why there were 4 offenders. Taking a seat at his desk, Wugang-dae noted that the instructor looked very serious and collected. The girl said that the company's first incident was a fight at a diner the day after the fight over the room leader. She said more than 20 high school students were injured in that fight at the hands of a gang of 4. Up against 22 seniors were Tang Yu-seong, Jang Gi-ho, Cheon Seo, and Alabong-dae. The latter were later seen calmly walking out of the diner after defeating a crowd of older students. Noticing that the instructor had called the fight bloody, Wugang-dae asked why no one had stopped the fight. Do Cho-hee noticed that the instructors were dealing with the aftermath after many fights over leadership in the room. So in the end, the instructors only had to interview beaten high school students who denied there was any fighting. The deputy asked the girl to clarify what exactly they were denying with a disgruntled frown. The girl calmly replied that the young men denied that they had been defeated by the newcomers. They were ashamed to admit it. Shaking his head, Wugang-dae called the whole situation a mess and replied that he now understood what was going on, telling the girl to continue. She continued by saying that after this incident, a group called the 4 Trespassers Group became notorious in the Hidden Dragon Valley. The girl started talking about Alabong-dae. Thinking that he was easy prey, the older guys beat him up, but then it turned out that everyone who hurt that child and then suddenly get sick or completely covered in horrible pimples, or vomiting and dehydration for no good reason. This is why Alabong-dae was called the Cursed Child. Alabong-dae was rumored to be smiling and laughing non-stop while being beaten. Wugang-dae exhaled and called the rumors silly and absurd, but still didn't dismiss the fact that Alabong-dae was suspicious because he was able to do so early on, to enter the Great Academy, and had no other information on him except his age. He noted that it would be desirable, too, to find more information, and Do Cho-hee agreed to do so, and continued her report afterwards. The next gang member was Jang Gi-ho, who was 180 centimeters tall and had been known for his strength since childhood. After the incident, no one else hesitates to touch him. Quite often, the young man was seen sleeping in different places of the academy. One day, a group of students tried to attack a young man while he was sleeping, but Jang Gi-ho, even under such conditions, was able to resist the ambush and send everyone to the infirmary instead of himself. After a few more such incidents, he was nicknamed the best sleeping master and tried to be avoided. The other students also warned each other not to even think about attacking Jang Gi-ho while he was sleeping. Wu Gangdae looked at the information on Jang Gi-ho and noted that he came from a family of military officials, so he was also worth following. The third contestant is the notorious Cheon Seo, who suffers because of her looks. A surprised Wu Gangdae asked if her discomfort had anything to do with her terrible appearance and ugliness. The instructor on the opposite side said that Cheon Seo's problems are not because of her terrible looks, but the opposite. The deputy asked his assistant to clarify the situation because he didn't quite understand what the girl meant. Do Cho-hee replied that the girl is very beautiful, and so she faces a lot of problems as if she is attracted to them. Raising an eyebrow, Wu Gangdae asked to explain what Do Cho-hee meant, even if it was complicated. She replied that after the fight at the diner, break-ins into the sorority house had become very frequent and part of the routine. There have already been 52 complaints about it, and a few from Cheon Seo herself. All the young men are fascinated by the girl. Even when she was practicing and eating, Cheon Seo received excessive and unwanted attention. Some students even tried to chase Cheon Seo to her room and were reported by the girl personally. She tried to resist the mayhem herself, but it was no use. Wu Gangdae wondered if such adoration from others was such a big problem. The instructor replied that it was a problem because the students were already fighting amongst themselves for Cheon Seo's love and attention. And more recently, someone peeped on a girl in the shower and even tried to steal her underwear. But suddenly, a group of young men came to the girl's defense and became Cheon Seo's guards. It was both good because the girl was defended by a lot of boys, but as the Cheon Seo's defense team grew in size, more and more jealous girls who were unhappy that they were getting a lot less attention. She grinned and noted that Do Cho-hee was also very beautiful at the academy, and added that this could have consequences in the future. Wu Gangdae, who is unhappy with what's going on, says to disband the gang while there's still a chance because they can't train gang members. Looking at his assistant, the deputy asked what she had found out about Tang Yu-sun since the other 3 offenders were already clear. With a grin, the instructor admitted that she had started studying the case of the 4 infiltrators just because their leader was Tang Yu-sung. From her bra, the instructor pulled out a separate report on Tang Yu-sung because he was the main target of the research she was interested in. Deputy. Smiling, the man took the book with the report to familiarize himself with it. In the beginning, Do Cho-hee noticed that no activity was seen for Tang Yu-seong last winter after the Dragon and Phoenix exams. Wu Gangdae thoughtfully read that right on the first day of his training, Tang Yu-song became the head of his room. He single-handedly defeated 6 of his neighbors, including Dai Pyung-wee, who was the 3rd-generation student of the Hainan Sword School. All of them were defeated. In the 15 minutes that Tang Yu-seong puts on all the rising martial arts stars. It was suspicious that the Union head had previously turned his close attention to the Hainan Sword Clan and joined them to the 9 factions. Even though there was nothing special about this clan, it was still surprising that Tang Yu-sung had defeated all 6 of them by himself. Speaking of the techniques that Tang Yu-seong used, he must have used Hwasan techniques because he graduated from Cheongbong. Dae Pyung-wee, who she interviewed, told the instructor. He also called him an ignoramus who only knew the 3-sword technique. With a surprised eyebrow, Wu Gangdae replied that Dai Pyung-wee's words now looked unconvincing and must have lied about Tang Yue-song's techniques. Or the young man is hiding his true abilities, as Do Cho-hee suggested. Continuing to read the deputy's report, the deputy asked the girl if she had interviewed other witnesses to the fights as well. The girl replied that on the next page is all the other information, starting with an interview from Dong Han Sang. Tang Yu-sung made him finish all the rice that wasn't eaten or spoiled because it fell on the floor. At first, Tong Han Sang said they couldn't finish their breakfast in such a mess, but Tang Yu-sung threatened that they had to finish everything, and if the young man plans to resist further, then Tang Yu-seong will force-feed him. Why would a freshman want to do that? Only Tang Yu-seong himself knew whose mission window said that he had to finish his breakfast to get the reward. In turn, Tong Han Sang decided not to contradict this strange young man and scraped up all the rice that was left and ate it for fear that Tang Yu-sung might send to the other side of the world. This was reported to Wu Gangdae by the instructor, noting that she did not write it in the report, thinking that Dong Han Sang's last response was about it. Is not very important. Nervously, Wu Gangdae confirmed that this would be enough to understand the whole situation about the fight at the diner. After continuing to read aloud, the deputy learned that on the 3rd day, Tang Yu-song went to the streets of Zhengzhou, where he headed to the entertainment street, to the Thousand Flavors brothel, and then visited the armory. She questioned those who had some dealings with Tang Yu-sung and offered them money. It was particularly strange to see Tang Yu-sung visiting an establishment of an entertainment nature in the plain, poor uniform he always wore. One of the bouncers of the Thousand Flavors told her in an interrogation that he knew nothing about the young man, only that he was dating a brothel owner. And even though it looks shabby, Tang Yuxiang has a lot of money. After holding out more money, Du Cho-hee asked why the young man would come here. The guard didn't tell her about the secret auction, and to earn the money he was being offered for the information, he lied that his encounters with the mistress of the House of Debauchery must be connected to the book A Thousand Flavors. This conclusion can be drawn from the fact that the manager without, when he saw the young man, he took him to his mistress. Artbox, a worker at the armory, replied that there was nothing special about the young man other than the strength of 5 rising stars. He came to the shop to give some stones with an order to make weapons of them, and the last time he came was to pay in advance for the work. He paid as much as 1,000 nannies for the weapon, and the owner only took the job because of this, as the work is very hard. At this point, the interview was interrupted by the shopkeeper, who forced the employee to return to his duties. To find any more leads, Du Cho-hee even interviewed the boatman at the harbor. The boatman, Huang Ha, though he didn't know the purpose of the questioning, replied that he was only sure that Tang Yu-sung would surely be the master that would be the blessing for the entire Murim alliance. Yawning, Wu Gangdae said that this student was not a blessing at all, but a curse. Looking at the report again, he asked what the young man had done on the 7th day of his stay at the academy. The girl replied that she had followed Tang Yu-sung to the celestial archery field, where she was unable to continue tracking because the surroundings were too. It was quiet and could be heard. Suddenly, the girl screamed loudly, scaring Wu Gangdae. He shrieked and asked what she was doing. Du Cho-hee explained that she had reproduced what she had heard outside the walls at the archery field. The nervous deputy asked his assistant if she had heard anything else besides the infernal screams. But the girl replied that nothing was heard the entire time, even when Tang Yu-sung left the firing range. Du Cho-hee corrected herself and added that she heard a sound like a tiger roaring. A surprised Wu Gangdae noticed that the girl had claimed earlier that she hadn't heard any sounds, but now she added something about a tiger roaring. Nervously, the girl replied that it was hard for her to talk about anything specific, because she was sure that Tang Yu-sung was on the field alone, and then, unclearly, where that growl came from and whether it was even the growl of a tiger. Frowning slightly, Wu Gangdae wondered if Tang Yu-sung could have practiced it. Magic. But the deputy summarized that it was too early to judge anything in particular, asking what the instructor's opinion of the young man in general was. She replied that Tang Yu-sung usually spent all his free time practicing or just sitting in his room. Last winter he went missing, and where he was is unknown, and the condition of this young man is estimated to be immeasurable. All of these facts together show that Tang Yu-sung is clearly hiding her identity, which is how Du Cho-hee ended her monologue. Wu Gangdae smiled and was satisfied with this answer, saying that they were definitely of one mind on this matter. After summarizing, Wu Gangdae instructed the girl to continue following Tang Yu-sung. Wu Gangdae sighed and asked the instructor if she had heard the news that the head of the alliance had taken over Yushan's minds. The man exhaled a relaxed breath. If only for the fact that Hainan Sword School is not one of the 5 noble families. But the news doesn't stop there, because on the last day of grading, the head himself should come as a special guest. The new principal of the Great Academy will also be a special guest at the evaluation. Wu Gangdae didn't like it. He thought that the leader was preparing some kind of conspiracy, and all of his actions up to this point looked extremely suspicious. Du Cho-hee looked away and added that the director was close to Jung Ju-gae and would be a stick in the mud for her and Wu Gangdae. Wu Gangdae, unable to accept this, replied that he would definitely not ignore it, but that the focus now was not only on Tang Yu-sung, but also on the other 3 Xi'an offenders who must now be watched. At that moment, Jang Gi-ho asked his friends who the 4 intruders were. A surprised Cheon Seo replied that it was what the other students called them, company. Tang Yu-sung was suppressed by the stigma of being the best outlaw. He didn't like being called a trespasser. Looking around, he tried to mentally understand why there were 4 intruders and not 3. And at that moment, he remembered Alabon Dai, who was seated by his side. He didn't understand how the boy could be so calm and carefree. Besides, how could he be labeled as a trespasser if he was... This young man is literally the most positive person at the academy, and is not involved in any riots that Tang Yu-seong and his friends might accidentally cause. Looking at Alabong Dai, Chang Ji-ho wondered aloud if this innocent child could be as abnormal as them. Tang Yu-sung replied that it was hard for him to understand Alabong Dai, and he bluntly asked the foreigner what he thought about his nickname as a cursed child. Alabong Dai replied casually and calmly that he felt fine despite the rumors. At that moment, Cheon Seo asked her friends if they had already passed the evaluation. Turning to look at his little sister, Jang Gi-ho calmly replied that he hadn't gone through the ability evaluation yet. Tang Yu-seong also answered Cheon Seo's question in the negative. Alabong Dai also followed suit. Cheon Seo, surprised by the answer, asked why Jang Gi-ho hadn't taken the assessment yet, to which the young man replied that he didn't know when he was due. It was the guy's turn to take. When Tang Yusung asked, the girl said that she had already passed the evaluation because the next day would be the last day for the change. The girl smirked, noting that it made her the most normal person here. In response, Tang Yusung said loudly that Cheon Seo Seo was the one who was crazy because she was so beautiful that people were staring at her all the time. It's not normal for her to grab the attention of any young man in the academy. Cheon Seo Seo smirked and said that Tang Yuseong was just jealous. The surprised young man asked what the girl meant by saying that Tang Yusung was jealous of her. But their dialogue was interrupted by Yang Gi-ho, claiming that he was the most normal of the four. His logic was simple. There was an abnormal foreigner in the group who was always too positive no matter what. A girl whose beauty was so incredible she was insane. And Tang Yusung, who was just being abnormal himself without any explanation. With a smirk, the young man quietly said that Chung Gi-ho had confused the concepts and had to call Tang Yuseong normal. The young man smirked and added that Chung Gi-ho would soon become famous and would definitely be known for it, like a crazy person. Tang Yusong didn't say anything clear. He just knew from his past life that the Alliance head would make him his first disciple. And then Jang Gi-ho would be the one to get the Academy's attention. At this moment, Tang Yusong realized that Jang Gi-ho should have already passed the evaluation, and the young man. I asked my friend how it happened. Jang Gi-ho shrugged his shoulders and said he didn't know how it happened. Turning around, Tang Yusong suddenly recalled the fight that happened a while ago. He was worried that the story had changed again because in that fight it should have been him, and now the evaluation of Jang Gi-ho should have been him. Had already happened. But it hadn't. Tang Yusung was afraid that something new might happen that he didn't know about and couldn't take into account. He knew a lot had already changed and would change, especially because of his recent training. But even though Tang Yusung had already put in so much effort, he realized that the young man must keep trying. And that's because if he doesn't stop changing history, Zhongyuan will fall again in 30 years. At that moment, he was pulled out of his thoughts by Chang Gi-ho, turning to Tang Yusung. The young man asked his friend what he meant when he said that Jang Gi-ho would soon be spotted. With a chuckle, Tang Yusung replied that it meant that soon, out of all the abnormals, Jang Gi-ho would be singled out as the most abnormal. With a smirk, Chang Gi-ho shouted out whether or not to teach Tang Yusung a lesson for such insolent and bold statements. Slapping his hand on the table and standing up, Tang Yusung approached Chang Gi-ho's face, agreeing that they really should fight. Cheon Seo Seo casually glanced at Alabong Dae, who was happily gaping at the scene. She slapped her hand to her forehead, mentally coming to the conclusion that she was once again normal among her friends. It was the last morning of the aptitude assessment. Tang Yusong didn't know for sure if the rest of the guys had been able to prepare before taking the standards, but he had plenty of time to do it. He walked calmly at a duck's pace and swung his axe and sword. It looked very strange because Tang Yusung had improved his duck walk title enough to run around the training center on the field. During this time, Tang Yusung also improved his archery skills. Every day, the young man did push-ups standing on one arm to get stronger and stronger. Mentally, he wondered if he had become some sort of sophisticated masochist after being resurrected in his new life. But he finds a certain calmness in his training. Although he has had many happy accidents in his life, there is a lot of for his future he had made for himself. In his mind, he wondered if he could achieve all that he had with a pessimistic attitude as in his past life. Back then, as a commander and petty soldier, he thought he had worked enough. However, now he realized what he could do for himself and of the country's future much more than he did then. When he came back to reality, he accepted the towel from Alabonde and asked the young man whether he is willing to go for an evaluation. When personal interview before enrollment was only a tradition, evaluation was important. The test that determined a student's future. Class determination was based on proficiency in one of 18 weapons. Despite the free choice of weapons, the aim of the assessment is to select one type of weapon and based on this, to select the corresponding weapon. Schedule. Unlike the aimless division into 12 branches in the Crouching Tiger Valley, in the Hidden Dragon Valley, the divisions are based on the following. On character. All outstanding students go to the first division comparable to a big and tall tree. The second is for those who have potential in a multitude of areas. These students are like a young tree. The third unit is the Great Fire Unit, where warriors as strong and bright as the sun go. The fourth division is where people gather to practice medicine or specific skills. They're like little sparks. In the fifth unit, train future instructors in whom the calmness and reliability of Mount Tai is nurtured. The sixth unit gathers people with mathematical abilities who will become weapons experts in the future. Those who can handle complex and specific weapons like whip hammers and multi-jointed sticks go to the 7th unit. Unit 8 is allowed into the Million Book Pavilion where people learn to use their brains instead of their bodies. The oldest students go to Section 9 in charge of etiquette and law and order. The last division is for students who are not sure what is right for them and what they would like to choose. To get where the student wants to go, the student has to work hard in written tests, interviews, and physical fitness. Once again, students will find themselves at a crossroads where their fate will be decided. Of course, most students aspire to be in the first division. After writing all the tests, Tang Yusung stood at one of the pavilions with a piece of paper in his hands where his results were written down. When he saw that Tang Yuseong was already in place, Alabong Dai came over to him and said that he would go with the young man. Grinning and hugging Tang Yusun, Chang Gi-ho asked if his minion would go to the evaluation now. Smiling, Tang Yusung replied that there was no need for Chang Gi-ho to pretend that he and Alabong Dai hadn't been waiting for him all this time. In response, Chang Gi-ho remarked that Tang Yusung should be grateful that his Hyungnim waited for his six. Chang Ji-ho changed the subject and asked if Tang Yusung did well on the written exam for math and trap. Tang Yuseong calmly replied that he only learned the basics and probably failed the test. At that moment, Cheon Seo walked up to Tang Yuseong's side. Surprised, Tang Yusung asked earlier if the girl had mentioned that she had already passed the ability assessment. The girl asked what Tang Yusung's opinion of her presence was, and the young man laughed and replied that since the four of them were abnormal, they must be inseparable. Squeamishly, Cheon Seo asked to be excluded from the gang of four intruders. Laughing, Tang Yusung replied that she was obligated to be here with them for the sake of her friends. A group of her admirers and guards suddenly appeared behind the girl's back. The young men menacingly said that Cheon Seo was not suitable for the role of an intruder. They threatened the boys and told them to stop talking nonsense about their beloved Cheon Seo. In response, Tang Yusung cryptically said that he hoped that when the world was on the brink of destruction, these young men would still be loyal enough to save the girl. She didn't know what Tang Yusung meant. When she asked him, he only grinned and said that there was truth in his words. Cheon Seo exhaled disappointedly as once again Tang Yuseong didn't answer anything concrete. He grinned and mentally hoped that Cheon Seo could really be protected by her bodyguards if he couldn't handle it with the Demon King. The culmination of all the tests is the divisional talk held at the Crouching Tiger Pavilions and the Hidden Dragon. However, this time, the conversation would take place on the training field outside. Tang Yusong didn't even realize that there would be some changes in the divisional conversation as well. He was waiting in line for the examiner to give the test sheet. Up ahead, he suddenly caught sight of young Cho Ran, who was standing next to Myung Jin. He wondered if these two had been tested or if they were just going to be among the gawkers like Cheon Seo who had come to see how it was going to go. The other students' conversation. However, Tang Yusung was really worried about young Cho Ran attending the division talk. Tang Yusung was pulled out of his thoughts by the examiner's shout that called for Tang Yusung to stand up to talk. The young man nervously walked forward, feeling something bad. He knew that his premonition had never deceived him before, and it made Tang Yusung tense. He looked around at the jury and was truly horrified by its composition, for there were many familiar faces among the jury. First sat the first-class examiner, Duran Non, who probably hadn't fully recovered from her and Tang Yuseong's experience yet of the duel. Also among the jury was Jin Hong, who smiled and winked at the young man, but the latter was sure that his spiritual mentor was his spiritual mentor, would not give Tang Yuseong any favors. The young man only hoped that Jin Hong still had a chance to become an elder of the Hwasun school. In the center sat the current head of the Murim Alliance, Chong Jug, who had never personally evaluated the abilities of his disciples. The young man speculated that perhaps he is looking after Tang Yuseong. In his past life, Jong Juge was not at the evaluation personally and appointed Chang Gi-ho as his apprentice on recommendation. And Tang Yusung believed that although history was changing, the changes were too big and abrupt in his opinion. But Wu Gangdae's presence was unpleasant but predictable as a consequence of his presence at the evaluation. Yung Yuga. However, Tang Yusung realized that in such a case, the future head of the Great Murim Academy should be among the jury. At first, the young man assumed that this person was Jin Hong, but Tang Yusung immediately ruled out this option since the head and Jin Hong are not yet members of in any business or friendly relationship. As he looked at the next member of the jury, Tang Yuseong realized that this man must be the future director of the Great Academy because he was the only person on the jury he didn't know. If that man was an instructor, then Tang Yuseong would know him. The man also had strange bumps on his head. It was a mysterious member of the jury. Looking at the man's features, Tang Yusung realized that it was none other than Kyum Bong Nam. The student was very surprised and even astonished at this turn of events. He did not understand why some hippie was among such noble persons in the most elite, an institution in the country. Even after this unexpected turn of events, Tang Yusung did not understand who this mysterious old man was since he was such a martial artist. Tang Yusung could not remember the name of Kumbong Nam no matter how hard he tried. However, the young man had no idea that Kumbong Nam was so important that she's sitting on the jury with Youngjuge and Jin Hun. Tang Yusung originally thought it was some kind of hermit hiding in a deep mountain valley, wandering from place to place like most people. Kanho. However, this same drifter is now sitting in front of him to decide his fate using disguise or some legendary transformation technique. Looking around the jury, Tang Yusung nervously wondered if there was any logic to such a set of personalities on the test. Without ceremony, Du Rannon opened the scroll to begin studying Tang Yusung's case and its results. From this gesture, Tang Yusung assumed that the woman introduced herself as a first-class interviewer and remarked that Tang Yusung knew her better than any of the other students. Tang Yusung chuckled nervously at this statement. As the woman exhaled, she noticed that both the oral exam on poisons and medicines and the written exam were the same. Tang Yusung's math and trap test had gotten the worst results in the Academy's history. Mentally, the young man shrugged his shoulders in anticipation. A similar result. Du Rannon continued by saying that every student at the Academy should have some knowledge in certain fields, in addition to being virtuous and physically fit. However, at that moment, Jin Hong interjected into her monologue and replied that no one had yet written a written test with a good score and suggested that we look at Tang Yuseong's physical fitness. Grinning, he announced that the young man had the best fitness score in the Academy's history. After hearing a lot of cheers, Tang Yusung was surprised that many viewers had come to watch his interview. However, he was happy that Jin Hun helped the audience forget about Tang Yuseong's worst written and oral test results. However, Tang Yuseong wasn't surprised that failed both of these tests because he, like most students, focused on his physical fitness and strength. The woman wanted to reprimand the man for barging in and interrupting her, but the head of the alliance reminded her that they were not in the business of interrogation and, without emotional attachment, assign all students to departments based on their abilities and desires. He reminded the woman to come at this case with a cool head. Silently, Do Ran-nong thought about whether she had obviously behaved in a way that definitely wanted to take revenge on Tang Yusung for what had happened in Hainan. After coughing, the woman allowed for the possibility that Tang Yusung's physical abilities compensated for his intellectual shortcomings. But the young man must also have a sense of justice and virtue of which she was not sure. Tang Yusung nervously grinned, thinking at this moment that Du Ran-nong would probably want to eat the student alive right now. Even though this conversation is evaluative rather than personal, she still couldn't help but ask Tang Yusung one curious question. Again, Tang Yusung calmly replied that she could ask him anything. The woman grinned and asked what the honor faction should do in a situation where the Devil School was fighting the evil faction. Whether it would be fair to ignore their conflict or to try to mediate between them and reconcile. The young man was confused to hear the same question that Do Ran-non had once asked him in Hainan. With a frown and a sly smile, the examiner asked Tang Yusung what his answer would be in the end. Exhaling and frowning, Tang Yusung called this woman in his mind truly pathetic and very stubborn. But I bet the rest of the jury doesn't even realize that the woman is now retaliating against the student. However, everyone was definitely interested in this question, and now they all wanted to hear Tang Yusung's answer to it. Even the union head didn't try to protect Tang Yusung like when the deputy went overboard with the use of force. Just like last time, Tang Yusung was stunned and didn't know the answer because he hadn't thought about justice and righteousness for a long time. These concepts have been a long-time luxury for the young man. He used to think that everything was fine, as long as there were still people around. Thinking about how he should answer this question, Tang Yusung stared at Jin Hong. He remembered his words from his past life, where, addressing Tang Yusung, Jin Hong had told the young man to remember that they could not save absolutely everyone. That's impossible. But that doesn't mean they don't have to try to save absolutely everyone. As he also remembered the man's angry shout after the 5 lords of Bing Shen had left Murim, abandoning their comrades and homeland. Tang Yusung then turned his gaze to Kyum Bong Nam, who told him that being the best in the world was a means, not an end. But one must always try to make sure that one's efforts are not in vain. But even if Zhongyuan is destroyed, Tang Yusung has nothing more important than family and friends in that case. Tang Yusung remembered his father and his words came to mind. The man always told his son to try hard because once upon a time will come to fruition. And the main thing is never to look for easy ways, even if there are any. My father believed that easy paths always come to those who work hard. Works. Upon reflection, Tang Yusung realized that his values were originally formed on the basis of virtue and justice. The principles Tang Yusung had always followed were always just and righteous, and the young man had never spoken of it. I didn't think so, even though it was true. After summarizing everything he could think of, Tang Yusung said loudly that the question was not worth answering because it was a question that was not worth answering. There is no justice or fairness. Tang Yusung concluded that this question could not be answered. The crowd fell silent upon hearing such an unconventional answer, and only Du Ran-non was outraged by such an answer. He proclaimed whether or not Tang Yusung thought her question was simply not worthy of an answer. Tang Yusung confirmed this by saying that this question was not asking about the welfare of the people, but about the advantages in the decisions of the honor faction itself. Puzzled, the woman asked what the student meant when she said the question didn't ask about people. Tang Yusung calmly noted that since the woman liked visualizing the question, the young man would also describe the situation now. He began his monologue by asking, A woman to introduce two arsonists who live across the river from her and who on the same day have a fight. In the course of the fight, they set fire to the village. The young man asked if the woman would destroy the arsonists or stay to watch the village burn. However, both options have no effect on the fire, which will still burn unchained. The indignant woman asked what Tang Yusong was getting at with this provocative question. In reply, the young man loudly repeated that if the arsonists started the fire, they would perish in the flames themselves, but was it fair that they should go to the other world with them? And the whole village just because they live there? What will the woman herself do in the meantime? Will she be glad those arsonists are out of this world? The angry woman shouted that it was possible to act as a third party in such a case, and Tang Yusong didn't need to broach the subject for so long. The student nodded and said that this was indeed the best option, because in that case the fire would stop. But what would happen to those people who were the first to go? Victims of the raging flames. And even if the arsonists reconcile and put out the fire, there's still a good chance they'll start a feud. Again, hitting her hands on the table, the woman exclaimed that these sacrifices would already be inevitable, and Tang Yusong was blurring the matter in vain. Tang Yusong asked if the purpose of the question was to seek fairness and justice, and the woman confirmed that her question was. The young man asked if the examiner had asked him to choose a fair and correct option. However, the young man asked if the examiner had asked him to choose the fair and correct option among those represented. After a moment's silence and a glance at the head of the alliance, Dorannon replied that there was justice and fairness in the alliance elections, the true justice and righteousness of the world. However, Tang Yusong reiterated that the examiner's question was aimed at identifying a more favorable positions for the honor faction, but not to save people. This surprised and angered the woman. In response, Tang Yusong loudly shouted the word people, while continuing to ask the woman about what she would do if the people themselves were fair and righteous organization of the country would turn out to be rotten in reality. This statement shocked Du Ran-non. Jin Hong in turn only chuckled, while Wu Gangdai was just as angered by this bold statement. Kyum Bongnam grinned in approval. The entire crowd held its breath, and among them, only Chang Gi-ho chuckled at the impertinence. Tang Yusong. The alliance head sat motionless with a stony expression as if he wasn't the least bit hurt by this statement. Because of the long silence, Tang Yusong began to think that his question was too bold, and that unpleasant consequences now awaited him. Frowning at the young man, Wu Gangda thought that this young man would now either be expelled or punished very severely. The examiner exclaimed that the topic the young man had raised was very subtle and dangerous, because his statement goes against not just the Academy's rules but the fundamental laws of the entire Murim Union. All members of the Murim Alliance and its partners are obliged to obey these rules, as they are the supreme rule. The first article talks about the righteousness of the alliance and the duty of all to zealously defend the cause of the honor faction. Before Ran-non cried out that even if a student was a beginner, he had to know this base. In his mind, Tang Yusong traveled back in time. He was someone who was better than any student in the valley. The Hidden Dragon knew these rules because in a past life, he was required to learn the first article by heart before becoming captain of the 7th Auxiliary Unit. The student calmly replied that he was familiar with the fundamental rules. The woman accused the young man of despising the alliance, while shaming the young man for daring to say such a thing to the face of the head of the Murim Alliance himself. At this moment, Chongjuga ordered the interviewer to stop his stream of consciousness. Apologizing, the man asked if he could continue the same line of questioning that Do Ran-non had asked. Much calmer, the woman sat back down, allowing Chongjuga to continue speaking. Tang Yusong frowned and noticed how calm Do Ran-non had become in front of the head of the alliance. He thought her behavior was very hypocritical. However, the young man was curious about Chongjuge's opinion and what kind of behavior he would show, even though he was always very calm about everything. Even though the head had helped Tang Yusun before, the young man was not sure if the man would be kind to him this time. The young man looked around at the jury and wondered if Chongjuge himself might be a rotten person or if his help was sincere. The head of the union calmly addressed the student as he stood up from his seat. Tang Yusong looked the man in the eyes. Chongjuge informed the young man that he was going to turn the last statement into a question. Nodding, the young man asked what the question would be with an interested eyebrow raised. The man asked the student what should be done if all the people, including the leaders and the Murima Alliance and Honor Faction themselves, are rotten. The students who witnessed this interrogation began to whisper among themselves. Cheon Seoseo, who was watching, nervously thought that she wanted to make sure that Tang Yuseong would have a smooth transition, but now the situation was getting very heated. Worried, she thought about what Tang Yusung would do. To his surprise, Tang Yusung was more calm than ever at this moment. He stated loudly and confidently that unreliable cadres should be gotten rid of regardless of their place and position in the Justice Caucus. As the heir to the Hwasan school, young Cho Ran was furious at this statement but did not comment on Tang Yuseong's phrase. At this moment, Tang Yusong exhaled quietly. He felt as if he could finally speak out after decades of dissatisfaction with the country's government. At that moment, Kumbong Nam started laughing loudly. This surprised and embarrassed Tang Yu-sung because the old man was laughing at a time when everyone else was present, although to fall through the ground. Following his mentor, Chong Juge raised his head and laughed loudly. Jin Hong bowed his head and started giggling to himself as well. Wu Gangde looked around and thought that all three of them laughing and giggling had gone crazy. At the same instant, Chongjuk jumped up from his seat and ran across the water with such skill that the water only blurred soft circles from his footsteps without any surges. He landed on the platform right in front of Tang Yu-sung, announcing that he had come to observe the student to make sure the young man is worthy of becoming the first apprentice to the head of the alliance. At this moment, an angry Wu Gangde slammed his hand on the table as he rose from his seat. He was going to eliminate Tang Yu-sung at any cost. The vice principal shouted to Chong Juge that as the vice principal, he had the right to expel Tang Yue-seong right now. The man thought that the head of the alliance should not forget that he too had some power and authority at this moment in time. The head of the alliance nodded understandingly, reminded that expulsion of a student could only happen with the consent of the head and for objective reasons. Wu Gangde shouted that there was a reason for exclusion because Tang Yu-sung had infringed on the Holy of Holies in the form of the fundamental rules of the alliance. The man did not agree that they would take on an apprentice who intended to ruin chapters that he thought were rotten. The head of the union asked if the deputy had the right to do so if Jong-juk himself wanted to be that student's teacher. In response, Wu Gangde proclaimed that they were obliged to punish the young man in some way, despite the sympathy of the head of the alliance. The deputy recalled that since the academy is autonomous and an independent organization, the head of the union has no authority over it. At that moment, Kumbong Nam intervened and said that the deputy may have his own opinion on the matter, but the elder himself thinks otherwise. The indignant Wu Gangde, who saw the young man in front of him, replied that a special guest of unknown origin, and who was clearly a Wu Gangdai, who was younger than Wu Gangde himself, definitely had no right to interfere in the conversation. Kumbong Nam was surprised and asked if he was a special guest of the head of the union. Doesn't give him the right to speak. Wu Gangde frowned and called the man an unknown dog, insinuating that the special guest certainly had no right to speak, to interfere. Continuing his monologue about the ignorance of his interlocutor, Wu Gangde shouted that the special guest would only be able to say something when the deputy would finish his dialogue with the head of the union. At this point, the angry elder asked if he really had to show who is lower or higher in status in this conversation. At that moment, the ground began to shake with the force of Kim Bon Nam. All the disciples felt this incredible power, and the earth trembled under this power. Some of them could not even stay on their feet and fell down. Tang Yu-sung realized that this was the same technique that Kim Bong Nam used to make it difficult for the student to travel with the old man. In turn, Wu Gangde leaned on the table and was surprised at how great the pressure from his interlocutor's spiritual power was. A grid of some kind began to appear in the sky. As Kim Bong Nam stood up from his seat, he said that he wouldn't keep pushing Wu Gangde because he was still in the middle of the day. Young and not yet 100 years old, he added that he and the elder had already discussed everything and that regardless of whether the elder is officially recognized as the head of the academy or not, his status is still much higher than that of a deputy. Taking a look at how his interlocutor's appearance had changed, Wu Gangde concluded that he was facing the great alliance leader before last, and the same, the man who was standing next to Chong Juga at the induction ceremony. With a smirk, the head of the union remarked that the new leader will remember the advice of his replacement. He continued by announcing that the head of the union had not yet had time to introduce Jong Gi-ja as the new academy director. Tang Yu-sung looked at the old man, who had been just an old man to him all this time, Kim Bong Nam, but now stood before him in surprise, as the former grand leader of the Murim Union, and the name Jong Gi-ja was very familiar to him. Mastering the art of transformation, this martial artist had never revealed his true face, and surely now his appearance was not real either. But the influence and status of this great man, no one dares to challenge. And how Wu Gangde's power was boundless before, and now he can't influence anything else because of Tang Yu-seong. Tang Yu-sung mentally wondered if it was possible to confront the man who had been the mentor and leader of the Murimi for many years. The academy was personally learned by Chong Juga and was generally the head of the alliance in the past. Right now, Tang Yu-sung was frozen in terror because of the memories of his past life. Then Jong Gi-ja returned to the alliance because Jong Jugi suddenly went to the other world. Because of that, he even formed a reformation group, which made him the worst enemy of the Murim alliance. And all this time, Jong Gi-ja hid behind the appearance of a common vagrant. However, despite his bad temper and sharp tongue, he was the most just and righteous man in the honor faction, according to Tang Yu-sung. And before meeting this man personally, Tang Yu-sung didn't know the whole story of Jong Gi-ja. Wu Gangde, on the other hand, began to make excuses and apologize, thinking that all of his plans were changing because of the elder's role as leader. Jong Gi-ja, indifferently, the elder asked if Wu Gangde knew anything about him. Bowing his head, the man replied that there was not a single person in his generation who could not recognize Jong Gi-ja, and apologized for his impoliteness. Turning to the audience, Jung Gi-ja exclaimed that he was now the new headmaster of the Great Academy, and that the pressure that now felt by all students now serves as a reminder to them of the responsibilities that members of the Honor Faction and the Murim Union have. And even though the best students from all over Zhongyuan were selected for the Hidden Dragon Valley, he supports Tang Yu-sung's words that in the event that all members of the Honor Faction turn out to be rotten, the Academy and the Union will be rid of them. The newly appointed supervisor went on to ask students about the fairness of being required to take responsibility, about upholding the values that are written in the fundamental rules of the Union. All the students at that moment began to support the words of Jeon Gi-ja and respond positively. The ground stopped shaking, and Jeon Gi-ja shouted that it was now the students' responsibility to remember what had happened and not to forget their responsibility. Everyone present breathed a sigh of relief as the pressure from Jeon Gi-ja stopped. Chung Juj grinned. Turning to Tang Yu-song, happily stated that the young man was finally able to see the Academy's new headmaster. At this moment, the young man was surprised to remember that in his past life, Chung Gi-ja had also returned to the Academy. In his past life, he did not hold a position of leadership, but instead was in the Hall of the Great Hero as a guardian of the Union. Looking at the elder, Tang Yu-song wondered why he had failed to become the head of the Academy in his previous life. When he recalled Chung Juga's words of gratitude, he refreshed his memory of the fact that this time, this event was influenced by Tang Yu-song's help. At this moment, Yong Yug pointed his fan toward the jury, announcing that the interview was not yet over. At this time, Duran Nan looked extremely embarrassed, and she probably wouldn't be able to continue asking questions with a cool head. Jin Hong did not miss this opportunity and asked if it was his turn to speak and interview Tang Yu-sung. With a slight frown, Tang Yu-sung confirmed in his mind the obvious fact that Jin Hong would not be able to miss his own. The man began to talk to the receptionists to arrange gun racks for him and Tang Yu-sung, while Tang Yu-sung was nervous. Because if he wasn't afraid to speak up to the union head himself, then knowing Jin Hong, the latter wouldn't spare the student, whoever he was. Employees brought the gun racks as requested by Jin Hong, while the man announced that all questions had already been asked and the conversation had been conducted, but the evaluation of the abilities should also test the student's skills. At this moment, following Chung Juga's example, he ran through the water to Tang Yu-sung's court. But as majestic as Jin Hong's leaps were, his steps on the water were not so neat, and so he was followed by a splash of water. The man loudly landed on his feet in front of Tang Yu-sung, saying that his personal participation was required to test the skill. At that moment, the surge caused by Jin Hong's walking turned into a small rainstorm that drenched the entire jury, including Jin Hong himself, and even some students. With a smirk, Chung Juga remarked that Jin Hong's appearance was cool and very refreshing. Laughing in response, Jin Hong replied that he couldn't be as delicate as the head of the alliance. Brushing water off his hair, Tang Yu-sung asked Jin Hong if he was able to get rid of his vicious drinking habit. The man admitted that because of this he had tremors in his hands for a while, but he got over it. Tang Yu-sung asked if Jin Hun had been kicked out of school. Hwasan, even though the man was able to quit his alcoholism. Surprised, the man asked why his coming to the evaluation. He had just volunteered to be a member of the jury, but he was not the only one to be expelled. Surprised, Tang Yu-seong. I thought that even though Jin Hun had stopped drinking, he was still doing something crazy. In response, the man remarked that he volunteered. Also, to personally train Tang Yu-sung. The young man was even more stunned because he didn't expect that what he said about a man, the obligation to become an elder, would affect him that much. Pointing his sword in its scabbard at the weapons rack, Jin Hong said that they would no longer. And Tang Yu-seong can now choose the weapon he thinks he's best at. After looking at the weapon rack, Tang Yu-song immediately turned toward the union head, asking if the young man could choose more than one type of weapon. With a grin, the man replied that it wouldn't affect Tang Yu-song's evaluation much. Walking over to Tang Yu-song's counter, he stopped beside the ordinary one-handed swords. This was extremely expected for Jin Hong. However, after that, Tang Yu-song took an axe in his left hand, which was a very unconventional choice in the Reverend's opinion. For his part, Tang Yu-sung said that he would only use his sword and axe for now. Jin Hong watched the young man with astonishment. He did not expect him to be able to handle two weapons. Remembering the attack of the dragon and tiger village, he refreshed his mind with the image of Tang Yu-sung with axe and sword in his hands, but that the same combination of the weapons Tang Yu-sung chose to evaluate his abilities were extremely unconventional, even though in the battle for the title of leader. He also chose two weapons during the Dragon and Phoenix exams. Jin Hun smirked and made a remark that indeed, a talented chef could cook really good only one kind of dish, and if in a hotel, the same chef will cook too much. If Tang Yu-sung thoughtlessly picks up a few weapons, it doesn't mean that the quality of those dishes will deteriorate at the cost of he would be stronger. Tang Yu-sung confidently replied that he doubted the truthfulness of the man's words. The young man grinned as he continued that the rules of the union do not forbid choosing more than one weapon to wield, and besides, there are many cooks who cook a few dishes well, In response, the man praised the young man's fortitude. At this moment, a circle of fire appeared around Jing Hong and instantly disappeared, leaving behind a circle of soot. In a loud voice, the man asked the young man to show the master his mastery of 2 weapons at once. The young man's task is simple. He has to push Jin Hong out of the soot circle in 15 minutes, and if he loses, he'll go to the first unit. Instead of the 8th one he chose, because it doesn't suit Tang Yu-seong. At this moment, a mission window appeared in front of Tang Yu-seong. Seeing the mission window, Tang Yu-seong grinned, noting that it would indeed be strange without a mission. He had already realized that things that he remembered from a past life related to him or to other people appears as a mission window with a mission to eliminate the heavenly demon king that Tang Yu-seong can't fail. The rest of the missions are considered special missions. However, for Tang Yu-seong at this moment, it is preferable to be in the 8th division because that is where the second Lord Bingsheng is located. We'll have to find his strength there. Clutching the axe in his hands, Tang Yu-seong asked Jin Hong if the student would be able to enter the 8th division if he won this argument. At this moment, Chong Ju-ge was speculating about the importance of grades in this interview, because even though all students are initially considered equally capable, was found that after they joined different units, their power rating began to be subordinated to the affiliation to the or any other division. The reason for this is undoubtedly the status of the first division honorees who will take the leading positions after graduating from the academy, unlike people in other departments. So students try to get to higher divisions despite on their abilities, and gradually a hierarchy will be built up among the students of different departments. As long as placement is the beginning of teaching, then the units give rise to the formation of clans and families. But for all that, Tang Yu-seong deliberately refuses to go to the first unit that suits him best, division. The head of the alliance was surprised that Tang Yu-seong was already able to follow some path he had chosen, just like Chong Ju-ge had once done, his junior associate who chose the 8th division. In response to Tang Yu-seong's question, Jin Hong leaned toward the head of the alliance and said it was not his decision to make whether or not Tang Yu-seong would make it to Section 8. However, the man wasn't sure if the double-armed youth would be able to move him either. Tang Yu-seong realized that in his past thoughts he had never even considered the idea that he could fight Jin Hong, but now he needed to defeat him in a duel. Tang Yu-seong looked at the sword with confusion and asked his mentor for permission to bear it. Jin Hong asked the young man not to worry about him allowing the student to draw his sword from its sheath. In one motion, Tang Yu-seong threw the sheath off the sword blade and warned the man that he could still hurt himself due to overexertion. Suddenly, the entire space around was filled with students and members of the Murim Union. A lot of people wanted to see the fight with Jin Hong. Looking around at the audience, the head of the union also thought about the fact that he had not expected that this show could become very interesting. But the man was happy that Young Gi-ja seemed happy with what was going on. At this moment, one of the teachers at the back, Chong Ju-ge, reported that he had prepared a timer for 15 minutes and placed an hourglass on the table. With a wave of his fan, the head of the alliance announced the start of the 15-minute bout. Clasping his sword with one hand, Jin Hong shouted that the student could already attack him. Without wasting a second, Tang Yu-seong headed towards Jin Hong, who was musing in his head about the young man's movements. The main movement of the sword-wielding style is to pierce the enemy, and this movement Tang Yu-seong performs perfectly and decisively, in the opinion of Jin Hong. And if we accept the fact that spiritual strength, stamina, and inner energy are of roughly equal importance, then no one can learn to wield a sword swiftly. And this fact makes the man even more eager to train this young man, who most of all at the academy deserves a seat in the first unit. At this moment, after repelling Tang Yu-seong's blow, the man swung his sheathed sword to strike the young man. He blocked Jin Hun's attack with his axe. When the axe point caught on Jin Hong's sword, he pushed his teacher's arm to the side and swung at him, with his sword on the other side that opened up to attack. At this moment, Jin Hong reasoned that Tang Yu-seong should not have come so close and fast, because his hands are very easy to grab and block, which is what the teacher did now to stop the young man's attack. However, before Jin Hong could grab the young man's hand, he noticed that Tang Yu-seong had managed to take a step back using a reverse attack technique, and it was not the young man's hand that flew towards Jin Hun's arm, but the blade. The man turned on the spot and dodged the blow. Tang Yu-seong boldly assumed that with the dodge that Jin Hong had used, the man must step out of the circle to avoid losing his balance and falling down. However, to Tang Yu-seong's surprise, the teacher shoved him in the chest with his sword, causing the student to take a step back and the man to raise his other leg to stand on one leg within the circle. With a frown, Tang Yu-seong summarized that his assumption that the man would not let him and the chance of winning or being favored was correct. Jin Hong smirked and said that Tang Yu-seong would definitely be able to settle in the 8th division, because he's a no-nonsense man who obviously knows the basics if he uses a reverse attack. The man could not answer the latter, for to strike an enemy with a sword it is necessary to chop with the tip, but to be able to use their knowledge of theory during the real and chaotic flow of combat is quite difficult, and most often students neglect the basics. In sparring and actual fights, unlike Tang Yusung, Chin Hong dreamed of having a student like this genius in his simplicity. The young man set an example for the other students in the first division, for then they would learn their main lessons. Jin Hong grinned and summarized his words. What will Tang Yuxiang do if he has to join the first group anyway? However, the man was reprimanded by Zhong Juga himself, asking his colleague not to complicate an already confusing situation. After calmly replying that he was only using 30% of his inner strength in sparring, he turned his attention back to Tang Yusung and asked, would his stubbornness be able to stand up to Jin Hong's small strength? At this moment, the man used the absorbing flame technique. Watching the teacher, Tang Yusung noticed that this technique looked extremely unusual because of Jin Hong's flames causing his wooden. The scabbard doesn't light up. Even though he had seen this technique at Lotus Peak before, he had not expected to personally encounter it in battle. Even though the Hwasun clan has been around for a dozen generations and young Cho Ran has already made a name for himself, Jin Hong is still his strongest master according to Tang Yusung. And now the strongest martial artist must be pushed out of the circle of soot. With a smirk, Tang Yusung asked if he could change as well. His strategy because his opponent had changed his strategy. The man smirked and replied that the student had a right to do what he wanted. Everything needed to win. However, to everyone's surprise and indignation, Tang Yusung chose a variety of different weapons, laying out in a circle in front of Jin Hun. Among these weapons were several kinds of swords and axes, a club, a battle staff, and a bow, asking what the young man was doing. In response, Jin Hong heard from Tang Yusung that he was preparing to continue the fight. After all the necessary items were laid out, Tang Yusung suggested that the man continue the fight. They still had plenty of time to do so. With a laugh, Jin Hong replied that he suspected that Tang Yusung would be so cunning that no one, including men, would be able to follow his strange plan, and close to solving it, and so he suggested that the young man play this strange game anyway. Watching what was happening, Chongju mentally reasoned that in every clan of the Honor faction, there was something called the Righteous Path, the culmination of a lifetime of training, and it is permissible to wield two of the same weapon or blade in a domain, and shield, but Tang Yusung goes against the principles of the Honor faction by using two different weapons. However, now Tang Yusung had laid out many different weapons to try and use them all, which looked even more ridiculous. Tang Yusung in an instant headed towards Jin Hong in an attempt to attack the teacher, but the young man is accidentally hit by flames. The student mentally marvels that this fire burns him so hard and yet is the result of using 30% of spiritual Jin Hong's strength. With a shout, the man asked the young man if the student felt tired. As if provoking, Jin Hong asked why Tang Yusung was so weak. Using the 72 wave sword technique, the student surprises the teacher, who has not seen someone use such a technique in a long time. In the crowd of onlookers, one third grader crookedly smirked aloud, asking if Tang Yusung was really a first year. Meanwhile, young Cho Ran sighed unhappily, thinking that everyone must have come to watch the fight just because Jin Hong uses an interesting technique. Even though Jin Hong's fame has become less, he is still a strong master of Mount Hwasun. In young Cho Ran's mind, he figured that Tang Yusung, who is now fighting Jin Hong on equal footing, must look very colorful to those who haven't seen it. Sparring with Jin Hun, the sophomore smirked and reassured the resentful third-year student that Tang Yusung must be able to spar with him. The teacher doesn't bear his blade. The students thought that if this had happened, Tang Yusung would have been defeated by the man with a single blow. After hearing the students talk, young Cho Ran disagreed with the conclusion that Tang Yusung, who is really quite strong, would not be able to withstand one punch. In addition, Chin Hong limited to a circle must repeat blocking and defensive attacks and repeat evasive maneuvers to stay in one place in the center of the circle, and thanks to the absorbing flames, he successfully avoids slashing attacks, despite the heat of internal energy can be wounded internally. At this moment, Tang Yusung realized that if things continued like this, he would not be able to push out the Jin Hong after 15 minutes, and now Tang Yusung has nothing left but to take a chance and put his plan into action. An embarrassed Myung-jin asked young Cho Ran if the 72 wave sword technique was so tempting to learn. In response, the young lord explained that this technique was usually used by the Hwasun school as an effective way to train speed. Only if Tang Yusung uses this technique in order to make many quick and precise strikes. Jin Hong uses the same technique of the Sword of 70, of 2 waves to counter Tang Yusung's strikes, accompanying his counterattacks with his sword style of absorbing flames. And it looks quite spectacular because of the fire and speed. Myung-jin looked at his friend and asked since young Cho Ran knew such details about these specific techniques, he must know the reason why Tang Yusung placed the weapons on the floor in front of Jin Hun. After silently looking at the weapons on the floor, young Cho Ran confessed that he had never seen a shred of logic in Tang Yusung's actions, and he had no clue why the young man would do such a thing. At that moment, the man almost managed to grab the student's sword with fire, but the latter managed to pull it out in time. The sword from Jin Hong's grip, and turning his attention to his opponent Tang Yusong, saw the man advance towards him to attack. The young man managed to deflect, but at that moment he began to quickly circle the teacher's weapon from the side in order to approach for another attack. Jin Hong was surprised by his disciple's actions because Tang Yusong had dodged his move so easily and had calculated his opportunity for an attack, which only meant that Tang Yusong was even better at the 72 Waves sword than Jin Hong. However, he rightly thought that it was probably only for this technique. After twirling the sword in his hands, fire began to gather around the sword, causing Tang Yusong to retreat. The student said that it was not a very polite gesture on the teacher's part. The student asked if Jin Hong was just being devious, because he was losing. The man smirked and asked why Tang Yusong thought that the teacher was obligated to use only this one technique. There wasn't much time left, so Jin Hong suggested that Tang Yusong give up and just go to the first unit without torturing himself or the teachers. With a grin, Tang Yusong ignored Jin Hong's request and replied that he had enough time to win. Pointing his sword towards the teacher, Tang Yusong shouted to be given a chance for another attack, and smiling, the teacher replied that he would definitely wipe Tang Yusong out. And his stubborn nose. Assuming that the man had already gotten used to the pace of the attacks and their power, Tang Yusong finally decided to change the weapon in his hands in order to, changing his stats and becoming a more unpredictable opponent. After blocking the young man's punch, Jin Hun felt that this attack, the young man's strength was stronger than the previous one. However, Jin Hong shouted angrily, asking if Tang Yusona's only strength was that he was taking two different ones, weapons against all the rules. With a grin, the student confidently answered in the affirmative. Jin Hun replied that in such a case, he would not be able to, would be accepted in the 8th division. The young man grinned and replied that this was only because he had an axe to grind, but that would soon change. Before the man's eyes, the young man disappeared, leaving behind the sword he had let go. The young man grabbed his battle staff and once again headed towards Jin Hong, striking him from the side, but the man blocked the blow. Noting that Tang Yusong slowed down but still didn't understand why the student had picked up a stick if he wasn't used to using it. At this moment, Jin Hong ducked down as Tang Yusong swung his battle staff. Time was inexorably running out, and there were only minutes left before the last grains of sand in the hourglass would fall. Tang Yusong continued to hit Jin Hong while counting the number of his attacks. The chance of a critical attack was triggered, which caused the young man's next strike was twice as strong as the previous one, which surprised Jin Hong. After that, the young man threw the weapons he had been fighting with in different directions and grabbed the two swords suddenly became incredibly fast. The stunned Jin Hong barely had time to dodge, although he continued to successfully block the blows. Tang Yusong suddenly grabbed his bow and threw out one of his swords, which put Jin Hong in a stupor because during this battle, Tang Yusong wouldn't even be able to use a bow since it doesn't make any sense. This was all very confusing to Jin Hong. At one moment after missing Jin Hong, suddenly Tang Yusong pointed his sword directly at the teacher as if some external force had influenced him. On the sword's trajectory, Jin Hong had to urgently raise his head to dodge Tang Yusong's blade. Watching from the sidelines, the spectators saw Tang Yusong's punching power constantly changing its degree as he became slower and faster. And the student did not let me get used to his pace and power, constantly changing weapons, and sometimes it seemed that the weapon itself changed trajectory. Movements towards the opponent right after Tang Yusong missed. Time after time, he changed any of his parameters to create an infinite number of forms of his attacks, and at one point, Jin Hong had to jump backwards, upwards to dodge Tang Yusong's two swords. At this moment, the time allotted for the battle ended and Jin Hong landed on the ground. The tired Tang Yusong was breathing heavily when he asked if it was true that he was able to win this fight. Jin Hong wondered what the young man meant, but looking down, he was surprised to find himself standing outside the drawn circle. Everyone watched in silence in complete shock, realizing the fact that Tang Yusong had finally defeated Jin Hong. At the same moment, young Cho Ran was seething with rage that was bubbling up in his heart because Tang Yuxiong was able to defeat the venerable master of the school himself, Huasan. The last few grains of sand finally fell to the rest of the slide below. A happy Tang Yusong said that he was now required to be assigned to the 8th unit, while Jin Hong continued shocked and embarrassed to look at his feet, which were outside the circle. At that moment, the mission window counted the task as successfully completed. This was the first time Tang Yusong thought about the tactic of changing weapons back at the Celestial Archery Field. After putting off trying to use the ghost bow, Tang Yusong decided to start practicing shooting on ordinary bows for practice and noticed that, like any weapon, the bow also gives a special effect. But the effect the bow had was called accuracy, and what that accuracy did Tang Yusong didn't fully understand. While he was practicing on the dummy, he accidentally launched the arrow much higher than necessary, and to Tang Yusong's surprise, the arrow just changed her trajectory and hit the dummy, even though that shot was definitely a miss. After thinking about the potential of this effect for a while, Tang Yusong realized that even without the crazy jade weapon, he could change the trajectory of the weapon. if he simply holds a bow in his other hand, which will give him this special effect. After grabbing the wooden sword in his other hand, Tang Yusong also realized that there was no need to shoot a bow to level up. It would be enough. That it will be in the student's hand. It works with other weapons as well, and if Tang Yusong mastered all the existing weapons, then combining, they will probably get a different set of effects and stat boosts, thereby becoming extremely flexible and unpredictable by the opponent. However, the evaluation will not take into account the possession of weapons if they are not used during combat. But for all the variety, the weapons' characteristics are different, even from the fact that Tang Yusong can grab each of them differently and use them differently. Thus, Tang Yusong can change his patterns and combinations almost infinitely many times, and from this the student called the technique infinite, with sustained attack techniques. No matter how strong and intelligent the opponent was, he would not be able to predict Tang Yusong's next strike, because he doesn't know which weapon has how much power and what effects it gives him. In any case, there is no purpose to injure your opponent in this fight. Tang Yusong had a goal to push Jin Hong outside the circle, and he did it. Looking at Jin Hong again, he thought how stubborn Tang Yusong was. He did not understand whether the young man really wanted to go to the 8th Division, or whether this desire was due to an inexplicable hatred for the 1st Division. However, at this moment, it didn't matter at all because Tang Yusong had not calculated the limits of his own body and began to fall to the ground without strength. Tang Yuseong had serious internal injuries. Catching the student in his arms, Jin Hong wondered about the young man's injuries. He shouted to the servants standing nearby not to just stand there and did their job, and took Tang Yusong to the infirmary. At that moment, Chong Juga intervened, ordering Tang Yusong to the Great Hero Hall's infirmary, which was a special room for the head himself of the Murim Alliance. Although this order surprised Jin Hong himself, no one dared to defy the head of the alliance. At this moment, using the voice transmission technique, Zhonggi Jia began a dialogue with the head of the alliance, asking if his disciple thought that this spectacle was worth it. With a sigh, Chongjuk replied that Tang Yusong had made a mistake in his choice, and the academy headmaster should not support a student. With a raised eyebrow, the elder asked what Chongjuge had against Tang Yusong's choice. In response, the head of the alliance replied that Tang Yusong was ignorant and reckless. The academy director grinned and asked how the former differed from the latter. In his opinion, they were very similar concepts. Looking after Tang Yusong, who was being carried away on a stretcher, the head of the alliance replied that Tang Yusong's choice was definitely wrong because the young man did not know what he was doing, wants to follow a path he doesn't know. However, Zhang Gijia replied that since the student himself believes that this is the right path, he will follow it until, even if everyone around him told him that his choice was wrong. In his dream, Tang Yusong once again saw the horrible images of his previous life. This time he was being mocked by some of his co-workers, ironizing the fact that the young man had finally become the leader of the squad. And this same soldier, before he went to the grave, summarized that if he let his subordinates fall in battle, he wasn't such a good leader. Immediately after the battle, when Jin Hong left this world, Tang Yusong lost almost his entire squad that was entrusted to him to lead the battle. That day he was told to live through what had happened with pride and a smile, and then when he lost everyone in his inexperience, he realized that survivors must to never let down the expectations of the ruined and live confidently. However, after the first battle, there were subsequent battles where Tang Yusong lost in the aftermath. More subordinates and friends. He was inexperienced and a bad leader, but he had to keep moving forward. Waking up on the bunk, Tang Yusong abruptly sat up, surprised that he was still dreaming about his past life. It wasn't clear to Tang Yusong whether he was resentful or just fervently blaming himself for everything that had happened to him and his friends back then. But he consoled himself with the thought that things were changing around him and that he himself was stronger than in his previous life. And the recent victory over Jin Chong only proves that Tang Yuseong has accomplished a lot compared to his past self. He grieved that he couldn't get all the things he has now in his past life, because then he wouldn't have seen all the people he cared about destroyed. And even though he had promised himself not to look back, he couldn't help but remember his past. However, he decided to leave philosophical reflections for later and looked at the reward that had been given to him for defeating Jin Hong. However, the young man reasoned that mastery of various arts and techniques excuse it. Getting out of bed, Tang Yusong asked Chongjuge where he was, and the head calmly replied that the young man was in his personal infirmary. A surprised Tang Yusong realized that this place was for the treatment of the head of the alliance himself, and asked why he was brought here. But the man laughed, asking if he needed any excuse to heal a student who was injured. Bowing his head, the embarrassed young man thanked the head of the alliance for his kindness. A surprised man asked why Tang Yusong was examining the head of the alliance so closely. Tang Yusong calmly replied that something surprised him about the character of the head. The confused man asked what exactly it was that Tang Yusong had noticed that was so surprising. Tang Yusong smiled and replied that not everyone has the chance to see the head of the union in person, but he had the chance to meet him and talk to him. For the third time, Tang Yu-song remembered that, by now, Chong Ju-ge should have already eliminated several groups within the honor faction by now, and also punished a few people by becoming not only a leader but also a reformer. However, in his past life and in his present life, the Great Ones are on the side of the Great One. The clans and noble families still had many people from the administration. At this moment, the man replied whether or not his title was so important. The head of the alliance squinted his eyes. Tang Yu-song smiled and replied that it was important because it proved that Zhang Juge was an important and great person. Approaching the young man, the man grinningly reminded him that this was not what Tang Yu-song had told him 4 days ago. Of the day. Sipping some tea, Tang Yu-song quietly and uncertainly said that he didn't remember saying anything to the head of the union. The head calmly said that Tang Yu-song claimed that Zhong Juge should be stripped of his eyesight because he was rotten as the head of the union. Because of that, Tang Yu-song spit out what he'd had to drink. The young man began to shout that he had said no such thing. Laughing, the head of the union explained that shock therapy can cure many things and is especially helpful in restoring memory. Watching the giggling man, Tang Yu-sung immediately compared him to the old man Kyum Bong Nam, who also liked to make fun of him. The student calmly said he remembered talking about fixing rotten parts regardless of their status, but didn't mean anything as much. Cruel. Moving closer to Tang Yu-sung again, the head of the union expressed his hope that the student's opinion on this matter would never and will not change under any circumstances. Turning away from Tang Yu-song and changing the subject, the head of the alliance asked if the young man knew anything about the peculiarities of his body. Not understanding what Tang Yu-song was talking about, he asked for clarification on this point, but the head of the alliance remained silent. At this moment, Tang Yu-song's thoughts surfaced that Chong Juge was probably referring to the fact that the young man had a strange wrong body, but he didn't show it, and asked what was wrong with his body and whether the union doctors had found some incurable dangerous disease. Chong Juge replied coldly that this statement was true. The young man was surprised to hear this question, thinking that he had made a joke for nothing. Although a lot of things are different from his past life, Tang Yu-sung definitely didn't expect to get sick and didn't notice. The young man was already panicking and thought that he wouldn't want to go to the end of the world because of some disease. However, at this moment, Chong Juge explained that as the body of a martial artist, Tang Yu-sung's body had already left this world and traveled to the other world. Tang Yu-sung grinned and nodded calmly after realizing that nothing so dangerous was threatening his life. Looking at the report, the union head added that at most, Tang Yu-sung would only be able to reach the rank of peak master with this body, which is slightly less than superior. Waving his hand, Tang Yu-sung grinned and replied that it wasn't that bad, actually asking if it wasn't. Taking off his glasses, Zhang Juge explained that such an amazing result for Tang Yu-sung could be achieved with daily training if the young man could achieve it. The age of 300 years. Nervously, Tang Yu-sung remarked in his mind that he no longer liked this shock therapy. However, the man noticed that despite having a useless body, Tang Yu-sung was able to win the argument against Jin Hong, even though he was under the age of 20. Even though the master didn't use his full power, it was still an impressive result even for a gifted child. Also, Tang Yu-sung was able to defeat Yan Cho-ran and took first place in the Dragon and Phoenix exam, which contradicts the predictions of the diagnosis. Embarrassed, Tang Yu-sung replied that he wasn't doing anything special. He just practiced hard and that was it. Squinting his eyes again, the man asked why Tang Yu-sung was exhausting his ailing body with training. But Tang Yu-sung honestly replied that since he has no talent, he just has to train hard to achieve something, adding that he does what he can, and if he can't do something, he moves on to something else, until he finds something that works for him, to improve. Sighing, the man placed his fan on Tang Yu-sung's shoulder, admitting that he had wanted to say something for a long time. The smiling head asked Tang Yu-sung if he agreed to become the first disciple of the head of the Murim Union. Coming out of the pavilion of the great hero, Tang Yu-sung realized that in dozens of years of service, he had never been to this hall, and now the court medicine man. Tang Yu-sung was ordered to leave, after which the head himself asked Tang Yu-sung to agree to become his personal disciple. Looking up at the sky while covering his palm from the sun, Tang Yu-sung wondered how much history had changed throughout his interventions. With a smile, Tang Yu-sung summed up his thoughts on what had happened by saying that no matter what, the young man was now truly strong, and that was proud of the student himself. Looking at the entrance of the Hidden Dragon Pavilion, Tang Yu-sung noticed his friends on the stairs, asking him how they knew that the young man was already awake. The friends replied that they had just heard it from rumors. Alabongdai smiled and confessed that the whole group was worried about the condition of and the student's health. Cheon Seo Seo began to reprimand the young man for being weak and for Tang Yu-seong fainting so often. Chang Ji-ho grinned and suggested that his friend get a good night's sleep so that he wouldn't faint from fatigue like that again. Without giving Tang Yu-sung a chance to reply, Chang Gi-ho continued by offering his personal tempering course. Tang Yu-sung frowned and refused the offer, thinking back to the time when he and Chang Gi-ho had only had met. He wondered if he could consider the young man his childhood friend if Jang Gi-ho was his first friend in this life. At this moment, Chang Gi-ho walked over to Tang Yue-sung, putting his arm around Tang Yue-sung and saying that he would be careful to help with Tang Yue-sung's tempering. In response, Tang Yue-sung asked how long Jang Gi-ho was going to mock and call himself Hyung Nim, since it had been half a month since the fight in a diner. In his mind, Tang Yue-sung decided that they couldn't be friends since they met each other when they were teenagers. Smiling, Tang Yue-sung offered to find out who the real Hyung Nim was in the duel. Jang Gi-ho gladly agreed and offered his conditions to reveal the winner. In the moment, Tang Yue-sung called Chang Gi-ho a fist buddy. Suddenly, Tang Yue-sung bent down and grabbed his arm. His stomach screamed that he was starting to hurt. A worried Chang Gi-ho bent down to examine Tang Yue-sung, asking about his condition. But at that moment, Tang Yue-sung kicked Jang Gi-ho, shouting that his stomach hurt so much because he was hungry. As Tang Yue-sung ran away, he shouted that he didn't want to participate in any arguments right now since he had slept for many days and therefore hadn't eaten for a long time. Tang Yue-sung grinned, noticing that he was now speaking the phrases of Chang Gi-ho, who liked to eat more than sleep. The young man came to the conclusion that he had learned a lot from his friend, and now after many fights they understand each other well. The young men came to a small establishment whose building was on the water. Jang Gi-ho honestly admitted that he never knew this place existed. Tang Yue-sung said that the place was a good place to hold a water pancake contest. In response, Tang Yue-sung said that, unlike Jang Gi-ho, the student himself doesn't think so. Jang Gi-ho asked his friend if he was afraid of losing or if he was refusing for some reason. For some other reason. At this moment, Tang Yue-sung threw the first stone that bounced off the surface of the water as many as 8 times. Smiling, Chang Gi-ho walked to the edge of the platform, tossing his rock into the air. He forcefully threw the stone at an angle, and it too jumped 8 times, but Chang Gi-ho noticed that his stone was able to reach the opposite shore. The young man offered his friend another round in this game, but Tang Yue-sung only congratulated the student in return. The evil Jang Gi-ho straightened up and accused Tang Yue-sung of just bullying his rival in a game of pancake fluffing. But to Jang Gi-ho's surprise, Tang Yue-sung replied that his congratulations were something serious. Surprised, Chang Gi-ho calmly asked his friend what he was congratulating him on. With a grin, Tang Yue-sung replied that he congratulated Jang Gi-ho for having a real stomachache now. In response, Chang Gi-ho skeptically replied what was wrong with the young man, if he had already been fed and everything should be fine by now. With a chuckle, Chang Gi-ho added that Tang Yue-sung could go to the restroom now but would have to play one more round in the game upon his return. In his mind, Tang Yue-sung was thinking that there should be no misunderstandings or taboo topics between friends, but Jang Gi-ho has a plan. His fateful meeting, and Tang Yue-sung has no intention of preventing it. In his mind, he congratulated his friend for making Jang Gi-ho his first student of the head of the Murim Alliance, though the latter didn't realize it yet. At that moment, Yonggi-ja walked into the Great Hero Hall, giggling. He asked Jong-juga how he was feeling and how it felt to hear the refusal of the Tang Yue-sung. With a smirk, Jong-juga replied that he was surprised to feel relieved about this. Jonggi-ja was surprised by this answer and replied with a chuckle that he had thought that his disciple was crazy. Bowing his head, the man admitted that he was most likely disappointed if Tang Yue-sung had really agreed so easily. The head of the academy agreed with the man's conclusions with a sigh, noting that he too would find it strange that Tang Yue-sung had agreed to become the head disciple. Suddenly, Chong-juga asked his mentor if there was any way Tang Yue-sung could know about something. Puzzled, Yonggi-ja asked what the man meant, and Yong-juga told him that Tang Yue-sung, when he refused to be the disciple of the head of the alliance, asked Chong-juga to choose the student he originally wanted as his personal student. The head of the academy asked whether Jong-juga was then suggesting that the man had originally wanted to choose someone other than Tang Yue-sung and had volunteered to do so, gave up his seat to this young man. In response, the head of the alliance agreed that it was just a guess. Remembering Jang Gi-ho, Jonggi-ja reasoned that such a physically developed young man with great talent, no one could know him as well as Tang Yue-sung himself, who was his fellow student. The elder reasoned that perhaps the young man had simply drawn the logical conclusion that Chang Gi-ho was on the list of candidates to become the head disciple. And if you think about it, there would have been a lot of chaos around Jong-juga's decision because he took a strong disciple under his wing. And Jang Gi-ho comes from a warrior family, so the great factions and noble families won't mind. Eventually, Yonggi-ja noticed that because of this, Jang Gi-ho is the perfect candidate to be Jung-jugai's apprentice. After thinking for a moment, the man turned to the leader again, asking the elder why he hadn't asked Tang Yue-sung to become his leader himself as a student. Jonggi-ja smirked and asked if he was sure that the head of the academy would be able to take Tang Yue-sung as a student. Yong-yuga replied with a laugh that Yonggi-ja would be a great teacher, but the head of the academy, on the contrary, said that he would not be able to become as a teacher for Tang Yue-sung. To the surprise of the head of the union, Jonggi-ja admitted that he had already thought about this possibility, but finally came to a conclusion. that he would simply not be able to teach this young man anything. Chongjuga stood silently, not realizing if he had really heard what he had just heard. The old man nonchalantly continued, asking his disciple if he knew how Zhonggija personally felt every time he met Tang Yusung. Without getting an answer, Zhonggija replied that he felt ashamed every time he saw the young man trying. He said that if urine is poured on Tang Yusung's head, he can use it to make glue to strengthen his body. Of the tower, Zhonggija seemed as if the young man was older than his 20s, but even from the height of his 120 years, Tang Yuxiang was not too old. The director reminded the head of the union of the reports of the court department's mendicants, which made Tang Yusung's figure even more mysterious and obscure. Taking all of the above into consideration, Zhonggija asked what path he should show Tang Yusung as his disciple. Mentally, the head of the alliance agreed that many of the things Zhonggija knows are based on complex theory and techniques that he cannot. Tang Yusung could use Tang Yusung due to his lack of natural talent. With a smile, Chongjuga agreed that in such a case, the head of the alliance himself could not be a good teacher for Tang Yusung. The principal smirked and admitted that he thought things might have turned out differently, but as a result, Chongjuga was blown off. After that, the men laughed loudly. After exhaling after a strong burst of emotion, the head of the alliance asked his own man why he thought Tang Yuxiang went to Division 8. Nonchalantly, Zhonggija reminded him that it was Zhongyuga who had called the young man reckless. The man didn't fight back and agreed to it. However, the supervisor replied that he was sure that the young man needed this choice for something, and that it was not a stupid idea. According to Zhonggija, Tang Yusung is on a path that only the young man knows about. As he continued to play pancakes, Tang Yuxiang threw a stone and asked how many, but Zhang Giho admitted that he didn't count this time. After another fight, the boys were lying under a plum blossom tree on the grass and rested. Zhang Giho praised his friend for improving his skills time after time. Tang Yusung grinned and noticed that the two of them still had the same competitive spirit. In his mind, the student was thinking that Zhang Giho was also getting stronger every day, and Tang Yusung's stamina no longer grows as fast as it used to no matter how hard he tries. Turning around, Zhang Giho asked Tang Yusung which unit he had enlisted in. The young man calmly and honestly answered that he would go to the 8th unit. Surprised at this answer, Zhang Giho asked if this wasn't all one big joke. However, Tang Yusung said that he wouldn't risk his own life for a joke, and it was all true. With a snort, Zhang Giho concluded that Tang Yusung had gotten brain freeze over the winter since he had made such a choice. Tang Yusung's hair mussed up. Zhang Giho asked if the student had bumped his head while walking around all winter. Tang Yusung mentally rightly pointed out that he did fall in Hainan, but he did not suffer head injuries at that time, and confessed to himself that he really thought he was now beginning to think even better than before, and had already made many plans for his future. Still trying to find logic in his comrade's decision, Zhang Giho asked Tang Yusung to confess that the young man simply did not know what the 8th Division was all about. Silently, Tang Yusung continued to think, and mentally he replied that he fought with such zeal against Qin Hong precisely because he understands the purpose of Section 8 better than anyone in this world right now. For the sake of his goal, he even refused to become an apprentice to the head of the alliance himself. Tang Yusung replied that he planned to start training like everyone else. Zhang Giho called his friend crazy, whose motivation is impossible to understand. Tang Yusung picked up his cloak and started to walk away, telling Zhang Giho not to give up either, and move forward so they could see each other at the top of Murim. In response, Zhang Giho shouted that even though they were in different divisions, they still are quite close to each other. However, Tang Yusung remarked that it was unlikely that they would see each other often because of the former's intensive training units. Zhang Giho retorted that they could still eat lunch together, but Tang Yusung just said they needed to start training, and then I was surprised by my friend's talkativeness. A long time ago, when the Murim Alliance ruled all of Gangho, the head of the alliance, Il Sung, who was a scholar, liked to collect books all over the world. When a government building was built in Zhenzhou, all influential circles, including the head of the continent, began to send to Murim a lot of books. So the small union library grew into a huge pavilion with 1 million books on its shelves. This is the largest library not only in Zhongyuan, but also in the world. Tang Yusung probably didn't know if it was true that there were 1 million books in the pavilion, or if it was just a rumor, and until now he couldn't check it, because the entrance to the pavilion was only open to the top students with the Sleeping Dragon token. But now Tang Yusung could safely enter the library, because he was a member of the 8th Division of the Academy. But Tang Yusung wondered if the pavilion really had such a large number of books. Tang Yusung suddenly saw Alabongde beside him. He wondered what this young man was doing here. Turning to the student, Tang Yusung reminded the young man that he should return to class instead of following Tang Yusung around since lunch. Alabongdai smiled and replied that he was not following Tang Yusung. The surprised student asked the young man what he was doing then, and the foreigner replied, asked if today was the day of the first class. Tang Yu-sung confirmed it and said that they were going to the book pavilion right now. Alabongdai calmly replied that this was where he wanted to go. Because of his incomprehensible speech, Tang Yu-sung asked the young man to clarify what he meant. While asking Alabongdai to speak to Tang Yu-seong in his native language, since Tang Yu-seong knows many foreign languages and will surely understand. With a sigh, Tang Yu-sung corrected the young man, saying that he probably meant that his skills were not improving, and remarked that Alabongdai should definitely improve your Korean skills because Division 8 has a language requirement. This unit was the brains of the alliance. Tang Yu-sung didn't know if the 8th Division's descendant had somehow influenced the existence of discrimination. Chongjuj. However, the students of this department are usually from the noble classes who have a special talent for literature. But this time, he and Alabongdai will be the black sheep among the other students. In his defense, Alabongdai said that he was fine, is smart, even though his spoken Korean is lame. The young man even admitted that he was called a smart kid in his home village. As Tang Yu-sung exhaled, he thought that he shouldn't think about Alabongdai right now, as he had now entered the 8th Lord of Bingsheng's 5 lords by his instructions, a unit to find the key item for the second thief Mara. The name of the pavilion worried Tang Yu-sung a lot. He didn't want. The rumors were true. Alabongdai asked why Tang Yu-seong was going to the pavilion, and the young man said he had to go there, after talking for a while. Tang Yu-sung looked up and saw a 10-story library with many shelves. Now he was sure that there were really about 1 million books, and maybe more than 10 million. The students chatted among themselves, and Alabongdai happily ran to the shelves of books to chew on the granite of science. Even Tang Yu-sung thought to himself that this young man looked extremely happy to see so many books. But for Tang Yu-sung, the task at hand was more daunting than looking for a needle in a haystack. At that moment, among the students, the young man saw with his third eye the future king of Bingshan, Gi Daemon. Tang Yu-sung knew that the young man would definitely be in the pavilion with the rest of the disciples. And among all these books, there will be one very unsightly one that in the not-too-distant future, Guy Daemon must find in order to become one of the strongest of the masters. Here is a yin-yang breathing technique that will endow its reader with a special power. At this moment, Tang Yu-sung looked at the young man and thought that this was the first time he was seeing the devil thief as a young man. He didn't look at all like his 50-year-old self. The man looked grim and very wiry, a nasty-looking man from the great Sacho who, with the help of the book, will become a general officer in charge of the Murim Alliance army. Subsequently, he will gain even more power in the army of the Devil Schools to become King Binsheng, who will cause the Alliance a lot of trouble. The pavilion itself is built to look like a pavilion, but actually inside it's divided into 10 different compartments, and the higher the floor, the more secret and important books are in the vault. The Book of Yin-Yang Breathing itself will allow its reader to utilize both kinds of ki simultaneously through breathing. The master of this art will be able to absorb the ki of fire and the ki of ice, which are opposites. Many great men have had to conquer one. The elements spend decades and even their entire lives, while Guy Daemon was a man capable of controlling both elements at once. But mostly he adapted this technique to read books even faster. Rumor has it that the young man could read 4 books at the same time and also eyewitnesses. It is snow martial arts to read the signs of the heavens, and it was rumored to bring the ruined Chongjuge back to life. Looking at the young man again, Tang Yu-sung knew for sure that he needed to find the book before Gi Daemon read it. At that moment, someone's voice echoed throughout the room asking if all the students were gathered in the hall. The chief instructor of the 8th Division, Ayuk-dai, appeared in the air at this moment, descending towards the students through the air because of his flying. There was a strong wind. Upon landing, the elder introduced himself and identified himself as the person in charge of the 10th floor of the pavilion. He realized that the students were full of expectations about their upcoming training, however announced that their new teachers would be all the books of the vault, and as such, there will be no lessons for anyone. They are free to come and go as they please, and their training will consist only of reading and taking notes. In thought, Tang Yu-sung immediately translated Ayuk-dai's words as indifference to the disciple throwing them at the embrasure from the bookshelves. The instructor only asked that the students serve the academy's allotted training time. However, he warned that anyone who will needlessly disturb the silence by talking and distracting others will receive penalties and may eventually be expelled for removal of points. As the instructor approached Gi Daemon, he continued to say that students should only practice reading in the pavilion. He asked the young man his name, and he awkwardly said it. Still looking at the student, Ayuk-dai asked what the student had just read from the book that He took from the shelf number 36 and the one called Murima Society. The young man, adjusting his glasses, replied that he had read the part about duties. Every Murimian to be responsible for their abilities and to use them only in the name of protecting people. The teacher asked the student what he thought it meant, and Guy Daemon replied that the book taught the people of Murim to use their powers for the good of society and the common people. And Yukdai agreed with this statement and noted that the book says rather that the Murim people should live only for themselves, and a couple days ago at an aptitude assessment, a young man explained the meaning of this book perfectly. Turning to Tang Yu-song, the instructor said that he had heard that this young man with the right thoughts was studying in his unit. Still looking at Tang Yu-sung, the man noticed that even among the strongest warriors of Murim, there must be a proportion of sensible people who would engage in calculations, management, and theorizing. As he got closer to the student, he said that's what Division 8 teaches in his... I'm genuinely surprised that a young man of advanced physical ability chose this particular department for himself. There was a brief awkward silence, after which the instructor said that no matter what, he was happy to see Tang Yu-sung at the Million Book Pavilion. Slapping the young man on the back, he said that he was always happy to see such brave men like Tang Yu-sung among his students, and told the young man to do his best. The young man breathed out a sigh of relief, as he had thought at first that the man might have interfered with his search for the book, but now it was clear that the inspector is not that kind of person. At this moment, Guy Daemon lowered his head frustratedly. After the instructor explained the rules of attendance and class hours to the students, he wished the students good luck getting home and flew off. Tang Yu-song looked at Guy Daemon and was surprised to find that even at this moment in time, the young man was sitting and reading. The young man came to the conclusion that the student had a high reading speed because he had already read quite a few books. Thinking about it, Tang Yu-sung asked himself whether he could have to underestimate Guy Daemon's abilities. At the same time, Alabong Dai also immersed himself in reading. Both young men were similar in their love of reading. Tang Yu-sung also thought that both of these young men were really like the ones that the other students would be poisoning. Right now, Tang Yu-sung couldn't believe that Guy Daemon was so much different from the future version of himself, with his sharp eyes and bony physique. He even suggested that perhaps this young man had become so changed and calloused by the constant harassment at the pavilion. Alabong Dai asked Tang Yu-sung if the young man was planning to intervene and protect Guy Daemon. With his arms folded across his chest, Tang Yu-sung replied that he didn't want to interfere for now. Alabong Dai asked the student if he planned to intercede for Guy Daemon later on. In that case, Tang Yu-sung admitted that he didn't know what the right thing to do was yet. He was confused by the fact that the first king of Bingxing and in the Yi, while Guy Daemon doesn't look like a monster who could take a lot of innocent people to the grave. The young man thought about the fact that for his actions in the future, Guy Daemon was now receiving the deserved scorn, and at this moment, Tang Yu-sung, we need to focus on finding the yin-yang breath book. Turning to Alabonde, Tang Yu-sung asked him for advice. He lied that Guy Daemon what its cover looks like. Alabong Dai replies that Tang Yu-sung has two options to find the book. The first option is to foolishly and persistently check it out. Only 1,000,000 books. Tang Yu-sung clarified if Alabong Dai wanted the young man to go crazy. With a slap on the wrist, Tang Yu-sung advised the boy to stop, to be clever. However, he pointed out that the second option is a little easier. Tang Yu-sung just needs to bring Guy Daemon to the right place so that he can find him himself, to find the book he was looking for. After thinking for a while, Tang Yu-sung remembered that the Book of the Five Lords of Bingxing mentioned that Guy Daemon had found the book on November 1st. And after reading it and curbing his second personality that appeared after reading it, the book crumbled to dust. Tang Yu-sung reasoned that if it's true what the king said, then we should wait until November and not let Guy Daemon finish the book. Also, Tang Yu-sung thought that he could just to borrow the book without using brute force, and he just needs to waiting patiently for the book to be found. And even if Guy Daemon refuses to hand over the book voluntarily, Tang Yu-sung is strong enough to do it by force. However, the young man hoped that the way with friendship and borrowing a book without violence would work. At that moment, one of the students threw out Guy Daemon's book, offending the young man, and Tang Yu-sung reasoned that he would have to borrow the book. Tang Yu-sung shouted at the boys and stopped them from falling behind Guy Daemon. One of the boys was about to confront Tang Yu-sung, but the other one wanted to confront him. He reminded me that Tang Yu-sun was the one the instructor had mentioned in the introductory class, and afterward, Yuk-dai himself loudly warned the students to be quiet. The youths ran away in fear, not wanting to be expelled. Tang Yu-sung frowned, thinking that even among the bookworms there could be such bad ones. Tang Yu-sung came to Guy Daemon and asked him if he was all right, and said that if the young man was being abused, he could ask Tang Yu-sung for help. However, Guy Daemon silently glanced at Tang Yu-sung and hurriedly left for a higher floor, afraid that Tang Yu-sung would start bullying him as well. Tang Yu-sung was surprised and began to wonder if he had said something wrong and unnecessary. Ala Bongdai came up to him and noticed that Gay Mon ran away because he was defending himself from Tang Yu-sung. He noticed that people often shut down after multiple episodes of bullying. A surprised Tang Yu-seong noticed that he himself, Ala Bongdai, doesn't shut himself off from anyone, nor does he act like it. Ala Bongdai grinned and replied that he was just being special, smiling ironically. Tang Yu-sung agreed that Ala Bongdai was indeed special. He exhaled and thought about what he should do now, since Gi Daemong was the only one who could do that. Avoids everyone, including Tang Yu-sung himself, but eventually comes to the conclusion that he was able to start their communication anyway, and that's enough. After exhaling again, Tang Yu-sung looked at the many bookshelves and thought that his companion would be lucky to find a book on his own now. Amongst this maddening array of reads, he didn't really want to. He grinned, but thought about taking it by force because he had to get hold of the manuscript at any cost, and most importantly, to get there before Gi Daemong finishes reading it. Back at his dormitory, Tang Yu-seong was shocked to find out. He found that their room was much smaller, with only 2 bunks instead of 8. He wondered aloud to Ala Bongdai where to go. Dae Pyung-wee and his friends disappeared. The boy calmly replied that the young men had moved to another room. Tang Yu-sung asked how the room was then. Might have shrunk by itself after they moved in. However, Ala Bongdai replied that since there were 2 of them left, the teachers decided to remodel the room. Tang Yu-seong is still. I mentally didn't understand how this was possible since students were not allowed to move in their first year, but I quickly realized that Dae Pyung-wee, who had the Hainan Sword School behind him, definitely found the opportunity and finances to persuade the management to allow him and a group of friends to move in. In the end, Tang Yu-sung concluded that it was for the best, since Juju could now be out of the inventory and be at ease, to spend time relaxing in the room. He called out loud to the cat to show himself. Ala Bongdai didn't understand who Tang Yu-seong was addressing, but after a while. In a second, Juju appeared at Tang Yu-sung's feet, rubbing himself against the young man. This surprised Ala Bongdai, who asked if the young man had permission for the cat. Tang Yu-sung replied that he had already gotten permission for the pet. Ala Bongdai asked the young man if the cat was a spirit animal, and the student confirmed that it was. A confused Tang Yu-sung remembered that Ala Bongdai had never seen Juju before. The boy asked where Juju had been all this time. The young man calmly replied that he had a hiding place where the cat was. Pointing to Ala's collar, Bongdai asked what it was, and at that moment, Juju started to turn into a huge tiger. Tang Yu-sung calmly replied that he had made this necklace for the cat in the forge, after taking a piece out of the tiger's mouth. A mad jade owner scolded the pet for transforming on the academy grounds, scaring poor Ala Bongdai. A frightened Ala Bongdai said he didn't realize Tang Yu-sung had such an unusual pet. Tang Yu-sung tried to justify that it wasn't a matter of, it's Juju himself, but his unusual necklace that allows him to grow so large. Suddenly, Ala Bongdai began to gather his things. Surprised, Tang Yu-sung asked the young man where he was going, and the nervous foreigner replied that he would not like to be dinner for Juju while there was to sleep in his own bed tonight. Tang Yu-sung assured him that the pet would not harm Ala Bongdai, but the young man tried to escape anyway, and the student had to hold his friend by the scruff of the neck to keep him from running away. He also reminded him that the young man would not be able to move anywhere now and asked him not to yell. At this moment, Tang Yu-sung also remembered that he was running out of alcohol pet food and should stock up on it. In the center of Zhenzhou, Tang Yu-sung went to visit the blacksmith at Art Block Armory and buy alcohol at the same time. He also took with him Ala Bongdai, who was surprised at this and asked why Tang Yu-sung had taken him with him to the city. The young man replied that the foreigner had already been in the valley for a long time and he should to get some air. The young man asked why Tang Yu-sung had gone to town, and the student calmly replied that he needed to buy a few things. Surprised that Tang Yu-sung would buy something to keep practicing, Ala Bongdai listened to his monologue about not giving up practicing. Even if Tang Yu-seong only reads for the next year, he wants to buy metal rings to serve as weights. After arriving at the art block, Tang Yu-sung greeted the armorer and asked how they were doing. At that moment, the former bandit standing behind him was unhappy. Sighed. He didn't consider Tang Yu-sung his friend at all. The gunsmith calmly handed the weights to Tang Yu-sung, saying that they were all he had and they were the heaviest weights in the shop. When Tang Yu-sung put the rings on his arm, he noticed that the weights were not heavy enough for him to train with them. For a long time, he'll need something heavier. Seeing that Tang Yu-sung was upset, Ala Bongdai asked why he was sighing. At first, Tang Yu-sung didn't want to answer, but afterward, the foreigner insisted that he would answer any of his questions. Tang Yu-sung asked if Ala Bongdai would really be able to answer all of his questions, and with a grin, the boy said he didn't know. Only the subtleties in romantic relationships. Because Ala Bongdai was unclear about the feminine and masculine, Tang Yu-seong asked Tang Yu-sung's friend about it, and Ala Bongdai replied that he had a problem with womanhood. Tang Yu-sung exhaled and summarized that it was out of his zone. responsibility. In response, Alabongde insisted that it was Tang Yuxiang's business now. The young man objected. Alabongde again insisted that now it's up to Tang Yuxiang. Sighing, the young man admitted his defeat and said he would introduce Alabongde to some girl. Alabongde grinned and embarrassedly replied that he was now happy with the situation. A surprised Tang Yuxiang realized that it was most likely Alabongde had planned from the beginning to have Tang Yuxiang help him with the female lead. After thinking about it for a while, Tang Yuxiang came to the conclusion that from the only girl he knew well was Cheon Seoseo. Tang Yuxiang smirked evilly and thought that it wouldn't be a problem if Cheon Seoseo's security guards were to be his guard. We'll teach Alabongde a lesson. After coughing and not having time to ask any questions, Tang Yusung heard from Alabongde that the young man had been acting all this time. Wrong. The young man remarked in surprise that he hadn't had a chance to say anything yet. However, the boy went on to say that Tang Yusung didn't see the obvious. Tang Yusung was stunned until Alabongde explained that the student needed gold. Iron is too light a metal. After thinking for a moment, Tang Yusung realized that Alabongde meant that solid gold rings would be heavier than iron rings, but noted that the price of such weights would also be very high. Alabongde grinned and noticed that the student had a lot of money, which he was well aware of, and Alabongde himself. The surprised Tang Yusung only thought about how this foreigner knew about it. However, still smiling, Alabongde said that if Tang Yusung had so much money, he could buy something even more massive. With a raised eyebrow, Tang Yuxiang asked how much heavier this material could be, to which Alabongde replied that under its weight, Tang Yuxiang could be sent away to the afterlife. Tang Yuxiang asked what kind of metal he was talking about, and Alabongde said that Tang Yuxiang would have to answer for his words first, because if he said that he was going to die, if he doesn't keep his promise, he will lose his dignity. Tang Yusung sighed and said he would introduce Alabongde to some of the girls, and asked again to clarify what metal was in question. The young man quietly replied that it would be a metal 10,000 years old. At that moment, the assistant armorer, Tang Yusung, realized that Alabongbong was not whispering because he could hear them well enough. In turn, Tang Yuxiang realized that Alabongde was actually smarting, as the idea actually turned out to be a good one. Even though the young man was only 14 years old, he already knew about and had some unique insight. After hugging Alabongde, Tang Yusung held out the money bag to the gunsmith and warned him that his next order was to have weights made of gold or metal that was 10,000 years old. The man wondered where Tang Yusung was going to look for such valuable things, but he just waved his hand and said that he would take care of it himself. With a chuckle, the man decided that Tang Yusung had some sort of plan, and he really shouldn't worry too much about it. He calmly and happily replied that whatever Tang Yusung was up to, the armorer would help him with everything. Before Tang Yusung could leave, the man said that he had made the weapon that Tang Yusung wanted to get from him. It was in a package the whole time. The former bandit was holding in his hands. The man handed the bundle to Tang Yusung, and he took out the sword and axe blanks made of mad jade. To the young man's question as to whether the work with these weapons was over, the man replied that now Tang Yusung must put his key into them, and for the moment. The weapons are only in the shape of an axe and sword, but they have not been sharpened yet, and how these weapons turn out will depend on how Tang Yusung handles them. After trying out some weapons, Tang Yusung was delighted with the balance of the weapons and how strong and light each item felt in his hand. He could definitely feel the effort the gunsmith put into each weapon. He admitted aloud that he never thought he would be customizing a weapon for himself and to order, although he understood the fact that in training in the Valley of the Hidden Dragon, he would use them very rarely so as not to kill anyone. At this time, Alabongde stood holding the weights that Tang Yusung had put on him to try out the jade weapons. The latter thanked the armorer for the work he had done. After bowing, the armorer admitted that he was still very grateful to the young man for the rescue, and replied that the young man continues to help him in his shop. Tang Yusung took the weights from Alabongde and wrapped the weapons in cloth, saying that now it was time for them to go to a tavern. At that moment, Alabongde asked Tang Yusung where he had left his cat Juju. Tang used his hunch. He was used to Juju usually going into his inventory, but this time was different. At that moment, Guy Daemong walked past Tang Yusung's room and closed the door. Juju ran out of the door and looked at the young man, who at that moment was reading a book about spirit animals, but there was already written about adult representatives and nothing about young ones, which surprised the young man. However, at that moment, the young man noticed the cat in front of him and realized that he had found a young spirit animal, and he was eager to study it. The cat sat down calmly in front of the young man, continuing to stare and greeting him. At the same time, Alabongde asked what Tang Yusung was worried about now if he left an ordinary cat in the room and nothing would happen to it. Without his master's supervision, gets scared of something and transform into a tiger, causing Tang Yusung to be reported for holding a tiger. The pet is bigger than a normal cat. Because of this, Tang Yusung might even be expelled. He mentally berated himself for not taking Juju's necklace from him. which allows him to grow into a tiger with a piece of mad jade that still contains energy. Figuring that next time he would have to check out the 1,000 flavors, he told Alabonde that it was time to return, and as soon as possible. But at the same moment, Tang Yusung remembered that he needed to buy more alcohol for Juju. Calling up the map, he started to look for a place where he could find the nearest tavern. At that moment, he was approached by a gunsmith who said that there was a good place on the way back and he should go there. It's decent enough. After realizing that Tang Yusong had no choice at all, he resigned himself to this advice and went to the inn. The young man knew the Immortal Dew pub well, for it was there that he had met his future wife, and in general in his past life he had often frequented this establishment. He never thought that he would return to this place because of the painful separation from his wife. He did not want to anymore, to go back there. However, there was no time to go elsewhere, so he decided to order a barrel of wine at this establishment, ignoring the existence of a fatal girl there. The master smilingly placed a large barrel of wine in front of Tang Yusong and asked if the young man who was drinking was studying at the academy. Murama. Tang Yusong decided to answer quickly, to finish this matter quickly. In response, the owner said with a chuckle that he had a belief that anyone who came to his place once would definitely come back again. At that moment, his daughter walked by, and he introduced her to Tang Yusung and Allah Bong Dai. At this moment, Tang Yusung really wanted to quickly escape, however. When he was approached, the young man had to stop. After that awkward moment, even the boatman noticed that the young warrior was in a bad mood, though he didn't know why. The boy asked his friend how he was feeling. Tang Yusung brushed it off by saying he was just worried about Juju, whom he was left alone in his room for a long time, but Alabangdai objected, saying that Tang Yuseong looks like he met his ex-wife recently. This phrase surprised Tang Yusong extremely, and he had already started to think that this young man could read minds. Unhappily, Tang Yuseong advised his friend to look for a life partner somewhere outside of this city. Alabangdai countered that he didn't think so, and that it didn't matter to him where to find a girl. The embarrassed Tang Yusung only shrugged his shoulders and didn't push his point too much. In general, he thought again that Alabangdai was very good at everything that did not involve physical strength and speaking Korean, yet he was still confused as to why in Tang Yusung's past life he had not heard of a foreigner at the Great Academy. At this moment, Alabangdai reminded Tang Yusung of his promise again. As Tang Yusung continued to ponder the subject, he came to the conclusion that he could have simply forgotten about such a small thing as a foreigner, just as he had forgotten about his wife. She was a very small part of his life, and Tang Yusung hardly thought of her, especially when Muram's confrontation with his enemies had become so. Tang Yusung's wife's departure paled in comparison. Thinking of her now, Tang Yusung felt very miserable, and to be so. He didn't even think of her until this chance encounter with the girl. He remembered Young Cho Ran, the man his wife had left him for, because of that visit. The image of a young gentleman from a very wealthy family was refreshed in her mind. She had become his concubine of her own free will, and for that reason, Tang Yuseong had no right to interfere. In an attempt to take revenge on him, Tang Yusung lost the fight without being able to land a single blow. His wife has become one of the many girls that Young Cho Ran will soon just throw away like trash. With his strength and good looks, there are many girls. Fell in love with the young gentleman and his fortune, and many he reciprocated, but very quickly he grew tired of his companions and left them disappointed. Tang Yuseong's ex-wife was among those abandoned wives. Tang Yuseong thought that fight in Chongbong was great, to punish Young Cho Ran. Pulling himself out of his thoughts, Tang Yusung decided that it was more important to find Juju at this moment in time than to think about young Mr. Young. A panting Alabangdai asked his friend where he had put the barrel of alcohol, and Tang Yuseong calmly replied that he had already mentioned it, his secret vault. Tang Yusun noticed how tired Alabangdai was of walking, and made a remark about the young man's stamina. Tang Yusong suddenly heard a familiar voice ahead of him, and turned around, thinking that today was clearly not his day. He was blocked by Young Cho Ran, who said he was waiting for the day when they could meet again in battle, and Myung Jin, who had just come to watch. The young master recalled Tang Yusung's words to him that he and Young Cho Ran should meet next time at Muram Academy, and however, the young man only joked that he and Young Cho Ran had already seen each other at the academy, but the young master replied that it counted as a greeting. Nervously, Tang Yusung replied that he had no time to fight right now and the usual greetings would suffice. Even though Tang Yuseong wanted this fight, he was worried that Juju might have done something wrong. He mentally begged Juju to return to his master. Meanwhile, the cat was enjoying the caresses of Gai Daemon, who was surprised that Juju really does feed on alcohol. The young man wrote in his notebook about this fact, which he had not seen anywhere else. He still wondered who the animal was. Suddenly, Juju perked up his ears and got up from his seat. Gai Daemon was surprised by this, but he didn't stop in time. Before the cat could slip out of his grasp, Juju quickly went somewhere toward the exit, to which a confused Gai Daemon He was sitting on the floor and asked if the cat wanted more alcohol, because this portion of wine was the only one the young man could get. Without listening to the student, the cat ran away and Guy Dae-mong chased after. At the same time, young Cho-ran announced that he had waited so long to meet with Tang Yu-sung, to which the latter replied that these problems do not concern him. The young man realized that he was in trouble because young Cho-ran was making it clear that he wouldn't let Tang Yu-sung pass by for nothing. After telling the young master that he would not approach him, young Cho-ran said that he would approach Tang Yu-sung himself, within a meter of each other. Tang Yu-sung was surprised by young Cho-ran's speed and realized that his opponent had become much faster. A surprised young Cho-ran noticed someone behind Tang Yu-sung's back. It was Alabang Dai, who was still following his friend. He squinted his eyes and smiled very contentedly. Tang Yu-sung could recognize that smile because he had seen it the day his wife left Tang Yu-sung for young Cho-ran. After losing kneeling on the ground, Tang Yu-sung raised his head and saw that smug smirk on young Cho-ran's face. Because of this memory, Tang Yu-sung reacted very sharply to the young master's smirk, asking what had amused him so much. The young man asked Tang Yu-sung why he still needed a weak friend like Dae Pyung-wi. He called Alabang Dai pathetic and totally incapable of anything, asking why a capable warrior like Tang Yu-sung would gather around him a worthless man. People who are comparable to garbage. At that moment, Tang Yu-sung grabbed the bundle that contained the sword and tried to hit young Cho-ran with it, successfully dodged. The rings from Tang Yu-sung's hands ran over to the bundle that Tang Yu-sung forcefully waved towards young Cho-ran, who had to duck to avoid being hit. He activated the mountain-turning power skill and struck the young master, throwing him backward. Young Cho-ran stood on his feet while Tang Yu-sung lowered the weights to the ground so that they wouldn't get in the way during the fight. Pulling his weapon out of the cloth, Tang Yu-sung told young Cho-ran that if the mud really hindered him from moving around, he would have smeared all the hands in it. In turn, young Cho-ran noticed that Tang Yu-sung immediately bared his weapon as soon as the young master said something bad about his. He noticed that Jin Hun would not approve of Tang Yu-sung's behavior. And the young man grinned at him. If young Cho-ran is afraid of a fight just because Jin Hong isn't here, after pulling his sword out of its sheath, young Cho-ran noticed that it was Jin Hong who saved Tang Yu-sung. Then on Lotus Peak, a special mission window appeared. When they heard that young Cho-ran was fighting with one of the students, they all ran to see what was going on. At the gate, the girls noticed the commotion that the boys were making and thought that someone was definitely fighting, which caused such a commotion. They were unimpressed with what was going on until they heard that the fight involved their beloved young Cho-ran, who they considered to be a handsome freshman. The fight took place close to lunchtime, but there was quite a large crowd of onlookers who were willing to even miss the lunch to see the spectacle. The boys generally didn't want to miss the fight while the girls wanted to watch young Cho-ran. Very quickly, Tang Yu-sung and young Cho-ran were surrounded by a crowd of students from different courses, which surprised the fighters themselves. The young men began to communicate by voice transmission techniques. Young Cho-ran admitted that he didn't expect so many viewers to come, while Tang Yu-sung made a remark that he was at fault. Young Cho-ran's special talent for making things difficult for himself. In response, the young master justified himself by saying that he didn't want the attention, but that he didn't want to be noticed. The people around him were very interested in him. With a frown, Tang Yu-sung informed the young man that he was thinking too much and only about himself. Raising blade, Tang Yu-sung noted that young Cho-ran was having a strong effect on the crowd of onlookers as well as his loved one. With a frown, young Cho-ran replied that he's not interested in such things, and now he's only targeting the cheeky Tang Yu-sung who's always mocking him. Tang Yu-sung grinned and said that if that was the case, then let young Cho-ran attack. With a wide grin, Tang Yu-sung rushed towards the enemy, with thoughts of depriving young Cho-ran of his reproductive function. The young master directed the stream of plum smell that followed his blade towards Tang Yu-sung. The frowning student thought that young Cho-ran hadn't learned anything from the last time, namely how Tang Yu-sung predicted all of his attacks, and now it was even easier than before as the trail was clearer and the scent stronger. After a few attacks, Tang Yu-sung calmly dodged and then caught young Cho-ran's blade in the hole that was at the student's axe. Tang Yu-sung used the moment to attack young Cho-ran with his blade from the other side, but the young man was able to pull his sword out of the axe hole in time. The opponent and jumped back. Tang Yu-sung continued to continuously attack young Cho-ran, remembering the tactics from the Devil School versus Hwasan School. The young lord was forced to almost fall to the ground to dodge the first attack, but the next swing was already made with the axe. Young Cho-ran definitely noticed that Tang Yu-sung had become much faster. To dodge the next attack, young Cho-ran moved apart, legs, and then quickly got up and stepped back, while Tang Yu-sung continued to chase him frantically to prevent the young master from. Tang Yu-sung's counterattack and successful attack was aided by young Cho-ran's sword mark. The young master himself realized that Tang Yu-sung knew well His next attacks were just because of the sword mark, and at this moment, while Young Cho Ran was stepping back, his opponent was not inferior in speed. And this time, Young Cho Ran knew that he would definitely not lose since he had practiced for a long time to make the trace of his sword disappear. Using one of the strongest attacks of the plum technique, Young Cho Ran crossed his sword blade with Tang Yu Seong's axe, who no longer suspected that the might happen next. While still fighting hard, Young Cho Ran noticed that Tang Yu Seong was getting faster and faster. Noticing that there was little time left for the skill to take effect, Tang Yu Seong thought that this would be his easy victory that would only take 10 strikes. He knew that watching Young Cho Ran's sword trace would be enough for him to win now, and so they continued to fight, clashing against each other. Myung Jin, who was nervous because there were too many students and he thought the situation had gotten out of hand, was watching closely, out of his control. Earlier, Jin Hong had asked him as Young Cho Ran's friend to keep an eye on the ladder so that he wouldn't ruin Tang Yu Seong. Myung Jin asked to ask his mentor why he should be the one to follow Young Cho Ran, to which Jin Hong replied that Myung Jin is the kindest young man in the world and most importantly, is Young Cho Ran's only friend. At this moment, he was very afraid that Young Cho Ran intended to destroy Tang Yu Seong and was confused. At this moment, Tang Yu Seong thought that victory was near and he only had to make the last 10 moves at the pace he was currently holding. At the same time, outside the arena, Gai Daemong managed to catch Juju and lifted him into his arms. He thanked himself for his ingenuity because, before examining him, he took off Juju's collar with the crazy jade. Gai Daemon was greatly surprised at the cat's agility, but at that moment, Juju also started to struggle trying to get out of the young man's hands. He was surprised why the calm animal suddenly started to be so active and strong. To get out of his grip, Gai Daemon looked ahead to where Juju was trying to escape and saw that many people had gathered at the gate to the valley. He asked Juju if the cat's owner was among them, and the cat meowed loudly as if to confirm this fact, though the young man was not sure that going to the crowd was a good idea, so he decided to join the rest of the audience. At this moment, Tang Yu Song was counting down each of his blows, and when Tang Yu Song struck the last blow, the young master crossed his sword and asked whether Tang Yu Seong thought he could win so easily this time. The young man confessed that he had been thinking for a long time about how Tang Yu Seong had managed to defeat him for the first time. However, Young Cho Ran quickly realized that his actions were given away by the sword's scent and trace, and that Tang Yu Seong himself did not possess any kind of with the skills of foresight. He realized that although the sword mark was a great source of pride for the Hwasun school, he had to get rid of it to become stronger. No matter how beautiful this trace is, and no matter how effectively it makes it clear that the student's skill has been honed, the analysis suggests otherwise. After this confession, Young Cho Ran began to attack Tang Yu Seong, and there was indeed no plum mark left from his sword, which Tang Yu Seong was very surprised by. At this moment, Tang Yu Seong almost missed one of the blows, because the sword mark had disappeared, and now Young Cho Ran had become a more unpredictable opponent. Realizing that his main pride is his weak point, Young Cho Ran almost gave up sleeping, devoting all his free time to training. He couldn't forgive himself for losing to a student of a low-grade offshoot of the stronger Hwasun school. He practiced every move endlessly as if each one could be his last. He felt like he'd been doing it for a year. However, once he realized his weakness, Young Cho Ran was able to get rid of the plum trail. However, Tang Yu Sung's reaction was also good as he was able to use the walking technique to move before he was injured. Quickly realizing that he had hit the illusion, Young Cho Ran assumed that the original must be somewhere nearby. With a whirlwind, he tried to hit Tang Yu Seong, but he was able to dodge the attack in time. However, Young Cho Ran still managed to whirl Tang Yu Sung into a vortex and throw him into the air, so that he could follow up and strike while Tang Yu Seong was unable to dodge. The young master planned to bring Tang Yu Seong to his feet, to the present limit, so that he would lose and be left lying on the ground with no strength at all. Everyone froze as they watched Tang Yu Song hover in the air in a vortex, from the blows taking wound after wound. At that moment, Gai Daemon was also in the crowd. He was surprised by the techniques that Young Cho Ran had demonstrated. He was surprised at his ability to create real wins with his attacks at such a young age. However, he also recognized that blocking such attacks is also a skill, which means that Young Cho Ran's opponent is also quite strong. Realizing that things were getting bad, Tang Yu Sung took out the meatballs he had learned to cook to make them easier to eat during the battle and received a reward for doing so. He took 2 balls and immediately put them in his mouth, remembering how Jang Gi-ho was able to counterattack Young Cho Ran's vortex with the pressure of a huge mountain. And yet, he was surprised that Young Cho Ran had already thought of countermeasures against the Hwasun School's annihilation technicians, to be written by the Devil's School only a few more years later. And now Young Cho Ran is so much stronger than himself from the Tang Yu Seong's past strength that he realized that with such strength, Young Cho Ran would only have to achieve it by the age of 30. In the air, Tang Yu Seong, He regrouped to fly directly at Young Cho-ran, who at that moment created a glow on his sword. Myung-jin noticed it and was very surprised. Tang Yu-sung had heard about this glow in Chongbong called the shining sword of the plum blossom that can affect the whole world. Peace. After Young Cho-ran gave up the sword mark, his blade took on the perfect sheen of a plum blossom by the standards of the Hwasun School. Hwasun School will probably have a party on this occasion, as the shocked faces of the Hwasun School graduates said. As Tang Yu-seong flew at Young Cho, Ran jumped into the air to strike Tang Yu-seong, admonishing him for being unnecessary. The thoughts in his head. He swung his sword over Tang Yu-seong's head, clearly intending to send the young man to the other side. He brought his sword down on Tang Yu-seong, who crossed his arms over his head to defend himself from the blade. At that moment, everything around him turned pink, and the field was almost invisible due to the pink light. The spectators were blinded by the brightness of Young Cho-ran's attack, however, after the light, the young man was able to successfully repel Young Cho-ran's attack. Even the young master noticed that Tang Yue-xiong's weapon had changed. Tang Yu-sung grinned as he noticed that Young Cho-ran had prepared well for this fight. At the same time, while Tang Yu-seong was squatting, Young Cho-ran continued to crush him with his blade, saying that if the young man didn't want to go down on his own, if he kneels before him, the young master will put him in his place and then separate his foul tongue from Tang Yu-sung. But Tang Yu-seong only thanked Young Cho-ran, still holding his ground. Young Cho-ran was surprised, but the young man added that he had one ability that he had never been able to use before. After using the title of Duck Step Master, Tang Yu-song smugly grinned and said, now he can use this trait. Young Cho-ran himself remembered that Tang Yu-sung had the same expression before he defeated Young Cho-ran at the Cheonbong Pavilion. This frightened Young Cho-ran, and he jumped back to dodge the attack that Tang Yu-song could use at any moment. One of the axes in his hands turned into a sword, and Tang Yu-sung tried to strike at Young Cho-ran, who was still retreating. However, Tang Yue-seong still managed to snag the young master's clothes. In the student's hands, the second axe turned into a blade, and now Tang Yu-seong began to attack with his two swords even harder. Tang Yu-song smirked and noticed that even though his posture looked ridiculous, he thought it was a good one. Extremely effective. Noticing that the mountain-turning power skill had already recharged, he decided to use it to become even stronger. Now he finally understands what it means when a weapon becomes an extension of you. It's like it becomes one with your limb and begins to obey your needs. If you need something sharp and fast, the Mad Jade weapon becomes a sword. And if you need something powerful, it becomes a sword with an axe. Tang Yu-song also noticed that this weapon also gave an increase in accuracy in addition to the usual characteristics, which was an extremely pleasant bonus. He also realized that he could improve his skills, and thus his weapon proficiency would improve, and the Mad Jade would unlock even more of his potential so that he no longer needs any of the tactics in the book to destroy Hwasun to defeat Young Cho-ran. Squatting, Young Master couldn't help but notice that Tang Yu-sung had become much faster and stronger than before. As Tang Yu-sung looked at the wound that Tang Yu-sung had left by touching Young Cho-ran's arm, he thought to himself that Tang Yu-sung wouldn't be himself if he could. Easy to defeat. He decided that the only thing left was to fight as hard as he could to get closer to victory. Tang Yu-sun's axe swung towards Tang Yu-sun, and he ran into the student's axe again as he tried to deflect the blow with one hand and hit the young man with the other hand. To the master. Standing in the crowd of spectators, Gi Dae-mon watched his peers who fought like warriors from legends with shock. Their fight was so mesmerizing that no one could take their eyes off. In this fight was a confrontation between strict and beautiful movements honed by years and practical and rough techniques for survival in the present. Fighting on the battlefield. Even in Tang Yu-sung's weapon transformation, there was nothing exquisite and refined, only the efficient use of tools. He was very curious to see which of these young men could win. It was an endless battle of the best representatives of their fighting styles. They were all admiring their skills, even though they were divided into two different support groups. At this moment, Tang Yu-seong continued to persistently attack Young Cho. Rana was surprised by the latter because Tang Yu-sung attacked from a sitting position and seemed to be hitting even harder. As the fight into a battle staff that Young Cho-ran was able to dodge. Tang Yu-sung needed the weapon's critical damage effect, so he used his second hand to use the weapon's a baton that also gave this indicator. After hitting Young Cho-ran's blade, Tang Yu-seong changed his weapon to the blade he was attacking with again. Of the young master, he dodged Tang Yu-sung's blade, but that sword started to turn into an axe, and Young Cho-ran had to start twisting around in the air to defeat the axe with his sword. Tang Yu-seong was determined to defeat Young Cho-ran before he touched the ground so endlessly. Changing his blades in his hands, he continuously attacked the young lord until at one moment, Young Cho-ran landed on his feet, a few meters away from Tang Yu-sung. The latter couldn't understand why he lacked stamina at this moment, since victory was so close. He realized that Young Cho-ran had managed to repel Tang Yu-seong because the young master had already seen the endless patterns of endless attacks that he used against Jin Hun. This pissed off the student because at first his obstacle was a man who becomes stronger in his sleep, but now in his technique. At this moment, Guy Daemon was surprised at how strong their blades that should have already been dulled from the amount of heavy blows yet still looked like new. He assumed it was because these young men's weapons were imbued with their chi energy. The young man thought that perhaps Tang Yusong's weapons changing forms had something to do with him putting his chi in. Alabong Dai suddenly approached Guy Daemon and said he knew something. The student was surprised by the young man's sudden appearance and asked what he knew. Alabong Dai said, but Guy Daemon couldn't hear him very well. He wondered in his mind how long this strange young man had been with him. Pointing to Juju Allah, Bongdae replied that he knew who the cat's owner was. Although his speech was still confusing and incomprehensible, Gaimon realized what the foreigner had said. And he asked. At that moment, the cat jumped out of Gidemon's embrace towards Tang Yuseong, surprising both Gidemon and Alabong Dai. Jumping from one spectator's head to another, the cat made its way closer and closer to the makeshift arena. Gidemon immediately ran after him, trying to call the cat back for fear that Juju might accidentally hurt both the spectators and the fighting youth. The fight continued. Both students were already tired, but they crossed their blades again, pressing their opponent. Suddenly, Tang Yusung reminded young Cho-ran of his words that he would like to bring Tang Yusung to lying down. With a crazed look, Tang Yuseong proclaimed that his main ability is precisely the lack of limit, and young Cho-ran's plan. Sucking out Tang Yuseong's strength would not be a reason for Tang Yusong to give up. As he continued to press young Cho-ran with his sword blade, he withdrew his second sword blade, hand in which an axe immediately appeared while thinking that a talented fighting genius like young Cho-ran had begun to develop rapidly and more. To try just because of Tang Yusong's appearance as his enemy, and therefore a stimulus for growth. However, after thinking about it for a while, realized that he was also a motivation for Jiangyi Ho-cheon Seo and even Gong Jin-do. Now these talented kids are like following Tang Yu-seong. They look up to him when they see how hard he's working. As he continued to struggle, Tang Yu-sung thought that he was a talentless, mediocre young man who had become stronger. And now the great geniuses of his time are also trying and following him. He decided that even under these circumstances, he shouldn't be. Tang Yusung was preparing to commit the ultimate crime, and while his friends and great minds were learning and moving forward, he had to keep up with them. Swinging his axe, Tang Yusung prepared to commit vertical cut of the great mountain with all the reinforcements he has. He held on to young Cho-ran's axe and brought his other axe down on the blade. The shiny plum blossom sword began to crack, and the point flew somewhere far outside the arena with a whistling sound. At that moment, Tang Yusong received a message that since he could not meet the time limit for the mission but successfully completed it, his mission is being changed. Now he'll have to fight young Cho-ran again in a year to get his reward. He was surprised that 15 minutes had passed so quickly, but at that moment, young Cho-ran reappeared from the dust and tried to hit Tang Yuseong with his broken sword. However, before the broken blade could reach Tang Yusung's neck, the young man managed to make a block with his axes, stopping young Cho-ran's hand. Also from behind, someone started yelling at young Cho-ran to stop. It was Myung Jin, who was very worried about something. Looking behind young Cho-ran's back, Tang Yusung saw Juju running towards his master. He ordered the cat back into the inventory, and the mythical beast immediately disappeared in a white flicker. The young master asked why Myung Jin was so worried and why he was stopping the fight. He worriedly replied that there was no need to fight anymore. The students turned to look at the crowd and saw Guy Daemon in front of them. He quietly said that he didn't want to interfere with their fight, but he was indirectly participating in it. The shard of blade that Tang Yuseong broke off flew into Guy Daemon's chest, injuring him as he tried to catch Juju. Myung Jin shouted for the boy to be taken to the infirmary. In the hospital, the doctor said that his heart was fine, but that other internal organs had been damaged. However, the young man was lucky he didn't go to the grave. The doctor asked me to warn Guy Daemon that he might be in trouble with his breathing when he wakes up. Tang Yusung agreed to tell the healer if there were any problems. The elder also made a remark that because of the fight, that the boys got into a brawl and several other students were hurt, although not as badly. However, fighting is forbidden in the Hidden Dragon Valley, using real weapons without teacher supervision, and the healer would notify the principal. Tang Yu-seong, on the other hand, expressed his relief about Gidemon's survival. After a bit of silence, the healer replied that he would try to mitigate the punishment for Tang Yusun by mentioning that his weapon. Tang Yu-seong nodded and thanked the elder. Tang Yu-seong thought that young Cho-ran was to blame for all of this, and that he should be punished, to be crippled for such behavior. He was annoyed that Guy Daemon was the one who got caught, because there's a good chance that he's now would not be able to find the book in time if he lingers here in the ward. The annoyed Tang Yu-sung sat down next to the victim and continued to punish him. The story is changing again, and not in a way that's favorable to Tang Yu-sung. If Guy Daemon can't find the book in time and misses a few weeks of hospitalization, Tang Yu-sung might not make it to class. Of the gap he wanted to transfer to after the fateful meeting of the second king Bing Shen was cancelled. At this moment, the young man turned to Tang Yu-sung in a weak voice, asking if the young man had been sitting next to him all this time. He thanked the young man for sitting next to his bunk all this time, asking if the student in front of him was named Tang Yu-sung. The embarrassed Tang Yu-sung replied that it was his fault that the young man was hurt, and he should not be thanked for anything. At that moment, Gi Dae-mon remembered that he was at the scene of a fight because of Tang Yu-sung's cat. He announced it loudly, but because he was so tense, he felt a strong sensation. Tang Yu-sung quickly got up to put the young man back down, telling him to lie down and not move so the student wouldn't accidentally hurt himself. Pointing at Juju, Tang Yu-sung asked if the student was talking about the cat that had been lying here all this time. Tang Yu-sung asked with a surprised expression and folded his arms across his chest as to how Gi Dae-mong had managed to get along with that tailed rogue in the first place. Gi Dae-mong smiled and honestly replied that he was able to befriend Juju by bringing him alcohol. With a grin, Tang Yu-sung immediately accepted this answer. It sounded funny but true. The student confessed that although he couldn't fully understand how the creature was Juju, but he still assumed that the cat was an energy-eating cat. Surprised, Tang Yu-sung replied that he didn't expect Gi Dae-mong to be able to get this far in his short, solitary series of studies. Putting his hand under the blanket, Gi Dae-mon replied that he had managed to do something after all. To find out. He took Juju's collar out of his pocket and handed it to Tang Yu-sung, admitting that he'd wanted to give it to the owner for a long time. Opportunities. Smiling, Gi Dae-mon said that he took off Juju's collar so that he couldn't turn into a big animal. Tang Yu-sung suggested that, even though the young man was erudite, he must have guessed the mad jade, or known something about it, since at least he had not yet. He didn't even know Dae-pyung-wee from whom he could learn about the properties of this jade. However, Gi Dae-mon said that Tang Yu-seong did indeed an incredible man, because he already has two things in his memory that people usually hear about in legends and never even see anything about. Like this. Smiling, Tang Yu-sung replied that it was because he had traveled many places. At that moment, Tang Yu-sung thought that Gi Dae-mon was able to survive his injuries thanks to the crazy jade he had in his pocket. Suddenly, Tang Yu-seong realized something and asked Gi Dae-mon how he was able to remove the collar from Juju's neck if he had turned into a tiger. The student calmly replied that he was able to pet the animal, and so he calmly let Gi Dae-mon take off his necklace. Watching the young man petting the purring Juju, Tang Yu-sung couldn't believe that he was so nice. The young man will become the worst version of himself in the future. Such a good soul would accidentally get lost among the 5 thieves of the Heavenly Demon King. At that moment, Tang Yu-sung asked Gi Dae-mong if he really liked reading. Gi Dae-mon smiled and said that he really liked it. Because of this, the next day, Tang Yu-sung started bringing large stacks of books to Gi Dae-moon's room. This was noticed by Ala Bongdae, who asked why he was taking so many books out of the library. Tang Yu-sung replied that he wanted to give the books to Gi Dae-mong, but at the same moment he was thinking about the following. It might help Gi Dae-mong find the book of yin-yang breathing art in time. At the same moment, Tang Yu-seong was slightly annoyed that young Cho-ran will be waiting for him next year for another fight in the breakout class, even now, after half a year off the field. Tang Yu-sung's vision of young Cho-ran had become extremely strong, and he was a little uneasy about the fact that young master now had another year to live. The free time far away from Tang Yu-seong that young Cho-ran would definitely spend on training. However, this has led Tang Yu-seong to think that the mission would count. Even if he didn't personally defeat the devil cult, it would be enough for the cult to be destroyed no matter by whom. The victor of the devil school could definitely be Yan Cho-ran. However, even though the odds of this happening are high, Tang Yu-seong has decided for himself that he wouldn't stop trying just because someone else could do it for him. He felt a boost of motivation because he could do it. To fight on equal footing with young Cho-ran, Tang Yu-seong, who was in the clouds, accidentally caught his foot on a tile and tripped, but was caught by Cheon at that moment. Seo, who had just approached Tang Yu-seong to help him with his books. At that moment, all the boys around them turned to look at the couple. Cheon Seo raised an eyebrow. Seo said she heard that Tang Yu-sung had gotten into a fight on the first day of school and got into trouble. Tang Yu-seong was surprised that the girl had already heard the news about it, but she noticed that the whole academy was gossiping about it. The young man shrugged his shoulders and said, young Cho-ran's behavior and his desire to get even with the student had no effect on him. However, he noticed that he should be afraid of everyone right now, of the students around him. The girl asked why Tang Yu-sung was worried, and the young man calmly replied that it was because of the fights with young Cho-ran. All his female fans, almost all the female students hate him, and because Cheon Seo is helping him now, all the boys hate Tang Yu-seong. Alabong Dai replied with a laugh that he is not an enemy to Tang Yu-seong, but the young man himself is to him a cudgel. Tang Yu-sung asked if that meant that Alabong Dai called him a debtor and a blowhard, and the boy confirmed it. Embarrassed, Tang Yu-seong said not to think of new words anymore. However, He noticed that Alabang Dai definitely had a talent for making Tang Yuxiang feel better at the right moment, but also mentally added that Cheon Seo also had that gift. At that moment, the girl asked if Tang Yuxiang was staring at her now because of resentment, that she was indirectly responsible for all the guys hating Tang Yusung. He smiled and replied that he wasn't the least bit angry about it because all he needed to be happy was the company of his friends. When he noticed that Chang Gi-ho was nowhere to be found, he asked where the brave warrior was. The girl replied that since yesterday, Chang Gi-ho was considered someone's personal disciple and therefore was already busy doing something. Tang Yusung immediately realized that this was the same reason why he hadn't seen Young Gi-ja or his successor since yesterday. At this moment in the Marima Alliance Council building, the head of the Chegel family, Chong Juge, was introducing his new apprentice, Chang Gi-ho, to the Senate. The man read the dossier of Chang Gi-ho's merits and accomplishments as well as his background. Wu Gangdai was unhappily watching, happy that he was becoming a disciple at least. If it wasn't for the hated Tang Yusung, he was still unhappy with the choice of the head of the alliance. One of the elders asked what kind of example this student could set for the others if Chang Gi-ho was described as extremely lazy according to reports. But the head of the alliance noted that the young man has all the necessary skills for the Senate to authorize Chang Gi-ho to become a Chang Gi-ho as a personal disciple. Young Gi-ja also explained that Chang Gi-ho was perfect for this role. At this moment, one of the elders nervously asked. Wu Gangde whispered to Wu Gangde what Zhong Gi-ja, who had as much power as the Senate itself, was doing here. But this was heard by the Venerable Heartless One and said, Amitabha replied that the former head of the union has the right to be at this meeting, and no, there's no prohibition against it. When he looked at Reverend Zhong Gi-ja, he wondered how long he had been in office since he remembered him, at a time when Jeon Gi-ja himself was running the union, and the Reverend was already in the Senate. At the same time, the elder replied that he no longer... There is no need for idle chatter, and Chang Gi-ho just needs to prove himself as a warrior to prove that he can become an apprentice to the head of the alliance. To do so, he had to exchange a punch with a young man who looked like Keban's student. Zhong Jugei's voice transmission revealed that it was Wan Guk who had received rank of one of the 4 golden powers in Shaolin and instructed his disciple to be careful. Exhaling a breath, Chang Gi-ho nodded and smiled as he walked towards him. To his rival, the Reverend smiled as he saw Chang Gi-ho's determination. He knew that Wan Guk had an indestructible body that was inherited from birth. No one had ever been able to withstand his punch before. He was sure that Chang Gi-ho couldn't resist the strong Wan Guk either. The headmaster of the academy looked at the young man and thought only that he was most likely the best Shaolin disciple. Chong Juga replied to him in a whisper that, "It's true." Wan Guk smiled and admitted that he had been forcibly brought into the Senate building and the Alliance territory, but that didn't mean that the young man had been brought to the Senate building, would give Chang Gi-ho any indulgence because of it. The young man smirked and replied that he didn't need any favors. Wan Guk swung his fist and asked Chang Gi-ho to give his best. Tang Yusung also swung his fist, and at the same time, the young men went to. The girl asked what would happen if Chang Gi-ho tried to challenge them to a fight, even after he became Chong Juga's personal disciple, because there were so many talented fighters in the classes now. Tang Yusung remembered that his friend would really be part of the dueling call. He exhaled and calmly asked Cheon Seo if she had already forgotten about Chang Gi-ho's character. He reminded that Chang Gi-ho is the kind of person who will continue to fight even if the world he lives in crumbles, adding that no one is not, will be able to suppress it. A crack went down one of the pillars of the Senate building after the exchange of blows. Chang Gi-ho calmly withstood the ordeal, which surprised the Reverend. Wan Guk remarked that Chang Gi-ho definitely deserved to be the Alliance leader's first apprentice since he was the first to become the Alliance leader, who was able to withstand Wan Guk's punch. With a grin, Chang Gi-ho replied that he never stopped halfway, and one punch wasn't enough for him. He suggested, "Someday Wan Guk will fight him in a fair fight, and when the day comes, they'll find out who's stronger." Wan Guk was surprised that Chang Gi-ho had even dared to challenge him to a duel, but he didn't say anything out loud. With a yawn, Chang Gi-ho turned around to the Reverend, asking if he had passed this test to become the disciple of the head of the union. Before entering the infirmary, Cheon Seo gave all the books she had taken from Tang Yuseong to make it easier for him to carry them, saying that she had to go to the next class. Tang Yusung grinned when the girl replied that she would be busy with her extracurricular activities from the next day. The girl confirmed that this special mission begins after freshman year and consists of clearing the surrounding land of bandits that called themselves the Noble People's Alliance. Tang Yusong mentally noted that the name seemed very familiar to him, and he remembered what it was. He defeated these bandits a little over 2 weeks ago before coming to Zhengzhou, so this assignment will unfortunately become for the first and second. The subdivisions were a waste of time. However, he decided again not to pay much attention to the problems of others because he himself has a lot of important things to do. Noticing that Tang Yusung was once again absorbed in thoughts of the book that Gidemong Alabongde would have to find, he called out to his friend. Whether he was thinking about the book again, surprised and cheered Tang Yu-sung, who didn't understand how the young man could be so perceptive. He even thought about what would happen if Alabang Day was the first to find the book, since his speed reading is also at a high level like Gai Daemon's. But in this, Alabang Dai's moment asked again why Tang Yu-sung was worried. He just needs to choose a different way of finding times his easy way for now. Did not bear fruit. Tang Yu-sung asked if Alabang Day was trying again to ask him to reread all the books in the pavilion, to which the foreigner grinned, saying that unlike the young man, he's not so ignorant. Tang Yu-sung threatened to teach Alabang Dai a lesson for saying such. The boy only smiled in response, and Tang Yu-sung asked him why he was smiling again. Tang Yu-sung came to Gi Daemong's room and put the books he had asked for on the table next to his bed to read. Gi Daemon was very surprised that Tang Yu-seong had brought him so many books, but Tang Yu-seong calmly replied that he had decided to take all the books away. He added that he could contact Tang Yu-sung if he needed more books. As he approached Gi Daemon, he asked with a smile if the young man had something he wanted to read first. Gi Daemon was surprised and asked why he should answer Tang Yu-sung and laughed. The student replied that he was asking Gai Daemon for specific books so that next time it would be those books that Tang Yu-sung and brought to him in his thoughts, remarking that, of course, after personally familiarizing himself with them, to be sure not to miss Yin Yang's breath. Thinking for a moment, Gi Daemon replied that he would be interested in reading foreign books. Tang Yu-sung was surprised by this choice. Gi Daemon replied that he had long been interested in others, countries, and their cultures. Tang Yu-sung promised to bring books from Japan, the Orient, and Tibet next time, mentally happy that now he could to use the translation skill he had been rewarded with while practicing as a guard. Gi Daemon was surprised that Tang Yu-sung will bring him books. Suddenly, the young man almost cried, which frightened Tang Yu-sung, who loudly asked the student why he had started to cry. He was also surprised that Gi Dae-nam called him a friend. The young man confessed that it wasn't tears, but just a runny nose. This shocked Tang Yu-sung, and he remembered the 5 lords of Bing-shen, where there were many lies. However, the great love for books in Gi Daemon's mind was the truth. Tang Yu-sung decided that it was the power of his love for books that made Gi Daemon consider Tang Yu-sung his friend, and at that, the former almost cried out. Tang Yu-sung was embarrassed and asked why Gi Daemon was reading so much, since he was reading so much more than he needed to, even to a student in the 8th division. Gai Daemon grinned and explained that his only friends had always been books, and in each one of them he had seen people who were authors. In the past, only books had brightened up the young man's leisure time, but now Tang Yu-sung and Alabang Day were around. He used to talk to the authors of the books in his head, and so the days went by very quickly. Tang Yu-sung thought that maybe that was what was the cause of Gi Daemon's madness in the future when he read even more books than he did now with the help of the yin-yang breath. Now the student was smiling because he doesn't have to socialize only with books. He finally had some living friends. With a smile, Tang Yu-sung advised Gi Dae-moon, always think that way. Looking for foreign books in the Million Book Pavilion, the young man went up to the 9th floor asking loudly who was on that floor. Suddenly, Tang Yu-sung, walking through the office hidden behind the bookshelves, heard instructor Ah Yuk-dai's reply. With a smirk, he asked not Tang Yu-seong. Happened to fight against Young Cho-ran recently. Without waiting for an answer, he asked what Tang Yu-sung needed on such a high floor right now. With an awkward smile, Tang Yu-sung said he was looking for shelves of foreign books. With a smirk, Ah Yuk-dai replied that all the foreign books had been collected on the 9th and 10th floors. Tang Yu-sung was surprised and asked if this was where the most important books that were secret were located. Smirking instructor replied that rare books from abroad are themselves essential secret knowledge because they tell readers about the life and culture of other countries. Tang Yu-sung replied in surprise that he did not expect foreign books to be any sources of secret knowledge. With a raised eyebrow, the instructor asked why the student thought so, and Tang Yu-sung explained that he thought the secrets of the book were dangerous and contained some rare information about any secret martial arts. Smiling, the man asked what could be more dangerous and mysterious than knowledge from other countries. The young man replied that he thought that on the high floors of the pavilion could be found the secrets of the strongest clans and dangerous knowledge. With a sigh, Ah Yuk-dai explained that none of the great factions would agree to give books with their secrets to a pavilion where they could be read by anyone willing. They keep these books in their libraries. Tang Yu-soon smirked and asked if this meant that the 8th division could read any of the books. The book that is in this library, no matter how secret it may be. The instructor calmly replied that it was, but chuckled at the remark. That Tang Yu-sung can read any book if he can speak languages. Some books are simply unreadable or undeciphered. The teacher asked if he could understand anything in the book, and Tang Yu-sung hesitantly answered in the affirmative. And Yuk-dai asked Tang Yu-sung not to make fun of him, and Tang Yu-sung read a passage from the text. Teacher was shocked that he failed to teach him a lesson. Boy. After flipping through a few more pages, Tang Yu-sung calmly replied that these were sacred treatises, to the amazement of all the librarians, of whom almost No one could read this book quietly, especially without a dictionary. After coughing, the embarrassed teacher wished Tang Yu-sung good luck in his reading. He wondered if there was anything about martial arts on the high floors, but he decided to take his time and read the book that Ayuk Dai had given him. With his back against the shelf, he sat down on the floor and looked around. He decided that if Gai Dae-mong was interested in foreign literature, then he must be interested in teas. To check only the books from the top 2 floors, not the entire million manuscripts. However, it was still somewhere around 100,000 books at this time. The instructor left for his office with thoughts that Tang Yu-sung must be a genius who had come to his unit. With a sad grin, Tang Yu-sung at this point came to the conclusion that it would be much easier for him to walk a million more duck steps than to read and check so many books. He honestly admitted to himself that he didn't think he would ever go back to reading books again in this life, but fate had decided otherwise, and Tang Yu-sung decided not to argue with Rock and just started reading a book. In his previous life, he had only read what he thought was useful and necessary, and those books had been somehow emotionally connected to a man, but nothing more. He didn't enjoy reading as much as Alabangdai and Gidaimon, but looking at the numerous shelves of books, the young man expressed the hope that he could get through them all, thanks to his persistence and the anger that motivated him. With a sigh, Tang Yu-sung started reading, and after reading the book, he saw that he had obtained a passive speed reading skill that could still be improved. At this time in Xi'an, the Mupun Bureau had already become the new windless agency, which Yunlan visited from time to time, and which was always warm, greeted Huang Zhongyi. The girl replied that since she was so warmly welcomed, she was already embarrassed to come to the agency, but the man joked that the agency was not the right place for her. He thought the girl had gotten through his bouncers very handily. In response, the girl admitted that Huang Zhongyi has a very unfriendly nickname, but now she thought it didn't fit him since he was well-read and even knew some complicated jokes. With a grin, the man remarked that only fools would treat their sponsors badly. However, the girl clarified that she was just an intermediary between him and the real sponsor, and Huang Zhongyi can be frank with her. Huang Zhongyi replied with a laugh that in that case, the girl must give the mysterious sponsor his smile. Yunlan giggled and asked if the man thought she could do it. At that moment, they approached the pavilion where the rescuers were practicing. Tang Yu-seong's children. The one standing next to Tang Yu-seong's father noticed the head of the agency and greeted him. He smiled back at the children. Looking at Mrs. Yoon Hwan Jonggi again, he asked if she could tell him the identity of the person who sponsored his case. However, the girl honestly replied that she might have told the head of the agency something, but she herself has a poor understanding of her client and who he is, adding that she could relay what he said about her sponsorship. Huang Zhongyi agreed to find out at least that much. When Tang Yu-sung came to Yunlan's house again, he put it in front of the brothel owner. Calmly replied that the brothel's owner calmly said that she had no idea what to do in her spare time. The brothel owner calmly replied that when people have free time, they do things they couldn't do because they had more important things to do. Tang Yu-sung agreed with that. And the girl asked why the student had asked her about. Smiling, the young man replied that he had done the same with money as he had with when the money appeared, he had ideas on how to spend it. However, because he's so busy with his studies he can't go and deliver the money to the place he wants to sponsor, so he's asking for Yunlan's help. After listening to the girl, Huang Zhongyi asked if the large amount of money was the reason to sponsor his cause, and the girl confirmed it but added that the sponsor also said that he had invested in a place where many good people live. At that moment, a broken piece of wood flew at the feet of the lady. The axe the local kids had been practicing with. They came running to the head, and the girl apologizing loudly for what had happened. Yunlan picked up the broken axe and handed it to the boy, asking for their names. Embarrassed, the young man could not answer anything, while his sister replied that her name was Yang, and the boy's name was Hoya. Embarrassed, he turned to the girl. The boy thanked her for the axe and called her beautiful. Then the children started to leave, and the sister asked her brother how he knew that the girl was beautiful, because however, Hoya hit his sister on the head, saying that men can sense when a woman is beautiful. Rushing to Tang Yu-sung's father and calling him uncle, the girl complained that Hoya hit her. Uncle Dan reprimanded the boy for spreading unjustified violence. Bending over to the child, he reminded Hoyu that he was studying martial arts to prevent violence just like Tang Yu-sung. Hearing, Yunlan reacted to the name of her customer but didn't show it. She saw Tang Yu-sung's father teaching his children to be fair and understood why. It was the young man who sponsored the place. The girl cried because she missed Tang Yu-sung, while Hoya asked if Hyung would scold him for what he did. Dan continued by saying that the young man should apologize not to him and Tang Yu-sung, but to the sister he had wronged. Everyone. While still watching the children, the girl called them very cute, and Huang Zhongyi agreed. After addressing the head of the alliance, Yunlan announced that it was time for her to go somewhere else. Huang Zhongyi offered to stay for at least another cup of tea, but she declined, because she had to visit many more places to bring them money too. When Huang Zhong heard that the girl had to visit some other places, he said, Guy replied that he dared not detain Yunlan any longer. Leaving, the girl replied that she liked this place because she could feel how much. There were a lot of good people there, and she was sure that this place would only get better. Huang Zhongyi asked the girl, embarrassed, why she thought that this place was inhabited by good people if she omitted the words of the mysterious sponsor. Yunlan replied that just like Hoya realized that she was beautiful. It all became clear to her with a glance at her surroundings. She held out a wad of money, adding that she was sure her eyes would not be lie. Taking the money, the man exclaimed that they had not had time to deal with the funds that had been sent last time, but the girl leaving only said that their sponsor also took one look at Yunlan herself to make her his confidant, and added that sometimes the right choice is the easiest. After leaving the agency, the bouncer asked his mistress where they should go next, and the girl replied that they were going to Zhejiang province to hand over about 100,000 nyang, adding that the amount was nothing to Tang Yusung. Doesn't mean anything as rich as he is. At this, the man accompanying her asked why Madame personally travels to places that need to be sponsored if she doesn't get anything in return. The girl asked what the man meant when he said that she did not receive anything. The man got nervous. Yunlan replied that Yunlan could just leave it to her servants. The girl smirked and replied that she would definitely charge a fair fee for his efforts. The man was immediately encouraged, thinking that the mistress had plans and therefore had nothing to worry about. Turning the subject, the bouncer asked why Tang Yusong does not go outside of Zhengzhou if the Great Academy has a summer vacation. In response, the girl explained, Tang Yusung had told her that he planned to spend his entire vacation reading a lot of books. Surprised, the man asked if that was the case. Tang Yusung paid them to read some books and asked how many books the young man planned to study. Madame replied that there were hundreds of thousands of manuscripts. Yunlan added that the young man would probably read almost around the clock, to which the bouncer replied that he would bear such a thing. The man grinned and said he had never understood the rich. The mistress asked if her servant understood her in such a case. The man briefly replied that she was also rich, so no. At this moment, Tang Yusung could read a whole 1,000 books and was already exhausted at the thought that he had been to read about 100,000 more of the same books he had read before. At this moment, Tang Yusung noticed that his strength index had also increased, and he was very surprised. He decided not to stop reading once it increased his characteristic. At this point, the young man started yelling about what he needed, running and squatting while he was reading. This attracted the attention of Ah Yuk Dai and the other librarians, but they did not say anything to the young man. At that time, Wu Gangde talked to Reverend Heartless about how they found the Noble Alliance camp already defeated by Tang Yusung, because of which they would not be able to replenish the treasury as easily as before. The elder twirled the rosary nervously in his hands. The man apologized to the elder, and the elder spoke up about the first heir of the former head of the Chagall family, whom he spared and made head of the union only to make him his puppet. The young lord was the head of his weak family and thus had no influence among the noble families and great factions. However, now grown up, Zhongjuj is putting a damper on the Senate's plans. Wu Gangde also realized at this moment that he and the elders had been mistaken about the man's character. The Reverend said more Wu Gangde no longer apologized, since this fault is their shared fault after all. Not only the man thought it would be a good idea. The elder said that Zhongjuge was less obedient than they thought, and Wu Gangde also confirmed that he didn't know what the leader might be up to right now. Union. The Reverend replied that Wu Gangde should mind his own business and not show his face, and asked the surprised man if he had reported to him about the 4 Xi'an intruders already. The man replied positively. The Reverend added that he had heard of the quartet's adventures as one of them. They had fought with Young Cho Ran, seen another member of their gang take a punch from Wan Guk, and become Youngjuge's personal disciple. Wu Gangdai tentatively suggested that the head of the alliance was going to raise these children to be obedient in order to use them against the Council of Elders. Wu Gangdai threatened that could have killed all those children, but the Reverend replied that he should not do so, and that the higher Wu Gangde climbs, the less he will have. In the same time, there will be an increasing chance of being stunned by lightning. At that moment, the elder squeezed the rosary so that the beads flew in different directions. The Reverend told Wu Gangde to remember his words. After a while, Tang Yusung received the gold ore he ordered from Yun Lan and noticed that it was really heavy. The girl admitted that when she heard from the boy about gold, she thought that the student wanted luxuries and jewelry, but was surprised that it wasn't true, and he should be able to use the gold for training. Taking the bag of gold, Tang Yusung smilingly admitted that, after all, he had bought new clothes when he got rich, which was a luxury for him. The girl was silent, and the student added that next time would like to order 10,000 tons of steel from Yunlan. After questioning the young man, she made sure that Tang Yusung really wanted the ore. The student replied that as long as he practiced with the gold bracelets, she would have time to find the ore he needed. She was surprised that Tang Yusung Tang Yu-sung was using such expensive and sophisticated training methods, but she did not interfere. To change the subject, Yunlan asked Tang Yu-sung if she could. He lifted the veil of mystery as to why, besides places to sponsor such as the Mupin agency, there were other places that seemed to be like chosen at random. Tang Yu-sung smirked and said that he had invested in people he didn't want to see anymore. This answer surprised the girl, and I asked her directly why she should give money to someone you don't want to see, but Tang Yu-sung went on to say that he just didn't want to see them anymore. He talked about the men who had been in the auxiliary with him in a previous life, and he really didn't want them to go to war again for money. He did not mention his old friends. Yunlang briefly replied that with such a large capital, these people would simply not want to return to Zhengzhou. This answer surprised the girl. Afterwards, the brothel owner led Tang Yu-sung through the back door and said that now the young man could to come to her that way, without being seen or heard, since he had become their regular customer. The bouncer explained that now, a lot of people pay attention to Tang Yu-sung because of the many rumors of his wealth. With a final smile, the girl told Tang Yu-sung not to sell too much karudum in bulk, as it would lower its value in the market. In response, the young man also smiled and said that he only planned to sell the korud to Yun Lana. As he left, Tang Yu-sung felt that he was happy to be that person, that the rest of us want to follow, not be led. As he walked through the streets of the city, the student was pleased to think that this time he had spent his money wisely. He remembered the words of his father, who had said that you should remember to look around you and help those around you, even if you're striving to. Always looking up. In his mind, he reasoned that money can do many things, but the most important thing is that it calms people down. In his mind, he told his former co-workers to stay out of trouble and live happily with the money Tang Yu-sung gave them. As they approached the hidden Dragon Valley, Tang Yu-sung thought about the fact that the only thing that was equal for all disciples was the passage of time. However, for 2 hours of someone's life will be more fulfilling and more important than a lifetime for someone else. It's because someone is born more gifted than someone else. And this year in the Hidden Dragon Valley, it's extremely noticeable. Talent is unfair, and a lot of rookies with unfairly large innate of prodigies have enrolled at the academy. This year will be dubbed the Year of 1,000 Talents, and after a generation of prodigies graduate from the academy, the whole country will change forever. This change will begin with this year's student-to-student tournament. Everyone competes in the tournament, regardless of the sexes. First, boys with boys and girls among themselves, and then the best representatives of their sex will oppose each other to reveal the strongest finalists. And now most of the students had joined the tournament to test each other's skills, sitting on the highest floor of the pavilion. On the balcony, Tang Yu-sung and his friends were suffering from the extreme heat. A student resented why the tournament had to be held on the weekend, complaining. He said that it was impossible to read properly because of the noise from the crowd. Gi Daemon smiled and said that Tang Yu-sung shouldn't grumble. It's fun to watch the tournament from such a high altitude, but it would be even more fun if Tang Yu-sung participated in the battle. Tang Yu-sung grinned and replied that he had more important things to do than the tournament and he didn't have to participate this year. A surprised Gi Daemon asked what Tang Yu-sung had more important things to do, and the young man replied that they still had 10,000 books to read before they were finished. Of summer, while the youths themselves had not had time to read even half of that number. Nervously, Gi Daemon admitted that he didn't think that the young man would be so, but he promised to read faster since he had already recovered from his injury. Smiling, Tang Yu-sung said that his friend is definitely. It's confusing because all these books will be read by Tang Yu-sung first, and then Gi Daemon can do whatever he wants with them. Smiling. Even though he didn't expect Tang Yu-sung to say that, he still said that he was glad that Tang Yu-sung had a hobby of reading books. Hovering over the student, Tang Yu-sung replied that he really liked reading books, so they would immediately start reading a new one right away, with a batch of manuscripts. Sitting in the lotus posture, Tang Yu-sung frantically declared that he would quickly read the pile of books they had collected. Gi Daemon nervously asked, would the students still want to rest and watch the tournament? Because there are a lot of newcomers, and it would be interesting to see their performance. At this moment, Chung Gi-ho, who had participated in the tournament, was trying on the new wristbands that Chung Ju-ge had made for him out of $10,000 steel. The young man thought that these wristbands were a bit heavy, but he was more concerned with where Won-guk was, expecting that this young man would definitely participate in the tournament. At that moment, Dae Pyung-wee stepped in front of Jang Gi-ho and challenged him to a fight. He announced that both he and his friend Tang Yu-seong were two of the gang, and that he knows that Tang Yu-seong stole a special weapon from Dae Byung-wee that the student is obligated to return. With a raised eyebrow, Chung Gi-ho asked why this weapon should belong to Dae Byung-wee if Tang Yu-sung had assembled his own weapon from materials he himself had used, and found it, adding that if Dae Byung-wee wants to talk about it, he should go to Tang Yu-seong personally, but only after. How the young man could defeat Jang Gi-ho in a fight. Dae Byung-wee grinned and threatened that he would definitely win. At that moment, Gi Dae-mon. Tang Yu-sung told him that Jang Gi-ho was also involved in the fight, but he replied that he knew that already. Surprised, Gi Dae-mon also He added that he thought that young Cho-ran would also participate in the fight, but he was not seen among the participants. In response, Tang Yuseong reasoned that the youngster, Mr. doesn't need it because at the tournament students try to show themselves and do their best to be noticed, and young Cho-ran has already become the best, the master of the Plum Blossom Sword among the Hwasan masters. As someone who has mastered the legendary martial art of floating cloud jumping, Yang Cho-ran has already been chosen as the next head of the Hwasan clan. Tang Yusung smirked and thought to himself that even though all of the students were trying their best to show himself at the tournament to take the top position in the family, Jang Gi-ho just loves to fight, and that's why he signed up for the tournament. Gai Daimon, on the other hand, said, Tang Yuseong was able to defeat young Cho-ran and take him to the infirmary. The young man remarked that defeated was a bit of a mouthful.